The narrative starts in a desolate desert known to travelers as the Barren Waste. A mutant octopus, belonging to the mollusk family, was flailing its tentacles on the parched, waterless ground. Its danger level was rated at 8. The mutant sensed an impending threat approaching from behind. Turning halfway, the giant octopus spotted a lilac-haired young man in a red scarf, rapidly closing the distance with a leap. Simultaneously, energy began to concentrate around the boy's right fist. Rage flashed in his eyes as he prepared to activate his ability, Primordial Strike. This ability enabled him to execute an explosive kick, which he immediately employed. However, the expected outcome didn't occur. The monster didn't explode. The boy realized that the octopus's skin was too soft and absorbed the impact of his blows. Moreover, the monster counterattacked, and the hero barely avoided its bared teeth at the last second. The monster continued its rampage, unleashing its enormous claws. The young man quickly assessed the battlefield situation and chose to go on the defensive, as all he could do was defend himself. Just as he was about to leap away from a tentacle flying towards him, he heard a sharp, sickening sound that made him instinctively shut his eyes. The source of the sound was the monster's halved claw, with half of it now falling to the ground after being struck by the purple-haired girl's sword. The next thing the young man heard was the command to retreat, given by the girl. Without a smile, the boy thanked her and stepped back, allowing the lady to take over the battle with the monster. Meanwhile, the mutant looked at the stump left in place of the tentacle in surprise. However, in moments, the severed limb began to regenerate rapidly. The heroes stood frozen in surprise, realizing their kicks hadn't harmed the monster. In their moment of despair, they heard the grinding of a spear and a boy's voice suggesting that if physical attacks failed, they should try something different. The boy touched the ground with his spear, activated the ability God's Reinforcement, and used the technique 9-link chain. Instantly, massive chains of pure energy rose from the circle drawn on the ground, reaching towards the mutant. The chains wrapped around the octopus one by one, trapping it within seconds. The boy raised his spear and struck the ground with it. Upon impact, the circle lit up with electric discharges. The energy circuits proved to be excellent conductors, and electricity turned out to be a great counter to the mutant's skin. In moments, the octopus looked like a crayfish dipped in boiling water, flopping heavily on the ground. The mutant was defeated. The lilac-haired man remarked that this ferocious monster had destroyed all life in the area, despite being only at the 8th level. The spear-wielding boy was not enthusiastic either, adding that humanity would eventually have to retreat. Meanwhile, the mutant wasn't done. A red beam suddenly rose from its navel, signaling the birth of new mutant life. A new creature of the parasite class, a 3rd-level danger devouring demon larva, emerged from the octopus's belly. The newborn demon blinked its round eyes and turned its head towards the heroes. The larva moved its paws, and a lump of uncontrolled energy appeared above its head, flying into the rock behind the heroes moments later. The lilac-haired man barely had time to think they would soon be overwhelmed when a large shadow covered all their opponents. A massive horned shadow with webbed wings appeared against the sun, clearly belonging to a much higher-level demon. The spearman was the first to react, immediately ordering his partners to stand behind him as the new threat could be far more dangerous. The larva sensed something was wrong and quickly launched a lump of its red energy at the shadow. However, the horned shadow wasn't interested in a lengthy greeting. It simply scorched the mutant with a creating ray. Where the small demon had just been, a perfectly round chasm formed at the cliff's edge, covered by a magical shield that protected the main characters. The shadow descended to the ground. The boys were confused because the creature hadn't even fired a warning shot. When a woman's leg and a purple boot appeared from the smoke and ashes, the heroes sighed in relief. Stepping forward confidently, the demon informed the onlookers that if they planned mass destruction, the queen wouldn't stop them, as she had just squashed that creature like a mosquito. Surveying the heroes, she stopped at the spearman and mockingly declared that the chosen one to save the world was a weakling. Leaning towards the embarrassed, smiling boy, she told him she had much to teach him before he could become a true king. The main character smiled, thinking that becoming king was a miracle. The girl who came to help was his wife, Isabella, the queen of demons. What follows is a story about the world's order in the plains of Shiloh. The Luo was home to many tribes, but the most powerful among them were demons and humans. Centuries ago, the two tribes were at war over resources, but after a while their numbers dwindled, and the humans offered a truce. The demon tribe responded, and their queen, Isabella Osa, agreed to sign a peace treaty. Meanwhile, on Earth, the main character played computer games, confidently issuing orders to his teammates. The game ended in victory. The teammates were thrilled with how the hero achieved another pinnacle, which wasn't surprising as he was the top raider in the region. Leaning back in his chair, the boy condescendingly declared that only a kill on the copper prevented him from considering the game perfect. The main character, named Chiang, had parents who worked abroad and almost no friends, so he planned to spend his summer playing computer games. June went according to plan, and he thought the entire summer would be the same until he suddenly had to become the savior of a parallel world. One summer evening, tired from virtual battles, The boy was about to go to bed when he suddenly woke up in a strange place, seeing a beautiful girl with horns above him. Chang asked who she was and what she was doing in his house, but she sharply replied that it wasn't his house. Looking around, he saw a tall hall and people in strange costumes, concluding he had simply overplayed computer games. However, the hallucinations were too realistic. Eventually, he realized with delight that he was in another universe. Meanwhile, the girl was talking to the high priestess about whether he was truly the chosen one. The priestess said that according to the prophecy, the chosen one possessed the same ring as the queen. Chiang reached out, took the ring he wore on a string around his neck, looked at it in disbelief, and asked if this was the ring they were talking about. Isabella affirmed it was, raising her hand and showing everyone her own identical ring. However, the girl's face showed no joy. She grabbed the boy by the scruff of his neck, saying she didn't sense a shred of magic in the so-called chosen one. Chiang awkwardly explained that he had just bought the ring at a flea market. The queen was shocked. Isabella turned to the priestess, irritably asking if something had gone wrong with the summoning spell. Why else would she have summoned such a feeble creature? The priestess insisted there could be no mistake and that he was the only savior of the demon race. These words left the boy in a stupor. He asked who they were and what was happening. The girl looked at him askance, called him human trash, and introduced herself as Isabella Osa, the seventh queen of the demon race. The queen then revealed that she had signed a peace treaty with humans that day, but High Commander Lillian had conspired with them. When the queen was unarmed, the conspirators attacked. It was unclear how Lillian managed to extract a significant part of the ruler's magic. Fortunately for Isabella, 4 loyal guards protected their queen at the cost of their lives. Their self-sacrifice was the only reason the girl was still alive and among the present. Few remained to protect her. The boy liked the course of the story, imagining himself as part of those tales where the main character is transported to a fantastic world and saves a girl in distress. Additionally, he liked the idea of ending up with someone like the Demon Queen. However, these were just plans for now. The boy tentatively suggested that the queen hide somewhere in the mountains or elsewhere. Isabella sharply replied that treacherous humans wouldn't let her go that easily. One of her courtiers added that people had persecuted them before. Another girl added that it was only in such a desperate situation that the queen decided to trust the chosen one, but no one imagined he would turn out to be worthless. Suddenly, the queen screamed in horror as her aura began to weaken sharply. She screamed in a non-demon voice. Her skin lightened and her gorgeous horn evaporated. In the next moment, an ordinary human girl stood before the hero. Chiang and the courtiers were amazed at this transformation. All he could say was that they had become smaller, but still remained significant. The girl looked at her new body in disbelief, unable to comprehend the change. The first to regain consciousness was the high priestess, who assumed the queen's body had transformed due to the weakening of her aura. In the next moment, Isabella's clear mind returned. She pondered how she could appear before her subjects in this form. Meanwhile, her subjects, still in a daze, concluded it was all the fault of the worthless piece of trash named Chiang. The frightened boy began denying his guilt, but no one wanted to hear his excuses. He was saved from an inevitable massacre by several of the queen's soldiers, who burst into the hall with news that the humans had broken through the defenses. It was obvious from their faces that they had had a good time. As the girl clung to Chiang's hoodie, the servants and courtiers begged the queen to retreat, promising to protect her to the last. The priestess then spoke, saying the queen now looked indistinguishable from a human, making it easier to escape. The key was to remain undercover, and the priestess and guards would arrest the pursuers. Isabella sharply refused, not wanting to abandon her people. However, the priestess didn't listen. The old woman struck with her staff, and blue symbols appeared on the floor around the heroes. The queen and her courtiers stared in amazement at the symbols that surrounded them. However, Chiang was quick to notice and abruptly dodged away from the circle, hoping the humans would accept him and send him home. However, his hopes were dashed as the queen's servants dragged him back. Meanwhile, the priestess bid farewell to Isabella, having served her family for 5 generations and wishing to do one last favor. Despite Isabella's objections, the blue symbols merged into a beam and teleported the heroes outside the city. The front door was blown to pieces by a powerful impact the next moment. The priestess turned to see a tall man with a fiery beard and tailored cloak. The man was Angus Tolls, regent of the human kingdom, who demanded to know the queen's whereabouts. Without raising her head, the high priestess smiled slightly. Meanwhile, the teleportation ended, and the heroes found themselves in a clearing far outside the city. Although it was empty around them, Isabella rhetorically asked if they were still surrounded by humans. In the distance, they saw the castle they had been in moments ago, now engulfed in red flames. Someone suggested they should leave quickly, but the queen was not going to grieve. Instead, she was determined to avenge all the soldiers who had sacrificed their lives. With these words, Isabella commanded them to move forward, though they were already being watched. A group of pursuers were pleased to have caught the trail of the last fighters of the demon army. Suddenly, Isabella heard a familiar whistle. It was an arrow shot at them. The next moment, An arrow pierced the back of one of her companions. The rest of the girl urged the queen to run away. There wasn't much time to think, as half a dozen armed men, motivated by the thought of 20 gold pieces for each demon's head, charged towards them. The girl with the arrow in her chest turned to Chiang and made him promise to protect the queen, stating it was her last wish. Moved by her devotion, Chiang promised to fulfill her request. The next moment, he grabbed Isabella's hand, pulling her away from the fight. He shouted to the queen that if she stayed to fight, she would end up dying herself and needed to go with him. Isabella screamed that she would rather die than leave her squad on the battlefield. However, Chiang argued that this was self-delusion, and returning would make her loved one's sacrifice in vain. He added that she could only take revenge if she survived. If she died, the legacy of their lives would rot with their bodies. Isabella had no choice but to agree, though the images of human warriors mocking and insulting her loved ones flashed before her eyes. They had barely moved a few meters when a figure with a sword appeared over the hill. Chiang didn't have time to remember the name of the old man who dragged him there. The nearest bushes rustled with human swords, and the pursuers were confused by the appearance of their captives, who, although they looked strange, were human. The warriors assumed they were demon slaves. The queen could no longer stand it. She pulled her palm out of Chiang's hand and rushed at the enemies. She called the human warriors dirty animals and swung her fist at the nearest soldier, tears streaming down her face. It seemed a fatal end was inevitable, but suddenly Chiang appeared behind Isabella, grabbed her, and assured the soldiers he was relieved to finally see his own kind. The leader of the group said that demons brainwashed their slaves, making them see humans as a threat. They could also get a reward for capturing a few heroes. The soldier added that it would be better if they died. Realizing this, Chiang understood they were indeed capable of killing members of their own race. The boy grabbed the shocked Isabella by the head and pressed her to the ground, kneeling beside her. Chiang quickly assured the soldiers that no one had brainwashed them. He explained the girl's behavior as emotional trauma from childhood due to being chased by demons. The bewildered soldiers didn't know how to respond to Chiang's request to let them go. Meanwhile, Isabella hissed at Chiang that he would pay for bringing someone of royal blood to his knees. Chiang whispered back that in her current state, she wouldn't even be able to beat him. He emphasized the need to suppress their egos and focus on surviving. Chiang then looked up at the soldiers, trying to turn everything into a joke, awkwardly assuring the stern men that the girl considered herself a queen because of her injury. However, the soldiers were uninterested in her injury. They only cared about the reward for their captives' heads. Additionally, the soldiers debated how to divide the money for the unskilled demon slaves, given that there were 3 of them and 2 captives. Ignoring Chiang's pleas, the leader of the group raised his sword. Death seemed imminent again, but suddenly someone ordered the warrior to stand down. The soldier turned and saw a knight on a horse galloping down the hill. For a moment, they were afraid of the punishment for not being on the front line. But then they saw the white dragon banner, indicating the knight was not their direct leader. Chiang and Isabella also looked up, hopeful. Their assailant shouted that he was from the Red Dragon Division and asked why the rider had come. However, the knight was unimpressed by the infantryman's arrogance. He said he had heard everything that was said and ordered the soldiers to return to their commander. Then the rider lazily added that he would pretend he hadn't seen anything. But the soldier continued to stand his ground, stating that the white dragon did not have the same authority as the red dragon. Hearing this, the horseman drew his sword and put it to the soldier's throat, saying that a division commander, even with less authority, had more rights than an ordinary soldier. For greater certainty, the knight added that he didn't care who belonged to which army. He had the right to execute anyone. The white dragon commander's interpretations, reinforced by the point of his sword, were extremely clear. The soldiers hastened to retreat. Chiang whispered that one danger was gone, but another, more serious one remained. The knight dismounted and introduced himself as the commander of the White Dragon Knights. The man then asked how long it had been since the boy and girl had been captured by demons and turned into slaves. The boy acted as if he hadn't heard the question and continued expressing his gratitude to the knight for saving his life in a miraculous way. Suddenly, a sword tip appeared right in front of him. Suffices wasn't interested in flattery. He was more concerned with addressing the question. Otherwise, the miracle could end as abruptly as Chiang's years of life. As if the situation was already precarious, Isabella stoked the tension by yelling at the knight not to approach them from the side, but to simply kill them, if that was his intention. Overwhelmed by fear and shame, Chiang fell to the ground again and murmured that he had been captured about 5 or 6 years ago, though he couldn't recall the exact time. Given Isabella's behavior, the hero doubted that he had managed to persuade the knight. But to his surprise, the knight asked what they had done during their time in slavery. With a small sigh of relief, Chiang began to recall haphazardly what he was skilled at besides gaming, eventually blurting out that he was a cook. The boy then pointed to Isabella and mentioned that she was his friend who had been captured by demons and enslaved as well. Sophie snickered upon hearing this. Chiang couldn't believe that the commander of the White Dragon Division would take an interest in his situation. The knight then asked why the boy was walking around without clothes. This question left the main character in a difficult spot. He couldn't reveal the truth that he had given his clothes to his queen because he was her servant. While Xiang struggled to come up with an appropriate answer, the knight did something unexpected. He removed his snow-white cloak and draped it over the boy's shoulders. By securing his cloak, Suffices assumed that their clothes had been taken due to their frequent escape attempts. Shang didn't respond, but instead focused on the warm and friendly aura that seemed to emanate from the warrior. The knight then remarked that they had endured considerable humiliation from the demons. He offered to take them home if they followed him. Isabella was about to object that the demon queen didn't need to be sent back, but Chiang quickly covered her mouth. The officers might have taken note of this, but at that moment, one of his soldiers arrived with news that the Black and Red Dragon units were retreating. This news saddened the White Dragon commander, Vic, who lamented missing the party. Meanwhile, Isabella glared at her companion and threatened to make his life miserable if he embarrassed her again. In response, the boy simply pleaded with her to stay silent so that no one would reveal her true nature. The girl remarked that returning home with humans meant not returning home with demons. These words infuriated Xiang, who called her an idiot and warned that if she kept talking, she wouldn't return anywhere at all, so she mustn't give herself away. As the boy and girl argued, Sophie decided to retreat, as her assistance was no longer required. The knight turned to the heroes and suggested it was time to leave. Xiang eagerly jumped up. Isabella would have been pleased if the boy had fallen through the ground when he landed. Eventually, the heroes arrived at the capital. Isabella and Shang Ye rode on the same horse, and the boy was awed by the high walls of the human stronghold. The queen, however, was less impressed. She didn't appreciate the way he wrapped his arms around her waist, but he defended himself by saying it was his first time riding a horse. The scene then shifted to a bird's-eye view of the capital, situated in the south of the continent. Its location was ideal for comfortable living throughout the year. The capital was well protected by the Ayer's Wall, which had extremely strong physical defenses and was additionally equipped with built-in cannons. Moreover, the wall was always guarded by a group of high-level wizards, making it impervious to magical attacks. A procession of white dragon knights entered the city. Shang Ye looked around and saw that people were cheering for them. The boy observed that the people were dressed very differently from demons. Additionally, they bowed their heads to the knights, showing a great deal of respect. Suddenly, Suffices called out to the heroes, using the names Shang Ye and Yi Bei, names the boy had invented for Isabella to maintain her anonymity. The knight was intrigued by these unusual names and asked if demons had given them. Shang Ye, though confused, nodded in agreement. Suffices then asked if they remembered their real names. The boy responded that he had forgotten everything from before his captivity. The commander intended to ask if they remembered their families, but was interrupted by another knight who instructed him to look ahead. Sophie Seuss responded with little enthusiasm, saying that he had already seen for himself. A member of the royal entourage, Buri Tolls, stood in front of the procession. Unlike Suffices, he wore a smile that seemed anything but friendly. The commander instructed his men to hurry and return to the royal palace. Shang Ye inquired about who this person was and why he had blocked the knight's path. Isabella commented that his clothes made it clear he was a high-ranking official. Despite the clothes and the bullet holes, the boy wasn't impressed. He remarked that the nobleman looked like a pompous figure. At that moment, Akil, a nearby knight, interjected and told the heroes to be more discreet since the person in question was the eldest son of the regent, Angus Tolls. Chung asked if his status was higher than Sophie Seuss. Akil replied that such comparisons were irrelevant and briefly described the current situation in the kingdom. The rightful king was still a child, and before his death, the previous ruler had asked the current regent to look after him and the kingdom. Consequently, the regent, Angus Tolls, who commanded the strongest cavalry, was regarded as the highest authority among all the men in the kingdom. Isabella was unimpressed with his abilities, commenting that if she hadn't lost her magical powers, no regent would stand a chance against her. Hearing this, Angel ordered Shang Ye to silence Isabella or face disaster, which only angered her more. The boy said he would kiss her for every nonsense remark she made. Meanwhile, Sophie bowed his head and saluted Buri Tolls. However, Buri was not welcoming and remarked that he had come out to meet his father, only to encounter an insignificant member of the White Dragon faction. Sir Ephesus did not react to this insult, but instead stated that there were some things he did not understand. He explained that His Highness had sent a White Dragon squad to negotiate peace with the demons. Ephesus was puzzled as to why the regent had arrived at the contract-signing venue before them. With a constant smile, Tolls responded that the king had various strategies for dealing with the demon problem. He then asked if the knight had ever questioned the king's decisions. This question took Ephesus by surprise. The young man was momentarily confused, but eventually responded. Someone behind him loudly remarked that the boy was always trying to uncover the truth, whether about the king's decisions or the regent's intentions. Sophie turned around and recognized his father, Deguro, who held the honorary title of imperial leader. Buri also turned to Guro and, with barely concealed irritation, asked if he was supposed to accompany the king to class now. Mr. Guro ignored the taunt and said he simply wanted to personally congratulate the regent on his triumphant return. Buri persisted with his questioning, assuming the imperial leader had come to challenge the regent, but Guro, in good spirits, denied it. After hearing the conversation, Xiangyang realized that Sophia's father was a notable figure in the empire. The soldier confirmed this, adding that Master Guro was the only one with the title of imperial leader and was a friend of the king. At the same time, Guro had significant disagreements with Regent Tolls, and both were unfortunately too stubborn to compromise. Hearing this, Isabella sarcastically remarked that people always nod in agreement while fighting among themselves. Chang Ye was surprised by this, as he had thought the queen was also a victim of intrigue. However, he kept this thought to himself, as the conversation was interrupted by the loud clang of large copper pipes. This sound signaled the regent's return. Xiang asked why they weren't greeted in the same manner. The soldier pointedly explained that it was because they were from the White Dragon Squad. The gate then opened, revealing the regent and his entourage. The hero's attention was drawn to them, and Isabella noticed that instead of a flag, the regent's men were carrying the severed head of the high priestess on a spear. Seeing this, the girl seemed to be overwhelmed. Sensing her distress, someone placed a hand on her shoulder and urged her to stay calm. Despite her growing rage, Isabella's fists clenched tightly, though she managed to control herself. When the regent came into view, Isabella vowed to make him pay for everything with her own blood. Fortunately, Angus Tolls ignored her threat and approached Guro to inquire about the purpose of his appearance. The imperial leader simply smiled and congratulated the regent on his successful mission. Guro then mentioned that unfortunately, His Highness the Regent could not yet retire. They needed to go to the king together. Angus responded to this kindly but did not even glance at his son. Despite this, the boy persisted in trying to speak to his father, until he heard the regent address him in a tone that made him wish for nothing more than to disappear. Angus warned his son to stop his scheming or face being dealt with as severely as a rabid dog. Buri, overwhelmed by his father's harsh words, felt as if he might sink into the ground. As the regent and the leader departed, Xiangyang turned to Isabella and remarked that the commander of the royal army couldn't simply be killed. The regent reminded the boy of the Chinese historical figure Cao Cao, a regent renowned for his iron will. However, Xiangyang's focus was now on figuring out how to save Isabella. Yet again, Isabella was not joking and insisted she would only leave this place over Angus's dead body. The outcome of this dispute was uncertain, but then Akil called the heroes. The soldier informed them that the commander had ordered him to escort them to the residence. Xiang agreed enthusiastically, while Isabella would have gladly preferred to take a bite out of his throat. The residence turned out to be a grand building in Art Nouveau style. Xiang was deeply impressed, while Isabella, having never seen anything like it, remained unimpressed. Inside, they found themselves in a grand hall adorned with majestic statues that could have graced any museum. Xiang Ye might have admired the architecture and sculptures for a long time, but they were soon interrupted by a girl who introduced herself as Elena, a maid. She explained that she had been instructed to take care of the guests. The boy was even more impressed, though he wasn't particularly surprised. He reasoned that having several maids was expected for a family of an officer's rank. Sensing their hunger, Elena asked if they were hungry. The boy shouted that he was extremely hungry, while Isabella quietly wondered if it was unusual for someone to treat two slaves so well. Xiangyang replied that if their intentions were malevolent, they would have harmed them already, so it was best to go along with the situation. To his surprise, Isabella agreed with his reasoning. The heroes retreated to their room, while Elena gave them a cold, disapproving glance through her glasses. Meanwhile, in the throne room, the imperial leader and the regent stood before the royal throne. The king commented that their success was expected, as they were the best warriors in the city, and offered each of them a reward for their excellent work. Angus bowed and said that fulfilling the king's wishes and sharing his duties was a reward in itself, and he did not need anything more. Suddenly, the regent heard Dieter's voice, stating that the matter at hand was not just about fulfilling wishes and sharing duties. Guro reminded him that the king's request was to secure peace with the demons, a task assigned to the White Dragon Division. Instead, the regent had disrupted the negotiations, broken the deal, and attempted to kill the demon queen. This act had sullied the king's reputation with treachery and could lead to serious issues in the near future. If the queen were to return to the demon nation, a full-scale war would be inevitable. Sophie, standing nearby, thought to himself that the outcome of such a war would not favor humans at all. The king merely smiled kindly and suggested that the regent must have had his own reasons for his actions. Angus Tolls then spoke up again, expressing his desire to give a full account of what had transpired. The regent began his account by explaining that, following the peace offer, he received a letter from Lillian, the Demon Queen's chief advisor. In the letter, Lillian proposed that if she received support to overthrow Isabella, she could become the new ruler and strengthen relations between their peoples. The regent then declared that, with Isabella's disappearance, all agreements she had made were null and void. With this in mind, he drafted a new deal with Lillian and was ready to present it to the king. The king carefully reviewed the document. After a few minutes, he looked up and praised the regent for his excellent work. Guro contested this, noting that something was amiss because the Oz family had ruled the demons for ages and couldn't lose power so easily. The king interrupted his advisor. The boy, however, allowed the regent to continue his explanation. Dida stepped back, indicating that he understood the situation. Noticing the malevolent, smug look in Angus's eyes, the imperial leader's face turned ashen. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Guro's residence, where Isabella was seated in the pool, examining her new body. She realized that the demons would no longer accept her as their queen. In another pool, she finally managed to relax and enjoy herself. However, she pushed this thought aside, resolving not to relax until she was back home. Her gaze fell on the magic ring. Changba was resolute in his desire not to stay in this world. Initially, he had found the adventure quite fascinating. However, witnessing real human deaths had begun to frighten him. He wondered if he would return home if he died here, but had no desire to test this theory. He took off the ring from the rope around his neck and tried to fit it onto his finger. Just as he figured out that the ring could only be worn on his ring finger, someone called his name. Turning around, he saw the commander of the White Dragons. More precisely, he first noticed something else. Directly in front of him was the naked Suffices. Guro was swaying and asked if he could join in the bath. Right in front of Suffices, something resembling an elephant's trunk was swaying as the commander descended into the pool. Chiang recalled Isabella's remark that Guro was more complex than he appeared. The knight leaned against the pool's edge while Chiang examined the scars on his body. The commander then interrupted Chiang's thoughts, asking if he had become accustomed to the place. Chiang noticed a warm aura around the knight, which now seemed slightly flirtatious, but he dismissed the thought and replied that things were fine. This response seemed to please Guro, who promised to send people to search for Chiang's family. The knight then noted that there was still insufficient information for the search, and asked if Chiang remembered anything else about his relatives. Naturally, Chiang couldn't recall anything that hadn't actually happened. He claimed that he had sustained a concussion during his time as a slave, leaving his memories quite hazy. The boy thought that the man was trying to guide him towards a source of clean water. Suddenly, the knight revealed that his own brother had also been captured by demons, and that he hadn't seen him in over 12 years. He mentioned that his brother's name was Sophie Sok, and asked with hope if Chiang might have known him. Despite this, Chiang Jia remained cautious. He avoided giving a definite response, instead stating that there were simply too many slaves for him to know each one. This explanation sounded plausible. Sophie then inquired about what happened to people who fell into slavery. Chiang had to use his imagination and responded that they were subjected to beatings and abuse. The only part of his life he had truly seen was the kitchen. He spoke about his harsh life, and the boy observed that the knight seemed genuinely compassionate. Ultimately, Sophie expressed hope that his brother was still alive. He looked up and mentioned that they might meet one day. Xiang Ye tried to lift his spirits by saying that there was plenty of delicious food in the kitchen and that Sophie might have grown into a strong man by now. The commander then voiced his hope that after a peace treaty, they might be able to secure the release of all prisoners. These words alarmed Chiang, as he feared that the demons might retaliate and kill all the captives. However, the knight mentioned that the regents had informed him of a new demon queen. Xiang Ye was stunned, but immediately realized that he needed to share this information with Isabella. The knight mentioned that only the regent had the authority to negotiate. Although the boy was new to this world, he understood that the Guro family shouldn't expect any help from the regent. This was confirmed. His father had been a teacher and advisor to the king, maintaining silence to uphold his loyalty. Otherwise, the regent wouldn't have been inclined to kill him. Moreover, the regent clearly had no incentive to assist anyone trying to reach out to his adversaries. Chiang agreed that it was a tough situation. But young Guru wasn't about to give up and couldn't let difficulties overcome him. Xiangyang noticed the shift in the knight's mood and encouraged him, believing that he was a good person and that fortune must be on his side. The protagonist clenched his fist and vowed to meet his brother. In response, Sophie placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. It was a genuine, friendly gesture. His thanks for the kind words were equally heartfelt. Sophie also requested that Xiang Yaya simply call him Sophie Seuss instead of using formal titles like commander or division chief. The young man blushed and agreed. Afterward, the master exited the bathhouse, and the following events took place in the corridor where the maid, Alina, escorted the boy to his room. However, Chang paid little attention to the girl, absorbed in thoughts about Sophie and admiring Isabella's intuition in recognizing the boy's hidden secrets. Elena's comment about their arrival at the room snapped him out of his reverie. The maid wished him a good rest, and he thanked her warmly in return. Once the girl disappeared around the corner, the young man let his emotions run wild, thinking to himself that meeting such a beauty would be the pinnacle of his dreams. Completely absorbed in thoughts of Elena, the boy opened the door and was taken aback to see his other dream, Isabella, pulling on a t-shirt. Xiang Ye felt his mind nearly explode with excitement. All he could manage to ask was why Isabella was in his room. The girl ignored his stunned reaction, quickly closing the door and calling him an idiot in the process. Isabella's anger was not due to the boy's unexpected presence, but because he had used her real name. Chang tried to calm her by explaining that he had been having a pleasant conversation with Sophie Seuss, and that the danger had passed, but she wasn't appeased. Isabella was less concerned about the night and more worried about the maid. She was convinced that Elena and the other servants had not only been attending to them, but had also been keeping a close watch since they arrived at Guro Manor. Isabella added that to the servants, they were still seen as slaves of demons, and it was unlikely that they would ever gain their trust. Changba responded that given that, there was no reason for them to be placed in the same room. Isabella gestured sharply, blaming the boy for the situation because he kept insisting that the commander was her husband. The young man then speculated that they had been placed together to test whether they were truly a couple. The girl confirmed his suspicion, explaining that if their deception were exposed, they would certainly be thought of as demons. Suddenly, Isabella became silent, grabbing the boy's hand and whispering that someone was at the door. Behind the door, the sound of a maid's dress rustling was heard. It was Elena. The girl pressed herself against the door, but instead of overhearing any secret conversation, she only heard a few claps, a request to stop, and someone finishing. The maid might have thought it was about completed household repairs, but her blush and smile revealed that she understood what was happening. She rustled her dress and walked away down the corridor. Meanwhile, on the other side of the door, Chang continued to make faces. The desired effect had been achieved, but the boy didn't think of stopping. Isabella threatened him with annihilation because his behavior was starting to annoy her. The young man had already left, waving his robe and suggesting that instead of pretending, one could experience real pleasure. All he received for his comment was a punch in the face. As he stood there, holding his bruised cheek with crossed legs, Isabella declared that his new sleeping arrangement would be on the floor. She further warned him not to even think about making any advances in his sleep, under threat of instant destruction. Standing with pride, Xiang replied that she was like a tigress with its fangs removed. Holding his cheek, which added an extra touch of offense to his expression, he declared that he was as innocent as snow. After a brief silence, he changed the subject, asking if Isabella had the power to send him back. Given that she had summoned him, the girl explained that she did not have the summoning spell, and that even the high priestess did not know how to return him if something went wrong. The boy was already confused when a sudden idea struck him. He jumped onto the mattress that served as his bed and asked Isabella to give him the ring. He laid out the rings in front of him, theorizing that the ring that had brought him to this world could also be used to return him. The main character clasped his hands in a prayer-like gesture and, instead of a meditative pose, began pleading with the rings to send him home. This went on for 10 minutes. Xiang lost hope. He asked Isabella if the former priestess had cursed him while asleep. The girl muttered that the elder had been reciting something in an ancient language known only to elders. This crushed the last of the young man's resolve. He realized that returning home was directly linked to getting back to Demon Land. The boy held the rings and gazed at them with disappointment, as if waiting for a sign. There was no hint, and just as Chiang was about to return the rings to Isabella, he noticed she had already fallen asleep. The boy smiled, thinking that while she seemed aggressive and domineering in real life, she could be very endearing, especially when asleep with her teeth against the wall. Meanwhile, in another part of the manor, an officer stood by the window, observing the city at night until a maid called out to him. Without turning around, the officer angrily questioned if she was spying on the guests. The girl blushed and admitted she had been watching them since their arrival. He turned sharply, causing the girl to flinch. He calmly placed his hands on her waist and kindly requested that she not do anything of the sort without his permission. The girl explained that she wasn't sure how to act since it was the first time her master had brought guests to the house. The young lord looked into her eyes and confessed that he felt a connection with Chiang when he saw him. This made him believe that the boy could be his long-lost brother, Sophie Sok. As he spoke, hope brightened his face. Elena smiled, cupping his face in her hands, and remarked that she hadn't seen him smile like that in a long time. The young man gently covered her hand with his and asked if she was happy for him. The girl didn't respond verbally, but her wide eyes and flushed cheeks conveyed her emotions. Without saying another word, she ended up on her lord's bed. The last words exchanged were a request from Elena not to leave his room that day. The next morning, Shanggu was awakened by the bright sunlight. He sat up on his makeshift bed and rubbed his neck, clearly having had an uncomfortable night. Stretching and glancing around, he noticed the room was empty, and Isabella was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name. He opened the door to find Elena standing there. The girl greeted him politely, holding a package of clothes. These were the clothes that the young Lord Guru had personally selected for his guests. As Elena dressed him, her eyes brightened, and she eagerly assured him that the new outfit suited him very well. Looking at himself in the mirror, the young man concluded that style had a place on this planet, passing a fashionable verdict on himself. Remembering Isabella, he asked the maid where she might be. Elena replied that her master and Isabella had been practicing in the garden since the morning and invited Chiang to join them. Joining them was no simple task, as the garden of the Guro estate was enormous. She mentioned that it would be impossible for him to find his way there alone. Suddenly, he spotted Sophie practicing archery. The Lord was an exceptionally skilled archer, hitting the target with his third consecutive arrow. Chiang was thoroughly impressed when he saw the target. He inquired about the Lord's record, noting that such accuracy must be remarkable. In response, the knight simply invited the boy to try it himself. Chiang hesitated and complained about his lack of skill, but Sophie Seuss interrupted, encouraging him by saying that if Yi Bei could do it, so could he. It was only then that Chiang noticed Isabella standing a few meters away with a drawn bow. The girl released her arrow, which struck the center of the target. Xiangyang raised an eyebrow, realizing that although Isabella had lost her powers, her archery skills were still intact. Elena's suggestion to go for breakfast slipped from the boy's mind. During their social conversation over coffee, they discussed life as slaves to demons. Sophie was asked if his guests had grown accustomed to him. Chiang quickly assured that he was used to such a life. Isabella, however, ominously stirred her coffee. Noticing her mood, the boy attempted to steer the conversation toward their departure from Guro Manor. Sophie reassured them not to worry and encouraged them to visit as often as they liked. He also mentioned that he had appointed Elena as their personal maid. According to the Lord, Elena would be the best person to help them readjust to life in the human kingdom. The boy smiled gratefully, but wondered about the Lord's true intentions, suspecting that he didn't want them to rely on him indefinitely. Seeing that Shang yet remained silent, Isabella spoke up, stating that they simply wanted to live independently again. The girl gazed into the Lord's eyes and mentioned that she wouldn't want to cause him any further difficulties. Lord Guro responded by saying that they didn't create any problems for him. On the contrary, he wanted to put their abilities to use for the kingdom's benefit. The young man scrutinized them and suggested that he could find tasks for them based on their skills. His offer seemed a bit unclear, so he quickly added that they could always choose to stay at the estate and work there. The Lord smiled casually and expressed his interest in exploring Shanghai's cooking skills. The boy grinned, realizing he had been outwitted at his own game. Yet Isabella didn't let him enjoy this fleeting sense of discomfort. She sprang up from the table and loudly declared that she was a woman, not a cook, and would not spend her life working in the kitchen. Chang Yaya felt a strong urge to disappear, fearing that her outburst might provoke Sophie SS into doing something harmful. The young lord merely raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked for clarification. The girl composed herself a bit and explained that she was aware of how nobles often exploited their subjects for the kingdom's advantage. Isabella started her tale. She recounted a legend she had heard as a demon about how humans, often destroyed for their frailty, sought a powerful ally to defend themselves. This led to the discovery of the dragon, a magical being who assisted them in constructing fortified cities and learning magic. Dragons then became symbols of human civilization. Consequently, the army of the kings was organized into 7 divisions, each with a distinct banner featuring a dragon of a different color. This is why the army of the kings was split into 7 divisions, each with banners displaying unique emblems featuring dragons in various colors. The most powerful divisions were the red and black dragon units, while the purple, jade, amber, and ash divisions were responsible for defending the walls. The white division served as the king's personal guard. For someone living in poverty, joining the army was often the simplest way to improve their situation. There were 2 methods to enlist in the army. One could either undergo rigorous training and trials or obtain a diploma from the Honorary Academy of the capital. Many remarkable individuals emerged from the academy, going on to serve the king with distinction. After the academy was established, numerous exceptional graduates came forth to join the king's service. Legend has it that the academy's rector, Vasily Andrei, had lived for over 500 years, spending most of his life mastering spells and attaining godlike proficiency in magic. It was said that the combined strength of the academy's teachers could obliterate thousands of soldiers. Isabella concluded her story with a firm slap on the table and announced her desire to become a student at the Honors Academy. She added that she was willing to study anything, whether swordsmanship or magic, to become stronger. Listening to Queen Xiang, you mentally agreed that this was the only path to return to the demon realm. Suffices listened to the girl and asked briefly if she was certain about her decision. Isabella responded firmly that she sought revenge. The Lord was curious about her exact meaning. Qiang, feeling they were treading a dangerous path, interjected, emphasizing their strong desire for revenge. Everyone focused on the boy, who argued that the only way to deal with demons was to prepare for and eliminate them. Qiang, not noticing Isabella's hostile glares, became increasingly agitated, waving his fists and delivering impassioned speeches about the plight of enslaved human children. Sophie interrupted him, stating that Qiang would not be permitted to join the academy under the current circumstances. This left the boy stunned, but Lord Guro continued, noting that combating demons was challenging and advising him to first locate his family. However, Qiang quickly adjusted his approach. He began to assure them that once trained at the academy, they would no longer be weak, but would become valuable allies. Lord Guro and Regent Tallus had both fought for the people's welfare and were eager to support the country's advancement. Isabella observed the boy, finding him rather unremarkable, yet recognized that he had a silver tongue and could articulate well-chosen nonsense with convincing flair. Changjia realized he had overdone the drama, but believed this approach was the best way to appeal to the Lord. And he succeeded. Sophie placed her hands on Chiang's shoulders and expressed her surprise at the boy's unexpected gratitude and concern. Shang was impressed that his wager had paid off. Like Isabella, the girl decided to seize the opportunity and spoke to the commander once more. She mentioned that given their poverty, gaining entry into the academy would be challenging, making Lord Guro their only hope. Lord Guro agreed to support her, recognizing her evident talent and potential benefit to the state. He had a different view of the main character, however. Isabella was determined not to lose her only subject and quickly argued that a warlord of Sophia's caliber would certainly recognize Chiang's potential. The commander looked at the boy with some disappointment and hoped his warrior skills would prove as impressive as his culinary ones. This puzzled Chiang quite a bit, as only he knew the true extent of his culinary skills. Lord Guro, not one for delays, had the heroes at the academy gates within half an hour. Ephesus informed them that, since 2 months of training had already passed, the academy could only enroll them in the back-to-back course. Changyang wondered if this meant they would immediately start with swordsmanship and magic. Ephesus calmly explained that the academy had 9 faculties, with the main ones being magic, swordsmanship, hand-to-hand combat, and archery. Before admission, applicants had to demonstrate their abilities to the teachers from all faculties, who would then decide their placement. Shang worried that his talents, which were more accurately described as skills in drawing and video games, might not be suitable. Ephesus reassured him, explaining that the teachers used various testing methods to uncover all of a student's talents. If the applicant was genuinely committed, the tests would likely go well. The Lord then introduced Chill, a subordinate fighter familiar to the heroes, who would guide them through the kingdom's affairs and to their teachers before bowing. Shang asked in surprise why Chill wouldn't accompany them. Commander Guro explained that he needed to hurry to meet with the king. The knight added that they would be provided with accommodation at the academy after their tests, but if they failed, he would take them back. Isabella noticed Shang's internal reaction to these words and called him a human, which made him smile secretly. Despite this, Shang remained focused, steeling himself as he faced the walls of the academy, his first real test in this world. The next scene unfolded within the academy's faculty of contact combat. 3 boys sat on a wooden bench. In front of them stood Mike Jaso, the master of contact fighting, who explained that before mastering the power of the fist, one must first master the power of shadows. The master surveyed the room and called out a student named Eli. He asked Eli to volunteer for a demonstration. The young man agreed and easily caught the stone that the master threw to him. The master then instructed Eli to strike the large stone statue in the hall with all his strength. Eli swung and hit the statue with a powerful blow. The pedestal supporting the statue cracked from the impact. The audience applauded, and Eli theatrically blew on his fist, mimicking a hero from a western. However, Master Yasuo asked Eli to open his hand. Eli's hand was empty, containing only dust and sand. The teacher remarked that the blow had been so forceful that it had shattered the stone Eli was holding. Yasuo closed his eyes and spoke in a wise tone, explaining that to master the power of shadows, one must learn to strike without damaging what is held in the hand. This revelation astonished all the students, including Eli, who wondered how such a feat was possible. Instead of answering, the master opened a cage and removed a songbird. The bird, sensing its fate, cursed the master in its language. Yasuo slowly walked across the hall and, with the hand holding the bird, struck the statue. The impact sent dust and fragments of stone flying in all directions. As the dust cleared, the students saw Jaso standing before them with his fist clenched. The master then opened his hand, revealing a completely unharmed chick perched on his palm. The bird, in its language, asked the bird gods what was happening. Without waiting for a response, the chick fluttered its wings and flew away. Eli and the other students watched in amazement, as if witnessing a miracle. At that moment, the door to the hall burst open, and Qiangba rushed in, excitedly declaring how impressive it was to break statues with a single blow. The old sensei was displeased by the interruption and demanded to know who had intruded. Chill diffused the situation by apologizing to Master Mike and introducing the new students. Sensei Yasuo was unimpressed by the new students' appearance, though Isabella's presence stirred considerable excitement among the other students. Isabella cast a look that could have turned anyone into a frog in her prime. Master Jaso greeted the newcomers, though not as warmly as Qiangba had hoped. The sensei inquired if someone like Qiang was serious about learning contact combat. Suddenly, the old man's eyes flared with green fire. Shadows seemed to envelop the faces of the students and their companions. The master's wards recognized this as the feared power of fear, one of Mike Jaso's talents. The master focused intently on the boy, but was soon distracted by Isabella. With her hands clasped over her chest, the girl asked in a disinterested tone if it was possible to meet the instructors of magic or fencing. Both the master and Akil, who stood behind him and remained unaffected by the fear aura, looked at her in surprise. Mr. Jaso was the first to regain his composure. He remarked that the girl would become the Malay queen. In response, Isabella stated that she was only interested in practicing swordsmanship or magic. Although the master was reluctant to let such a talented student go, he didn't want to argue. Passing by Shanggu, who appeared stunned, Mike assured him that he was fine as well. However, the situation was not quite as it seemed. The boy remained motionless, as if in a state of shock. Akil's touch on his shoulder caused the grief-stricken applicant to collapse to the ground. The soldier worried that he might have upset the child. Isabella referred to Chiang as being lifeless. After a few tense moments on the bed, the boy started hiccuping. He propped himself up on his elbows and asked what had happened to him. Eli provided an explanation. The boy explained that Chiang had been paralyzed by the fear-inducing technique possessed by Master MC. On hearing this, Chiang was curious about how the technique functioned and where such power originated from. Eli explained that the teacher had devised the technique himself, specifically to filter out those who were unfit. Despite the exam failure, the main character didn't appear disheartened. Realizing he might not endure the training, he admitted that he wasn't accustomed to injuries. Before Eli could express his astonishment at this stance, Xiangyang surprised him further by offering to be friends. Extending his gloved hand, the boy mentioned that he had become a student at the academy that day and was looking to make friends. Chiang introduced himself and expressed a desire for Eli to be his first friend at the school. Eli shook hands and revealed his own name. He added that since Chiang wanted to be friends so much, he could simply call him Eli. When Eli arrived at the martial arts hall, Isabella coldly remarked to Chiang that his only talent seemed to be making people want to be friendly. Chiang, frustrated, asked what she meant by breeding to friendship. Isabella chose not to elaborate on the obvious. Rachel found a way out of the awkward situation by suggesting they finally head to their magic and fencing lessons. These classes were held on an open training ground. On the training ground, a real battle was unfolding. The noise and chaos indicated that a fierce fight was in progress. The clash was not just between anyone, but between the respected fencing instructor Drona and the magic instructor IC Wadley. Darren was seen brandishing her training sword and accusing IC of being overly aggressive. In response, the sorcerer argued that Darren's fencing class was monopolizing the entire training area, leaving no room for her own lessons. Following this, green lights around IC surged toward Drona. The fencer easily dodged and questioned why IC didn't just have a conversation about it. The fencing students responded with enthusiastic applause for their teacher. Among Darren's students, Changba and the others were dismayed to spot Barry Tolis. However, the magic students weren't idle either and noted that the swordsman consistently took up the entire practice area. Xiao Guang continued observing the training ground and noticed the old cleaner, who was the only calm presence amidst the chaos and quarrels. The man looked disheartened as the freshly cleaned area was once again covered in ash and debris. Meanwhile, the confrontation between the young instructors escalated further. Following another magical attack, a magical blade struck Drona, which clearly aggravated her. The fencer, enraged, declared that if the battle was going to be fought by these rules, she wouldn't hold back any longer. With that, she accelerated and leaped towards the sorceress, who was floating in the air on a magical orb. Just before she reached her target, a magical shield appeared in front of the fencer. Icy had managed to react in time, and Drona narrowly avoided a hard collision with the shield. Evading the shield, she jumped back to a safer distance, her weapon crackling with yellow energy. This indicated that Drona was now serious and prepared to unleash a special technique. The energy around the sword coalesced into a large arc, which hurtled directly towards the shield. The impact of the enchanted sword against the magical shield resulted in a massive explosion. The resulting shockwave spread in all directions, with a shard flying towards the old cleaner. Shang noticed the shard hurtling towards the old man's head. Realizing the danger, he leaped to intercept it, knocking the cleaner out of the way and diverting the shard's path. The shard hit the ground and caused a small explosion where the cleaner had been standing. Fortunately, Shanggu and the old man were already on the ground at a safe distance. The incident drew the attention of everyone present on the training ground. Even the teachers paused their dispute and approached to assess the situation. They found an old man and a young boy tending to their bruises. The young boy was particularly concerned about the old man and inquired if he was all right. The grandfather assured the boy that he was fine and then asked if the boy was okay, gesturing to something behind him. It turned out that half of Chiang's uniform had caught fire. He extinguished the flames, reflecting on how he had little chance in a real fight if he could get injured in such a situation. Suddenly, he felt the cold touch of steel near his ear. Looking up cautiously, he saw Master Drona standing nearby, who had noticed that Chiang was an outsider, not a student of the academy. Drona scrutinized him closely and asked if he might be a spy. Taken aback, Chiang stumbled over his words, trying to explain about the old man he had just saved. However, the grandfather, who could have confirmed his story, was not there. Drona listened to the explanation with clear skepticism, but was interrupted when someone called her. It was a Chill who, after apologizing, clarified that Chungha was a friend of Sophia's mentor, which helped diffuse the situation. The girl recognized Chill as a friend and subordinate of the White Dragon commander. With hope, she jumped up, hugged him, and asked if Sophia was also present. Chill admired the mentor, but disappointed her by saying that the commander was away on business. Annoyed, Drona gestured towards Chiang and asked who he had brought with him. Akil reported that the commander had requested to show a couple of new students around the academy, as they had not yet chosen their faculties. The girl looked at him in disbelief and asked if that was really the commander's idea. Icy interjected and asked if the academy's rector was aware of the new students. Akil quickly confirmed that the rector had no objections to the new arrivals. Suddenly, Drona's gaze fell on Isabella, particularly noting her prominent features. Isabella's standout attributes were much more noticeable than her own, or IC's. This caught the fencing teacher's careful attention. The new sorceress, feeling embarrassed, asked what Drona wanted. Isabella also noticed that the ordinary audience boys were taken with her beauty. The only one not impressed was Barry Tolles, who recalled seeing them with the White Dragon commander, who disliked him. Meanwhile, Akil attempted to introduce the main characters, but Drona interrupted him. She proposed skipping further introductions and proceeding directly to testing the newcomer's strength. Xiang frowned at the suggestion, as challenging trials were not part of his plans, but he had no choice. The teacher struck the ground with her sword to start the practice match. However, when she said to begin, there was no response. Despite clearly hearing the teacher, Isabella continued to stand still as if frozen. The sword-wielding instructor, not waiting for the girl's response, turned to IC and asked why she was not participating. IC snorted and jumped out of the magical orb. Unexpectedly, the orb began to reduce in size, quickly becoming as small as a ball. IDC presented the now palm-sized ball, Isabella. Meanwhile, Chiang quietly asked to chill what the object was. Having never seen such an item before, Chiang guessed that the magic sphere assessed a person's abilities. However, in response, he was surprised to hear about ultimate strength. From the soldier's tone, Chiang realized that every child in the kingdom was likely familiar with it. Noticing his companion's discomfort, a chill apologized for the awkward question and began explaining this power. All living beings possess inherent limits to their power, but this limit cannot simply be utilized. To access this limit force, one must allow their body to reach its threshold. Magic spheres like the one used by Ice could reveal this threshold and the overall extent of a creature's ultimate power. The situation became somewhat clearer, but Chiang still sought more information about what this power entailed. Akil continued, explaining that ultimate strength exists in every living being, similar to a test tube of water, with the capacity depending on the test tube's size. Thus, this strength can be increased through training, like filling a vessel with water, but the vessel's size itself remains unchanged. Therefore, someone with a small capacity couldn't master energy-intensive skills like swordsmanship or magic. The boy added that demons also utilize this power, referring to it as magical power. Now Shang could connect the dots, and his understanding of his world became a bit clearer. Meanwhile, Isabella, encouraged by the boys from the Faculty of Magic, held the magic sphere in her hands. The boys' behavior did not seem to impress the girls from the Faculty of Magic, including Isabella herself. The sphere emitted a faint glow, leading a chill to believe that the girl might indeed be accepted into the magic class. Shania asked what it would mean if the sphere did not emit any glow. Aiko responded that if the sphere didn't shine, neither the magic faculty nor swordsmanship would be open to the person. Observing the dim light of the orb, Mr. Rowena surmised that Isabella's acceptance was due more to her physical appearance than her abilities. However, she publicly commented that Isabella showed potential. Icy sharply interrupted the conversation to prevent hasty conclusions. The magic teacher noted that she sensed power. As if to demonstrate, the orb's glow intensified. Soon, Isabella was surrounded by a blinding green light, astonishing everyone on the platform. All present, including the students, Achille, Shania, and Lady Drona, were left speechless. Having seen enough, Icy gestured to retract the orb. She then turned to Isabella and inquired if she had studied magic. Isabella honestly admitted that she had previously studied magic, but for some unknown reason, her ultimate power seemed to have vanished. Icy listened in astonishment, puzzled by how her power could disappear when she had just felt it. She extended her hand to Isabella, informing her that she was accepted and could begin her studies. The boys from the Faculty of Magic, while unable to sense Isabella's power themselves, were nonetheless thrilled about the new student. Mrs. Drona then intervened, questioning if Isabella might reconsider her decision. ICI, with a businesslike demeanor, remarked that the newcomer was only slightly less powerful than Renz Tolles, her top student. Meanwhile, Akil commented that he had never seen anyone like Isabella, as the sphere nearly burst with light. Shania remained quiet but noted to herself that even after losing her ultimate strength, Isabella's physique remained impressive. Isabella stood in silence for a few dozen seconds. Drona had already started congratulating ICI on her new standout student. However, the girl then turned and walked over to the sword. She grasped the handle and effortlessly lifted the sword from the ground. This surprised both teachers, as it was unusual for a seemingly delicate girl to lift a sword with one hand so easily. The girl mentioned that she had not yet decided where to study. Drona skeptically told her that it was not possible to be a student of both faculties simultaneously. Isabella ignored this and explained that she had trained in swordsmanship with an Eastern master but had not practiced for a long time. Akil tried to intervene, noting that she had already earned high praise from one instructor, but Isabella paid him no mind. She stood before the fencing instructor and expressed her desire to give it a try. Drona made no objections and turned to her students, asking if anyone wanted to challenge the new student. A volunteer quickly stepped forward, Buri Tolls, eager to avenge the embarrassment he had faced the previous day. Arriving at the center of the arena in his usual form, he vowed to be gentle and considerate. Observing such boldness, Shankar expressed his satisfaction, anticipating that the true extent of malice would soon be revealed. Picking up on the participants' moods, Drona once more reminded everyone that this was merely a test of skill. This meant that no ultimate powers were to be used. Upon hearing this, Buri assured that he would not harm the young girl. Isabella ignored Barry's taunts and silently readied herself for the match when Shankar suddenly warned her to be more cautious. However, such warnings only irritated her. Fortunately, only Buri was at risk of feeling her wrath. Drona gave the signal to begin. Buri was the first to make a move. Without hesitation, the boy charged straight at Yi-Bei. The girl merely sidestepped, causing the attacker to miss her entirely. This did not deter Buri. He quickly pivoted and readied himself for another strike. The royal regent's son was a skilled fighter. He leaped and executed a dramatic spin, positioning himself behind the girl. Isabella glimpsed a blade flash near her ear. Nevertheless, the result was the same. A sidestep, and Buri once again landed on the ground empty-handed. His face showed frustration. He realized the girl had several tricks up her sleeve. Suddenly, the girl noticed that the boy had succeeded in his objective. The strap of her bra had been surreptitiously undone. This caused Buri's supporters to cheer in excitement. On the other hand, Changjia was enraged by the public humiliation of their friend. Meanwhile, fueled by his recent success, Buri attacked once more. This time, however, Isabella was ready for him. The girl swiftly crouched and blocked Buri's strike. The impact sent him flying a few meters, barely managing to stay on his feet. Isabella immediately launched a counterattack, but Buri thrust his sword towards her as if he had no intention of defending. Nevertheless, the blade of the Yi blade slid off Buri's sword. The boy lost his balance and staggered forward, barely managing to steady himself. He parried a strike from behind. Just as he thought he was safe, Isabella attacked once more. This time, her strikes were forceful, but Buri didn't attempt to block them. Instead, he leapt backward. Isabella showed no signs of slowing down. Her stance shifted to a position Drona recognized as unfamiliar to her other students. She spun around, delivering a flurry of blows. Buri put his sword up defensively, trying to deflect the strikes with sheer instinct, knowing he couldn't last much longer. However, losing was not in Buri's nature. Suddenly, his blade began to glow with a red light. In an instant, his sword was engulfed in red flames. This indicated that Buri Tollis had activated his ultimate power. The intense resistance from his sword forced Isabella to be thrown back. Shana cried out in alarm, but Isabella was already in retreat. Suddenly, the black youth who had been observing decided to intervene, using an ice field technique. In the next moment, an ice shield appeared directly in the path of Buri's flaming sword. Buri recognized the intruder as his half-brother Renato from the Faculty of Magic. He shouted Renato's name angrily. Renato, however, gently picked up Isabella and inquired if she was all right. At that moment, someone placed a hand on the savior's shoulder. It was Shangu, who hurriedly thanked Renato for rescuing his wife. Renato's eyes widened in surprise. Buri and his supporters were even more shocked. Isabella, her eyes closed, asked if she was all right. The girl responded that they were merely playing with toys. Meanwhile, Mrs. Drona leaned in, whispering to the soldier, asking if they were truly husband and wife. The soldier nodded in confirmation. The sword-wielding woman smiled with satisfaction and addressed the students. Akil realized who had been the reason for his decision to skip training. Drona sharply reminded Buri and his fans that the purpose was to test skills, not to use ultimate power. The boy lowered his gaze and claimed it was an act of self-defense. However, the next surprise for Buri came from an unexpected source. Icy. Wadley intervened, stating that Renato had always been superior to him. After this statement, the girl introduced her top student, Renato, and mentioned that he had finally found a worthy rival in YB. With a respectful bow, the boy promised to work harder and requested guidance. Meanwhile, Drona spoke with Isabella, asking if her previous master had been Mocha. Isabella, with a hint of pride, confirmed this. She took pride in this, as Mocha was a legendary swordsman from the plains, renowned as the sword god. This revelation shocked everyone, including Barry Talls and his group. Darren commented that she recognized the techniques from eBay's moves because she, too, had studied under the sword god for a time. Isabella's response delighted the sword-wielding woman, who noted that Isabella's techniques surpassed those taught by Mocha. Following this, Drona announced that Isabella was accepted into the swordsmanship department. The students celebrated this news while the humiliated Barry Tallas remained silent. Renato and his mage peers were also quiet, and eBay had not yet made a final decision. Shangu leaned in with a smile, whispering to Isabella that she was also adept at stealth. Isabella countered, stating that she was being honest and that Drona was indeed very strong, though not as formidable as the queen in her prime. Just then, someone reluctant to let go of the promising student intervened in the discussion. In response, Drona argued that eBay was much better at swordsmanship than magic. suggesting that studying magic would only be a distraction. To avoid further conflict, Akil stepped in, asserting that the decision should be made by eBay herself. However, the girl remained silent, still unsure of her choice. Hearing this, the teachers again considered resolving the issue with a duel. Shangu now tried to defuse the situation by asking when it would be his turn for a test. The girls looked at the troublemaker with disdain, but the intensity in his eyes made it clear he was serious. Reluctantly, Miss Wadley handed him the sphere. He took the orb in both hands and tuned into its magical frequency. He felt as though his entire life had led up to this moment. Overcome with anticipation, he believed he was destined to be the peacemaker of this magical realm. He gazed into the orb and saw his own reflection. But nothing happened. 3 long minutes passed with no change. The audience began to lose interest. Shangu started to panic. The crowd's curiosity turned into mockery. Eventually, Icy took the sphere from him, remarking that he had seemed like an empty stump from the start. Shangu was about to ask what an empty stump was, but Icy explained that it referred to trees with wood unsuitable for building or burning. The soldier added that at the academy, anyone unfit for magic or swordsmanship study was labeled as such. Icy confirmed this and explained that without ultimate strength, he couldn't perform magic. Drona added that while Chiang could learn sword techniques, he would never be able to compete with fighters using ultimate power. Xiangyang lowered his head and asked if there were any other options. Barry Tullis re-entered the conversation, reiterating the meaning of the term empty stump. He then suggested that Chiang's head was also empty and recommended that he leave the academy. However, Chiang ignored him and had a sudden realization. He came to understand that the main character seemed to be an empty stump, which made him reconsider trying to dissuade him from the academy. Unexpectedly, Isabella defended Chiang and proposed a sparring match with Buri to prove who was truly empty-headed. Buri quickly grasped the situation, but Chiang beamed with delight. He embraced Yi Bei and declared that it didn't matter if he was an empty stump as long as he had someone like her to stand by him. In response, the queen told him to remove his hands. To de-escalate the situation, Xiang suggested that Icy explore other faculties. He advised Isabella to stay and work hard no matter what she decided. The protagonist was confident that his queen could excel anywhere, and left the training ground. The boys continued to hear the 2 female teachers' shouts, as each tried to persuade Bei to join her department. As they left, Shang asked Icy if it was possible to be a student at the academy without ultimate strength. The soldier explained that no faculty was inherently better than another. It was more important to meet specific criteria. Unfortunately, martial faculties were not yet an option for Shang. As the protagonist pondered his future, they reached the door of the next department. Inside, young boys and girls were being taught blacksmithing, a crucial skill in the human kingdom. Looking inside, they saw the students sitting on the floor, sketching something. Shang Ye observed that they were drawing a sword embedded in the ground in front of them. After examining several of the drawings, the boy noticed that their artwork was, to put it mildly, quite unconvincing. Glancing over at the notebook of a nearby student, a boy with round glasses and a unique haircut, Chiang Jia remarked that the drawing was terrible. The student's sudden movement indicated that Chiang's critique had been too loud. Ignoring the shy greeting, the student asked who he was, what class he was from, and why he was disrupting their lesson. Chiang Jia raised his hands in a placating gesture, explaining that he was new and apologizing for the disruption. He then asked Icy why they were using pencils instead of hammers or wet stones. Icy looked at Shang as if he were from another world. Instead, a booming male voice answered, suggesting that the boy clearly had no understanding of blacksmithing. Shang turned to see a tall man with a shaved head and a thick mustache. It was Master Blacksmith Ashton Martin. At the sight of the master, Martin stood up straight, and the students quickly dispersed, offering their congratulations. The towering teacher instructed the students to keep drawing and then turned to Shang, asking if he knew that blacksmiths could create anything. Shang opened his mouth in surprise, but Icy stepped in, explaining how the boy had been kidnapped by demons. Ashton, understanding the situation, nodded and began to explain the work of human blacksmiths. For clarity, he stepped up to a raised platform where a sword was embedded in the ground. He retrieved a stylus that emitted a faint green glow. Suddenly, the stylus's brightness increased dramatically, and it began to grow until it was as large as a foot-long staff. Shang's eyes widened in proportion to the growing size of the stylus. When the stylus was larger than the sword itself, the teacher rested it on the floor and began to sketch on the surface. Within moments, an exact replica of the sword appeared on the ground. When Master Martin finished the drawing, he sharply commanded, "Wake up!" Rays of light spread from the tip of the stylus along the sword's outline. To Shang's astonishment, the light solidified into metal, transforming the drawing into a real sword in seconds. As if summoned, the newly forged blade leaped toward Martin. The teacher caught the sword with his free hand and explained that this was how people crafted masterpieces. Shang was so stunned he could barely find words to describe his reaction, but he managed to ask if such creation was possible with anything. The master stepped down from the platform and nodded, explaining that it all depended on the supply of gold alloy crystals. Fascinated, Chang inquired whether the creation process required magic. The teacher clarified that blacksmithing is a craft, not magic. Chung wondered if even a gun could be created this way. He then asked aloud if using these crystals involved ultimate power. Master Martin smiled and said that the magic was inherent in the crystals themselves, making them usable even by children. However, he added that crystals vary. The ones in his stylus could create things out of thin air. From this, Sheng Yang inferred that the stylus was almost omnipotent and asked if it could be used to create ultimate power. Master Ashton laughed heartily in response. However, the students weren't amused. Many began grumbling that ultimate strength was a joke and irrelevant to blacksmithing. Sheng Yang was slightly taken aback, but Icy nudged his arm and whispered that most of the people present were empty stumps, so it was best not to upset them with talk of strength. Chung was rather pleased with this insight. Moments later, he was kneeling before Ashton Martin, begging to be accepted as his student. The master raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if Chiang truly wanted to become a blacksmith. With complete sincerity and confidence, Chiang affirmed his desire, noting that he was just an empty stump like the others. Within minutes, Chiang was confidently working with a pencil in his sketchbook. His test piece was a portrait of the fencing instructor, Mrs. Drona. The apprentice blacksmiths gathered around admired the drawing, impressed by how lifelike Drona appeared. After finishing, Chiang handed the portrait to the teacher. Master Martin glanced at the drawing and remarked that Chiang had talent beyond the minimum required for admission. Even Icy was astonished by Chiang's drawing skills. The boy told Icy that it was the small things that mattered, then turned to the teacher, saying that the small things were his only real skill. The teacher placed his hands behind his back and replied sincerely that while the craft might not be as esteemed as magic or swordsmanship, master blacksmiths were in high demand. Enchanted by the validation of his talents, Chang assured the teacher that the craft was just as important as any other art. Creating things just by drawing them was incredibly impressive. The boy was suddenly interrupted by a bespectacled student who outlined 3 key rules of blacksmithing. The first rule was to craft items solely for the benefit of people. The second rule prohibited the theft of materials for creation, while the third rule forbade making living entities, focusing only on inanimate objects. Upon hearing these rules, Sheng Yang realized that the teacher possessed a genuinely wise and kind nature, as the rules were both logical and humane. Sheng Yang was convinced that Mr. Martin would make a superb mentor and again knelt before him, pleading to be accepted as a student. The teacher came to Sheng Yang's aid once more, mentioning that the boy was a friend of the White Dragon commander, and the young Lord Goro would greatly value the support. Even the faculty students began to request him. Specifically, the bespectacled student noted that the newcomer was exceptionally talented and had a pleasant demeanor. The teacher stated that he didn't require any recommendations, as he couldn't forgive himself for missing out on such a talented student. He then produced a quill from his pocket, which was actually a spirit crystal stiletto, an essential tool for all beginners. Upon receiving the tool, Chung was ecstatic. He felt he had finally found his place in this unique world. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the royal palace, where the king's throne stood in an empty hall with the regent's tools. Lord Angus turned to the king, inquiring about their next course of action, as it was the right time to make a move. At that moment, 2 figures appeared in the open doorway to the throne room, interrupting the conversation. The newcomers were a father and son duo, known as Guru. The king was pleased to see the mentor. Data Guru, however, was resolute, and immediately inquired if Regent Tollus had truly suggested executing the Minister of Agriculture and the commander of the Ash Dragon Division. The imperial leader turned to the regent, questioning why he had proposed such an unusual idea. Crossing his arms, Tollus explained that he had received reliable information from his spies who were tracking illegal demon devices. He then accused the Minister of Agriculture of these offenses. Tollus also provided evidence that the commander of the Ash Dragon Division was involved in selling army supplies to the demons. According to the kingdom's laws, the unauthorized transfer of provisions to an enemy state was punishable by a century of imprisonment. Goro disagreed with the regent, noting that the eastern lands were severely affected by drought, and they had intended to offer assistance for the sake of peace. Helping the Easterners, according to Lord Goro, would not only provide immediate support but also foster future friendly relations. The regent opposed this view, believing that the majority of the Eastern population lacked the ability to think critically and that peace with them was unnecessary. Additionally, the regent pointed out that the king himself had not been informed about this situation. The imperial leader objected, stating that there was no time for deliberation or bureaucratic procedures, as each passing day could result in more deaths. The regent was unimpressed by this argument, viewing demons as fundamentally inferior beings. Ignoring Tollus, Lord Goro attempted to appeal directly to the king. However, the regent interrupted and ordered the prisoners to be brought in. A pair of chained demons entered the hall, each carrying black boxes. They were accompanied by Lord Saito, who reported that he had captured the demons while they were receiving supplies from their own army. Goro now recognized the envoys among them, including Master Mocha, the sword god, and Commander-in-Chief Baru. The imperial leader was puzzled by why these renowned demons accepted the regent's proposal and participated in the conspiracy against the minister and the commander of the Ash Dragons. His question remained unanswered as Regent Tolls ordered the black boxes opened, revealing the severed heads of the minister and commander. The young king was so shocked by the sight that he nearly toppled from his throne, clearly unprepared for such an outcome. The regent addressed the young king, saying he understood the king's inherent goodness and had taken on the grim task of handling the unpleasant work for him. According to the regent's plan, Commander Sato was to take over the Ash Dragon Division and lead an assault on the eastern territories with the forces of the two laws. This news surprised not only the king but also the two demons who had surrendered to save themselves at Angus's behest. Abruptly, Lord Sato, the commander of the Black Dragon Division, yanked on the chains and snapped the necks of Moksha and Baru without even glancing at them. Tolls remarked that he had made no such promises to them, but it was within the king's power to grant them mercy. General Baru commented that he had always viewed humans as the most deceitful beings due to their hearts being shrouded in darkness. Lord Goro was distraught by the unexpected turn of events. He pleaded with the king to avoid escalating tensions between the two races. The king, however, had no time to consider his mentor's plea, as Sato suddenly loosened his grip and freed the demons. Smokey, whose eyes had long been burning with rage, now exhibited a blaze of intense power. He confronted Angus, accusing the regent of waging war against his people. Driven by a desire for vengeance, the demon targeted the young king as the focus of his retribution. With a powerful leap, the sword god closed the gap to the throne in an instant and prepared to deliver a deadly blow. Suddenly, his blazing blade encountered resistance from Goro's steel sword. The young man, unfazed by the impact, calmly declared that he would not tolerate any disrespect towards the king. With those words, he drove his sword into the demon. The last words the renowned Moki heard were from an officer telling him he was unworthy of the title of sword god, as he was about to perish at the hands of an ordinary man. Lord Sato approached the terrified king, inquiring about his well-being. In the next moment, with a swift strike, Sato severed Master Moksha's head. It was only then that Goro realized the entire sequence of events was part of a meticulously orchestrated plan involving capture, audience, and execution. Angus Tolls responded to his guests with a smile. Meanwhile, a chill swept through the streets of the capital, and Shangri-La took notice. Unexpectedly, the main character spotted a portal in the middle of the street, resembling those seen in video games. He immediately asked a chill about the destination of these portals. The soldier explained that these portals were used by students to reach dormitories in the eastern and northern parts of the academy. The eastern dormitory offered slightly better living conditions but was more expensive, whereas the northern dormitory was less secure and thus cheaper. It became evident to Chiang that the districts were divided into affluent and impoverished areas. The soldier added that every student was required to live on campus. Jia didn't mind this arrangement. Despite his friendship with the surfaces, he occasionally felt that the commander viewed him with a hint of suspicion. He thanked the chill and tossed him a small coin, telling the soldier he was free to go. The knight then pulled out a key to a room in the eastern dormitory from his pocket. He handed the key to Shang and mentioned that the soldiers had been instructed to either arrange for Chiang's stay or return him if any issues arose. The main character felt a deep sense of gratitude and promised to search for Goro Jr. when he reached the Demon Land. Meanwhile, the focus shifted to Daida and his father Goro as they made their way back to the royal palace. Daida asked his father what the chances were that the king would heed their request. Goro Sr.'s response was disheartening, noting that the minister and the general were among the king's trusted allies, including some of his most reliable personnel. Despite this, Goro Sr. was resolute in his determination to prove the regent wrong. As they neared the palace, the White Dragon soldiers, who served as the king's guard, greeted their commanders with enthusiasm. Ephesus requested that the king be informed of Goro's presence, to which the soldier replied that the king was already expecting his mentor. Daida saw this as a positive sign, suggesting that the king was indeed anticipating their visit. Father and son hurried inside, but the guards stopped them, informing them that the king was currently occupied with Lord Goro, speaking face to face. Daida automatically asked if this was the king's direct order, and upon receiving confirmation, he waited outside while his father went in. Goro entered the room to find it empty and dark. However, someone was still present. The regent appeared behind him and informed him that the king was engaged in horse riding lessons. Angus Tolls then spoke in a deliberately composed manner, expressing his hope that the morning's events had not unduly distressed the Lord Tutor. Hours passed, and the royal palace's servants and guards began lighting lanterns. Suffices began to feel uneasy, and his intuition was soon confirmed when he sensed someone's breath behind him. The boy turned to find Commander Sato and immediately asked what he was doing there. Sato began by stating that he had always led his division into battle with courage, but then questioned if Suffices realized that the division was loyal to the king, not him. The White Dragon commander responded that his squad was always tasked with protecting the king, regardless of whom they were ultimately loyal to. Sato replied that the king was too young to lead the guards effectively, meaning that the regent actually held control over them. As Suffices glanced at his soldiers, he saw them with their heads bowed, which seemed to affirm Sato's claims. Lord Goro felt a growing sense of danger and instinctively moved toward the door. Sato noticed this action and warned that it could be life-threatening. Suffices demanded to know if his father was in danger. Instead of answering, the Black Dragon commander covered his eyes and began to laugh maniacally. Sato reveled in his power, noting that the regent controlled the situation and that there was no need to kill Lord Goro immediately. He made this statement with a sword pressed to Goro's throat, prompting Suffices to ask about their intentions. Sato mockingly said that at this moment, Goro was merely a human, not an imperial leader, and thus Suffices had no authority over anyone. Sato continued to feign innocence, questioning why a celebrated hero like Suffices would be rude to a simple commander who was merely being friendly. The White Dragon Knight was serious, declaring that anyone who attacked his father must pay with their life. With a smile, the Black Dragon commander assured him that his concerns were misplaced, as the regent was merely demonstrating the true state of affairs in the capital to Lord Goro. Sato then turned his back, advising Suffices to relax, since the imperial leader was currently safe. However, Sato suddenly turned around, his smile vanishing. He sharply expressed a keen interest in seeing Suffices attempt to kill him. The scene then shifted to the eastern dormitory, where Chiang was settling in. Comparing the academy's facilities to those of his previous schools, he realized that the academy's amenities were far superior. Using the key, he opened the door to find Isabella putting on her nightgown, seemingly expecting his arrival. The boy covered his eyes and asked what she was doing in his room. Surprisingly, no attack followed, leaving Chiang puzzled. He inquired about what was happening. Isabella responded that he had seen her in more compromising situations before, so this was not an issue. Chiang mentioned that this arrangement might be part of Suffices' plan to have them housed together. Isabella admitted that she didn't fully understand their motives, but noted that their treatment was quite good, as everything necessary had been prepared. By necessary, she referred to the bag of gold coins on the table. Chiang examined the coins and commented that they might not be enough. Isabella suggested that a bit of food would suffice. Holding the coin, the boy mentioned that they were near the central square and could easily escape. The girl responded that escaping was impossible due to the academy's stringent surveillance, which would quickly alert everyone to their departure. She had learned from the magic teacher that the northern and eastern campuses were surrounded by a force field that even the Uchitel could not breach. This force field was designed to protect the students from the outside world and vice versa, keeping the outside world safe from the students if necessary. Consequently, Isabella explained that her plan was to remain at the academy until her strength was restored. After all, only the strongest could lead the demon clan, so it made no sense for her to return in a weakened state, as a weak leader would never be accepted. Shang agreed it sounded harsh, but reassured her that she needn't worry, as he would support her. He promised to take her home, eliminate the traitors, and restore her to her rightful place as queen, noting that he had found his ideal profession in blacksmithing, which he believed would make him all-powerful. Isabella looked at him with a mix of disbelief and hope. The boy smiled and inquired about her progress and choices. The girl explained that regaining her strength would be a lengthy process, so she decided to study at 2 faculties simultaneously, a decision accepted by both teachers. Shang then flopped onto the bed and remarked that being a mage and swordsman sounded impressive. Isabella commented that the idea of a mage swordsman seemed nonsensical. Shang clarified that a mage swordsman was someone who wielded both magic and a sword, and asked if they had practiced such a combination before. Isabella considered this and admitted that it did sound intriguing. Suddenly, she turned to him and asked what he was doing on her bed. The young man responded that it wasn't her bed but theirs, as they were husband and wife. Isabella lowered her gaze and explained that the reason for this arrangement was because she had repeatedly said they were married. The boy noticed a hint of shyness in her voice, which he found quite appealing as it contrasted sharply with her usual aloof attitude. He rested his hands behind his head and mentioned that he was trying to shield her from the unsavory characters who eyed her with inappropriate interest. The girl expressed her gratitude, her words seeming genuinely heartfelt. However, shortly after, a sword's blade appeared threateningly close to his face. The protagonist's scream of terror seemed just as genuine. He wondered if death would separate them so soon, but Isabella did not find the remark amusing and curtly instructed him to get out of bed. The boy spent the remainder of the night on the floor, fiddling with his magic stylus. He pondered throughout the night about the possible creations he could make with it. When the morning sun's first light stirred Isabella awake, she found a female figure on her bed with her back turned. She seized the sword, held it to the stranger's head, and demanded to know what she was doing there. The stranger remained silent. As Isabella moved closer, she realized the figure was actually a stone statue, her own stone statue. Bewildered, she scanned the room, only to find that her confusion deepened. The floor was littered with peculiar stone sculptures of unclear shapes. Among them were models of a computer, a refrigerator, a machine gun, and a smartphone. Although Isabella had no idea how she recognized these items, she deduced they were the work of her clueless husband. Overwhelmed by the scene, the girl buried her face in her hands, attributing the bizarre situation to her own exhaustion from the previous night. Isabella changed her clothes and ventured into the corridor. As she descended the stairs, she heard shocked and frightened cries emanating from the hall. In the center of the hall stood a life-size stone car. Isabella could easily guess its creator. Her attention was abruptly diverted by new screams, causing her to glance away. The hall was dominated by a massive stone transformer, towering 3 to 4 human heights. Isabella frowned, realizing her husband was in for a serious discussion. Meanwhile, at the blacksmithing department, all the students and Master Martin were ready for class, but still waiting for the newcomer, Chang. Moto, a bespectacled student, suggested going to fetch him, but the teacher decided to begin the class without him. Suddenly, a loud scream and an equally loud screech disrupted the class. The scream came from Chiang, who was apologizing for his tardiness. The screeching noise was caused by a wooden bicycle that had surprised the onlookers. The spectators were left in stunned silence. Teacher Ashton was the first to recover and asked Chiang what the commotion was about. Following this, a flurry of surprised exclamations and questions were directed at the boy. Everyone was curious about the nature of the strange contraption. Chiang had to come up with an explanation. Standing proudly next to his creation, he introduced it as a bicycle or pedal bike. Martin examined the bicycle and remarked that, although he had experienced horse-drawn carriages and steam engines, this was his first encounter with a human-powered vehicle. Meanwhile, students eagerly lined up, clamoring to be the first to ride the bicycle. As Chiang was deciding who should get the first ride, he heard a creak. Teacher Ashton had taken it upon himself to test the invention. The man expressed regret and admitted that he was unable to control himself. No one raised any objections. As he placed his foot on the pedal, the teacher asked Yang how to use the device. The boy grabbed the teacher's hand, offering to help him balance. Chang then explained that he should start by pedaling with his right foot, followed by his left. It proved challenging, and the teacher started to tip over, but the boy reassured him that it would become easier after the initial difficulties. To succeed, it was important to apply enough force, find a balance point, and gain some speed. After saying this, Chang released the teacher's hand, allowing him to ride on his own. Master Martin sped down the street, shouting to Chiang that he must have learned how to drive the vehicle. Chiang stood with pride, pleased with both his invention and his student, and began envisioning new creations. Suddenly, the inventor was faced with a difficult question. Mr. Ashton wanted to know how to stop the bicycle. This was a problem because Chiang had forgotten to include brakes. He instructed to stop pedaling. Unfortunately, it was too late. The bicycle came to a halt when it collided with a tree and a wall. The teacher was now sitting under a tree, rubbing his sore forehead and apologizing for the damage to the invention. The child looked especially disheartened as he gazed at the damaged bicycle and the ruined invention. The teacher also offered his apologies to him. However, Chang assured everyone that he would design a new, even better model. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces, including Master Martin's, brightened with excitement. The teacher requested to start the work immediately, but there was a problem. The boy had already used up all the crystals. Enthusiasm was replaced by genuine astonishment. No one could understand how all the materials had been used up in just one evening when there was enough for an entire house. Chang smiled sheepishly and explained that he had been experimenting with the stylus during the night. Naturally, he couldn't reveal the true nature of his experiments. The stylus could materialize anything he imagined, requiring only a sketch to bring it to life. In his dreams, the boy envisioned a new world filled with inventions from his time, but he needed more high-quality crystals for this. The initial transfer allowed the creation of items only with the available stock, with no additional resources. His first attempt was a smartphone, but it was non-functional because Chiang lacked the knowledge of its inner workings. He realized that creating a functional phone was not as simple as he had thought. The same issue occurred with a television, a refrigerator, and a car. All of these inventions turned out to be ineffective. Additionally, he discovered that the stylus could only create stone-based objects, which briefly dampened his spirits. Meanwhile, Master Martin interrupted the boy's thoughts, asking what had become of all the experimental projects he had been working on all night. Chung smiled and said he couldn't share details. He admitted he had reached a dead end with his experiments. Following this, the teacher and students headed into the blacksmithing class. In the auditorium, a portrait of a handsome young man with long golden hair was displayed on the wall. Beneath the portrait was a safe from which the master retrieved a suitcase filled with crystals. The man took the stylus from Xiangyang and added one of the crystals to it. He then returned to the other students, informing them that the supply of stone was dwindling and requested that they use it more conservatively. In contrast, Chiang was not concerned with saving resources. He was already planning his next experiments with the stylus in hand. Meanwhile, the teacher urged the students to practice drawing more, emphasizing that this was essential for improving their skills. He explained that the lesson would focus on understanding the differences in properties and uses of various types of gold alloy crystals. The students fell silent, with the dreamy Chiang taking a seat on the bench, and began to pay close attention. Teacher Ashton opened his bag once more. The briefcase mechanisms clicked open, revealing 4 styluses arranged on a red pad. The mechanisms continued to move, and the pad transformed into a shelf, which revealed another row of styluses and a small box filled with tiny crystals. Once the sack was fully opened, the teacher asked if the students knew why smiths had started embedding crystals inside the styluses. Moto raised his hand and explained that there were 2 reasons. The power of the stones was too strong, and they were harmful to the smiths. This answer was correct. The teacher then recounted his visit to the dwarves 2 decades earlier. The dwarves had improved his design by integrating a crystal into a large blacksmith's hammer, which was both beautiful and effective, but rather cumbersome. This experience led the master to consider how to embed the stone into something more compact, which eventually led him to the idea of creating objects simply by drawing them. However, Chiang wanted more information and asked where the gold alloy crystals themselves came from. The teacher explained that the alloy material was mined from mines on the eastern outskirts of the capital, so all the crystals were locally sourced. Moto raised his hand again, mentioning that he had heard a gold dragon resided in those mines. The teacher confirmed this and added that it is one of the most dangerous dragons, meaning the crystals obtained from it are somewhat perilous. Hearing this, Chang thought that slaying the dragon might yield an enormous amount of crystals. However, the teacher continued, explaining that the task of extracting this stone was fully managed by the Purple Dragon Division. This division was responsible for gathering, cleaning, and selling the stone. He held up a pebble and mentioned that its value was over 10 gold coins. The students were astonished, realizing that such a substantial sum was carried by the teacher daily. Shania turned to Moto and inquired about what could be bought with 1 gold coin. Moto answered that 1 gold coin could be exchanged for 10 silver coins. Chang was more interested in how much food could be purchased with this money, so he asked about it. Moto's expression became serious as he explained that 1 coin could buy 50 bags of food, with each bag lasting a person for a month. Chang calculated in his head that 1 coin could provide 50 people with food for a month. As Chang pondered this, the teacher added that these crystals were of the lowest quality, with a medium-level stone costing about 50 coins each. A medium-level stone was made from 3 lower-level crystals combined by magic, making it 3 times more powerful. For blacksmiths, the primary benefit of such stones was their higher selling price, as they were not significantly more effective than ordinary crystals for blacksmithing. Higher-level gold alloy crystals were kept separately, and the master had 3 of them. Such stones could only be found, not created by magic, and they were extremely costly. The teacher pointed to one of the crystals, explaining that the sea wave-colored one was called the Aqua Magic Stone and was valued at 100 gold coins. This stone combined the properties of wood and water, allowing it to transform any wood into high-quality material. The purple crystal, known as Lilac Thunder, contained electrical particles. It could cut, shrink, and calibrate objects, and it was worth 300 gold coins. The red stone was called the Fire Crystal, which had the elements of fire and metal. It could turn things into metal and cost 500 gold coins. After hearing this, the students viewed Teacher Ashton as an incredibly wealthy individual. The master continued, noting that these stones were rarely used. Only very wealthy mages who had exhausted their power occasionally adorned their staffs with them. The fire crystal allowed the casting of fireballs, lilac thunder could summon thunderstorms, and aqua magic could create tsunamis. The main character absorbed this information, realizing that these stones enabled magic use even for those without extreme strength. The teacher then introduced the true treasure, the Stone of the Pale Moon, which was embedded in his own stylus. This crystal was extremely rare, and Ashton Martin was currently the only living owner of one. The students eagerly speculated about its value. Meanwhile, Chang contemplated the potential of this stone, which did not require materials to create. Master Ashton then began recounting his youth when he studied with the dwarves and received the Pale Moonstone from them. The dwarves were typically reserved and reluctant to interact with other races. However, they recognized Ashton's extraordinary thirst for knowledge and accepted him as a student. During his training, he earned the dwarves' friendship and trust, and contributed to the invention of a new forging method. The dwarves had only 4 of these stones, but one was given to him. With the Stone of the Pale Moon, Master Martin later created the Wall of Ayers and other fortifications for the capital. The students were captivated by the teacher's story, but Chiang realized that the dwarves were far more powerful than demons. The teacher concluded by explaining that while the stone's power was immense, it drew energy from the user's mind rather than from materials. A student raised her hand and asked why the stone did not seem to affect Teacher Ashton himself. Moto answered, pointing to the portrait on the wall, and explained that the teacher had paid a very high price for it. Other students, particularly the new ones, inquired about the person in the portrait and whether he had done something wrong to the teacher. Moto looked at them in surprise and clarified that the man in the portrait was actually the teacher from 10 years ago. Some students were skeptical, saying that the only similarity was in the eyebrows, but Master Ashton confirmed that it was indeed him. A profound silence fell over the classroom. Meanwhile, at the Guru estate, Ephesus waited for his father at the main entrance. The boy was flustered as a carriage arrived and entered the yard. The carriage door opened and Lauda stepped out with difficulty. Ephesus rushed to his father, catching him just before he collapsed to the ground. Sir Ephesus asked anxiously if his father was hurt. But the imperial leader merely pushed his son aside and lamented that everything was lost and over. The young man was unable to recognize his father, sensing that something was clearly wrong with him. The scene shifts to the Academy's training hall, where Isabella, also known as Yeb, stood blindfolded in the center of the room with a sword in hand. 3 arrows were shot at her, but Isabella instinctively deflected them with her sword. Moments later, 3 more arrows flew from the other side, but Isabella was prepared. She gracefully avoided them with a pirouette. Mrs. Dorona approached, praised Isabella, and removed her blindfold. Despite the praise, Isabella felt exhausted by the exercise, which was unusual for her. The teacher noticed a cut on Isabella's hand, revealing that one of the arrows had indeed struck her. Despite this, Mrs. Dorona encouraged Isabella to continue training, noting that she was progressing faster than her peers. Isabella vowed to train even harder. After several hours of intense practice, as evening fell, the girl returned to her dormitory. Upon opening the door to her room, she was startled to find both teachers, Drona and Essie, standing inside. Bewildered, Isabella asked what they were doing there, but the teachers remained silent and unmoving. She touched one of them and realized they were statues. Xiang Ye, who was sketching something on the floor, emerged from behind the door and asked if the statues were satisfactory. The girl inquired how he managed to make them so lifelike. Chang explained that the secret was using dye. Ye returned to his drawings, mentioning that in the future, she would create many things beyond her current imagination. Isabella picked up a piece of paper from the floor, which had a sketch of a mechanism whose purpose was unclear to her. Seeing this, Chang noted that the blueprint had been given to him by Master Martin, who had brought it from the dwarves. With a mischievous grin, the boy mentioned that the dwarves were more skilled than demons and were already using steam engines. His smile turned smug as he boasted that the teacher had recognized his experimental flair and thus given him some valuable blueprints. Instead of receiving applause, he got a sharp kick in the backside. Isabella had a different perspective and questioned whether the boy was concerned about betraying himself by creating such things. Sheng was puzzled by what he should fear. She grabbed his ear and asked about the statue he had made the previous day, wondering if he had ever seen anyone with such a lascivious expression as depicted in the sculpture. The boy began to make excuses, claiming he was merely practicing and animating his drawings. The girl pointed to the sculptures of female teachers and asked why he had made those. Sheng explained that he was experimenting with color. Unimpressed by his explanation, she grabbed him by the collar with one hand and smudged his face with the other. The next day, Chang rode his bicycle with a face of various shades of purple, but his thoughts were focused on the steam engine. He intended to revise the design and develop his own mechanism, such as a combat robot. Then Isabella would truly see his worth. As he approached the faculty, Xiangyang noticed a commotion among a crowd of noisy students and asked what was happening. Moto emerged from the crowd and informed him that Master Martin had gone to the gold alloy mine. He then recounted their adventure from the previous day. The night before, a group of blacksmiths had gone to the Purple Dragon base to purchase stones, only to find that prices had risen drastically. The commandant of the Violet Dragons had welcomed the delegation by announcing that prices had tripled. However, he then generously offered a discount for Master Martin, proposing to sell the crystals at twice the usual price instead of 3 times. Master Martin was furious, asserting that the gold crystal alloy was essential for both the blacksmiths and the kingdom. The other blacksmiths agreed with him. The teacher added that the Purple Dragon commander had set the prices himself and had promised that they would remain stable. In response, the commandant explained that the previous commander had been accused of treason, so it was not wise to trust his authority. He argued that Martin, having been away from the heart of the kingdom, might not be aware of the ongoing wars and the need for funds. The commandant then suggested that the blacksmiths raise their service prices to cover the increased cost of the stones if they could not manage the higher prices. Moto concluded the story by explaining that this situation prompted the teacher to visit the mine personally. Changba expressed his concern, asking if it was true since Moto had mentioned the dangerous creatures in the mine and questioned whether the teacher could handle them alone. The students admitted they had never seen Master Martin in combat, and Moto added that he would likely struggle against a dragon. The students started discussing the unfair prices and the teacher's sacrifice again, but Changba interrupted, urging them to stop the teacher. He decided to consult the magic and swordsmanship teachers, but Moto informed him that they were not available. All the academy teachers were at the annual spring hunt, where the king traditionally gave instructions for the educational process. Changba despaired, questioning why this had to happen on this particular day. However, he had a backup plan and decided to find some other solution. This plan also failed, as Moto reported that the White Dragon was in charge of organizing the hunt. Changya was enraged. He couldn't bear the thought of someone as important as Teacher Ashton getting hurt. Suddenly, a new problem arose for the students as the streets and walls began to tremble as if during an earthquake. The boys looked around and saw Eli walking down the street, carrying a massive stone boulder on his shoulders. Eli smiled at passers-by and approached the faculty gate, where he dropped the stone on the ground. He cleared his throat and announced that this boulder was their supply for the upcoming month. Moto was the first to react, quickly assuring Eli that the teacher would return soon and pay for the boulder. Eli responded that he wasn't concerned about the payment because he trusted the teacher. As Eli prepared to leave, Changya stopped him abruptly and suggested he could earn even more money. However, Changya first needed to purchase gold alloy crystals of the highest 6th level. Everyone looked at him as if he were strange, and only Moto asked why he needed those crystals. An hour later, the scene shifts to a checkpoint a kilometer from the mine, guarded by the Purple Dragon soldiers. Several soldiers were sitting at a table when one asked how Master Martin had reached the mine. The soldier with a chipped tooth responded that Martin had likely walked straight into danger. Another soldier suggested that, as an academy teacher, Martin might have some special skills, but the toothless soldier sneered, saying he still wouldn't get past them. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a sharp, unfamiliar sound. They turned to see a strange creature rushing towards them. The creature in question was actually Chiangya's creation, a car. The soldiers had no way of recognizing it. They could only watch as the car smashed through a wooden fence and almost knocked over their table. The soldiers scattered, convinced they were under attack by a mysterious beast, and decided to immediately report the incident to their commander. Shangyaya was driving with Isabella, Moto, and Eli as passengers. The boys felt uneasy about the high speed. Moto inquired if the vehicle was built from the steam engine blueprints. Changya confirmed and mentioned he had enhanced it by making it electric. Moto was astonished, realizing that Shung must have used the Lilac Thunder for this modification. Changya then grew serious and asked everyone to help him rescue Master Martin. The others advised Changya to focus on driving, but he was confident in his skills. Meanwhile, the story shifts back several hours to Master Martin's arrival at the Gold Crystal Alloy Mine's entrance. Master Martin approached the 4 guards stationed there. The guards questioned his presence, and Martin introduced himself as a blacksmithing teacher from the Honor Academy, stating he was there to collect crystals for his students. The soldiers objected, explaining that their commander had decreed that only Purple Dragon soldiers were allowed to collect stones from the mine. Despite the soldiers' protests, Martin continued forward. After some internal debate, they decided not to stop him, figuring that a single person's attempt would likely fail. Master Ashton entered the cave, lit a magical flame, and proceeded deeper into the mine. After navigating through several tunnels, Master Ashton spotted the crystal reflections on the cave ceiling and realized there was plenty of supply, making the inflated prices seem entirely unjustified. Suddenly, there was a commotion around the corner. A massive, horned, insect-like creature, known locally as an earth dragon, appeared before him. The creature bared its fangs and lunged at Master Ashton, who stood his ground, unflinching. Meanwhile, the vehicle sped down the edge of the quarry. In a few minutes, they reached the cave entrance. The passengers disembarked, and Changya deduced from the absence of Master Ashton that he had already entered the cave. Not everyone was comfortable with the car journey. Isabella looked pale and admitted that the ride had shaken her confidence in motor vehicles. Eli, on the other hand, was red-faced and clutching his stomach, seated on the step. When asked if he was all right, Eli said he just needed a moment to recover. Changya left Eli and Isabella to their rest and turned to Yi Bei, inquiring about how to handle earth dragons. Yi Bei explained that demons typically made a tasty stew from earth dragons. This answer lifted Changya's spirits, and he smiled, ready to find Master Martin. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from deep within the cave. Moments later, a cloud of sand and smoke surged from the cave, nearly toppling the group. As the smoke and dust began to settle, they heard the creaking of a small cart, and soon saw a figure emerging from the haze. It was none other than Master Ashton, pushing a cart full of crystals, though he didn't appear as he usually did. Seeing Master Ashton, Changya was stunned. The teacher's right hand had been transformed into a strange weapon. Master Ashton noticed the academy students and questioned why they were not in class. Ignoring the question, Moto asked if the teacher was all right. The master assured them he was fine, unlike the numerous earth dragons that now lay dead in the cave behind him. Regaining his composure, Changya pointed at the teacher's hand and asked if it was a fire cannon. Master Ashton clarified that it was not a cannon, but a steam ejector, an invention from the dwarves. Moto admired the ejector, but was even more impressed by the cart full of crystals, noting that it meant they wouldn't need to buy crystals from the army anymore. The teacher confirmed this, but mentioned that the crystals needed to be polished first. Eli suggested that the academy's grinding shop could handle that task. Changya interrupted, saying that the teacher had already considered this. However, Changya suspected that the master grinder might be in league with the Purple Dragon. Master Ashton confirmed this suspicion, and Isabella noticed approaching guests. A large group of Purple Dragon soldiers surrounded them. The soldiers seemed intent on keeping the crystals for themselves. Leading them was Master Grinder Yalu, who congratulated Master Ashton on his bravery for entering Purple Dragon territory. Ashton admitted that collecting crystals was a risky task, but noted that the only threat had been the earth dragons, which he had dealt with easily. However, his tone shifted as he accused Yalu of inflating prices and deceiving people. He criticized Yalu for setting such a high price on a low-grade stone, despite the kingdom's efforts over decades to secure their own resources. Ashton threatened to report Yalu to the king and cancel the supply contracts with the purple dragon. Yalu just smiled and questioned how they planned to polish the crystals if the king permitted it. Ashton admitted he hadn't learned the finer points of stone working from the dwarves. Chang stepped in, suggesting that they could still consult the dwarves and questioned if the war was truly the reason for the price increase. Yalu recognized Chang as a serious challenger and was called a greedy scoundrel responsible for the capital's inflation. Despite the criticism, Yalu remained unbothered, stating that public opinion didn't concern him since powerful figures backed his business. Master Yalu then ordered the purple dragon soldiers to attack. As Ashton readied the ejector, he expressed regret for putting everyone at risk. Chiang, Ye, and Moto reassured him they would protect him, acknowledging their own responsibility for assembling such a large group. While the main characters were discussing their plan, the soldiers launched their attack. Chiang instructed Eli and Yi Bei to remember their battle plan. Eli confirmed they needed to ensure Chiang had enough space to maneuver. Isabella moved silently through the enemy ranks, skillfully scattering them with her sword. Eli quickly joined the battle, concentrating to harness his full strength and execute a shockwave maneuver. Meanwhile, the steam ejector ignited, allowing Master Ashton to throw several soldiers aside. Within seconds, the initial wave of enemies crashed into them like a tidal wave, causing the rest to panic. Moto watched with pleasure, first observing the teacher, and then Sheng Ya, who managed to make a draw even under such conditions. When asked by the boy, the protagonist mentioned that he had a feeling blacksmithing would soon become the academy's main focus. Meanwhile, Eli was serious. One hand was surrounded by wind energy, and the other by lightning power. He raised his arms and let out a battle cry. The energy around him swirled and began lifting the unfortunate enemies into the air. This was his special technique. Isabel wielded her heavy blade with force, slashing around her until her weapon was drenched in blood. As Eli prepared for his next move, he suddenly felt something underfoot. Looking down, he saw he had stepped in a green substance. The substance began to wrap around his lower leg. The source was magical green smoke conjured by Master Yalu behind the boy. The smoke transformed into spheres and flew towards Eli. The young man turned sharply and managed to deflect the spheres, but the danger persisted. The smoke regrouped and began encircling Eli from all directions. Soon, Eli was enveloped in the green mass. Despite this, he tried to use his hot fist technique to break free, but the substance resisted the fire. Noting the ineffectiveness of Eli's attempts, the master whispered that the slime came from his own hands and that fire wouldn't affect it. With that, the master launched several new purple spheres toward the boy. However, these were intercepted by Master Martin, who used his device to block them. The corrosive nature of this slime quickly damaged the teacher's device, causing it to fall from his grasp. Martin questioned why Yalu had gone to such lengths. The master smirked and reminded himself of his promise to kill them. Just then, he felt a sharp pain in his leg. In the next moment, Yi Bei stood before him, gazing somberly at her sword. Amidst Chang Ye and Moto's excited cheers, Master Yalu spat a stream of mucus at her, but she dodged effortlessly. The grinder then became enveloped in slime and vanished. Isabella looked on in astonishment at the pool of green liquid left in Yalu's place. Moments later, Yalu reappeared, not alone but with a dozen clones, taunting them and challenging them to find the real one. Isabella realized the situation was dire, as magic would be ineffective against him. Meanwhile, each clone of Yalu equipped themselves with corrosive purple layers and readied for an assault. The tension was high. Moto began to prepare himself for the worst, thinking about his mother's future when Xiang Ye suddenly announced everything was ready. No one understood what he meant as the ground around the heroes began to shake. Neither Master Ashton nor Master Yalu could determine if it was an earthquake or a storm. Suddenly, stone blocks flew toward the boy who was hunched over the drawing. Within moments, they had completely buried the boy beneath them. Poor Moto had already started mourning his friend. However, the calamity didn't deter Yalu. Instead, he saw it as the perfect opportunity to launch an attack. Toxic sludge began falling from the sky onto the heroes in purple rain. Shanghai's strategy proved successful. During this period, he managed to finish and construct a steam gun. From a small gap in the stone grave, a metallic hand emerged and fired the first shot. A scorching stream of steam surged toward the heroes aimed at Yalu. The grinding teacher himself was unharmed, as he had placed a mucus shield in front of him. However, his soldiers suffered greatly. The steam stream cleared away the slime clumps and began to corrode the armor of those soldiers Yalu hadn't protected. Although he didn't care much about his regular troops, Yalu was quite surprised by the unfamiliar weapon. Like everyone else present, all eyes turned to the pile of stones, but the hand that fired the shot remained hidden deep within the cave. Instead, Elena's eyes suddenly gleamed in the darkness between the stones. Moto yelled that it must be an earth dragon, But Master Martin intervened. He knew what needed to be done. Master Martin's prediction was correct. The stone mound shifted, revealing a large red mechanical leg beneath the debris. Even Isabella was taken aback. Master Yalu concluded that someone from the demon race was confronting them. Their astonishment was understandable as they faced a massive combat robot. Of course, only Chiang was familiar with such a term. Pleased with himself, the boy settled inside the Iron Man and vowed to show everyone the full might of the fusion between magic and modern technology. The sight of the robot made the purple dragon soldiers nearly ready to surrender. Despite this, Yalu attempted to restrain them, though he himself had little faith in their success. As Yalu reassured the soldiers, Shanghai addressed him directly, remarking that he had become overly confident. The master and his students were thrilled to recognize the main character's voice. Isabella, on the other hand, identified the technologies from another world, which he had previously seen only as stone figurines. Master Martin was equally impressed. Although he had seen moving machines and dwarves before, they were nothing like Chiang's creation. The boy shouted to his friends that he had simply tried to bring his vision to life. He quickly admitted that he had doubted the success of the experiment, so he decided to name his creation Lucky One. The narrative then rewinds 2 minutes to when Shang Ye was finishing the drawing while Moto was saying goodbye to his mother. The sketch was nearly complete, but the main character struggled to recall the mechanism's workings. With no time to ponder, the boy gripped the stylus and began forging. The stone blocks around him shifted and assembled like pieces of a puzzle. In the sketch, the lines started to glow. Chung realized that the robot had come to life and was capable of performing truly astounding feats. The story then returns to the present timeline. Master Yalu regained his composure and decided not to waste energy on his clones. All the clones combined into a single ball of slime above his head. Cursing, Yalu hurled the mass toward Shanghai's robot. Master Yao infused all his malice, hatred, and personal insecurities into the toxic spit, but the robot effortlessly deflected it with its hand, treating it like insignificant child's tears. Xiang brushed off the fabric on the ground and remarked that it was repulsive. Despite this, the grinder didn't give up. He formed a massive ball of purple slime and aimed to poison the robot. Observing the weapon change, Master Ashton warned Xiang to avoid it, as the slime could eat through steel. However, the slime merely coated the robot's body without causing any damage, aside from affecting their morale. Chang smiled and reassured them that Lucky One was not afraid of such attacks because it was made with fire crystal. This revelation shocked Master Yalu and his troops, making them realize that resisting was futile. The boy pulled a lever, and a large mechanical hand swung toward the soldiers. Yalu watched as his soldiers were lifted into the air and scattered across the battlefield. Even though he was frightened, he threatened to find someone who could handle the inventive boy. Isabella ended his threats by placing a sword at his throat. Now, the once formidable teacher began to whine, claiming that mining crystals without permission and attacking a teacher was against the law. At this point, Chiang interrupted, grabbing Yalu by the collar and pointing out that his own fault was similar. As he watched Yalu flail helplessly, the boy noted that Yalu had attacked Mr. Martin first and suggested they speak with the king. Completely distressed, Master Yalu saw the shift in the teacher's demeanor and offered to ally with them, suggesting they could offer him more than the purple dragon. However, Master Yalu was far more afraid of his superiors than Xiangyang was of his robot. He told the boy he clearly had no idea whom he was challenging. At the Toll's residence, a smug Buri sipped wine, boasting that their high status in the kingdom was due to the regent's influence. A blindfolded man, the commandant of the Purple Dragon Division, nodded enthusiastically in agreement. 2 men smiled at him. The first was the red-haired Bushy Tolls, wearing a fur-trimmed uniform, and he was Buri's brother and the regent's son. The second was Puno Tolls, a tall and grim figure in a red cloak. He sat with his arms crossed, his hair disheveled like a hedgehog's. The commandant continued to bow and thank them repeatedly, then instructed to bring the payment. The payment was a chest full of gold, but Buri declared it insufficient. The commandant, horrified, insisted that was all there was, claiming they would never dare to take even a single coin. Bushy took over, suggesting they should increase the prices slightly. The commandant protested that the prices were already excessive. However, the regent's son argued that in the long run, keeping prices low would result in a loss of profit due to inflation. Puno agreed with his brother, and Buri suggested raising the prices 5-fold, confident that the townspeople would forgive them. This level of greed was shocking, even to someone as noble as the commandant. Suddenly, a guard burst in with news of Teacher Martin and his students invading the mine. The commandant immediately inquired if Master Yalu had gone to handle the situation. The soldier responded that Yalu and his men had already been dealt with by the blacksmith and his apprentices. The Tolls brothers were stunned by this news and decided to take drastic measures. An hour later, a truck carrying Chang's latest invention, filled with crystals, arrived at the west gate of the city. At the gate, they found a guard waiting for them. Armed with spears, the guard demanded that the vehicle stop. Master Martin got out of the truck and requested the soldiers to allow them through, explaining that they were on their way to meet the commander of the Black Dragon Division. Instead of a response from the soldiers, the commandant of the Purple Dragons spoke up, stating that Commander Sato was out hunting with the king. A man, flanked by the Tolls brothers, remarked that Martin was very brave to challenge them. At the same moment, Master Yalu got stuck in the car. The commandant, rolling his eyes, initially thought Martin didn't grasp the situation, but now realized the teacher was simply mad. He then ordered Martin's arrest. The soldiers approached the truck with little enthusiasm. Their already diminished morale was further shattered when Isabella jumped down from the truck. Seeing Isabella, Yibei, and the Tolls brothers momentarily fell silent. Shangye peeked out from the driver's seat, turning to Bori and accusing him of inflating the crystal prices. Bori ignored the boy and addressed Yibei, expressing how he missed several days of classes and missed her. Isabella replied that he was unworthy of speaking to her. He continued, warning that associating with simple-minded friends would not lead to success, and offered to make her rich if she joined him. This infuriated Eli, who was outraged at being labeled a simpleton, but Moto hurried to calm him down to avoid further trouble. Without waiting for Isabella's response, Bori turned to Martin, threatened him with legal action, and ordered everyone to be arrested. The soldiers raised their spears once more, and the tension in the situation escalated. Suddenly, a new group intervened. Lord Guro ordered the soldiers to lower their weapons. The White Dragon Knight, accompanied by Mr. Rona, Miss Izzy, and her apprentice Ren, approached them. The Tolls brothers now found themselves surrounded on both sides. The officers halted their horses and informed Drona, who was dozing in the saddle, that they had arrived. The girl was momentarily disoriented and asked to be allowed to ride a bit longer on the stallion. The young man, somewhat embarrassed, offered her a ride on the horses. Later, Drona mentioned she would gladly ride the stallion later, leaving the onlookers in disbelief. Barry Tolls was the first to regain his composure and pointed out that they were on the Purple Dragon Division's territory, but the boy cut him off abruptly. The White Dragon commander announced that the king was aware of Master Martin's misdeeds and had instructed them to apprehend him. Bori, however, was skeptical and accused him of lying, claiming that he intended to let Martin go. Ren intervened, urging Buri to comply as it was His Majesty's command. Buri accused Ren of conspiring, but Ren calmly replied that they were all servants of the king and must follow his orders. Buri leaned in and claimed he was also part of the royal family, and therefore not bound by Ren's commands. Ren reminded him that he was, in fact, Barry's uncle. At Ren's words, the air around Uncle Ren flashed purple. Witnessing his uncle's anger, a frightened Buri fell to one knee. The intense reaction not only affected Buri, but also startled Changye, who felt his heart race. Isabella quickly stepped in, embracing the boy and urging him to remain calm. Bruno, from Bushi, lifted his brother and begged his uncle to forgive him for his misbehavior. Ren responded that Angus's support did not grant them immunity, especially not from him, Ren Tolls. He further remarked that while he held Angus in brotherly affection, he viewed Buri as nothing more than a troublesome fool. Buri mumbled an apology, but Ren turned away, using his authority to stop him. Shangu breathed a sigh of relief while still on his knees. Buri began to curse his uncle, but was interrupted when Miss Drona approached him. She grabbed him by the ear and demanded to know why he had been skipping her classes, leaving him to defend himself. Bruno Tolls offered to help his brother, but Bucci declined, noting that Drona seemed to be in a foul mood and resembled a Valkyrie. Meanwhile, Master Martin approached Sir Ephesus, asking him to proceed with the arrest. Icy winked at her colleague and suggested they should not delay, as His Majesty had no intention of arresting Martin. Sir Ephesus agreed and expressed his relief at seeing Ashton safe. Shangu approached Lord Ephesus, apologizing for putting him in an awkward situation again. Lord Ephesus ruffled the boy's hair and simply asked him not to find himself in such situations again, expressing that he wouldn't want to see him harmed. Both the young boy and Isabella were taken aback by this gesture, but Isabella quickly regained her composure. The teacher shared that the king was preparing a feast and had invited the best students. Miss Drona considered both eBay and rentals to be among them. As Isabella inquired about the nature of the celebration, Miss Drona interrupted the conversation. The swordswoman crossed her arms and declared that eBay should represent the fencing faculty. This only escalated the situation further. As the teacher's argument intensified, Ren approached the girl and asked whom she would like to represent. The girl closed her eyes and admitted that she still did not fully grasp the situation. Chang Yi cast envious glances at the exchange between the two magic students. But suddenly, Theseus approached him and suggested they take a walk. They needed to visit the king and explain the details of the situation first. Within a quarter of an hour, Ephesus, Chiang Yi, Teacher Ashton, and Moto were standing in the throne room before the young king. The king listened attentively, but noted that Lord Sato was indeed the commander of the Purple Dragon Division, and asked them to refrain from making harsh remarks. Afterward, the king announced he wished to consult with the regent. Ephesus attempted to stop him, arguing that the Purple Dragon's price hikes on resources throughout the city would harm the residents' well-being. The king responded that, according to the regent, the military budget had been severely cut, necessitating such measures as the lesser evil. Chang Yi interjected, expressing concern that while increased funding for the army might be beneficial, there was a risk of corruption and misappropriation. A loud voice echoed through the hall, expressing hatred for those who misappropriated others' property. Angus Tolls appeared in the doorway of the throne room. At that moment, Chang realized he had spoken too freely. The king asked his uncle why he had come. The regent replied that he had heard rumors about an incident in the Western Territory and had come to report on the situation. Angus reported that the commandant of the Purple Dragon Division had unnecessarily increased prices and misused the war funds. The regent then determined that the thief had already faced consequences. This development truly astonished everyone present. Teacher Ashton was the first to recover from the shock, pondering the impact on crystal prices. The regent responded that Master Martin and his apprentices were among the kingdom's most esteemed individuals and proposed that the king grant the blacksmiths and the white dragons the right to collect the stone. This announcement left everyone stunned. The teacher inquired if the regent was serious. Instead of providing a direct answer, Angus Toll mentioned that the stone needed polishing post-collection, and that he had already discussed this with Master Yalu. The king then asked the regent about the fate of the military budget. The regent responded that it would also be transferred to the White Dragons. Cheng Ba was skeptical, suspecting this might be a deceptive maneuver. Nonetheless, the king accepted the regent's proposal and then turned to Martin with a request. The royal decree stated that due to the regent's journey to the west, the traditional spring hunting festival would be rescheduled for the summer. Master Martin and his apprentices were tasked with preparing the arena within 10 days. This news took Chung by surprise, as he was unaware that this world had something akin to the Olympic Games. Afterward, the audience dispersed, and everyone exited the hall. Ephesus then asked Angus why he had supported him. In response, the regent referred to Sophie Sis as one of the finest generals, renowned for her achievements since the age of 15 and her many victorious battles. After the boy was taken in by Lord Guru, he became the king's personal bodyguard and an organizer of official events. The regent then asked if the young man understood that swords gain their edge through battle. Ephesus responded that his duty was to serve the king and that he became the commander of the White Dragon on his father's request, ensuring the king's safety. However, the boy abruptly changed his tone, expressing surprise that the regent's men were in his unit, and if the king truly ruled, there would be no need for him to protect him. The regent replied that he needed to rule because he knew how, and the king was still too young for such responsibilities. Thus, he managed everything beneficial for the country in the king's place. Sir Ephesus agreed, but pointed out that if the regent were to rule, he should not misuse his power. Angus Tolls became enraged, his aura turning a fiery red with intense power. As the tension built, he asked the boy if his father had explained anything upon his return, his hand resting on his sword as he awaited the response. Sir Ephesus mirrored the intensity of the question, questioning what he had done with his father. The energy between them was electric, as if a storm were imminent, their combined power crackling around them. Master Martin shielded the students, cautioning that they could easily be caught in the crossfire. Suddenly, 2 White Dragon soldiers interrupted the confrontation with grim news. They reported that Lord Deguro had hanged himself in his own library. Sir Ephesus and his entourage were visibly shocked. Only Angus bowed his head, expressing that Lord Deguro had indeed disappointed him. Several hours later, as evening arrived, the heroes were in their dormitory. Isabella was sitting on her bed, carefully polishing her blade. Chiang was lying on the floor, looking despondent. Isabella asked him what was wrong. The boy responded that she wouldn't be able to understand his situation. Instead of pressing the issue, Isabella casually mentioned that she and Ren were merely classmates. This remark took the boy by surprise, as he was preoccupied with thoughts of Ephesus and hadn't considered that the girl might have any concern for his feelings. He then got up and inquired about which faculty she would be representing. Isabella replied that she was with the fencers. The boy asked if she had asked Ren to join him. He then quickly reassured her that there was no need to worry about his feelings, as he wasn't the type to be overly sensitive. Isabella agreed that she would be interested in testing her skills against a strong opponent. However, she soon became dismissive of his earlier comments. The boy jumped up, laughing, and mockingly praised Ren as strong, handsome, and a member of the royal family. His laughter abruptly ceased when he noticed Isabella's reaction to his words. An intense aura surrounded her, her eyes turned red, and she demanded to know if he had forgotten her true identity. She then rose in her full demonic splendor, summoned Shang, and began to fulfill her promise to discipline him daily. Despite his pleas for mercy, the boy's fate for the evening was sealed. The following day, Dido's funeral took place. Guro, along with his family and relatives, stood by the fresh grave. Master Martin remarked that General Guro, the king's teacher, had done everything possible for the kingdom's benefit, and this loss was greater than any other general's. However, Suffices interrupted the man, noting that all the other generals were under the regent's command, rendering comparisons irrelevant. Upon hearing this, Shang clenched his fist and vowed to assist the young lord in seeking vengeance. Isabella supported this pledge. However, Mrs. Dorona intervened, suggesting they postpone thoughts of revenge for the time being since the regent was the strongest warrior in the kingdom. She continued, explaining that Angus Tolles was the only person in his youth who could confront Demon King George Osei and survive. Changba realized this referred to Isabella's father. Isabella confirmed that her father had spoken of this. He was indeed the only one who had survived such a challenge. Meanwhile, Sophie Ursus Guro took the floor, revealing that Dido was not his biological father, but the one who gave him a second chance at life. The narrative shifted 20 years into the past, to Sophie Seuss's childhood. At that time, the wall did not yet exist, and his family lived in a small village in the south. Although their family was not wealthy, his father worked diligently to ensure there was always food for Sophie, his sister, and his brother. One night, however, robbers attacked their village. Sophie's father, like the other men, fought to protect the village but was killed by an attacker. Young Sophie, witnessing this, rushed at the assailant barehanded and managed to bite off his ear. In retaliation, the robber stabbed the boy with a sword. Consequently, the attackers killed all who resisted and took the survivors captive. Sophie lay on the ground next to his deceased father. After the robbers left and burned down the village, Sophie found the bodies of his family members, except for his younger brother. After wandering through nearby villages, he learned that his brother had been sold into slavery to demons. Subsequently, sophists started training in swordsmanship to search for his brother, and by the age of 15, he had joined the army. He fought demons in numerous battles, acquiring invaluable experience and frequently coming close to death. When the imperial leader passed away, a guru came to inspect his unit. By that time, Sir Ephesus was already serving as a frontline fighter. Lord Goro visited the hospital and found a soldier in extreme pain, begging for death to end his suffering. Lord Goro asked where the doctor was, only to learn that the doctors had been in another squad that had been ambushed and wiped out by demons. Consequently, Ephesus drew his sword and ended the soldier's suffering, as the agony would have continued until the new doctor arrived. At that moment, Didaguro recognized Ephesus as the hero who had defeated the enemy commander. However, Sir Ephesus dismissed the notion of being a hero, referring to himself instead as an executioner. Didaguro then asked why, in that case, he fought so courageously for the empire. The young warrior said he had joined the army to search for his brother, who had been enslaved by demons. However, after many battles, he realized that despite the enemy's losses, their own were just as severe due to pointless commands. A soldier with Lord Goro shouted that it was irrelevant as long as his family remained in enemy hands. The fight had to continue. Ephesus dismissed this, stating that the wounded fighter named Rot was his subordinate. He was just 17, never avoided any task, and genuinely respected his commander. Many such young soldiers were present. The boy went on to say that if using his family as a reason for more killing was all that mattered, he had had enough. He stood up, set his sword aside, and declared that he was weary and leaving. Upon hearing this, the guard noted that such actions would be considered illegal and tantamount to desertion. However, Didaguro had a different perspective. As Sir Ephesus was about to leave the tent, he mentioned that he knew an alternative way to retrieve his brother and suggested joining him. So, Ephesus initially joined the White Dragon Division and later became part of the Guro family. He was inspired by his father's vision of a world where all nations could coexist peacefully. In response, Isabella remarked that achieving peace was far more challenging than waging war, a fact even demons understood. However, the truce should provide them with the opportunity to make an attempt. After a moment of silence, Dorothea asked what their future plans were. The young lord responded that their sole plan was to fight until the end. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Angus Towles' residence, where the regent sat on his throne at the end of a long hall. A robed man stood before him, delivering a report on some business matters. Suddenly, another guest appeared at the far end of the hall. Upon seeing the new visitor, Angus Towles dismissed the first man, who bowed and disappeared between the columns. The girl walked along the red carpet and stopped in front of the regent, holding several bags with contents that resembled heads of cabbage. The regent inquired if she had brought what he requested. The girl emptied the bags onto the floor, revealing severed human heads. As he looked at the heads, the regent thought to himself that Lord Guru should have curbed his ambitions if he did not wish to become an ally. After speaking with Sophie Sis in absentia, the man informed the girl that she had been accepted into the Academy's archery department and could start classes the following day. This development was quite surprising for the girl, who admitted she didn't understand what was happening. Instead of responding verbally, the regent threw a piece of paper toward her. The girl caught it effortlessly with 2 fingers. The paper featured a portrait of Chiang Yer. The girl was tasked with finding out his identity, origin, and motives. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the royal arena, where a gathering of people from the blacksmithing faculty was happening near an old, nearly dilapidated building. Chiang spoke first, stating that while constructing a new arena from pale moonstone would be straightforward, the old one needed to be dismantled first. He also questioned why Master Jaso and Miss ICI were present at the meeting. Instead of answering, Jaso expressed his pleasure at meeting Chiang and mentioned that Eli had praised his skills. After the greeting, ICI instructed the master to begin. The man nodded and immediately took his place in the arena. He exhaled deeply, bent his knees, and then leaped into the air. The jump was astonishing, and within seconds the master was suspended high above the arena. As he reached the peak of his jump, the air around him began to darken, indicating the use of intense force. In an instant, the air swirled into a vortex, demonstrating the boundless ancient threshing technique. The tornado of threshing struck the ground, splitting into numerous smaller jets that furiously battered the arena walls. Dust, sand, and small stones were scattered everywhere. Someone shouted that everyone should seek shelter. However, there was no need for panic because Miss Wadley had activated her skill, the barrier of eternal light. In a matter of seconds, a bright dome enveloped the building, preventing any small object from escaping. Within this protective dome, a fierce stone storm erupted, swiftly demolishing the walls of the ancient arena. Observing this, Chung thought to himself that he could never have envisioned such an effective demolition team. As the dome sealed, Master Jaso leaped out swiftly, resembling a soldier in action. Once the man landed nearby, the instructor began to contract the dome. Following the command, the massive sphere filled with debris started to shrink. Inch by inch, the edges of the sphere drew together until all the rubble inside was compressed into a single towering column. Master Jaso stood upright, his arms behind his back, and remarked with satisfaction about the soreness in his lower back. Martin, hearing this, smiled and expressed his gratitude to his colleagues. Icy clenched her fists and requested the blacksmith to demonstrate his full skill. Ashton assured her that he would perform at the highest standard. After that, the Eli instructors bid farewell and left Martin and the students alone amidst the remnants of the arena. Before starting work, Changba inquired of Eli why he hadn't prepared for the championship. Eli smiled and mentioned that, according to Master Jaso, working on the construction site was the best preparation for the championship. However, Chang Ye noticed from Eli's smile that his motivation might have been slightly different. The young man asked if Eli was managing financially since he had been working all day. Teacher Ashton responded on Eli's behalf, stating that Eli was a hardworking young man who supported his siblings. Consequently, Eli always sought part-time work alongside his studies to send some savings home. After hearing Eli's story, Changba smiled and gave his friend a reassuring pat on the shoulder, noting that he was not only an excellent student, but also a fantastic brother. Eli, however, humbly remarked that fulfilling his role as an older brother was his duty, and his true goal was to win the tournament to improve his family's situation. Changba then inquired about the size of the prize pool. Moto, who was well informed, responded that the winner would receive 1,000 gold coins and a solid gold cup. Chiang, in his mind, converted this prize into its equivalent value in gold crystal alloy stone. The amount was staggering, but there was more. Moto went on to explain that the winner would also be granted a military rank, a position in the army, and effectively, a path to a prosperous life. Chang Ye was intrigued. The idea of acquiring a military position and potentially leaving the kingdom's borders piqued his interest. Moto, somewhat puzzled, confirmed that theoretically this was possible, but leaving the kingdom alone could be quite perilous. Understanding the risk, Chung still saw this as a promising opportunity to develop a plan to return Isabella to her people. However, there was no time for further discussion as work quickly resumed. Suddenly, someone called out to Teacher Martin. Martin turned to see 3 tall, broad-shouldered young men, one of whom had accompanied him during his visit to the commandant a few days earlier. His eyes lit up with joy, and a broad smile appeared under his mustache, clearly delighted to see the new arrivals. The middle one, a young man with emerald hair, mentioned that it was their responsibility as students to assist their peers. This green-haired individual named Hans greeted Moto. The boys then introduced themselves to Chiang, acknowledging that they had heard about the mechanical giants and steam engines and were impressed by his talent. Chiang, slightly embarrassed, ran a hand through his hair and, trying to downplay his abilities, explained that he wasn't so much gifted as he was very intelligent. To shift the focus, he turned to the guests and mentioned that he had heard plenty about their talents from Moto, as their reputation preceded them. However, Master Martin then took over, explaining that he had invited his former students to train with Shangye and Moto while he attended to other matters. The boys were initially shocked, but Martin continued to impress them by revealing that they would be following a specialized training program for the next 10 days. Noting their reaction, Martin placed a hand on the young man's shoulder and reminded him that he had once talked about masters fighting alongside warriors. This thought reminded Martin of a lesson he had learned from the dwarves. The lesson emphasized that while large numbers could initiate a battle, they could also bring it to an end. Observing young Ye's distant expression, Martin asked if the student understood his point, and the boy nodded in affirmation. Martin then addressed his group of students, announcing that they would be under the guidance of 3 of his top graduates for the next 10 days. These graduates would take over the classes and teach the students new skills. He introduced the first graduate, Hans, who was already known to them as the best architect in the city. The second mentor was Mohan, with blue hair, recommended by Martin as the best gunsmith. The last was a blond man named Kaiser, dressed in a crimson cloak, renowned for his clothing designs. These three were tasked with preparing the students for the upcoming competition. Hans then spoke, noting that blacksmiths seldom performed well in championships, but expressing hope that they could now break that trend. Teacher Ashton mentioned that each class selected their top 5 students. Although the blacksmiths didn't win the cup, they had to deliver commendable performances. The apprentice smiths cheered these remarks, even though it seemed improbable that they could match Eli's level, who at that moment was hurling a huge boulder to the mountain's peak. The scene then shifted to the training ground of the Faculty of Magic. Opposite a row of stone gargoyles, Rentals stood, ready to demonstrate his magical techniques. Blue energy illuminated his right side. In an instant, it sliced through the ground like a sword towards the row of statues. The first statue shattered into pieces. For the next target, the boy employed firepower. In a moment, the gargoyle was engulfed in a pillar of flames. After roasting the second target as if on a grill, Rene's tools switched to the third. He prepared earthen bonds that wrapped around the statue's arms and legs. Once the gargoyle was ensnared, the boy commanded the bonds to tighten while his teacher compressed the dome above the arena. For the fourth statue, Ren readied a fiery lasso. The Cyclops-like gargoyle was also defeated, crushed by a fiery tornado. The youth rites were maintained, involving Isaiah Wadley and the girl with pink hair. Responding to the girl's high praise of Ren's strength, Miss Eek said that while he hadn't reached her level yet, the cup was already theirs. Hearing this, the girl asked the teacher why she didn't send only Ren if he was already so strong. Miss Wadley frowned, crossed her arms, and stated that in that case, one of his students could take second place. The story then transitions to the waterfall area. Under the stream of water, sitting in the lotus position, Isabella meditated. Mr. Rona stood nearby, contemplating how to help Isabella harness her extreme strength, as her swordsmanship skills were exceptional. Suddenly, the peaceful surroundings around Isabella shifted. While meditating, she delved into the depths of her inner darkness. She fell into her subconscious and had a vision where she stood on a small ledge under a black sky, with the ground around her strewn with the corpses of demons. Isabella recognized familiar faces among the dead, including her friends and generals. Suddenly, she felt a touch on her cheek. Turning, Isabella saw herself, her former self, in the form of a demon queen. The other Isabella said she was not to be feared, but then turned her head towards the sea of the dead and said that she alone was responsible for the massacre. Isabella instinctively asked if this was truly her doing. The queen confirmed it, saying they all suffered and died because of her weakness and naivety. She continued, explaining that due to her weakness, Isabella trusted people like Lillian, leading to the current devastation. But Isabella pushed the queen away, asserting that it was a lie and there were no mistakes on her part. She insisted that all she wanted was to stop the bloodshed and senseless deaths, never imagining her intention would result in such a genocide. However, these words did not convince the queen. The demon replied that her father's ideas were beautiful, and the new heiress had destroyed everything with her own hands. Gazing into Isabella's eyes, she remarked that despite the downfall and betrayal, the queen still disregarded the lives of her protectors and had already forgotten her true identity. At that instant, all the corpses suddenly moved and began calling for Her Majesty Isabella. One even grabbed her leg. Isabella, now truly enraged, radiated a red aura, her eyes ablaze, and declared she didn't need help to remember who she was. Meanwhile, Mrs. Dorona, who had dozed off against the rock, was jolted awake by a loud noise. The girl opened her eyes and saw a massive stream of water flowing toward the shore. The teacher observed Yeb, who was still seated but surrounded by a deep red spherical aura of immense strength. For a moment, the girl paused, both amazed and captivated by the powerful display of strength. But in the next instant, black rays began to intertwine with the red aura of power. Without waiting to see what would happen next, the teacher leapt into the water stream, knocked Isabella unconscious with a blow to the back of the head, and dragged her to the shore. Placing the girl on solid ground, Dorota sighed in relief, realizing she had nearly fallen victim to a surge of her ultimate strength. However, her subsequent thoughts were less comforting. She recalled that such an aura was only seen in those with malicious intentions. The story then shifts to the stone processing workshop. Amidst rows of flasks and test tubes with crystals being polished stood Master Yalu. Suddenly, the man heard someone call his name. It was Bushy Trolls, asking why the teacher had summoned him. The man felt slighted by the lack of respect in the address, but he concealed it and explained that he had created a new substance that would help defeat Ren. Bushy received this news with great enthusiasm, but the teacher had one condition. At this point, the story shifts to the streets of the capital, where Sophie Sis from Arkel was walking. The Lord held a basket of fruit. Ephesus remarked that Shankara was making remarkable progress, and Master Martin, not underestimating him, said that one day the boy would surpass him. Akil mentioned that he had seen Shankara's drawings and found them truly impressive. Sophie Sis continued, noting that Yebe worked just as hard and wanted to give them something to encourage them when they met. Akil asked if Alina had prepared everything because she had also been working diligently lately. The question made Sophie wince, but the boy quickly corrected himself and turned his attention to a strange man sitting on a chair in a t-shirt, with his remaining hair being blown by a peculiar device. The boys approached. Sophie asked what kind of gadgets the man was selling. The merchant explained that the invention was called a fan and that it was quite impressive. He demonstrated that pulling the rope would instantly produce a stream of cold air. Akil was very excited, and the boys started looking around. They noticed people riding bicycles, scooters, and other unusual devices. The main excitement centered around one shop. The men approached it. Inside the tent, for 2 gold coins, one could buy bicycles in red or blue. One man took out a bag of gold and bought 10 bicycles at once, one for each member of his family. A student from the Faculty of Magic stood next to the boys. Suddenly, she threw down her broom and declared that it was much better to get around on a bicycle than on a broom. But the wonder didn't end there. Lord Guro heard that in a nearby tent, where the crowd was much larger, academy teachers were being sold. The teachers, or rather their figurines and swimsuits, were sold in bulk. One figurine cost 2 coins, and both together were only 3. Behind the merchant stood 2 statues of girls of equal size, unique exhibits priced at 2,000 coins each. Although expensive, there was no doubt that these statues would be sold quickly. Ephesus had a suspicion. He approached the merchant and asked if Shanggu was his boss. The merchant recognized the legendary White Dragon commander and confirmed that Changba was indeed the shop owner. Sir Ephesus, amazed, remarked that Shanggu was just a boy, but the merchant replied that his inventions filled the entire block. Suddenly, the crowd was interrupted by the loud sound of a car horn. A truck manufactured by Chang Yer was making its way through the square. Akil asked in surprise what kind of monster it was, but Sophie explained that it was a steam-powered machine. In the truck's cab were Hans, who was driving, and Moto, who was amazed at the number of people on the streets. Suddenly, the boy saw Commander Goro through the window. He jumped out of the car and started waving to him. The men got into the truck, which was heading to the arena, while the students unloaded the vehicle. Lord Guro was chatting with Teacher Martin. The man assured him that the arena was almost ready because true masters were handling the construction. But Ephesus asked where Shanggu was. The teacher replied that the boy had gone south with Eli to a forest of empty stumps. Surprised, Lord Guro asked what their purpose was, but the master said the boys hadn't informed him. However, Moto intervened, saying that before leaving, Shanggu asked him to give the Lord a box of gold coins. These were Cheongyer's earnings, which he wanted to donate to the military budget. Ephesus remarked that it was the townspeople's hard-earned money, but Martin assured him otherwise. Thanks to the young inventor's creations, blacksmiths could now extract ore themselves, as human labor was replaced by modern machines. Students from the Faculty of Contact Combat, led by Master Mike Jaso, helped transport the crystals. This all contributed to reducing resource costs. A single crystal cost 10 gold coins, but Master Yalu processed it for 5. Akil said that 5 coins were a real bargain, but Moto mentioned that the region demanded this to prevent price collapse. After hearing this, Lord Guro said that this should also lower the overall cost of living for the townspeople. The master confirmed and emphasized that the money was earned not through speculation, but thanks to Shanggu's inventions. Meanwhile, the story shifted to a forest with trees reduced to empty stumps. The trees were not yet stumps, but it was clear from their appearance that they would soon be useless. They were bare and lacked the structure of healthy trees. Xiangyang dropped his backpack and pulled out a tube of blueprints. He wanted to see if these trees could still be used somehow. Among the sketches were a chainsaw, a machine gun, a house, a boat, and others. He selected the drawing of the chainsaw and began the transformation. The sketch turned to stone. He started wielding a stylus right on it, cutting away the excess. In a few minutes, he was already holding a chainsaw in his hands. He explained to a stunned Eli that he used a transition scroll to create the chainsaw on the spot, instead of carrying it with him. Graduates had taught him this technique. He then handed the chainsaw to Eli, and the boys began their work. But the chainsaw proved ineffective on the tree. The bark was so tough that the chainsaw broke, leaving them without tools. Eli examined the tree and saw it remained unmarked, but Changba was thrilled by this. Eli didn't understand why. So Changba explained that while the trees were deemed useless for heating and construction, they were misjudged, as they could be valuable in other applications. He added that he knew how to use them to their full potential, turning them into a valuable resource. The scene then shifted to the day of the championship. The new arena was filled with spectators. On the stage before the royal throne stood Ephesus and his team, as the king emerged from under the stands, flanked by warriors in golden armor. The crowd greeted him with bows and applause. The king took a seat on the throne and raised his hand. This was the signal for Sir Ephesus to announce the opening of the championship and to welcome the competing teams. The crowd picked their favorites and debated who might win this year. Would it be the mages, the swordsmen, or perhaps the wrestlers who came so close last time? The mages were the first to enter the arena, followed by the wrestlers. A girl with pink hair flew in on a broom, and a boy with a green mane rode a large cat. Their appearance alone garnered a wave of applause, with most of it directed towards the dashing Ren. Next came the fencers. Mr. Rona was followed by Regent's son, Barry Tallis, and the enigmatic eBay. Seeing the girl, Ephesus whispered to her to give it her all. The contact combat class was represented by Mike Jaso, Bruno Tallis, and Alex Ear, also known as Eli. They were followed by the archers and grinders, including Master Yalu and Bushi Tolis. Priests, druids, and blacksmiths waited their turn in the sub-tribune rooms. Xiangba encouraged his classmates as best he could, telling them they would have a chance to prove themselves. He was suddenly distracted by another faculty that had only one representative. This lone participant received wild support from the stands, as it was a class of cooks who were participating in the championship for almost the first time in history. The boy, named 9-2, looked quite intimidating with tattoos on his shaved head. However, the other participants laughed at him, questioning if he planned to fight with frying pans. The old teacher in the white cap advised him to stay calm, reminding him that fire must be controlled while cooking. Despite this, the bullies heard the fighter's name and began mocking him, teasing him with his seemingly effeminate name. The boy was on the verge of exploding with anger. Meanwhile, it was the blacksmith's turn. The presence of the cooks added to the young year's enthusiasm, and he continued to motivate his colleagues. However, as the blacksmiths emerged from under the stands, they were met with a loud and unpleasant roar from the stadium. Moto explained that this was to be expected, as blacksmiths traditionally finished in the lower ranks. Nevertheless, Shung confidently declared that this time they would prove their worth. As all the faculties assembled, Lord Guro congratulated everyone again and announced that the winner would join the army, and their faculty would receive the cup directly from the king. He then explained the rules. The first day of competition was dedicated to a race across the kingdom. Participants would need to run through 5 locations. Checkpoint portals were positioned at the edges of the arena. The race began at the Lake of Sounds, followed by the Dead Forest, the Valley of the Winds, the Blood Sand River, with the finish line near the Royal Ridge. These locations were truly challenging. The blacksmiths, graduates, Mohan, Kaiser, and Hans, who were seated in the stands, were discussing the difficulty of the course. Ephesus continued, stating that each portal led to a specific location where participants could earn royal tokens, 10 per location. Each token was worth 10 points, and the top 16 contestants with the most points would advance to the next stage. Lord Guro added that each stage would have its own dangers, so all participants had to confirm their voluntary consent. Following this, a magic panel appeared in front of each participant, to which they had to place their hand. Some, like Moto, hesitated, but young Eli casually pressed his hand against the panel. Once all participants had agreed, the first portal opened. Ren's trolls rushed through first, recalling their sensei's words that success depended on training. Bruno and Eli quickly followed. Darren reminded eBay to use his ultimate power wisely as he entered. The blacksmiths were the last to participate. Young Ye was walking, or rather dragging Moto along. Moto resisted, and despite Ye's assurances, asked her to take care of his mother if something happened to him. Suddenly, Teacher Martin, who had been observing, was called over by Yalu. The man approached and said that preparations needed to be made. When Teacher Ashton inquired what he meant, Yalu replied that a set of coffins needed to be prepared. Meanwhile, Shangyang had stopped hearing the conversation. He pushed through the portal and found himself on the shore of the Lake of Sounds. His first question was why the lake was called a lake instead of a sea, since its edge was completely out of sight. He received an unexpected answer from a girl with pink hair, who explained that the lake was named for the echo that lasted a long time after any shout on the shore. Eli immediately decided to test this and shouted his name with all his might. The result exceeded expectations. His name echoed back in a chorus. A boy riding a cat asked Ren how he planned to cross the lake. Young Trolls then turned to eBay and invited her to join him instead. Isabella took Young Ye's hand and said she would go with him. She noticed the surprised looks and quietly asked Chiang Ye if he had any ideas. The boy confidently replied that he always had ideas, especially when it came to defending his wife. Ren lowered his eyes and turned away sharply, while Chiang Ye told Isabella he'd be glad to help with any rude suitors. After these words, Isabella turned away sharply. Meanwhile, Ren began using his magic. He picked up the rock he was standing on and rode across the water on it. Following him, Eli and other members of the Faculty of Contact Combat jumped into the lake. Only Bono Tallis remained on the shore. Observing this, Barry approached and commented that his class was full of headless doubloons. He then turned to Bushi and asked him to demonstrate his abilities. Bushi used his magic to instantly envelop everyone in a water bubble that glided smoothly across the lake's surface. Meanwhile, the archers and druids, who had made a secret pact before the competition, faced off. The leader of the druid squad walked to the edge of the lake, took out a bottle of blue potion, and dropped a few drops into the water. The potion caused an ice sheet to form on the lake's surface, allowing all the druids and archers to easily stand on it. Just then, They were interrupted by a question about whether there was still space available. The archer turned and saw Emery Jiro on the shore, a pretty girl in a pink kimono with her brother. The druid replied that there was no more space, but there was still a bit of room on the ice. The girl's imploring eyes made the druid hesitate. However, Tana, the archer's commander, noticed this and loudly declared that they couldn't win anyway, so it would be better to focus on crossing the lake rather than flirting. The druid boys seemed to snap out of their distraction and shouted to the people on the shore to fend for themselves. The girl watching the ice pursed her lips, mentally cursing the archer who had disrupted her spell. She told her brother that now all hope rested on him. The boy smiled, materialized a staff, and began summoning an ancient beast. A circle resembling a portal appeared in the sky. Chang Ya thought it was impressive magic, but Isabella explained it was a summoning. Chang Ye was about to ask more when suddenly a giant owl, known as Hawk, emerged from the portal. The siblings greeted the flying creature as if it were a blessing from the ancient gods. In no time, they and several of their companions were on the owl's back. A pair of twin witches on broomsticks followed, cautious of potential air traps. The next attempt to cross the lake was made by failing Moss. However, his faithful companion, General, declared that he was not going into the water. Despite his master's pleas, the cat replied that swimming was not his problem, as he had never claimed to know how to swim. As the pink-haired girl looked on, losing hope in the argument with the furry creature, she asked Young Ye how they should cross the lake. Spreading out a piece of drawing paper on the ground, Chang Ya explained that without magic or magical beasts, they could only rely on tools. He asked everyone to step back and began working. Soon, a large stone appeared before him, which impressed the mage since he had used a precious scroll for it. The mage was curious about which ship was best suited for the trip, as there were several sketches on the stone. Moto came over and asked why Chang Ya was drawing Tipu's sketch. Chang Ya smiled and touched the drawing with his stylus. Immediately, a warm yellow light emanated from the center of the stone. In a flash, the stone exploded, and a sleek motorboat took its place. The appearance of the motorboat astonished everyone present, but the magic student was more interested in why Chang Ya didn't just bring an already finished boat. Chang Ya calmly explained that during forging, precise drawing isn't necessary. Having a detailed concept of the desired object is enough. Therefore, he could use any sketch. The girl laughed playfully, ruffled Chang Ya's hair, and asked how many types of boats he had considered. Chang Ya smiled back and said that he and Moto had conducted many experiments before the championship. Suddenly, Moto, who seemed eager to be acknowledged, tugged at Chang Ya's sleeve and questioned why he was revealing all their secrets to potential competitors. Chang Ye casually replied that it wasn't a big secret, but Moto suggested that he should consider Ibei's feelings. Chang Ya looked at his wife. She had crossed her arms, furrowed her brows, and turned away defiantly. He hadn't realized that his discussion would upset her. The girl dressed in pink heard the Chiang girl's name and introduced herself as Aisha. She then inquired if they could bring her classmates onto the boat. Faley also contributed to the request, asserting that blacksmiths are the most admirable people in the academy. Moto suddenly balled his fists and shouted that even the most exceptional individuals don't help with the competition. Chang wondered if the boy would remain a virgin, but the boy spoke to the magician and asked about their brooms. The cat rider explained that Aisha was trying to assist him because he was unable to swim or fly. Shania asked if the cat could swim while pulling on the cat's whiskers. The cat responded by insulting the boy and glaring at him, making it clear there were no further questions. Aisha took charge again and promised to show her gratitude if they helped them. Her words made the hearts of all the blacksmith boys race faster. Ye Bei, who had been quiet up until that moment, suddenly joined the discussion. She suggested that if they were going to do it, they should all do it together. Noticing Chang's eager expression, the girl realized her mistake and clarified that she meant crossing the lake. Changba agreed and said it was time to set off. Meanwhile, an eagle flew overhead unnoticed by anyone. The eagles were broadcasting the competition to the arena, where everyone was watching their favorite participants. The three blacksmith friends were focused on their younger friends. Master Martin stood deep in thought, reflecting on Teacher Yalu's words, which made him anxious. Meanwhile, the druids and archers on the raft were not making much headway. According to the druid, Tana reassured him that nothing serious had occurred, and just after her reassurance, an unusual noise was heard behind them. Within moments, a motorboat sped past them, sending waves that nearly toppled the ice floe. Young, who was at the wheel, cheerfully winked at the leisurely travelers, who struggled to maintain their balance on the ice. The archers and druids looked on sadly as the smiths moved away, while only the girl with lilac hair, an agent of the regent, watched the blacksmith's boat with interest, not envy. No one noticed this either. The audience in the arena admired the blacksmith's boat, and even the king applauded with enthusiasm. The ruler then leaned closer to the surface and inquired about how well he knew Young. Upon learning that the Lord thought highly of Young, the king commented that he must be very intelligent and would likely serve the state well in the future. Meanwhile, Rena, who was gliding smoothly across the lake on a flat stone, noticed a tail trailing behind him. The mage was being quickly overtaken by the sheer physical strength of Eli and his group. The boys were waving their hands in unison and nearly caught up with Ren. Suddenly, they saw that the gap had narrowed significantly to just 3. Eli, upon realizing this, stopped. Ren also halted, but not out of courtesy. His stone platform was abruptly destroyed by enormous tentacles. Nevertheless, the boy managed to stop on the water's surface with ease. Meanwhile, Eli and his friends dived underwater in search of their friend Wei Liang, who was being dragged to the bottom by a giant monster. In a few moments, Eli located his friend, who was being constricted by the monster's long tentacles. Eli grabbed the tentacles and forcefully tore them away. The boy looked down and saw that the monster's face was now directed at them, with its eyes glowing like eerie lanterns. Eli, not wanting to face the monster directly, mustered his strength and quickly rose above the lake's surface. The monster watched him from the water, while the 4 boys and Ren prepared to confront it. Meanwhile, a bubble containing the Tolas brothers and their group appeared behind the monster. Barry grinned and remarked that the king of the abyss had finally shown up for the feast. Unfortunately, Eli was observing the king from a much more precarious position. Nevertheless, he easily fended off the monster's tentacles. The tentacles proved ineffective against Ren as well. After exchanging several blows, Eli handed Wei Liang over to another classmate and attempted to launch a counterattack. The king of the abyss didn't waste any time. He formed his tentacles into a sharp spear and hurled it at Eli, but Eli shattered it with a punch. Realizing it was time for a counterattack, Eli employed the Fist of Wind technique. However, the monster regained the upper hand. It emitted a horrifying sound that made Eli's ears ring. Eli realized he couldn't fully utilize his skills while floating on the water. At that moment, help arrived. 2 witches flew closer and used a lightning technique from the sky. The lightning struck the king, and also affected those nearby in the water. The witches ended their spell and exchanged guilty glances. However, their attack proved effective. During this time, Renato prepared their magical assault, intending to use the whirlpool technique. Once executed, a massive vortex began to lift the monster upward. The waves from the vortex nearly pulled Eli and his friends along with it. The most significant damage was caused by the funnel, which started expanding into the air toward a passing owl. Despite its sharp vision, the owl couldn't escape the danger zone in time and was caught in the tornado. Although it seemed like their situation might end badly, Ren had no intention of harming competitors in the game. Sighing, Ren flew forward. The spectators in the arena were thrilled as Renato's spell defeated the king of the abyss. The amazed king wondered if Ren would ever become as powerful as Angus Talis. The lord answered honestly, saying that Ren was very strong, but the regent was a seasoned warrior, and the battlefield differed greatly from a competitive arena. Mr. Bona, sitting next to the priest faculty teacher, also admired Ren, but her colleague was more concerned about her own students. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the Lake of Sounds. After dealing with the monster, Ren and the witches continued forward. Eli and his friends followed, but after the encounter with the king of the abyss, Wei Liang began to lag significantly behind. The boys couldn't leave their friend behind, but Wei Liang was unable to swim any longer. At that moment, Shauna's boat overtook them. The boat's occupants picked up Eli and his friends, and they continued their journey. Eli complimented Shauna on her new invention. Shauna responded with a generous smile, but then something unexpected happened. There wasn't a cloud in sight, yet it suddenly began to drizzle. The king of the abyss, who had been thrown high into the air by Ren, was now descending back from the sky. Fortunately, the monster landed in the water rather than on the boat itself, thanks to the intervention of both old and new gods. Despite this, the monster struggled to regain its footing from the shock waves and soon re-emerged from the water. The monster's head and tentacles had turned red, indicating, according to Aisha, that it had entered its second form and was now classified as S rank. Eli thanked Ren once again, who had provoked the monster and then fled. Aisha requested to handle the situation herself. However, Shang had a different plan. He summoned his blacksmiths and instructed them to activate the mechanism. The boys began pressing buttons on different sides of the control board. Suddenly, the boat began to transform. Its waterline started to open up like a car's sunroof. Within seconds, a roof began to cover the boat. In a few more moments, the motorboat was fully converted into a combat-ready vessel. The transformation continued with the addition of a heavy machine gun on the boat's side, operated by Chiang using a periscope. Eli, surprised, questioned the need for armor if they could simply escape. But Shang wasn't preparing for defense. He was gearing up for a counterattack. The machine gun then fired, bombarding the monster with a barrage of bullets. The shots found their mark, and the audience was astounded. Even the cat general was thrilled by the impressive display of hunting prowess. Moto proudly informed Eli that the weapon was an upgraded steam-powered model capable of firing 3,000 rounds per minute. Isabella then realized why her husband had been missing for so long. He had been working on new inventions at the training ground. Meanwhile, the monster suddenly emitted a human-like scream and begged for the assault to stop. The machine gun fell silent, taken aback by the plea. Tears welled up in the monster's eyes. In an instant, the transformation began. Moments later, instead of a giant beast, a red-haired boy with a bandaged head floated above the water. Chiang rhetorically asked if he was really that foolish and why he surrendered so easily. The boy responded that the master had summoned him for a competition, not to be beaten. Aisha looked at the boy with affection, astonished that such a fearsome creature had been a small boy in its true form. However, Changba was not swayed by sentiment. He demanded the token from the boy, stating that if he hadn't done anything wrong, there was no reason not to hand it over. The boy, cursing angrily, vowed to report Chang for beating, robbing, and blackmailing him. Just then, someone else approached him. It was 90, swimming across the lake. The boy reverted to his monster form, intending to vent his frustration. But 90 was unfazed. He remarked that such a creature would make excellent sashimi and summoned his ultimate power, conjuring a set of giant knives and forks. Hearing his opponent's voice, the monster laughed and dismissed it as sounding like a little girl, deeming it worthless. Soon, a horrifying scream of pain echoed across the sea. Meanwhile, Renee arrived at the shore, approached the portal, and noticed 2 tokens lying there. He picked up the tokens and entered the portal. 2 witches arrived at the shore and discovered a token. One of the witches was surprised to see that Renee had taken 2 tokens, asking where he had come from. Her sister explained that since Renee had come first and collected 2 tokens, it was only fair that the second place should receive 1 token. Shortly after, a boat docked, and the blacksmiths and their companions disembarked. Chang Yer had 2 tokens from defeating the monster, deciding to give 1 to Moto and his friends. However, his friends declined, saying that completing 1 round was achievement enough and suggested he keep the tokens for himself and his wife. She then handed him a token, stating that he had planned to distribute the tokens, 1 for the boys and 1 for his wife. Yi Bei, who had aspired to be a leader, sharply refused the offer of a token and insisted on claiming it herself, maintaining her dignity even in her weakened state. Recognizing her pride, the guy understood her stance and accepted her decision. Fei Li, with a sly smile, suggested taking the tokens for himself since they were being handed out so readily, but was met with disapproval. Someone questioned if they would have managed to cross the lake without their help, and the cat general shared the girl's frustration, affirming it strongly. Meanwhile, Eli hugged Chiang Yer and, with a competitive spirit, promised they would have their revenge in the next round. He then instructed everyone to move forward, but Isabella had already passed through the portal. The girl found herself facing a blazing forest. But this wasn't just an ordinary forest fire. Burning heads were flying between the trees, and charred or dead ants were scattered across the ground. This devastation was the work of the Toll's brothers and their gang. Bruno, pleased with their haul of 3 additional tokens, totaling 6, declared it was time to leave. Bushi disagreed, reminding them of his promise to take down Chang'er. Although the fire wouldn't kill him, it would provoke the forest guardian. Buri was enthusiastic about the idea and suggested they proceed. If they could lure the guardian, he would handle the kill himself. Shung and his companions were unaware of the plan or the guardian and were simply trying to navigate through the smoky forest. Suddenly, a large snake attacked Moto. The boy braced for the worst, but the snake didn't harm him. The general noted that the snake was likely just trying to escape, as all living things do. Xiang Ye wondered who would have set the forest ablaze during the competition. Aisha speculated that it was probably the work of the contestants. The boy guessed it might have been Ren, but the sorceress dismissed the idea, stating that while Ren wasn't exactly endearing, he wasn't capable of such deeds. Just then, they noticed signs of a magical attack nearby. Aisha identified the magic as that of the twins, indicating a battle was taking place close by. Peeking out from the bushes, Chiang and his friends saw one of the witches confronting a swarm of angry ants, demanding the return of her sister. The sister was being held by one of the ants, who accused the humans of disturbing the forest's natural balance. Following this accusation, the living tree attacked. The witch barely managed to protect herself with a shield. The witch absorbed the impact on her shield, but the ant tried to dodge her defense. At that moment, ice shards arrived to assist. The enchantment of Aisha, the chief of the ants, was at work here. Shang, known as Groot, tried to deliver a weak speech, but was interrupted by Eli and Yebei, who attacked him with a sharp sword. The girl took on the android that was modeled after the kind-hearted woman. The tree shattered and collapsed, but within moments it regenerated and stood up again. Eli suggested using a fiery fist against it, but Ebei disagreed, arguing that it would only intensify the flames. At the same time, Changye addressed the ants, telling them that their only task was to navigate through the forest. Groot, however, refused to heed any advice and launched another attack. Out of nowhere, their trunks became entwined with dark stripes. Renee's tolls arrived just in time to help. He restrained the ants and inquired about the source of the fire. The tree accused the humans. The boy suspected that someone had been on stage before him and ignited the forest. He then released the restraints and instructed the ants to fall back. Meanwhile, a spirit roamed behind the trees, encountering an increasing number of new victims. The spirit held the humans responsible for the situation. Meanwhile, Chiang Ye and his companions continued their journey. After fending off another attack from the ants, they subdued them with stones and magic. Xiang offered an apologetic smile, explaining that they were merely trying to escape. The twins remained unconscious. Suddenly, Ibe noticed shadows moving between the trees and commanded them to come out. It turned out to be a pair of sibling priests. However, there were only two of them. The green-haired mage inquired about the others. They explained that they had been caught in a whirlwind created by Ren and couldn't locate the rest of their group. As he spoke, Eli suddenly realized he was a boy. With a flirtatious smile, he asked if the others had never encountered such attractive men before. Neither Eli nor the blacksmith apprentices had seen them before. Just then, their interaction was interrupted by a powerful surge of force. In an instant, strong, thorny vines surged over the small hill in front of them like massive tentacles. Aisha barely managed to shield her friends with a magical barrier. However, the attack was so intense that the sorceress could only maintain the shield for a mere 5 seconds. The vines approached once more but did not strike. Instead, they began to intertwine, forming the forest's guardian. The Queen of Thorns materialized before Qiang Ye and his group. The first to address the queen was the general. The giant cats expressed their desire to simply pass through the forest and sought her permission. The queen was taken aback, remarking on how such a fierce beast could become a human servant. In response, Faley clarified that he actually served the cat. Growing impatient with the conversation, the queen lashed out at the spot where the general stood with her vines. However, the cat adeptly leapt away. Isabella saw this as a cue to attack, but the dryad effortlessly deflected her strike. Similarly, Aisha's barrage of magical lollipops had no effect on her. However, a true hunter was on the move. The general was closing in on the queen from behind. The cat and its rider were poised to deliver a decisive strike when Groot intervened, taking the hit in front of the queen. This allowed the dryad a brief moment to ensnare the cat's paw with vines. Meanwhile, Eli launched a broad leap from the mountain to attack the queen. But the general blocked his path, as the queen had unwound the cat by its paw and thrust it towards the boy. In the next instant, the boy, the cat, and the rider were sent flying in different directions like billiard balls. While the queen dealt with the cat, a magical circle appeared above her. It was Aisha's work, preparing to summon an icy rain. However, the queen countered with her own magic circle. As the dryad focused on deflecting the magic, Ibe surged forward with renewed vigor. The queen, sensing a new threat, summoned 2 powerful vines with her free hand, which chased after Ibe. In no time, the vines ensnared the girl's body, but it turned out to be merely her phantom. Immediately, Ibe struck the queen from all directions simultaneously. Aisha was thrilled, as this attack combined both magic and swordsmanship. Despite its impact, the attack was not highly effective. The queen braced for a counterstrike when she was suddenly hit hard in the face by something round. The force of the blow hurled her behind the trees. Everyone turned to see that reinforcements had arrived from the other side of the clearing. It was 90, holding the remnants of the vine. He expressed surprise that such a group of students struggled against the snake, but the boys merely scoffed at his high-pitched voice. The boy frowned, but Changba quickly apologized and thanked him for his assistance. Aisha then began to explain that the Queen of Thorns' power was tied to the surviving trees, and her tail connected her to their roots. However, she was cut off as the queen reappeared between the trees. Seeing her 9, I retrieved a magical pan. Meanwhile, Shangu questioned the priests about their lack of involvement in the battle. The priest brother admitted they didn't know how to fight. Changye responded that they should at least know some healing spells, and offered his assistance in the future if they helped now. Meanwhile, the queen was already preparing to attack. Numerous small, sharp roots emerged from the ground, aiming at the students. In an instant, these roots grew into strong, thorny vines that ensnared their arms and legs. Isabella managed to slice through several of the vines with her sword. Eli reflexively leapt back, but within seconds, they were all entangled in the roots. As the queen reveled in her apparent victory, bullets began to rain down on her. It was a precise barrage from machine guns, orchestrated by the blacksmith boys. The queen cried out in pain. Jairus and his sister gasped in surprise. Their astonishment grew when they saw what looked like a tank's muzzle emerging from the bushes. In an instant, Chang Ye's new device, a mobile anti-material cannon, appeared. Upon command, Shang Yamamoto ordered the boys to cease firing. The boy then addressed the Queen of Thorns, proposing to resolve the conflict peacefully, since they were not responsible for the fire. The dryad responded with skepticism, but fell silent. Her vines and then herself withered away. However, this was a deceptive tactic. The real queen appeared behind him. The boy noticed her just in time, but barely managed to move back a meter. The blacksmiths resumed firing, but Isabella intervened. Despite Shang Ye's warnings, she advanced directly toward the queen. She approached the queen and declared that she finally recognized her. Isabella's aura began to shift. Her immense power radiated outward, forcing the other students to seek cover. Seeing this, Aisha exclaimed that Isabella's ultimate strength was on par with Renee's. Demonstrating her full might, Isabella questioned if the dryad understood who the queen truly was. The scene shifted to the dryad's memories, revealing that she was once a houseplant. The plant's owner had been the young Princess Isabella. One day, the plant started to wither. Isabella and the high priestess were taken to a desert controlled by humans. not demons. There, the princess released her pet because the magic-infused demon lands were unsuitable. The girl promised to return for it, and by then, the plant was to grow into a thriving forest. Tears welled up in the Queen of Thorns' eyes as she recognized her mistress. However, eBay requested that her true identity not be revealed. But it was too late. The general's cat pointed out that the aura of Yibai's ultimate power was demonic. Others began to confirm this as well. Aisha turned to Changye, asking for clarification on the situation. The boy realized that the girl was on the brink of exposure. Fortunately, Moto stepped in, explaining to those unaware that Changye and Yibai had been kidnapped by demons as children. Hearing this, Changye covered his face with his hands, revealing that the memories were painful because the demons had attempted to teach Yibai magic. Meanwhile, a girl emerged from the forest, reporting that she had reached the queen, who said she saw people leaving the forest, though not Ren. Aisha asked if they were now free to leave. Ibe confirmed, but added a condition. Changye understood the implication and clarified that they needed to extinguish the fire, despite not having caused it. Moto inquired if Changye had any ideas. The boy hesitated for a moment. The twin witches took over, offering to handle the fire themselves. Although their specialty was electricity, they were also skilled with water. The other mage apprentices warned that using the heavenly shield would exhaust them completely, preventing them from continuing in the competition. The girls insisted that without their help, they might perish, so they began their work. Soon, lightning erupted from the magic circle drawn by the girls on the ground. The electric beam shot upwards and struck the rain cloud directly. Moments later, the first drops of rain began to fall, saving the forest. As the students prepared to leave, the Queen of Thorns approached them, apologizing for her hasty accusations. Xiangyang felt awkward at the Queen's genuine apology and noted that they had been the ones to intrude on the forest, so they needed to find the true culprits and restore balance. Before he could finish, a golden token appeared on one of the tree branches, and more followed. Suddenly, the branches, vines, and roots vanished, only to reappear directly in front of the students. The roots then reached out to Isabella, who was to receive all the tokens. This was the Queen of Thorns' way of showing gratitude for helping to find a peaceful resolution, which had seemed unlikely. After receiving the tokens, Isabella immediately offered one to the twins, but they declined. The twins were out of limit power, and they had extinguished the fire for the sake of peace, not victory. But new claimants for the tokens appeared, the priest's siblings. To everyone's surprise, Isabella agreed and tossed them 2 tokens. Despite Changye's astonishment, luck favored the priests. The twins also handed over their token to them. This unexpected turn of events puzzled the main character, but Eli and his team were ready to move on. As everyone advanced, the Queen of Thorns called out to Isabella, asking to join them. Isabella explained that she couldn't take her now, as she was focused on planning an escape, but promised to return for her later. Meanwhile, the other heroes approached the portal where the final token was spinning. Noticing it, Moss asked who would get it. Changye suggested they decide by playing rock, paper, scissors. Seeing the confused looks, the boy quickly promised to explain the game to everyone. After several minutes of explaining the rules to the first player, Eli finally emerged as the winner. Just as Eli was about to claim the token, a long whip suddenly knocked it from his hands. The token ended up in the possession of a familiar girl with lilac hair. She was accompanied by a group of archers and druids. Changye protested, stating that the token rightfully belonged to Eli and demanded its return immediately. However, the girl, Tanager, responded that this was not a family tournament, so she didn't see the problem. At this, the blacksmith boys brandished their weapons, and Changye warned that they wouldn't play fair either. The archers and druids, however, showed no sign of fear. Just as tensions rose, Eli placed a hand on Changye's shoulder and suggested that they let the girl keep the token, and he would get a new one through a fair game. The next location was the Valley of Winds. Besides the winds, the valley was home to stone giants, one of which was being confronted by Bori Tolis. Bino and Bushi tried to assist their brother. The rest of their group was no longer able to fight effectively under these conditions. Desperate, Bushi suggested taking a second form, but Bano opposed, arguing that it would deplete their ultimate power on minor foes. As if provoked by being called small, the stone giant attacked with renewed vigor. It seemed like the Tolles brothers' defense was on the verge of collapsing, but help arrived unexpectedly. Their uncle, Rene Tolles, landed in front of them. Instead of a greeting, he demanded to know how such scum managed to get ahead of him. Bano explained that they had discovered a shortcut. Realization dawned on Rene as he understood who had set the trap. His nephew looked as if struck by lightning. However, the real thunder struck not them, but the stone giant. Unfortunately, the relief was short-lived. A group of stone giants appeared behind the first one, ready to overwhelm anyone in their path. Rene's mood was grim. A vortex of intense power swirled in his hand. In the next moment, all his fury was unleashed on the stone giants. He lashed out at the stones with his power, reducing them to mere pebbles and gravel. After collecting 3 tokens from the defeated giants, Rene turned to his nephews and promised to focus on their training next time. Meanwhile, Changye and his friends arrived at the Wind Valley location. The blacksmith made a strong start, but Eli and his brothers quickly fell behind. They were eager to catch up with the druids and archers, whose figures were visible in the distance. However, their primary challenge was to navigate the strong winds, which were particularly fierce in the mountains at this time of year, as Aisha had reported. But soon, the wind ceased to be their main concern. Eli found himself ensnared in a magical trap. The witch was the first to realize the danger. She warned everyone about an aerial threat, just as massive stones began to rain down from the mountain. But suddenly, a giant boulder exploded. Everyone stared in surprise. But the shock increased when they saw that Tornado Loon had destroyed the boulder. That was just one stone, however. Aisha took care of another. Several other stones were dealt with by the combat department members. Eli shattered one huge rock. Just when it seemed like the danger was over, and even the druids and archers were moving ahead, another surprise emerged. The shattered stones seemed to be drawn together by some force. Soon, a pair of stone golems stood before the heroes. Shangu almost despaired at the sight, unable to fathom how to fight in such conditions. But Eli reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, asking him to trust him. As soon as the golems advanced, Eli charged at them. His fists, charged with extreme power, clashed with the stone limbs of the giants. The golems were strong and didn't crumble from the impact, but Eli didn't recoil either. Instead, he started to push them back. Witnessing this, Aisha, Younger, and even the others saw Eli's true strength. Step by step, Eli pressed forward until the golems trembled and eventually fell apart under the force of his fist skill. Soon only a pile of stones remained in front of him. Before Eli could catch his breath, the remaining boulders began to magnetically pull together. Instead of two golems, a single, much larger one now stood before the heroes. The massive golem loomed over Eli, poised to crush him. The golem charged and swung its colossal stone fist at Eli. Despite the attack, Eli remained unshaken, meeting the blow head-on with unwavering resolve and tensed muscles. His friends rushed to assist, but were momentarily delayed by a wave of sand and wind that spread from the clash. The druids and archers watched the battle unfold, with the archer's commander considering intervention. The archer commander unslung her bow, preparing to shoot. Suddenly, Cheng-Ye stepped into her path, urging her to hold off because it was Eli's battle. Shang-Ye had intervened because he wanted to witness his friend's true power, which he had never fully seen, even when Eli's token was stolen. He added that conserving energy for the upcoming rounds was crucial. Though the archer was unsure of his reasoning, she agreed. Her eyes widened in surprise. Everyone sensed an overwhelming aura of power. The golem tensed and tried to crush Eli even more forcefully. The concentric circles of ultimate strength around Eli continued to expand. Eli's power surged, his hands, eyebrows, and eyes glowing with intense energy. With a victorious shout, he squared his shoulders and thrust his colossal fist upward. The boy leapt into the air, preparing a counterattack. The energy surrounding him now resembled tongues of flame. As Eli extended his arm, the overflowing power in his fists seemed to propel him forward. The golem managed to close its fists in response, but it was unable to withstand the immense force. The stone creature collapsed and burst apart, scattering its fragments. Everything unfolded so quickly that Aisha barely had time to deploy her shield. Just a moment later, Nuo succeeded in activating his magic as well. However, none of these shields could protect Chiang. The boy watched in awe as the explosive shockwave approached him without any defense, when suddenly, a flash of ash-colored hair appeared before him. Even Ren Tolls, who was already positioned in front of the portal to the next area, felt the impact of the explosion's aura. The spectators were in a state of rapture. Master Yasser was thrilled and remarked that Eli would eventually surpass even his own accomplishments. Meanwhile, Xiangyang opened his eyes, realized he was still alive, and stood frozen upon seeing that he was shielded by Isabella. The boy then understood that his heart truly belonged to the Demon Queen. Moments later, Eli collapsed to the ground. When Zhang asked if he had finally defeated the golem, Eli confirmed that he had. Chiang glanced at his hand, which was badly burned, but Eli reassured him that it was merely a bruise from using the invader's fist. The boy was unconcerned about his injury, especially since he was holding several tokens for defeating the boss in his other hand. Aisha emerged from the dust and inquired if Eli was responsible for the explosion of ultimate power. Eli, slightly embarrassed, admitted he was. The girl said she hoped not to face him alone in the next round. Moto also suggested that his team should surrender while they still had a chance to survive. Even the druids and archers stood in stunned silence. Chiang shouted that everyone had witnessed his power, and it was clear that no one would now consider Renee the strongest, as Eli truly deserved to be the champion. The boy smiled and suggested they move forward when suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept through the gorge. The wind knocked Moto and several others off their feet. Even Eli's martial arts classmates began to struggle against the wind. At that moment, Nine-Eye stepped in. The boy activated his ultimate power, creating a barrier of pure energy in front of him. Shortly after, another barrier was added to the first. In the next instant, the heroes were shielded from the wind by an enormous energy barrier. Nine-Eye instructed everyone to take cover so they could continue safely. Witnessing this, Zhang Yes praised Nine-Eye as incredible. The boy was deeply touched by the praise. Within a few minutes, the group of students reached the edge of the gorge. After climbing out, many of them fell, including some of the strongest students from the martial arts class. Eli asked if they could hold on a bit longer, but his brothers admitted they were too exhausted. Smiling, Eli took his class's battle stance and declared that the fighter class was nearing its end. Following his lead, the brothers mirrored his stance and shouted in unison that the fighter class was coming to an end. However, Chiang was not a fighter, so he looked at Eli's hands, realizing that the end might be near. Eli smiled his characteristic smile and assured that he would be fine by the wedding. Emery turned to him and advised him to stop with the optimistic remarks, as even gangrene was a real threat. The girl walked over to Eli, took his hands, and pressed them against herself. Eli blushed deeply, not from pain, but from the attention he was receiving from the girl. The priestess's methods were quite unconventional, causing Eli to blush, while Nine-Eye turned away and covered his eyes. The other heroes, mostly boys, stared in shock, with Ma expressing a wish to join the battle himself. To divert attention from his sister, her brother skillfully unbuttoned his kimono and offered everyone a chance to admire his torso. Meanwhile, Rentals was already standing under the scorching desert sun. Even with his extreme strength stabilizing his body temperature, he still struggled against the heat. His nephews were trudging along nearby. Buri asked his brother if he had anything useful, but Bushi replied that slime wasn't effective in the heat. Suddenly, they spotted smoke rising above the dunes. Within seconds, 2 trucks created by Chiang sped past them. The blacksmith boys were driving the trucks. The cargo compartments, transformed into refrigerated chambers by Aisha's magic, were carrying the other competition participants. As they drove over another dune, Chiang saw the 3 princes of the tolls. Buri shouted at them to stop and give them a ride to the end of the location. However, the main character ignored him, earning the approval of his friends. Not only did the friends laugh at the prince who was left behind, but the audience did as well. Drona thought that Buri might soon lose her reputation if this kept up. Some viewers questioned whether such innovations were against the rules, but others pointed out that magic, swords, and slime had not been banned. Bushi prepared to use the slime's special function. A small slime ball appeared in his hand, which he threw at the truck. The magical substance adhered to the truck's surface. Bruno asked his brother what he had thrown, but Bushi just smiled and said it was sure to cause a lot of trouble. Meanwhile, on the other side of the desert, several wounded archers and druids were sprawled on the sand. Only the squad commanders had survived. Observing the newcomer who used neither bows, arrows, nor druid potions, Tana remarked that the newcomer was only brought into the team for the championship, but she truly deserved to be a student. The girl stood atop a dune, having discarded her cloak and wielded a whip. The bodies of the earth dragons she had defeated lay around her. Meanwhile, Chiang and his friends had arrived at the final location, the royal ward. Several other participants received tokens. The green-haired one made a scathing remark that even Aisha now had a token. The failed joke caused discomfort among those present, including the general. The blacksmith boys, who were very cold without their extreme strength, were not amused. Moto asked Chiang to create some sort of flying vehicle. Heeding his friend's request, Chiang took out a transformation scroll, and within a minute, a large boulder appeared. A military helicopter stood before the heroes. Chiang pressed a button, retracted the gangway, and formally invited everyone aboard. Everyone except Nine-Eye accepted the invitation. Moto explained that the boy wanted to showcase his own powers. Once everyone was seated, the helicopter's blades started spinning, and it lifted off, flying over the snow-covered rocks. Chiang Ye was at the controls of the helicopter, with Yi Bei beside him, still incredulous that the vehicle was actually flying. Meanwhile, while Chiang focused on piloting the helicopter, a piece of slime slipped out of his backpack. The slime quickly descended, but so far, nothing serious had occurred. The heroes were flying peacefully past a location called Moon Peak when they suddenly spotted Ren. Ren was climbing a steep rock face, overcoming it with ease using only his hands and feet. Everyone admired his strength and skill, but Aisha wondered why he wasn't using magic. She realized that something was definitely amiss. Meanwhile, on the arena, the audience's view suddenly cut out. Confused, everyone looked around. Taylor Kaiser explained that there was a belt of absoluteness on King's Ridge at Moon Peak, a rare natural phenomenon that completely blocked ultimate power. A spectator asked how one could conquer such a mountain. Kaiser replied that it could only be done with natural abilities. As evening began to fall, the audience's mood grew somber. Some of the teachers even started to doze off. The king inquired of Sophie RSUs who might finish first. Lord Goro responded that only time would tell. Suddenly, the first figure emerged from the portal. The stadium greeted Nine-Eye with stunned silence, except for the cooking class, who cheered enthusiastically for their champion. 9. I stopped before the thousands of spectators, when suddenly his tokens flew out of his pocket and headed toward the central portal. A magical board appeared above the portal, showing the student's score. 3 tokens equated to 30 points. Miss Wadley acknowledged that the result was impressive, even for a cook, but wondered where Rennie was. Meanwhile, the second participant to emerge from the portal was Alex, who greeted the crowd with clenched fists. He was nicknamed Eli. The boy's tokens were converted into 40 points. Along with the 40 points, Eli also gained his first fans. This impressive result gave him a strong chance at the championship, and the stadium erupted in applause. Next, rentals known as Ren entered the arena. His loyal fans were the first to welcome him with enthusiastic applause. Ren's score was astonishing, 100 points. Many spectators claimed that the competition seemed meaningless now. Darren remarked that Ren had set new records for the competition. Following him were two other students from the Faculty of Magic, Aisha Yuri and Fairy Moss, each with one token. The student priests, Jairus and his sister, were next, with Billy scoring 20 points and Emery scoring. The Tolis brothers, representing three different faculties, each had 30 points. The archer from the Regent appeared in the arena, surprising the Toles brothers. The girl approached the scoreboard, which displayed her score of 20 points. Following her, Nuo, Tia, and Tana appeared, all with 20 points each. The next participant, an owl, emerged from the portal with a dismal 10 points. While this was a notable achievement for a blacksmith, Master Martin and his students in the stands were far from pleased. Despite 5 students from the Faculty of Blacksmithing participating in the competition, only one made it to the end. Aisha and Eli anxiously inquired about the whereabouts of the others. Buri answered that none of them would return. Hearing this, Moto shouted that Chiang Ye had fallen because of the prince. Upon these words, the prince jumped down from the royal platform to get a clearer understanding of the situation. Moto, however, could only burst into tears and recount the events. 20 minutes before, Chang had landed the helicopter a few meters from the portal and instructed everyone to leave while he and the blacksmiths collected the challenge stones. When Eli asked why he didn't want to discard them, Chang explained he didn't want to waste them, although he actually wanted to destroy his invention to keep the technology secret. Suddenly, the Tolis brothers appeared overhead, flying on a slime-crafted bird. At that moment, a piece of slime jumped out of Shankar's backpack and flew to Bushy Tolis. Along with the slime, all of Chang Ye's tokens slipped out of the backpack and into the prince's possession. When asked to return them, Buri just laughed mockingly. Eli immediately attacked, but without his ultimate strength, his punches had no effect on the slime shield. Eli fell to the ground, and Aisha explained the concept of the absolute belt and how it neutralized their powers. With a smug expression, Bushy declared that everyone was now under his control. However, the blacksmiths opened fire with machine guns. The Tolas brothers hadn't anticipated this and struggled to reinforce the slime shield. It was Chang's turn to gloat as he produced a grenade launcher and shouted that blacksmiths didn't need ultimate strength. He fired the launcher, causing the slime bird to explode. The Tolas brothers crashed to the ground. Buri drew his sword and vowed to finish them all for attacking the princes. Eli wanted to defend the working class, but Shung advised him to back off since he was vulnerable without his powers. Bushy sprang into action, releasing more slime from his jacket sleeves to attack the defenseless magician, Chiang. Chiang asked Eli to handle the situation while he ordered his team to open fire. He targeted Bruno Tolis, who was arrogantly standing behind the slime shield. The projectile's impact sent the prince flying behind the shield. Buri immediately charged forward, but the main character wasn't unprotected. Isabella intervened, blocking Buri's attack with her blade. Shocked, Buri fell back, questioning where she had gained such strength. Equally surprised, he asked Isabella why she hadn't left. The queen responded that she needed their tokens. Meanwhile, Eli broke through the slime barrier and led the remaining heroes into the arena. The Tolas brothers were taking their time. Bushy had another trick up his sleeve. He raised his hands and fashioned a giant hammer from the slime. Isabella and Xiang Ye managed to dodge the giant hammer's blow, but the mountain wasn't as resilient. The hammer's force caused its precarious jut to crack. The blacksmiths and eBay plummeted downwards. It seemed all hope was lost, and Moto began lamenting about his mother again. But suddenly, Isabella grabbed him by the collar. She found a foothold and hurled him upwards. Then she aimed to locate and rescue Xiang Ye. Her plan was to toss him to safety just as she had with Moto. But she saw a block of ice speeding toward them. The ice block rotated in the air and swapped places with Isabella, taking the impact itself. The heavy stone struck the boy on the head, knocking him out. With the collision unavoidable and terrifying, eBay realized she couldn't save the other boys either. Moto concluded his story, and upon hearing it, a furious Eli charged at Bushy Tolis. A fight seemed imminent, but Shung restrained Eli, reminding him that attacking outside of the competition was prohibited. Eli was reluctant to listen, but then everyone's attention shifted to the portal, from which Yi Bei emerged, dragging Chiang Ye with great difficulty. The girl collapsed from exhaustion, but Ike and Drona managed to catch her and Chiang. The woman with the sword asked if she had carried Chiang to Moon Peak herself. Isabella replied that it wasn't without difficulties. Miss Wadley congratulated Isabella on her successful finish, but inquired about the empty stump she was carrying. Isabella insisted that the stump was not empty. She wanted to say more, but when she mentioned that Chiang Ye was hers, she became quiet. Shung placed a hand on her head, noted that without extreme strength she had suffered from hypothermia, and ordered that both of them be taken to the hospital. Suddenly, 3 tokens automatically fell from Yubi's pocket. The girl requested that one be given to Chang Ye. As the injured were being taken away, trumpets sounded in the stadium, and Lord Guro announced that the top 16 contestants had advanced to the next round. As Sophie called out the names of the winners, Chang Ye took a final glance at Yi Bei before slipping into delirium. He wandered through the desert, fainting from the heat and dreaming of a cola. As he collapsed onto the sand, someone handed him a glass of water. Xiang Ye looked up to see Isabella in a swimsuit, holding a glass of ice-cold cola. He jumped up and asked why she was dressed like that. Yi Bei explained that they were at the beach, and it would be odd to wear a fur coat. She then took his hand and led him to the beach, where other teachers and students from the academy were also dressed in swimsuits. Before Xiang Ye could fully grasp the situation, Isabella hugged him from behind and suggested they go swimming, causing his nose to bleed. When Aisha grabbed his hand, he had to use his free hand to cover his nose. Following the young sorceress, the other girls hurried towards Chang Ye. Xiang Ye tightly shut his eyes and yelled to be left alone. But in the next moment, he opened his eyes to find Master Ashton and the boys from the blacksmithing department above him. Still disoriented, Chang Ye sat up in bed and asked what was happening. Moto explained that with the second stage just a day away, everyone had been training intensively, but Eli and the others had been visiting him nearly every day. Chang asked his friends how they managed to escape. They recalled little but remembered the warmth and the magical symbol that had saved them. Chiang deduced that this was due to the contract they had signed at the start of the tournament. He later learned from Moto that Ibei had rescued them and that they had all advanced to the second stage. Chiang inquired about Ibei's current whereabouts. Master Ashton informed him that she had quickly recovered and was now training with Sheng. Gathering his strength, Chiang made his way to the training grounds just as Shanggu appeared. Ephesus had just disarmed Isabella. Lord Guro complimented Yi's skills, but she appeared extremely fatigued. Shanggu noticed her exhaustion and questioned why she was pushing herself so hard, risking injury. In response, Isabella abruptly turned and headed towards the house, stating that she had only saved Chang Ye to ensure an ally in the next round. Chang Ye, frustrated, declared he wouldn't hold back in their next match. Isabella smirked as she disappeared. She wondered why Chang was being so arrogant. Madalena quietly suggested that Yi Bei, being strong and independent, might be irritated by Chang's overprotectiveness. Sophie Sis then intervened, noting that it was time for Chang Ye to rest since his match against Bushi Toles was scheduled to be first. Surprised at first, Chiang soon realized this was his chance for revenge. The next day, the arena was once again filled with spectators. Hans Kaiser and other former and current students of the blacksmith class were astonished to see 2 of their classmates advancing to the second stage. Meanwhile, a nervous Moto paced under the stands while Chiang Ye relaxed on a bench, studying the tournament bracket. Chang Ye confidently declared that he had devised a strategy to defeat Bushi. He grabbed his bag and mentioned he had developed some new techniques. As the battle approached, Chang Ye's friends were in the same box. Eli remarked that Chang was the smartest student he knew and had to win. The Toll family occupied another box, with Renee isolated against the far wall. In the center of the arena stood Shung, who announced the participants for the first match. The first competitor announced was Bushi Toles from the blacksmith class. The second was Chang Ye from the blacksmithing faculty, dressed in a sharp new uniform. Bushi greeted Chang Ye with a threat, claiming he wouldn't survive this time. Chang Ye retorted that they would see who would have the last laugh. As soon as the battle began, Bushi attacked with slime. Chang Ye drew a large tube-like structure on the ground and lifted one of the paving stones. The first slime ball burned through the stone, while the second one passed through without causing significant damage. Despite this, the explosion created a dramatic cloud of dust. Suddenly, Chang Ye emerged from the dust cloud riding a new mechanical cannon. From his war throne, he began to open fire. Bushi Toles took cover behind a slime shield. To increase his damage output, Chang Ye maneuvered his machine from side to side, altering his firing trajectory. Bushi felt completely secure, bolstered by the limit strength. Once Chang Ye's ammunition was depleted, Bushi launched his entire slime ball at him. However, a single press of a button triggered the chair's transformation. Moments later, a contraption resembling a hybrid of an excavator and an electric iron with a drill appeared in the arena. Chang Ye started the engine and charged towards Bushi. The contraption crashed into the slime shield, causing no visible damage. Bushi smirked, confident that Chang Ye couldn't penetrate his shield. But Chang Ye wasn't aiming to break the shield. He was methodically pushing Bushi towards the edge of the platform. Realizing too late what Chang Ye was doing, Bushi watched as the boy pressed a button and ejected from the machine. As the contraption slammed into the wall, Chang Ye came to a dramatic stop at the edge of the arena. He stood tall, and the stadium erupted in applause, recognizing the blacksmithing faculty's strongest representative. Friends celebrated, Master Martin received congratulations, and even the king smiled in approval. Suddenly, a slimy fist clamped around Chang Ye's neck. It was Bushi Toles, smeared with slime and seeking revenge. In an instant, the slime behind him transformed into a spider, preparing to strike. Despite his exhaustion, Chang Ye remembered the stylus. He raised his hand and pressed it against one of the stones embedded in his tool. This action caused the end of the stylus to slightly melt. Changye used it to reach for the slimy hand gripping his neck. Within seconds, the slime around his neck ignited and started to dissolve. Soon, the fingers that had been choking him were now scattered across the arena floor. Clutching his throat, Changye remarked that his guess had been correct. Bushi, bewildered, asked what he meant. Changye explained that Bushi's reliance on slime, combined with its absence in the desert and the burning forest, indicated that it was sensitive to heat. Bushi hastily denied this, claiming he was merely conserving his strength. Shangu, smiling, took out a scroll from his belt, stating he had prepared something special for Bushi. He unrolled the scroll and sat down. A stone materialized before him. Bushi-Tolis descended from above, ready to attack. From behind Shangu, a dozen sharp tentacles emerged, launching towards the stone. The impact shattered the boulder into pieces, and the blast wave threw Shangu backward. Landing on his back, Shangu retrieved his stylus and drew a circle on the ground. Immediately, a stone wall formed along the circle's outline, creating a strong dome around him. Bushi approached and pierced the dome with his tentacles. The sharp needles flew through, causing the spectators in the stands to gasp in alarm. The king asked the officers if this was the end of the battle. As Bushi broke through the dome, he found only emptiness and an underground hatch. Moments later, Shangu emerged from a hatch at the opposite end of the arena. Bushi, furious, screamed in anger. Shangu explained that he had simply dug a tunnel from one end of the arena to the other. Despite Shangu's explanation, Bushi's rage intensified as he angrily stomped towards him. Changye, already prepared, activated a trap. As Bushi stepped into the center of the circle, it began to glow with energy. Instantly, stones along the circle's edge began to rise. Within seconds, Bushi-Tolis found himself trapped under a stone dome. Realizing the extent of Changye's preparation, Bushi understood that the boy had anticipated this, and had even been shooting at him from a circular cannon chair. Bushi quickly discovered that breaking through rock from beneath was much more difficult than from above. Shangu added another layer of difficulty by coating the dome's surface with red steel. Shangu, standing in front of the structure, revealed that the trap was more complex than it seemed. The stone beneath the dome hid another surprise for Bushi. Bushi noticed among the rubble were explosives. The realization dawned on him that he had fallen for Changye's stone trap trick. The explosive's timer ticked down to 0, resulting in a powerful explosion within the dome. The audience's reactions were mixed. Some were shocked, others thrilled. Even Suffice's usually stoic face showed a spark of excitement. Observers noted that the blacksmiths had become significantly stronger. Some even warned that trying to assassinate someone of royal lineage might lead to severe consequences. From a distance, a man with flowing hair and a charming smile observed the competition through a crystal ball. He murmured to himself that the boy was even stronger than Martin, though the prince was not easily vanquished. As if to affirm his comment, there was some stirring inside the ball. Changba was taken aback, believing he had finished with Bushi. The boy turned to see a black clawed paw piercing through the steel shell. Moments later, Bushi managed to break free from the stone trap, though it wasn't solely thanks to his tools. The boy smirked, noting that Changya had compelled him to transform into his dragon form, as he was causing too much trouble for a mere hollow stump. The spectators in the stands held their breath in anticipation. The king recalled having once seen a regent in dragon form on the battlefield, and had assumed this talent was unique. In response, he explained that such an ability was actually a trait of the entire royal family. Every newborn boy was taken to the Dragon Lord to be infused with the blood of a magical creature. Along with the dragon's blood, the children inherited a portion of its power and the capability to transform into a human-dragon hybrid. When asked if he possessed such an ability, the boy confirmed it, as he also had dragon blood in his veins. The king elaborated that transformation not only enhanced the human body and its powers, making it nearly impervious, but also significantly amplified ultimate strength, potentially increasing it tenfold. This revelation left the others deep in thought. In the arena, Bushi-Tolis announced that Master Yalu had discovered a black slime in the dragon's cave, and it was empowered by the boy's blood. In the teacher's box, Master Yalu relished his moment of triumph. He recalled how he had paid a large sum to access the black dragon's cave and found the slime there. Years of experimentation flashed through his mind, until he realized that the slime grew stronger when fed with the blood of living creatures. Smiling, he thought about how much the dragon's blood had enhanced the slime, confident that Bushi had now surpassed even Ren in strength. Shangu quickly recognized the challenge of keeping up. 2 heavy-caliber machine guns were already positioned before him. He opened fire, and a torrent of bullets rained down on Bushi. The prince, however, greeted the assault with a smile. As Changba continued to sketch, Tals, unaffected by physical attacks, advanced toward him. With each passing moment, the boy was losing his human form. Soon, his arms extended, and sharp claws lashed out at Changba. The main character struck the ground with a stylus. Immediately, a red steel shield was placed in front of him. Bushi pierced through it as if it were paper. After spending valuable seconds, he saw Changya already brandishing a new weapon. The boy prepared to fire, sending several projectiles on a peculiar trajectory toward the prince. Tolls readied himself to counter them. Instead of exploding, the first shell adhered to him. As Bushi pondered what it was, Xiongya fired another round, covering him with a new batch of sticky grenades. While the grenades were merely annoying Tolls, he suddenly heard the screeching of 4 sensors placed around him. 2 seconds later, they exploded. The prince began to plummet into the abyss below the arena. However, the fall did not harm him, and within moments he was back on his feet, cursing at Xiongya. Suddenly, Xiongya jumped into the chasm, landing at the bottom. He taunted that Bushi's tiny brain never realized he was trapped. With these words, he swiped the stylus across the ground. The ground beneath the prince's feet began to tremble. The earth crumbled, revealing the trunk of a hollow tree beneath the boy's feet. Faley questioned how it got there, and Eli replied that he had placed it there himself at Xiongya's request. However, Bushi Tolls ignored these questions and simply charged at the boy. He fell into a trap as Xiongjo calmly continued drawing a microwave oven. Wooden walls began to rise around the prince, just as Bushi was a meter away from the main character. The wall grew enough to block his blow. The surprised prince looked up and realized he was in a cage made of a material he couldn't break through. Shang smiled with satisfaction. Before him stood a giant microwave oven made of Hollywood, with the entrapped Bushi Tolls inside. Unaware of this, Bushi decided to break free using the slime. Spectacular purple balls flew toward the walls. The purple balls clung to the hull and expanded tenfold. There was an explosion, but the walls remained unscathed. Watching the prince's futile efforts, Xiongya remarked that his hollow wood microwave couldn't be damaged. Meanwhile, Moto observed from the stands. The boy guessed that Xiongya had hidden the hollow tree trunk in the tunnel he had made earlier. And Eli added that he had unearthed the entire tree because he couldn't cut it down and brought it intact to the blacksmith class. Xiongya turned to Toll's box and shouted to Buri, reminding him of when he called him a hollow stump. Refreshing his memory, Buri retorted by calling him a villager. But the boy continued, stating that everyone considered hollow trees useless because they couldn't be used for construction. Similarly, people without ultimate strength were deemed worthless, but he had just demonstrated the true value of hollow stumps, revealing them to be the strongest material. In the same way, he intended to show the value of blacksmiths and his warriors, even though they lacked ultimate strength. After all, he himself possessed such strength. Now, finishing his speech, the boy scratched the microwave's housing with his staff. The furnace's sensors began to activate, indicating the invention was working. Meanwhile, Bushi continued to rage inside. Suddenly, the boy realized it was getting increasingly hot. His cries soon became audible, even from outside the oven. Proud of himself, Changba asked how long the black slime could withstand the microwave's power. A new rumor spread through the stands, and Master Martin suspected that Lilac Thunder was involved. Zhang Ye smiled, recalling a past life where he had graduated high school at 14 and was preparing for Harvard. And microcircuits were his specialty. If he wanted, he could even design a spaceship. Meanwhile, inside his invention, black slime began to evaporate, creating holes in the Bushy Tool's body. Within seconds, the boy was writhing on the floor from the burns. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared beneath him, the same one that saved the blacksmith boys when they fell from the mountain. After that, the screams inside the furnace stopped. Spectators in the stands began to whisper, wondering if the prince had died. The Toll brothers were furious, believing that someone of royal blood couldn't lose to a ruthless loser. Master Yalu stood on the podium and ordered Chiang Yi to release the prince because it was just a competition. But Chiang Jia refused, pointing out that they had signed a contract before the start, and questioning why the Toll brothers had set fire to the forest and toppled the mountain if it was just a competition. Then the boy crouched by the edge of the gorge and suggested that the Tolls might be playing dead, not wanting to take any chances until the prince conceded defeat. Suddenly, Chang Ya heard a ringing voice saying that the prince, in his condition, could no longer admit anything at all. All the teachers recognized this voice immediately. The boy turned and saw the charred corpse of the Bushy Toll emerge from a cloud of purple smoke. A man with long hair and a pleasant smile stepped out of the cloud. It was the rector of the Vasily Andrei Academy. He bowed before the king and asked permission to intervene. The spectators in the stands were amazed because the rector, who should have been several hundred years old, appeared as a handsome young man. The man continued, stating he had no intention of interfering, but after glancing at Chiang Yi, he added that the atmosphere had become very heated. The rector raised his hand and declared Chiang Yi the winner of the round. The stands erupted in applause, but New Anton lowered their eyes. Rennie Toll watched the arena without emotion, while Guro laughed with his eyes, and Master Ashton Martin's eyes filled with tears of joy. However, Chiang Yi was searching for only one person, his queen, yet her eyes were silent. When their eyes met, the girl suddenly turned around. The boy's mood changed dramatically. He wondered if she was unhappy about his victory, but Rector Andre noticed his change in mood and placed a fatherly hand on his shoulder. When Chiang Yi turned around, the man told him to run and find her. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among the teachers was also heating up. Martin confronted Yalu angrily, asking why he was threatening his students. He added that blacksmiths never started arguments but always knew how to defend themselves. Before he could negotiate, Vasily Andrei approached from behind and jokingly reminded them that fights between teachers were not allowed by the regulations. The teachers joyfully surrounded the rector, who was a rare guest at their meetings, but only Yalu thought the old stump appeared only when there was something in it for him. The next moment, the rector returned to Yalu and said that firstly, he was not old, and secondly, the black slime could drain all the blood, leading to death. When asked how he could give such a thing to his student, Yalu began to make excuses, claiming he was able to improve the specimen. However, the rector cut him off. Placing a hand on Yalu's shoulder and speaking in a calm, eerie tone that gave Yalu goosebumps, he ordered him to remove it from the boy. As Yalu was leaving, Miss Wadley approached the rector and asked if he would like to pay the old lady some attention. Vasily Andrei patted her hat and said that was exactly why he came, then turned to Martin and asked him to repair the arena. The rector's second point of interest was to have a more detailed conversation with the teacher of the student who walked free. Meanwhile, Changba was pacing around the tribune area when he encountered Isabella around the corner. The girl appeared unhappy, and there was a heavy silence for a moment. Yebe had already turned away, but Chiang broke the silence by presenting the hollow wooden sword he had forged for her. The girl tested the sword by cutting through the air, then thanked him and turned away. In a trembling voice, Chiang advised her to be careful with Buri, as he too could transform into a dragon. The girl thanked him again and continued down the corridor, but Shangu called out her name once more. He asked her why she had left the mountain without him, and why she intervened when he was deemed unnecessary. He questioned why she was so cold afterward, and confessed that he didn't understand her at all. Without turning around, the girl recalled the priestess's words that the second owner of the ring was a savior with light, but the priestess had noted that he was not alone. The boy protested, saying he had just triumphed, but Isabella sharply interrupted, saying he should not be proud of his victory over a mere pawn. Finally, the girl turned around and began to recount the events at Moon Peak. She had wanted to save everyone, but it was too late. She saw magical circles around the participants' hands. After that, they all ended up in a dark room. Following the transfer, everyone who lacked ultimate strength lost consciousness. Suddenly, she noticed two figures approaching her, a larger one and a smaller one. The larger figure was the Lord of the Abyss in his child form. The smaller one was Rector Vasily Andrei, who said he was pleased to meet the Demon Queen. At these words, the girl drew her sword and asked how he knew this. The rector smiled and explained that he had certain connections in the demon world. He reclined in his chair and invited the girl to look into the crystal ball. Isabella complied and peered inside. There, she saw Vasily Andrei and her own father. It was indeed George Wasp. The man explained that despite their differing views, they were friends, but their differences had grown too great at some point. Noting Isabella's surprised expression, Vasily added that while people were the instigators of the war, he considered all living creatures equal. He assured her that she would understand everything in time as she learned the whole truth, for all living beings are part of a higher essence. Although Isabella didn't grasp the full meaning of the truth, Vasily promised that understanding would come with time. The girl, still in disbelief, asked what his future plans were and if he would allow her to continue her studies with his people. The man told her that she truly needed further training to become stronger than her former self. Hearing this, the girl realized that not only did he know about her alter ego, but he almost certainly had his own as well. She admitted that she had been expecting another fight, but after their conversation, she felt insignificant, like an insect. Reflecting on their talk, she suddenly realized that Vasily might also be aware of his own origins. Isabella confirmed this must be the case. She was surprised by the boy's reaction, noting that he looked foolish when he was scared for himself. The girl then turned and walked away, stating that her job was to get out of there and that he could do as he pleased. Meanwhile, the second round of the arena was beginning, with Faley Moss as the first fighter. His opponent was 9 and Wok Yuri. Disputes erupted in the stands as usual. Darren placed a bet on the Cook IEC and her own student. The argument escalated, almost leading to a fight between them. Observing the field, Aisha thought that despite Faley appearing heavy lately, he remained one of the best in the class. The signal for the match sounded. 9 armed himself with a frying pan. This surprised Xiang Ya slightly and elicited disdain from the general, who suggested ending it quickly. Faley agreed and launched himself at the cat. While the mage hovered in the air, the general lazily attacked. With a jump, easily dodging the frying pan thrown at him, and quickly swung his tail, sending the pan back to 9AI. The boy caught the frying pan and examined it thoughtfully. Meanwhile, a menacing cat appeared behind him. In an instant, the cat's claws sank into the cook's shoulder, but the damage was minimal. 9AI blocked the attack with a giant fork. After receiving a scratch under his whisker, the cat leaped back and asked how much longer he had to fight. Meanwhile, 2 magic circles appeared around the boy, who announced that he had gathered a lot of solar energy. As he spoke, he smiled, his eyes shining with light, signaling the start of the cat's transformation. Within moments, a fur-covered mutant emerged on the podium. The stands erupted in excitement. Aisha saw the general like this for the first time and Eli noted the mutant's well-developed muscles. Instead of tensing up, 9AI pulled out his entire kitchen arsenal. The items were hurled at the cat, but it didn't flinch. And no wonder, none of them caused any harm. Withstanding the attack, the cat suddenly vanished. The mutant began darting around the arena in a zigzag pattern, engaging 9AI, but the boy remained stationary. The cook tensed his muscles and attempted to counterattack, but the blow struck the general's exposed knee, allowing the cat to regain the upper hand. The mutant delivered another hit, and 9AI, shielding himself with his hands, was knocked backward. The general showered the boy with a series of kicks, but the cook kept dodging. After taking another hit, he ended up at the edge of the arena. Suddenly, a blinding light enveloped the spectators. A ball of sunlight appeared in his hands. 9AI realized he would now face no overflow issues and quickly closed several giant eyes, just in time, as massive rays shot directly at the spot where the cook was standing. The energy shields not only withstood the attack, but also reflected the beams in different directions. Some of the beams flew straight into the stands. Observing this, Vasily Andrei remarked on the technique's danger, which left several cracks in the stands. Faley collapsed limply, but the general caught him on his paws. The cat glared at its master, saying he nearly caused an explosion. Clearing his throat, Faley admitted he hadn't fully mastered the technique yet. The young man then looked around and saw he had destroyed half of the arena. The audience was thrilled. Moto inquired about the type of magic used, and Aisha explained it looked like light magic. She described that mages used 5 basic elements: water, fire, wind, earth, and lightning, combining them in various ways to enhance their effects. Besides elemental magic, there was also light and darkness magic. Faley was skilled in the former. Isabella's mention of saving light took on new meaning for Qiangya, who realized he was clearly not yet among the chosen. If ordinary students possessed such magic, then the power of the rulers was even greater. He needed to further develop his own potential. Meanwhile, the battles continued in the arena. Both fighters were surprised by the pierced 10-layer walk, which had been considered impenetrable. Failure was stunned that the walk had managed to stop his attack. Hearing this, the general commented that the magician was rushing and decided to handle things himself. In an instant, the cat was flying straight towards the restored shield. But in the next moment, the mutant seemed to dissolve just a meter from the wall and reappeared behind 9AI. The boy couldn't escape unscathed, but he had his own magic trick. Smoke began to swirl around him, along with Elena. The general thought 9AI was trying to hide, but his senses remained sharply attuned. Diving into the smoke, the cat inflicted several deep scratches on the boy. However, while playing cat and mouse, the general failed to realize that 9AI was using the blows to lure him into a trap. Suddenly, the cat stumbled out of the fog. In the next moment, it vanished into a cloud of smoke. To the surprised cries of Faley, 9AI explained that the cat had simply assumed its true form. After some time, the cat returned to its usual size, but it was not in a fighting condition. The animal was affected by catgrass, which the master chef had discovered during a mountain expedition. The master recounted how he had kept the grass only for its pleasant aroma, but within hours, it had attracted all the cats in the area. Meanwhile, 9AI reassured the boy, saying that the cat would soon recover and suggested he surrender. Eventually, the boy agreed to surrender. The next match was between Yi Bei and Buri Tolls, both representing the fencing faculty. Buri disdainfully offered the girl a chance to surrender and threatened revenge for her brother. But Isabella had other plans. As soon as the fight began, Isabella struck at Buri with her new sword. Buri managed to react, but Yi Bei relentlessly pummeled him with a series of powerful blows. The guy started to get anxious and threatened to abandon courtesy. But the girl had no intention of listening to him. Buri could sense how much stronger she had become in recent weeks. Soon the first blood was drawn from him. The spectators were captivated by her relentless attack. But Miss Wadley remarked that in the Faculty of Magic, the girl would have achieved even more. Drona, recalling the incident at the waterfall, commented that swords were more suited to Yi Bei. Meanwhile, Qiangya, watching from the stands, considered how the girl had retained the power of the Demon Queen even without magic. After another blow, Buri paused, breathing heavily. Isabella launched another assault, but suddenly her sword was ensnared by black tentacles. Buri used the brief moment to transform into his dragon form. In his new guise, he acknowledged Yi Bei's strength, but said it didn't lessen his irritation. He then proposed that she leave the empty stump and become his girlfriend so they could train together. Spurred on by Qiangya's encouraging shout from the stands, the girl charged again. This time, Buri simply raised his sword to parry her attack. When Isabella paused, the prince seized the opportunity to counterattack. The queen then had to leap aside to dodge his strike. It was clearly the right decision, as the arena floor cracked open from Toll's impact. After landing from her jump, the girl found herself right next to one of the large fissures. She glanced over and saw that Buri was already raising his sword to strike her. Ignoring Cheng's cries, the girl resolved not to retreat this time. In an instant, the attack concluded, and the spot where Yi Bei had been standing erupted in an explosion. When the dust settled, the audience saw that the girl had blocked Buri's massive sword with her own blade. The stands were silent, students, teachers, spectators, all were hushed. Only Vasily Andrei wore a smile. Buri stood motionless as if stunned until Isabella forced his sword away. The prince yelled that the worthless commoner could not withstand a blow from the dragon form. He grabbed his sword again and executed the slashing dragon whip technique. But the girl simply leaped to meet him, flying past him. Buri was baffled by the move, but as soon as Isabella landed, he felt intense pain in his right forearm, or rather, what was left of it. The great sword broke as well, and as he doubled over in agony, a wave of pain surged from his stomach. The boy began to lose consciousness from his dragon form and any chance of victory. The stadium erupted in cheers. Moto patted Shangu on the shoulder, congratulating them both on advancing to the next round. The boy replied that he had worked hard, but Yi Bei had won effortlessly. Meanwhile, as the girl walked beneath the stands to the applause of the fans, someone suddenly blocked her path. The third brother of the Tolls appeared and declared that no one could leave after injuring his family. He then swung his fist at Isabella. Isabella remained completely still, and for good reason. In an instant, a lasso ensnared the boy's hand. The lasso was controlled by a girl with lilac hair, an agent of the regent. She quickly freed Bruno's hand but told him to step back, dismissing him as a loser. Isabella looked surprised and continued under the stands, while Bruno continued to berate the girl. Suffices arrived, informing Bruno that conflicts outside the competition area would lead to disqualification. Approaching closer, Lord Guro warned the young troll that such behavior would make him a laughingstock, and indeed, the stands were filled with mocking laughter. Just as Ephesus was about to leave, the girl called out to him, asking if this was the final battle. Lord Guro confirmed it was, as the arena needed repairs, but the girl assured him she would finish quickly. Ephesus agreed and announced the next match. Archer Penny Tolls versus the new druid. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the settlement of the eastern tribes, specifically to the decimated settlement of the eastern tribes. Tribesmen were either killed or imprisoned in cages, while others were forced to their knees. The parade was led by Angus Tolls and Lord Sado, with the regent ordering the execution of the prisoners. Sado carried out the order with evident pleasure. This decision was met with loud protests. The few survivors observed from the forest, pondering where they would take the prisoners and questioning the minister's failure to issue orders for the settlement's protection. In their view, the true culprit behind the massacre was undoubtedly the regent Tolls, the principal antagonist to the peaceful existence on the plains of Shiro Luo. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to the arena. The unfortunate new Otto was spinning on the end of a whip that had been thrown over the magical block. After a few moments of struggling, the boy cried out that he was surrendering. Master Druid asked the archery instructor why Penny used a whip instead of a bow. The instructor coldly responded that the purpose of the tournament was to showcase the students' best skills. Shangu watched the girl and the medics, draining Nyota, and thought Penny would be a formidable rival for Isabella. Suddenly, he noticed Yi Bei talking to Drona at the edge of the arena. However, Sophie interrupted Shangu's thoughts by announcing the end of the first day of the second stage of the tournament. After several hours, Shangu returned to the dormitory, shielding his eyes with his hands. He entered the room cautiously. To his dismay, the room was empty, with no sign of Isabella. He dashed into the corridor and quickly located her. She was under the portico, not acknowledging his presence. She explained she had moved to assist Drona in mastering her ultimate power. Shangu inquired when she would return, and Isabella told him not to worry about it. She also brushed off his concern about whether Drona would discover her true identity before continuing down the corridor. Without further delay, Shangu went back to his room and settled onto the floor as usual. A few minutes later, he pulled out his sketchbook and started drawing. The new competitive day began with the first fighter being Rene's trolls. His opponent was Tana Jolan. Lord Goro gave the signal to start. The girl was the first to cast a magic shot. However, Rene easily countered it with a magical shield. The shield absorbed a fresh volley of 3 arrows. Realizing that standard attacks were ineffective, the girl used her rain of arrows technique. Her arrow soared high, and at its peak, it split into dozens of smaller arrows that quickly descended upon the target. The tactic proved successful. The barrage was powerful enough to breach the shield. However, Rene had a countermeasure. He combined the remnants of the shield with the arrows into a swirling vortex spell. Observing this, Tana understood that she needed to use her full strength to have any hope of winning. She deployed her most powerful technique, Arrow of Destruction. The shot pierced the arena's surface and flew directly into the center of the vortex. Tana expected Rene to be severely injured, if not completely defeated. Instead, moments later, Rene emerged from the mist and asked why she used her strongest technique so early in the match. He remarked that she was unfortunate to face him in the first round, and suggested she should have surrendered immediately. Despite this, Tana refused to give up and prepared to make another attempt. However, something unusual began to occur around her. People's hair began to stand on end. Suddenly, the clear day was overshadowed by storm clouds and lightning. Electrical discharges began to alter the girl's body. She glanced at Ren, who was hovering over the magic circle and commenting that her threshold was just a mere touch. Despite this, she summoned her strength and released another arrow of destruction. However, the boy simply grabbed her by the hand and suggested she surrender. Tana told him to make her surrender. Renee sighed, said it was her choice, and started to summon an electric dragon. Aisha remarked that it wasn't a real dragon, but an incarnation of magical power, similar to the tiger and the wolf, though weaker than both. Observing the lightning in the sky, Drona commented that it might be excessive. Ike added that if the boy went too far, she would handle it. Meanwhile, the outline of the dragon grew increasingly distinct. In a moment, the electric dragon charged towards Tana. In the next instant, the spectators were blinded by the resulting explosion. As the dust and sand settled, the audience saw the unconscious girl being supported by her teacher. Icy, who had also descended to the arena, told Renee he had gone too far, but the boy insisted that Tana was unharmed. Vasily confirmed this, acknowledging Tana's potential but noting her misfortune, and ordered her to be taken to the druids. The stands fell silent, with only Moto in a state of panic, lamenting that he was caught up in another adventure. Everyone shared his sentiment except Eli, who expressed his eagerness to face Rennie in the first round. Shang confirmed that he would indeed have every opportunity, but he reminded him not to forget that he, too, might end up being his opponent. Their conversation was cut short by Ephesus, who announced the next round in which Eli had to face Emery, Jiro from the priest class. After hearing this, Shangu left the lodge as well, asserting that Eli would win regardless. Naturally, the prediction couldn't be that straightforward. The boy merely pounded the ground around the girl without getting any closer. Such was Emery's magic. She jokingly commented that Eli simply couldn't be harsh to a girl like her. Out of the blue, Rector Andre, who was enjoying the unusual match, was approached by Master Martin, who requested an audience for Chiang. When the rector stepped outside the arena, the boy began to plead, but the man invited him to his office. In no time, they passed through a portal and found themselves in a room filled with books. Chungba immediately asked if this was the same magic as in the transition scrolls. Vasily nodded, explaining that it would be inconvenient to draw a new scroll for each teleportation, and if the boy could draw, creating a portal for him wouldn't be an issue. Chungba felt grateful that the man had shared such a secret with him, and thought that he wasn't so bad after all. Unexpectedly, Vasily thanked Chiang, realizing that he had just read his thoughts. The rector apologized, saying it was unconscious, and assured that when Chiang reached his level, he would also be able to read minds. He joked that this was the reason girls didn't want to talk to him. Changba asked if Vasily was bothered by this ability. The man smiled, noting that the boy was the first not to envy him, though he admitted it sometimes caused problems. For instance, it had made him fall out of favor with the regent, but Shangu interrupted, saying that only those with something to hide disliked him. Vasily smiled, praised the boy's sharp mind, and asked if he had come to ask about that very day. Chang nodded in agreement. However, the rector's next words completely unsettled the boy, as he revealed that he had wanted to turn back from the very start. Hearing this, Chung revealed all his trump cards and asked if the chancellor could send him back. Vasily responded that he alone couldn't do it, but then he added that Chiang himself had something that could. Guessing what the rector meant, the boy reached for the ring. Vasily then explained that the red gem on the ring was one of the world's first pearls, which appeared at the creation of the world and held an incredible amount of ultimate power. Another such pearl was owned by Isabella. It was with her pearl that she summoned the boy. The rector then suggested using the ring's ultimate power to send Chiang home. The boy considered this for a moment, but eventually looked up and said he wanted to stay. Chiang explained that Isabella, almost like a normal human girl, treated him differently, but he felt she trusted him more than anyone else. He then remembered his promise to restore her title and declared that he wouldn't leave this world until he fulfilled it. The man smiled and remarked that Chiang underestimated the power of the demons, but the boy replied that even if the girl thought he was naive, he wanted to prove he was capable. Hearing this, Vasily said dreamily that it was good to be young when your intentions are sincere, adding that their mutual charm and reluctance to let go were admirable. Surprised, the boy asked what he meant. Smiling, Vasily Andre began the story of the first competitive day. When eBay realized he knew everything about them, the girl asked to send them both back. The man asked if she truly meant the two of them. Isabella confirmed that they had promised each other to face all the trials together. However, Vasily questioned whether she understood that he was just a boy and considered everything an adventure, and if she could entrust the future of the world to such a person. The girl replied that she wanted to handle it all herself. Hearing this, the rector suggested that they could send Shangu home and asked if she could let him go since he would return one day anyway. He further questioned if she could live with herself if the boy got hurt trying to solve her personal problems. Isabella left these questions unanswered and instead requested to let them ascend together. Lowering her eyes, the girl admitted that everyone, including herself, initially thought the boy was useless, but then she reconsidered. After all, he had been forcibly brought from another world and now worked hard for her, even protecting her multiple times. She realized that more dangers lay ahead and didn't want to risk Shangu again, so she had to let him go. However, she wanted to finish this round of the championship together so that he could fulfill his promise. The rector asked what the point was. The girl replied that she wanted to thank him for his love and care in this way, and then would distance herself from him. With that, Vasily released them both, and Isabella led Shangu up the steep cliff. It was a difficult climb, but the girl didn't give up, repeatedly urging the disabled boy to hold on a little longer. Strong chains broke multiple times, and Isabella was saved only by miracles. During the ascent, the girl lost her own sword, which had been her support. She covered the last meters by grabbing the ice with her bare hands, leaving behind bloody tracks. After hearing this story, Chang clenched his fists and realized that her final words were meant to protect him from her problems. Observing his reaction, the rector smiled and suggested that they needed to communicate more with each other since they couldn't read minds. In response, Chang said he would talk to her immediately, but Vasily warned him against it, as it might embarrass the girl. Then the boy asked what he should do in such a situation. The rector advised that he could read emotions and suggested waiting for the right moment, such as when she won a match and was in a good mood. At that time, he should approach her and say that from now on, he would protect her future. In Chang's opinion, this was excellent advice. The next moment, the rector teleported Chang to the arena. Meanwhile, chaos was unfolding in the arena. Bushitolis was relentlessly attacking, knocking the spirit out of Moto. The rector immediately intervened, catching the boy in his arms. As he flew away after another blow, he declared that the fight had to be stopped because Moto clearly lacked the strength to continue. Afterward, the boy was quickly carried out on a stretcher, still barely conscious. Moto proudly declared to Chang that he had not given up. Chang praised his friend, but these words were hard for the young blacksmith, and he coughed up blood. When the door to the operating room closed, Chang asked his friends why Moto's turn had come so soon. Eli briefly explained the subsequent events, stating that he had quickly broken the spell of the memory gyro. Meanwhile, Aisha had swiftly managed to freeze her priest brother Ali. Master Martin added that Moto put up a very good fight but was simply outclassed by a much stronger opponent. Moreover, Bruno Tolles showed no mercy and cruelly mocked the boy. If Chang and Vasily Andrei hadn't arrived in time, the prince might have beaten the blacksmith to death. This was the final match of the second day. As evening approached, the main character returned to his room, sitting on the floor. As usual, he was contemplating his future plans when a sudden knock on the door startled him. The boy rushed to the door, expecting to see Isabella, but standing there was Rennie. The guy asked if they could talk. Chang got dressed, and they headed towards one of the towers. Upon arriving, Rennie remarked that not long ago, Chang had been a demon slave, miraculously freed by some effort, and today he held a high position. Hearing this, Chang tried to joke that he was simply more talented than others. But Rennie mentioned that he had suggested to the king to make Chang a sergeant. Chang asked which rank was higher, sergeant or major. Rennie replied that it was the latter, as it was the reward for winning the tournament. Chang didn't like how Rennie spoke as if he had already won, and the major's stars were already on his shoulders. So, he said he would also like to be a major. In response, Rennie called him greedy, but Chang insisted that he would become a major after the tournament. The prince rose from the bench and explained that the difference between the ranks was that a major could leave the city in peace, but had to be ready for battle at any moment. Rennie further added that he had suggested to the king to create a separate unit for blacksmiths, as they couldn't fight openly. This seemed very reasonable and generous to the prince, but Chang interrupted, exclaiming that blacksmiths knew how to fight and decisions shouldn't be made without him. Ren objected, claiming that his intentions were good. He mentioned that he made the request because Chang was considered worthless. In response, the boy retorted that the prince's good intentions were nonsense, and now he should leave to gather strength before the duels. As Chang turned away, Ren asked if he really believed he could defeat him. The boy, growing angrier, said that the prince's attitude infuriated him. Seeing this reaction, Ren stated he wouldn't hold back. But Chang laughed, accusing the prince of coming to talk because he was afraid and used to winning easily. He asserted that Ren approached him because he doubted his own abilities and realized Chang could challenge him. At this point, Ren's right eye glowed purple, indicating he was about to use his ultimate power. Yet Chang laughed again, mockingly inviting Ren to kill him while he was unarmed. The situation might have escalated further, but suddenly a hand fell on the prince's shoulder. The Dragon Knight politely reminded them that fights between students were prohibited on school grounds. After this, Ren quickly left the room, and Chang chased after him, promising to defeat him on the battlefield. Having said this, the boy sat heavily on the bench. When Master Martin appeared, Chang understood they were looking for him regarding some matter. He was correct. The issue concerned the trees of hollow rocks. The teacher mentioned that he had tried using them as forging material in his youth without success, and asked how Chang managed to do so. Upon hearing the answer, the master was stunned. His student had forged by drawing directly on the metal. During the discussion, he shared a legend about the emergence of a type of hollow trees. When the creator of the showplane, Luo, expended all his energy, he boarded a ship and left Earth. The wood fragments from his ship then transformed into hollow trees. According to the legend, only the creator knew how to handle this type of tree. Upon hearing this, Martin leaned towards Chiang and asked if it was possible that the boy possessed the same power as the creator. The main character quickly denied having any superpowers, remembering his instruction to keep his extraterrestrial origins a secret. To avoid further awkward questions, Ephesus asked Martin if demons knew how to forge. Martin replied that they did not, and Goro thought the same. However, Martin soon shifted his focus to the upcoming duels and mentioned that with the hollow trees, Chang had a good chance of defeating Reina. Chang confidently responded that he didn't just have a chance, he had every chance. Suffices commented that without him and Martin, Chang might already be dead. The new day arrived. Lord Goro stood before the top 8 participants and announced the rules. The first match was between Chiang and Niwakiri. They were given 10 minutes to prepare. While the protagonist was reviewing his scrolls, Eli approached him and warned him to be careful because Niwa was very strong and tough like him. Hearing this, Yasha remarked that Niwa was indeed strong but not as resilient as Chiang. He then asked how Yasha won the battle. Yasha replied that while Eli showed great strength, he made many mistakes. Eli easily fell for the illusions created by Emery and lost his self-control. Consequently, he fell into her signature trap, the Star Shackles spell. What could be said about the moment the girl used her enchantment ability? Truthfully, everyone was captivated by it, from students and spectators to teachers and even the young king, who shielded his eyes with his hand. However, in a moment, Eli regained his senses, remembered that a brother is not to be traded for a girl, and shook off the false charm. He then sped up and punched the girl in the face, knocking her off her feet. Raising his fist in victory, the boy was ready to celebrate. Instead of applause, the stadium fell silent for a few seconds before erupting in an indignant roar. In his defense, Eli said he just wanted to win, pointing out that Alicia had also gone too far during her match. The girl had frozen her rival even before he could summon a magical creature. She defended herself by saying it was her first tournament, and she wanted to make a strong impression. After these exchanges, 10 minutes passed, and Suffices called the fighters to the arena. Greeting Niwa, Chang said he hadn't expected to face him in this round, but acknowledged that a tournament is a tournament. Niwa agreed and suggested they begin. With that, the cook attacked Chiang with an energy-infused frying pan. While Chiang blocked one attack, Niwa was already swinging another from the side. Realizing he couldn't dodge in time, Chiang activated a magic barrier. Surprised, the cook noted the appearance of the shield and was even more taken aback by its water-based protection. Niwa made his strike and Chiang was thrown back by a stream of water. Stepping back, Niwa asked if it was water magic. Lying face down on the asphalt, Chiang thought to himself that he had endured the move and mentally added that Newton's third law was quite painful. Spectators and teachers were thrilled with the magical feats demonstrated by the seemingly ordinary blacksmith. Even Niwa was curious about the source of the magical shield behind his back. Meanwhile, a puzzled IEC approached Martin to inquire how the boy had used magic while being a hollow stump. Martin explained that she had once lent him a book of spells, and the girl, blushing, recalled how cute he was back then. Embarrassed for a moment, Martin continued, explaining that by drawing a seal with a high-level crystal, one could access its magical power. Yesterday, Chiang had asked if there were ways to activate the magic circle without using raw power, and Martin had mentioned the crystals. Chiang perked up, asking if blacksmiths could now compete on equal terms. But Martin replied that magicians would still have an advantage in creating magic more easily and quickly. Martin added that such magic required an enormous amount of expensive stones. Wadley echoed this, but Martin pointed out that Chiang had become wealthy by selling his inventions. Upon hearing this, Drona and Icy realized who was behind all their sculptures. Their anger sent a shiver down Chiang's spine. Meanwhile, Niwa launched a new attack. Chiang shielded himself with a block once more. The cook broke the block with several blows. But Chiang was already behind him with a purple scroll. Instinctively, Niwa sensed that new magic was about to be unleashed and pulled back. The boy's senses proved accurate. A thunderwolf, a manifestation of elemental magic, emerged from the portal. Despite being a lower-tier incarnation, the wolf wasn't part of the circus, but rather an arena participant, immediately charging at the cook. After covering a short distance, 9. I felt it was time to strike back and quickly pivoted. He grabbed the wolf's jaws, using all his strength and muscle power, but he couldn't hold off the magical being, even one of lower rank, for long and was forced to retreat. Observing the fight between the cook and the wolf, Shang thought magic was impressive, though only having one spell cast per attempt was quite limiting. Meanwhile, 9-1, frustrated and battered, went back to his adversary, also noting the limitation of using each spell only once. Chiang responded by revealing that he had strategically placed scrolls around him. Realizing a new tactic was in store, 9-I activated his collection of kitchen tools. The blacksmith countered with a stone hand-shaped block, and 2 thunderwolves circled it. Unfazed, the cook faced the first wolf with a magical frying pan. Channeling all his might, he defeated one wolf, but another quickly attacked from below. The boy cried out and collapsed. At this point, Chung decided to conclude the duel and retrieved a reinforced stylus. Noticing 9. I was back on his feet. Chung activated 3 scrolls simultaneously. Instantly, 3 wolves, Water, thunder, and lava appeared. The audience fell silent, stunned by the novel use of magic they were witnessing for the first time. The pack of wolves charged at 9-1, who was firmly rooted to the spot. Despite the assault, the cook remained unfazed. He retrieved a green supplement from his pocket, similar to the one he used against Valley Moss. The supplement granted him immense strength and transformed him into a new energy state, Master Chef. Instantly, two large cooking pots appeared in front of him, into which he easily tossed the two wolves. Facing only the lava wolf now, he deployed a massive spoon and gently tapped the wolf's mouth. The magical creature spun around like shawarma on a grill. 9-I proudly declared that in Master Chef mode, he could easily block rapid attacks. He then became serious, noting that fire control was a fundamental skill for a chef. Chiang, observing this, realized the tremendous strength of the chefs and regretted using 3 stones on just 3 spells. The neutral spectators' support began shifting toward 9-1, and they started sharing the enthusiasm of the cooking students. Meanwhile, Martin leaned over to Master Chef Mumu and inquired about what exactly 9-I had consumed. Momo explained that it was a power pill 9-I had created from organisms that enhanced ultimate strength. Momo also noted that 9-I had mastered the magic created by Chiang and was gearing up for a counterattack. At that moment, the lava wolf launched itself back at 9-1, who realized he needed to rectify his mistake. He activated the 3 aqua magic stones on his stylus and began to cast a new spell. Within seconds, a grand water dragon, the highest form of elemental magic, soared over the arena. The clash of elements ensued. The entire stadium was enveloped in steam, much to the spectators' delight as they watched the magical duel between the cook and the blacksmith. Instead of waiting for the mist to dissipate, 9-I chose to locate and neutralize his opponent before another spell could be cast. Anticipating this move, Chung activated 3 lilac thunderstones, intending to strike 9-1 with electricity. Within moments, the fog above the arena turned purple, and a storm erupted in the sky overhead. 9. I looked up and saw a thunder dragon looming above him. Observing the scene, Drona acknowledged the boy's exceptional abilities but dismissed them as unreal, keeping her distance. Beneath the dragon's shadow, Shangu offered the cook a chance to surrender, expressing a desire not to harm him. 9. I retorted that while Shangu was indeed formidable, he wouldn't yield easily. Shangu then warned that he wouldn't hold back and unleash the full power of the dragon. 9-I countered with a super barrier formed by 7 giant pots, but the dragon shattered them one by one. The stands fell silent as an explosion erupted where 9-I stood, creating a massive crater. At the bottom of the crater lay 9-On. Observing this, Shangu asked the officials to render a judgment. The Lord began to descend, but Master Mu requested a pause since 9-I hadn't yet surrendered. After a few moments, 9-I emerged from the pit, declaring that he was still ready to fight. Martin inquired of Master Mu how he managed to speak so confidently despite his condition. The teacher responded that, although 9 had always been stubborn and performed better than other students, his cooking was still awful. Mu reminisced about the day 15 years ago when he first encountered the boy. At that time, the boy was a tiny, hungry infant abandoned outside the restaurant where Mu worked, and all the chefs convened to decide what to do. The baby was crying, but through the tears and sobs, the word 99 could be heard. Mu wondered what it meant and suggested it might be the child's name, which is why he decided to take him in. The story then advanced. 10 years later, a delicious-looking steak was placed on the table in front of the master. The author, surrounded by other chefs, stood close by. The master took a bite, but after a few chews, grimaced and spat it out. The man quickly apologized and reassured the boy that his cooking wasn't that terrible, while the other chefs tried to lift his spirits. However, when Mu invited him to the exam a year later, 9 couldn't handle it and fled, claiming that even dogs refused to eat his food. When evening came, Mao searched for the boy, who had still not returned, and found him in a small forest gazebo. The boy was crying because the other children shunned him and restaurant patrons avoided him. He apologized for his harsh words to the teacher and students, but the master told him he couldn't achieve success due to his low self-esteem and emphasized that being a chef required talent. The boy wondered if his poor cooking was a result of low self-esteem, but the teacher told him it was because he lacked self-esteem altogether. Hearing this, 9 leaped up, shouting that he had devoted his entire life to cooking and wanted to continue working in the kitchen, but nothing seemed to go right for him. He pounded the ground in frustration. The teacher advised him not to be so distressed and suggested that his talent might lie elsewhere, such as in boxing. Mu added that he had already discussed this with Master Jaso, who confirmed that the boy had a natural inclination towards martial arts. Hearing this, 9's spirits lifted. A spark of hope appeared in his eyes, and to the teacher's delight, he said he understood. However, the joy was short-lived as the young man declared his intention to become the first combat cook, make a name for himself in the arena, and redefine the cooking profession. After hearing this, Martin remarked that the boy had completely misunderstood the advice from the start, but Mu insisted he hadn't really paid attention to those words. Meanwhile, the crowd began to cheer for 9 and urged him to concede because he didn't look well. In the end, the boy did start to collapse, but Shangu caught him just in time. Despite the protagonist's reassurances, Nine continued to insist that he could fight. Gathering his strength, he broke free from Shangu's grasp and said he was unworthy of being called a cook and couldn't face his colleagues and teachers. But Chiang smiled, pulling out a scroll, a teapot, and a packet of instant noodles. Nine didn't understand what Chiang was doing, but soon the aroma of the food filled the air, awakening his hunger. Shangu offered him a taste of the instant broth he was preparing for production. The boy had never tasted anything so delicious. Overwhelmed by pleasure and exhaustion, he collapsed on the arena floor as if it were a soft lawn. Nine praised Chang Yir as an incredible cook, marveling at how easily he could prepare such a delectable dish. In response, the main character mentioned that, as a demon's servant, he was merely an assistant in the mage clan's kitchen. Nine, still disappointed, remarked that he had lost even in a culinary duel. Chang reassured him, explaining that just as a chef can compete in the arena, a fighter can cook. The key is to perform one's role with passion. He added that one should not let others' standards dictate their worth, as one's identity is defined by their own aspirations. Tears welled up in Nine's eyes as he approached Teacher Mao and asked if he was worthy of being called a cook. The teacher affirmed that Nine was indeed a very, very good cook. Overjoyed, the boy hugged the old master, and Chang admitted he had never expected instant noodles to have such a profound impact on someone's life. Meanwhile, Nine looked up to see the entire stadium giving him a standing ovation. He smiled, thanked Shangu, and promised to return even stronger next time, both as a fighter and as a cook. Meanwhile, the young king expressed interest in Chang's invention, telling Sophie that he would also like to taste it. Lord Goro smiled and promised to summon the boy after the tournament to ask him to prepare the dish. In the meantime, the White Dragon commander descended into the arena and announced a young fighter from the blacksmithing department as the winner of the duel. He then introduced the participants for the next duel, Bruno Toles and Eli Ayres from the Faculty of Contact Fighting. Eli eagerly jumped into the arena straight from the box. Bruno Toles made the same decision. From the stands, Drona told Mike Jaso that her students were supposed to face each other, just as his were. But the old master sadly replied that his students had already competed against each other in the first stage. Meanwhile, Rector Vasily arrived at the teachers' section in his chair and inquired of Jaso which of his students he thought was stronger. The master pondered for a moment before responding that both students were very strong, but Bruno had a slight edge in skill. Meanwhile, Xiangyang climbed into the box. He was warmly greeted by Aisha, but approached Isabella, who ignored him. Clearing his throat, he mentioned that after the duel, Eli would have her own fight, and if she won, he would likely be her next opponent. Isabella asked if he was serious. Shangu, overhearing this, asked if she considered him a weak opponent and noted that she might be underestimating him. The girl replied that he was the one underestimating others. She continued, saying that Chang Yaya's confidence in Eli's victory was misplaced because Bruno was much stronger than Bushi and Buri. In response, Xiangyang admitted he had thought so. Isabella explained that he couldn't gauge others' ultimate strength. She had felt Bruno's immense power when he tried to attack her after his fight with Buri, adding that he might be the strongest in the martial arts department. Meanwhile, the arena was buzzing with excitement. The prince removed his robe and declared that he had finally met someone capable of withstanding his blows. Eli promised that he would not hold back either. With that, they charged at each other, and the battle commenced. The two fighters took their stances and locked hands. At first they stood firm, but suddenly Eli felt his sandals slip on the ground. He realized that Bruno had grown stronger since their last encounter. Concluding this, Eli decided to unleash his ultimate power. He managed to break Bruno's grip, but they quickly re-engaged in a clinch. In the next moment, the fighters began exchanging a flurry of blows. With high stakes on the line, Eli was the first to err. Bruno dodged his strike and quickly countered. The forceful kick sent Eli several meters away. Despite this, Eli managed to stay upright and rejoined the battle, which only intensified. The ordinary spectators struggled to keep up with the pace of the match, and the young king observed that this year's students were stronger than those from the previous year. Ephesus agreed, noting that most of the contestants were stronger than the winner of the last tournament. Meanwhile, Eli decided to add a new dimension to the fight by using the Fist of Electric Winds technique. Moments later, several electric poles materialized in the air before Eli. Seeing this, Bruno prepared for his move, planting his fists on the ground. His technique, known as high-voltage fist, surrounded him with a flickering purple aura. Within seconds, Bruno's power began to push back Eli's electric vortices, and soon, Eli's electric winds dissipated. Undeterred, Eli continued to fight with renewed vigor, and the arena was filled with the immense strength of the two combatants. Martin commented that their power was half of Mike's, but Vasily countered, saying these students only possessed 20% of their teacher's power. Jaso then asked if he could ever challenge Richter in the arena again, to which Vasily replied that he preferred not to risk another broken bone. Meanwhile, in the participants' box, Chang clutched his heart, startling Isabella and Aisha. The witch asked if he could handle the ultimate power being released, but the boy reassured him that everything was fine. Meanwhile, the arena experienced a brief lull, obscured by dust clouds where Eli had vanished. Bruno wondered if he had lost control. However, in the next moment, Eli emerged from the mist and charged directly at the prince. Toll soared up to meet him. The two warriors clashed, locking eyes and fists. The arena was charged with immense force. The danger of the energy was so palpable that spectators moved away from the arena rather than closer. Observing this, the rector suggested that the arena be expanded for the next championship. Meanwhile, Tolls asked Eli if he was still holding up. Eli responded that he had managed to endure thanks to not skipping classes on using the Shadow Force. Bruno chuckled and challenged Eli to withstand one more of his blows without relying on shadow power. He then amplified the pressure and executed an explosive kick that launched Eli high into the air. The crowd gasped, and even Chang shouted Eli's name in astonishment. A triumphant Bruno stood in the arena, ready to proceed with announcing the winners. In the stands, Master Yang also declared the match over. However, Mike Jaso closed his eyes and murmured under his breath that the fight was only just beginning. Suddenly, Isabella urged Xiang to look up. The boy looked up and saw a bright light high above, shining like a star in broad daylight. Bruno suddenly felt the pull of gravity as if it were dragging him towards the ground. He anxiously glanced around and then looked up to see Eli descending from the sky like a meteor. At that height, the boy focused intensely on his opponent and employed his shadow powers. Overwhelmed by the tremendous energy on his shoulders, Bruno was forced to kneel. The enraged prince declared that no one should have the audacity to force him into submission. Meanwhile, Master Mu Mike inquired about the situation. Jaso clarified that the intensity of a battle was determined by how much ultimate force the fighters could deliver with their blows. Eli, having mastered shadow power, was capable of targeting not just a specific point, but affecting the entire body of his opponent simultaneously. Bruno had now received a valuable lesson. Eli mentally asked if Bruno was prepared to endure his shadow force punch. Noticing the impending force that was about to strike the arena, Vasily Andre decided to shield the spectators by covering the arena with a magical barrier. Meanwhile, Eli continued to rise higher into the air, focusing his energy into a traditional hot cyclone technique. In an instant, Eli collided with the ground, resulting in a massive explosion. Changba felt as though the entire arena had erupted. As the smoke and debris began to clear, the audience saw Eli standing with burned hands. He remained elevated on a piece of ground that had survived amidst the crater that the arena had become. Suddenly, Eli noticed a glowing red eye beneath the debris. Sensing imminent danger, the boy leapt to the edge of the cliff. The emergence from the wreckage astonished all the spectators. Bruno Tullis had transformed into a dragon, but his form was more refined and menacing than his brother's. Seeing this, Eli moved away from the edge of the platform. Meanwhile, with one of his wings damaged, Bruno ascended higher and questioned if Eli could still use his technique. Eli responded that it was merely a warm-up. Following his words, Eli's hands and eyes began to glow with intense power again as he leapt into the air. The dragon lunged towards him. Eli managed to block the initial strike. However, it was a feint, and Bruno seized Eli's face with his other claw. The dragon then flew off, dragging Eli across the ground and debris. Eventually, he threw Eli aside with force. After falling several meters, Eli stabilized himself and landed on the arena floor. Supporting himself on his hands, he saw the dragon closing in. Taking stock of the situation, Eli regrouped and leapt upward. The dragon struck the ground with its fists, creating a deep crater where Eli had been moments before, but Eli had already moved far behind him. Bruno turned, met Eli's gaze, and boasted that his dragon form was superior to his brother's, offering him greater protection and ultimate power. With that, he fired 3 energy spheres at Eli. With no energy left to dodge, Eli attempted to block them. Despite his efforts, the force of the attack sent him tumbling to the bottom of the ravine. Moments later, Eli saw Bruno's foot raised, preparing to strike him. The prince, consumed by fury, began to mercilessly stomp on Eli, channeling all his anger and frustration from his brother's defeat. Observing this, Martin questioned whether the boy had been pushed too far and asked Jaso if it was time to call off the fight. Jaso remained silent. Even Isabella felt pity for Eli, but Chang reassured her that Eli could handle it, or Richter would have intervened by now. Meanwhile, Bruno continued his assault when suddenly something went awry. Eli's burning fingers latched onto Bruno's leg. In a striking new form, Eli revealed that he had hoped to save this power for his match against Rin, but the prince's strength left him no choice. Bruno realized he couldn't break free and shouted at Eli to release him. Despite calling Eli a bastard, Bruno found Eli already on his feet, ready to confront him. Bruno attempted to block Eli's punch with his hands, but was soon overwhelmed by a sharp pain. He looked at his hand and saw it was ablaze. Shocked, Bruno fell to the ground, and Eli explained that the fire could not be extinguished because it stemmed from his ultimate strength. Seeing this, Vasily questioned Jaso about the risks of teaching such a dangerous skill. Jaso explained that Eli had mastered the skill independently after learning the basics of fire, demonstrating that despite his less developed mind, he was a natural-born fighter. Jaso then stood up, said goodbye, and left. noting that the outcome of the match was now clear to him. Meanwhile, Eli offered Bruno the chance to surrender. Enraged, Bruno attacked Eli with his fists, but Eli effortlessly dodged and delivered a powerful uppercut. The force of the impact sent the prince soaring high into the air. However, within seconds, Bruno regained his composure and landed on the edge of the cliff. Once stabilized, he decided it was time for a counterattack and fired several magic bullets at Eli. Eli, however, defended himself with the magma rift technique. This technique deflected the attack and radiated intense heat towards the audience, prompting Chiang to exclaim that Eli could become a volcano man. Eli indeed stood as if at the heart of a volcano. He looked at Bruno and gave him one final chance to surrender. Undeterred, Bruno launched a counterattack, declaring that no one dared insult the princes. With those words, Bruno's ultimate power surged through the arena. The attack seemed overwhelming, but Eli calmly raised his hand. The first step was to neutralize the shockwave. The second step involved a counterattack using a sky-splitting magma technique. The result was a towering pillar of flame that reached higher than the arena. The spectators felt as if they were witnessing a volcanic eruption, but suddenly, the flames turned to ice, lowering the temperature. This transformation was due to Richter and Vasily's intervention. Meanwhile, the scorched Bruno Tolis, now without wings or tail, fell heavily to the ground. He emitted a sound that resembled a laugh before collapsing, limp and defeated. Almost immediately, Eli also fell to the side. Jan rushed over to the boy, who had lost all his hair in the blaze, and discovered that he was gravely injured. Despite his exhaustion, Chiang helped Eli to his feet and raised his hand in a victorious gesture. Eli declared his victory, but his voice lacked joy. He immediately mentioned that he might not be able to fight anymore. Chiang loudly announced to the entire stadium that Eli had pledged to build a large house for his brothers and sisters. As Eli was being carried away on a stretcher, Chiang vowed to fulfill this promise on Eli's behalf. Jokingly, Chiang added that Eli would owe him a favor in the future, but Eli simply expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, Ephesus descended into the arena and announced the next match. The first competitor was Penny Tallis from the archery faculty. Her opponent was Yuba from the fencing class. The two girls faced off against each other. Shauna, observing from the stands, was confident that Isabella would win. Penny initiated the fight by cracking her whip and directing it towards Yuba. Isabella skillfully dodged and launched a counterattack. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the hospital, where Eli struggled to breathe due to the smoke and fire. Anne-Marie Giro, a familiar face, was his doctor. Eli faced her and apologized for his reckless behavior. Anne-Marie, touching the patch on her cheek, reassured him that everything was fine and that she had never encountered such a situation before. Eli groaned heavily, and Anne-Marie, in distress, begged him to stay with her until she could cleanse his body of the corrupted energy. Back in the arena, the duel between Penny and Yuba continued. Isabella quickly charged toward Penny. The archer skillfully evaded her attacks with remarkable agility. For a brief moment, Isabella believed she had ensnared her foe. She drew her sword, ready to deliver a decisive blow. However, her strike landed on nothing but air as Penny swiftly evaded. Penny leaped into the air, and as she descended, she decided to counterattack, lashing out with her whip. Her whip coiled around Yibei like a serpent. Despite the danger, Yibei used magic to create a protective barrier that blocked the potentially lethal attack. Nonetheless, this shield was not durable. The archer's whip struck Isabella in rhythmic, forceful waves. Realizing the threat, Isabella quickly moved to avoid the incoming strikes. The audience, including Shauna, who was hiding under the stands, was mesmerized by the frenetic patterns created by the weapons. Suddenly, the whip broke in two during one of its intense strikes. It became apparent that Isabella's sword, made of a special material, could withstand the archer's weapon. Penny fell to the ground and prepared to switch tactics. Instantly, her whip transformed into a rapier. Observing this, Yalu disdainfully questioned why the master archer's student had changed to a sword weapon. The abrupt shift in strategy caught Isabella off guard, leaving her momentarily stunned. Penny wasted no time and launched a new offensive. As she attempted a decisive strike, the calm Yibei unexpectedly appeared behind her, evading the attack through sheer reflex. Penny quickly recovered and prepared to counter. Her rapier then delivered a series of powerful, precise thrusts. After quickly evaluating the situation, Isabella chose to confront the attack head-on rather than dodge, successfully blocking the lunge. She then swung her sword with tremendous force, causing the archer to retreat. Believing the surge of power had dissipated, Penny attempted to parry with her rapier and counterattack. This move proved to be a miscalculation. The residual force from the attack pushed her back. A cut appeared on Penny's cheek. Despite the injury, she responded with a wicked smile, savoring the taste of her own blood. The girl sprang to her feet, her eyes glowing with renewed energy, as she playfully asked her father if she could indulge in a bit of fun. Almost immediately, the air around Penny seemed to brim with power. In the next instant, she was striking at Isabella. While Ibe continued to calmly defend against jabs and lunges, Penny seemed to be fueled by excitement. She swung her rapier and taunted Isabella to stop concealing her true strength. To Ibe, it felt like she was facing a completely different person. Penny now exuded a monstrous aura. Her attacks grew significantly more dangerous, and Isabella barely managed to dodge a particularly fierce thrust. Penny came dangerously close to hitting her target. Isabella's shoulder fabric was ripped, but she emerged with only minor scratches. Encouraged by her progress, Penny launched another powerful attack, but eBay successfully deflected it. Penny leaped aside and challenged her opponent, claiming there was more to come. After a brief pause, Isabella decided to meet the challenge head-on. Instantly, the blade from the hollow tree glowed with a blood-red aura. Penny's expression turned to one of sheer terror. The energy around eBay surged with demonic power. In a swift motion, eBay swung her sword, unleashing a wave of black energy. Penny couldn't evade the attack, and the dark tendrils struck her in multiple places. Despite the impact, Penny pressed on toward Isabella without showing any sign of distress. She closed in, took eBay's hand, and remarked on the unusual nature of her ultimate strength. Then she declared that it was time to engage in a real fight to the death. Reacting swiftly, Isabella swung her sword, forcing Penny to retreat to a safe distance. With her next strike, Isabella disarmed Penny, sending the rapier flying. Penny dodged once more, but a wound appeared on her shoulder, with blood dripping down her leg. As Penny's humanity seemed to wane, her hands transformed into monstrous claws, and she charged forward unarmed. Isabella drew her sword, but Penny managed to grab it with one hand and attacked with the other. The flurry of her attacks was overwhelming. At that moment, Penny's assault triggered a deep-seated subconscious response in Isabella, awakening her alter ego. Haunting images from her nightmares flashed before her eyes. Suddenly, Isabella's latent power erupted, enveloping Penny and hurling her many meters into the air. Vaseline, witnessing the scene, muttered that things were taking a turn for the worse. The onlookers watched in horror as the pillar of energy loomed, wondering if eBay had regained her strength. The rector realized that things were spiraling out of control and used a powerful spell to seal off the arena. A magical barrier emerged around the battlefield, much to the dismay of the onlookers. By then, it was too late. The academy instructors had already started debating the extent of Isabella's ultimate power. ICI, on the other hand, made a startling conjecture that it represented the ultimate strength of the demonic race, a notion that Ephesus also agreed with. Meanwhile, a projection of the rector appeared on the wall, declaring that the match had been halted due to a breach of rules. She hoped that Vasily Andre would rescue Isabella, but it depended on how quickly she could recover. Unfortunately, that was far from the reality. Isabella, now within the stone trap, was either filled with joy or sadness. She observed that her ultimate power was gradually returning, yet there was no indication to halt the duels, so Isabella pushed her strength to its limits. Penny fled in terror. She reached the wall, but her attempts to break through only resulted in minor scratches. Pausing briefly, she sensed an imminent threat from eBay. Penny began pounding the wall with increased desperation, pleading to be released. Nevertheless, Isabella approached, grabbed her, and despite her pleas, lifted her up. The queen briefly considered that she might need to kill Penny to secure a victory, but her thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of a young figure who had somehow entered the enclosed area. Suddenly, Penny felt the grip on her loosen. The boy informed Isabella that the match had been stopped, that the rector had erected a barrier around them, and that they needed to cease fighting to avoid exposing themselves. In response, Isabella told him not to dare to command the queen. Meanwhile, Penny landed on the ground and attempted to attack Isabella, managing to slice her side. However, Isabella simply pushed Penny away with her sword. Alarmed, Chang inquired if everything was all right and urged the girl to leave while there was still a chance, promising to make amends. The queen did not even acknowledge him and forcefully pushed them both away with extreme strength. The next moment, Isabella turned her back on the boy and seized Penny once more. Suddenly, the boy jumped up from behind, gently wrapped his arms around her waist, and begged her to control herself and resist the urge to use extreme force. The young man introduced himself as He Chiang and promised to help her reclaim her kingdom, a name that triggered a response from Isabella. She began to question her surroundings and actions, but other voices commanded her to kill. With a sinister smile, Isabella tightened her grip on Penny's neck. Seeing Penny's suffering, the boy tried to reach Isabella again, reminding her of the promises made during the pass. He knew from the rector that she intended to leave him to save him from a fatal promise, but that was not the case. He had been summoned to this world for a reason. He acknowledged that he had once been weak, but had since found his path to strength and could aid her in regaining her power. All he asked was for her trust. After his plea, Yi Bei loosened her hold, causing Penny to collapse on the ground. Chang reassured her that the rector was on their side, and that he had a plan for the future, emphasizing that nothing could stop them as long as they stayed united. However, the final words struck in an unexpected manner. Isabella's alter ego began to remind her of past betrayals and abandonment by those who were once close to her. It asserted that a proud queen should not rely on someone who might become a liability, suggesting that eliminating anyone who obstructed her was preferable. Isabella whispered these thoughts aloud, leaving Chiang in shock, who asked if it was really her. He shouted again, urging her to regain her senses, but Isabella dismissed him. In a moment, Chiang was lying on the ground, contemplating how to intervene before the situation escalated further. Meanwhile, Isabella approached Penny, declaring that anyone opposing the queen must be eliminated. Suddenly, someone grabbed her arm and shouted for her to stop. The girl recognized him and declared that a person from another world couldn't halt the queen, but Chiang had a way. He gently held her neck and, with his eyes tightly closed, kissed her. At that moment, their rings moved and intertwined. Isabella's mind was flooded with memories. She recalled the High Priestess's words that she was destined to be more than other demons and needed to become a queen. She remembered the first time she and Chiang saw the human realm's capital. She relived many moments, both joyful and challenging, connected with Chiang. These memories restored her to her usual self, causing her to stammer and blush. She asked who gave him the right to treat the queen in such a way. Chiang explained that he had been compelled to do so. Isabella, no longer harming him, lost consciousness in his arms. Meanwhile, Penny, rising behind him, vowed to kill them all and moved towards him. Chiang wasn't one for idle chatter. He remarked that Penny's survival was purely miraculous, and he wasn't interested in holding a ceremony for her. However, his enthusiasm quickly faded when he realized he had misplaced the stylus. The atmosphere was charged with tension. The boy declared the match over, but the archer, grinning, moved closer and closer. Out of nowhere, Vasily Andrei placed a hand on Penny's shoulder, stating that things had escalated too much. After this, the girl also cut off the connection, and the rector approached Chiang. The boy inquired if anyone outside had figured out what was happening. Vasily responded that they would need to be separated for a while to clear up any suspicions. Noting Chiang's emotional reaction, the headmaster added that there was already a resonance between their rings. In the next moment, the stone wall started to vanish. The rector appeared before the audience and announced that the situation had spiraled out of control, but assured them that a new match would begin shortly. Isabella was escorted to the tribunal room. Chiang proceeded with his Rhenish tools. The final quarterfinalist took the stage. His opponent, Aisha Yuri from the Faculty of Magic, immediately raised her hand and conceded, stating she didn't want to be humiliated in front of the stadium. With Aisha surrendering, Eli unable to compete, and Penny and Yibei violating the rules, Vasily realized only two contestants remained. These were Renee Tools from the Magic Faculty and Chiang from the Blacksmithing Faculty. The announcement was met with enthusiastic applause from the stadium. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the royal dungeon. Here, in the interrogation cells, Yibei and Penny were being held. Isabella was the first to be questioned by a general. He noted that she had claimed demons had captured her, enslaved her, and taught her their magic. Yibei agreed with this account. The general responded by stating that demon magic was not accessible to humans, implying she had lied and made an unbreakable pact with the demons. The girl, however, chose to remain silent. Suddenly, the room was filled with a powerful demonic aura as a new presence appeared. Vasily Andrei emerged from the shadows, explaining that the ultimate strength of demons was equivalent to that of humans, but different races used it in various ways. He then turned to the general and questioned whether the rector might have made some kind of pact with the demons himself, given his knowledge of their powers. The soldier quickly denied it. Vasily smiled and mentioned that he enjoyed strolling and had decided to check on his students during his walk. The general hastened to assure the students that no harm had come to them, and that they were merely discussing her misdeeds calmly. Meanwhile, in another cell, Penny was being threatened with violence. General Sato entered, drove away the investigators, and took over as Penny's protector. Sato apologized to the princess for the rude treatment. The scene shifts to the hospital where Eli and Moto were recovering, with Emery tending to them. Chiang came by to visit. The priestess was gently feeding Eli, who was resisting like a child. Moto also felt he needed some attention. Hearing Chiang's voice, the boy asked if he could be moved to another room because he could no longer tolerate being around the other two. Emery loudly protested, asserting that she was simply taking care of her patient. Eli then turned his attention to Chiang and inquired about the events in the arena, while Moto asked if his wife had won. Chiang explained that Yibei and her opponent had been disqualified and removed from the competition. Moto expressed surprise upon hearing what had happened and inquired about their actions. The protagonist explained that one individual had wielded the ultimate power of demons, another had harnessed the ultimate power of monsters, and now both were under interrogation. Later, Chiang mentioned how Asia had surrendered even before her match with Rena had begun. Moto noted he would have likely done the same, but then realized that Renee's next opponent would be Chiang. The man hurried to reassure his friend, but Eli, rising from the bed, added that his concerns were valid since Renee was significantly stronger than the other opponents, and also possessed a dragon form. Hearing this, Chiang admitted that he hadn't yet started preparing for battle but was highly motivated to win. After spending more time with his friends, Chiang headed back to the dormitory. As he walked through the evening city streets, he drew attention from people. Some admired him, some wished him luck, and others expressed sympathy. He unexpectedly encountered Master Martin, who noticed his troubled expression and advised him to stay optimistic despite his worries about Yibei. They went to the master's room where Chiang asked if he had a chance. Martin admitted that he had been weaker in the past, and that Renee was a well-known talent. However, Martin then noted that the current Chiang had every opportunity to succeed. The new competitive day arrived, and spectators took their places in the arena. On either side of Sophia's guro were the rental seats and Chiang's table. The winner of their match would receive 1,000 gold coins and the rank of major. Suddenly, Ren requested to speak. He appealed to the king to allow the battle to proceed without restrictions, to show his full potential, and to fight to the death. The audience reacted with shock at his request. Vasily Andrei suggested the king make a decision. The king agreed to the prince's request and decreed that no one should interfere in the duel. Chiang removed his stylus and with a smile wondered if he had succeeded in evoking any emotions from the prince. Ren stated that the boy deserved death for 3 reasons. Firstly, he disrespected his royal position. Secondly, he mimicked his abilities and skills. Thirdly, Ren added, a lowly person like Chiang had no right to be with someone like eBay. Following these words, the boy felt his heart being gripped by a powerful surge of intense force. Even Drona and Isak conceded that Ren's power at this moment was overwhelmingly immense. However, Chiang had a secret weapon, specifically a pale moonstone borrowed from Master Martin. He placed it into the stylus, which had grown to the size of a formidable spear, and declared that he had intended to be more subtle with the prince, but no one was allowed to touch his wife. Meanwhile, the astonished female teachers noticed the pale moon stone and questioned how Martin could have given it to a student. With his arms crossed, the teacher stated that his student had a greater right to use the stone than he did. At that moment in the arena, Chiang was prepared for battle and instructed Ren to make his move. The mage remained unmoved, but the ground near the blacksmith began to shake. Ren tightened his fist, causing the stone slabs to encase the blacksmith. The stone trap was not merely a dome. The prince commanded the stones to compress into a large sphere and draw them towards him. As Ren pulled the massive boulder closer, he started to heat it and spin it as if on a grill. The stone began to glow, and the spectators were convinced that the prince had crushed and cooked the blacksmith like a piece of meat. Suddenly, the boulder began to radiate as if a new light source had ignited within it. In the next instant, the boulder shattered and a combat robot sprang out. It was the lucky one, Model 3-0, specifically designed by Chiang for the finals. Ren, however, remained unmoved with his arms crossed, showing little sign of being impressed. Without hesitation, he launched a powerful strike at the robot. The lucky one passed the test of strength by deploying a circular saw shield. After deflecting the attack, Chiang activated the hollow rock tree blade and readied himself to counter. Meanwhile, Ren, unwilling to relinquish the initiative, began casting the Thunder Arrow spell. This only caused Chiang to smile as the hollow trees provided excellent insulation. He called the prince a fool and charged. Noticing the robot's approach, Ren decided to retreat to a safe distance, which caught Chiang off guard. The boy had prepared for both close and ranged combat, and in a moment, a swarm of small robots emerged from his boot. The droids flashed their lights and advanced toward the prince. Meanwhile, Chiang fired his arm cannon. Ren easily blocked the barrage of bullets. However, this was merely a diversion. While Ren was focused on casting a spell, 2 rows of droids had already positioned themselves by his side. Before Ren could react, the small robots exploded. The crowd erupted in amazement, and the king remarked that Chiang had impressed him in every match. Amidst the smoke, a battered Ren emerged. The blacksmiths were astonished that Ren could be injured, and even more so that it came from a blacksmith. Chiang advanced and struck the boy with a hollow wood blade, causing Ren to split into 2 halves and collapse. As Chiang stood over the divided Ren, he realized the situation couldn't be as simple as it appeared. His doubts were soon validated when the 2 halves turned out to be water clones. Moments later, the water surged upward unexpectedly. The water column descended, allowing Chiang to leap aside. Meanwhile, the water vortex continued to spin, forming a massive fist. This fist belonged to a giant water elemental under Ren's command. The mage declared that Chiang's creations were mere toys in comparison to his own power. The giant then gripped the robot tightly, but Chiang protested that it couldn't be crushed since the lucky one was made of hollow wood. Ren disregarded this and pointed out that, despite the armor's toughness, the robot still needed to breathe. The mage then directed streams of water into the robot. Realizing the dire situation, Chiang opened the robot and leaped out. Ren saw Chiang in a new guise, but decided it wouldn't make a difference and attacked once more. The elemental's palm came down again, aiming to flatten Chiang. However, Chiang leaped up to meet it and used his stylus to freeze the giant's fingers. Ren, astonished, asked if this was the ice magic of Asia. Instead of responding, Chiang ascended and revealed that he was wearing an iron suit, which was the product of blending magic with his creativity. This was the true power of the pale moon stone, which could manifest whatever was imagined. Nevertheless, the prince remained unimpressed and attacked again with his frozen hand. However, Chiang, now in his new suit called Magic Knight, evaded the blow and soared upward. On his way up, he delivered a series of freezing strikes to the giant until it ceased moving. Observing this, Martin was asked if the stone enabled the creation of magic. He confirmed it, adding that it allowed for the creation of anything the blacksmith envisioned. Martin continued, noting that Chiang had always been full of ideas and a vivid imagination. which led to the merging of magic with blacksmithing. Meanwhile, Chiang had completely frozen the giant and boldly told Ren that he could no longer use it. The prince, however, was confident that he could not be defeated in the realm of magic. In the next moment, the ground beneath Shang Yi began to shake again. This time, Shang Yi easily avoided the large stones. When two boulders came flying towards him, seemingly guaranteeing a collision, Chiang activated the rockets in his suit's shoulders. The rocket barrage scattered the stones, and Chiang flew straight toward Ren. Just as he was about to reach the mage with his stylus, he knew it was crucial to bring the fight to close quarters. However, the mage suddenly adopted an open stance and launched an attack. Ren struck Chiang fiercely on the iron ribs, forcing him back. After taking such a hit, Chiang remembered that Ren could access the moon rock without extreme force, making him very dangerous in close combat. Ren noted that no one had ever tried to fight him hand-to-hand because it was considered futile. Undeterred, Chiang activated additional turbines in his legs and launched a new assault. Ren produced an ice block and remarked that a mere stump couldn't defeat him, but he was unaware of the new turbines. The steel fist of the magic knight suit easily broke through the shield and landed a solid hit on the mage's left jaw. Ren was spun 90 degrees by the blow. Chiang boasted that he always finishes what he starts. Ren, with a visible mark from the armored fist on his face, sighed and declared that Chiang's time was up. With that, he cast an ice spear spell at Chiang. Chiang was thrown back and realized with regret that Ren still had his dragon form in reserve. However, Ren seemed intent on finishing things without resorting to his dragon form, casting spell after spell. Next, he used a water blade to slice through the robot. Alongside his spells, Ren hurled curses, admitting that Chiang had guts for defying him, but he would take his revenge 100-fold. To evade the water blade, Chiang leaped into the air, knowing that even hollow wood couldn't withstand such repeated strikes. Another surprise awaited him as Ren conjured two massive stone hands from an earth spell, which grasped him tightly. Chiang tried to fire missiles at them, but they were ineffective. Despite the stone fists not being able to crush his suit, Ren decided to try something newer and more powerful. The next spell Chiang had to endure was Elemental Explosion. Before casting it, Ren offered Chiang a chance to surrender, but the boy stayed silent. Ren then activated the spell. However, the spell didn't produce noticeable effects, and the prince began to attack the blacksmith with a water blade again. This time, he wielded 4 blades simultaneously. Despite the intense onslaught, Shanggu managed to endure, though it drained his powers. During this period, he gathered enough information on Ren's magic and decided to take action. He waited for a moment and then activated the cannon in the palm of his suit. Ren noticed the rapidly rising temperature and assumed Chiang was preparing to use fire magic. Since the prince was unaffected by elemental magic, he remained stationary. However, it wasn't magic. It was a laser that struck Ren mid-flight. In the stands, the captivated king remarked that Chiang's move resembled magic used by the feline duo. Vasily Andrei agreed, but noted that he didn't sense any magical aura from the spell. Seizing the opportunity, Chiang destroyed the stone restraints and taunted Ren about how it felt to be struck by the blacksmith he had despised. Angered by these words, the prince erupted in fury. Wind and electricity swirled around him, forming a hurricane of destruction, world-class magic. Shanggu, unfamiliar with this type of magic, initially thought the highest level of magic was the pinnacle, but immediately noted this new information about Ren's abilities. Chiang fired the laser again, but Ren stated that it wouldn't work a second time. The mage added that if the blacksmith was so keen to test his limits, he would fulfill that curiosity and end his life right there. This time, instead of 2, 6 earth hands emerged from the ground and began pursuing Shanggu. Although the boy was not caught off guard, evading the larger, faster hands became more challenging. Within seconds, Shanggu fell into a trap. He anticipated the palms would attempt to crush him, but that didn't occur. Instead, the hurricanes Ren had summoned earlier surged into the clenched hands. The concentrated storm force slammed Shanggu to the ground. A smug Ren decided against quickly killing him, choosing instead to taunt him further, his right eye glowing with magic. Observing this, the sorceress screamed in fear, realizing the prince was truly intent on killing his opponent. The sorceress recalled Ren's backstory. His right eye, a magical iris inherited from his mother, had only brought him hatred from others, unlike those who possessed similar gifts. Regent Tolls had ordered the destruction of the entire Ren family due to their perceived threat to royal power, but spared the boy out of pity. He adopted Ren, giving him a new name. But Ren never truly belonged due to his differences and suffered from isolation. One day, Vasily Andrei and IEC Wadley visited his room, and the rector announced that Ren would now be her student. Ren protested, threatening to strip her of all her magic, as was the nature of the magical iris. The girl responded that she could take as much magic as she needed, as her reserves were ample, and she had come to offer help. Over time, Ren's eye became less menacing, and Miss Wadley became his favorite teacher. Yet now, Ren seemed far from the frightened boy he once was. Despite being buffeted by hurricanes, Shanggu managed to summon 2 twin dragons, a water dragon and a lava dragon. The dragons began to climb the hurricanes as if on a rope, but then they were distorted by the elemental flow. Xiang realized he had lost control over his magic. It was being manipulated by Ren. In the next moment, Ren took a deep breath and swallowed both streams of magic. He loomed over Qiang and reminded him that his magic had no effect on him. From the stands, Drona shouted, recognizing the skill. Icy confirmed that it was the magical iris that made Ren's powers so formidable. She added that, although Ren hadn't had much time to master it, he could activate it for up to 15 minutes, during which he could absorb any magic and amplify his own abilities. Meanwhile, Qiang lay on the ground, likening the effect to an automatic burst hitting a bulletproof vest. Realizing his magic was ineffective, he decided to aim for Ren's forehead. He tried to release maximum energy, but suddenly the capacitors in his suit burned out. Ren noticed this immediately and taunted Qiang, saying his little tricks were useless while his own magic continued to strengthen. Shanggu, nearing his limit, suddenly heard a voice encouraging him to persist. He turned to see Isabella and Aisha. The sorceress had spoken, and Hebi asked her what she was doing there. The girl replied that she was there to help because she saw how Yibei was anxious and couldn't understand why she wasn't assisting her boyfriend. Isabella gathered her resolve and shouted to Qiang, reminding him of their promise. Ren also noticed more girls and crazies around. He aimed to demonstrate that Shanggu was nothing more than a useless, empty shell. Meanwhile, the blacksmith was catching his breath and attempting to free himself. Ren noticed this, pressed him down even harder, and offered him a chance to surrender once more. Shanggu made one last effort to rejoin the fight by restarting his systems. It worked, and the robot regained its mobility. Qiang raised his hands above his head and began to create. Moments later, Lucky One emerged from the hurricane behind Ren. For protection, Ren surrounded himself with a magical pyramid. Breathing heavily, he wondered how the robot was still operational. The secret was that Qiang had set the robot on autopilot to distract Ren. While trying to catch his breath, the boy collapsed to his knees and coughed up blood. He grimly realized that the prolonged use of magic had damaged his hollow wood armor. With Lucky One keeping the mage occupied, Qiang decided to deploy some experimental weaponry. This included mass destruction devices like aerial bombs, which posed a risk of causing far more damage than intended. Formulating a new strategy, Qiang stood up, called out to Ren, who was still engaged with the robot, and asked why he hadn't assumed his dragon form yet. Noticing the lack of response, Ren surrounded Qiang with earth barriers and turned to face him. The prince smirked, stating he had no intention of transforming into a dragon for someone as insignificant as Qiang. Hearing this, the blacksmith activated his ultimate mode and warned that Ren would now have to face the consequences. Ren challenged Qiang to use any remaining tricks he had. The blacksmith, unfazed, struck the drawing with his stylus. The magic circle in front of him began to constrict around his hand. The elements coalesced into a prototype weapon. In seconds, Qiang's left hand transformed into a cannon, the Atomic Hawk's Hawkeye. Even at its reduced power setting, it was still a formidable weapon. Qiang aimed at Ren and fired. A warhead shot from the cannon. After traveling a short distance, the projectile blossomed open. From it emerged a smaller ball, the Dyson sphere. The ball rapidly expanded as it emerged from the warhead. Realizing the danger, Ren cast a high-level spell, summoning an angel's blessing as a shield. The sphere continued to grow, approaching Ren's magical barrier. The orb grew large enough to encompass the angel's shield. The warhead continued its trajectory inside the sphere. The bullet now covered almost the entire arena, with only Ren remaining unaffected. The projectile collided with the angel's shield and detonated. For a moment, it seemed as though a new sun had ignited within the sphere. All the onlookers were temporarily blinded, leading Moto and Eli to conclude that an earthquake had begun. However, Eli suspected that the quake was unlikely to originate from the arena. In the meantime, the spectators in the stands started to regain their senses. Vasily Andrei was the first to address the situation, using the Seal of the Saints, a top-tier magical spell, to cover the explosion site. At the same time, a new light appeared within the Dyson sphere, which the capital's residents mistook for a massive fireball. Ephesus inquired about the king's well-being, and the boy responded that he always felt at ease with Lord Guru and Chancellor Andrei. Satisfied with the answer, the young man gazed dreamily at the explosion, envisioning how the power of the white dragon in the kingdom would grow. Suddenly, the rector commented on the potential lethality of the weapon. Vasily warned that such thoughts were dangerous, since Shanggu also had intentions for his invention, hinting at the treacherous nature of these plans. Meanwhile, Xiang cleared his throat at the bottom of the crater. The Dyson sphere didn't offer complete protection, but thanks to the pale moonstone, Xiang managed to shield himself. He then took out a magnifying glass to inspect the sphere for any gaps or cracks. There were no issues. The sphere started to contract, eventually becoming a black hole. Xiangyang decided to accelerate this process by starting the condensation. Consequently, lava began to form around the sphere, which started to expand like a balloon. The boy closely observed as the sphere descended into the lava. Despite this, nothing critical occurred. The sphere continued to shrink until it vanished. After the sphere disappeared, a small imp emerged from the bench. Renee gave a final wave to the devil. mentioning that he wouldn't be able to summon him again soon due to his disillusionment with fame, before disappearing. Suddenly, the bench shifted. Moments later, a dragon emerged from it, with lava streaming from its wings. It was Rennert, who had survived the nuclear explosion, but now appeared more horrifying than fearsome. His wings were charred and his skin was peeling. Everyone looked at him with sympathy, but only Vasily realized that Ren's strength was comparable to the regent's, considering his survival. Shangu looked at him with admiration, knowing the boy had withstood a 100-ton impact and the extreme heat within the Dyson sphere. Meanwhile, Redness wasn't ready to concede that the battle was over. He grabbed 4 dragons from the bench and hurled them at Chang. As the dragons approached, Xiangyang jumped up abruptly. However, mid-jump, his engine began to malfunction again. Additionally, Ren, in dragon form, was already pursuing him from the side. Before Chang could brace himself, the prince struck him hard. The boy fell heavily to the ground, but managed to cushion his fall with a softening ball just in time. At that moment, Rene landed as well, knocking the stylus from Chiang's hand. Rene then placed his other foot on Chiang's chest, stating that without the staff, Chiang was powerless, though Rene himself looked even worse, pale with ulcers on his skin. In response, Chiang retorted that without his dragon form, the prince would be equally powerless and would not survive the explosion. The prince responded that even on the brink of death, Chiang remained a crude ignoramus. However, he assured that everyone in the audience, including Yi Bei, would witness his defeat. Chiang laughed and commented that Reina looked pathetic, as his only aim was to seek attention, and all he did to achieve that was flaunt himself and glance at Yi Bei. Annoyed by these words, the prince decided he had enough and began to deal with the boy. The scene seemed so dire that Isabella, despite the rector's prohibition, grabbed her sword and prepared to join the fight. But suddenly, Chiang did something that stopped Isabella in her tracks and astonished everyone. A laser beam shot from his hand, severing the prince's arm that was raised to strike. After the severed arm was cut off, the laser emitted one final flash before shutting off. Ren continued to loom over Chiang while blood sprayed from the prince's severed limb. With a heavy sigh, the prince accused the vile hatchling of feigning weakness to lower his guard and then seizing the opportunity. Xiangyang confirmed that the laser was a last resort weapon, used only when the prince was distracted. Hearing this, Rene exclaimed that it was irrelevant. Meanwhile, he managed to partially heal his wound and prepared for more attacks. The prince swung his fist and declared that even without one arm, Chiang remained beneath him. Chiang retorted that he didn't need the laser to win, and from the start, he had relied on another invention for victory. Suddenly, Rene's fist, covered in horrifying saws, came to a halt. His entire arm, along with his body, was overwhelmed by excruciating pain. The prince screamed in agony and fury. Approaching, Chiang remarked that his initial bet had finally paid off. He then added that the pain would soon subside. First, it would stop being felt, and eventually, it would affect every cell in his body. The prince's eyes clouded with confusion, thinking that Xiang Yaya was evading him. Ren shook his head, hearing voices but seeing nothing. In frustration, the prince demanded to know what Chiang had done to him and what kind of poison it was, but Chiang replied that it wasn't poison. It was something beyond the understanding of a simpleton. What Ren was experiencing was the result of radiation. Chiang then gave a brief lecture on nuclear physics, explaining that during the decay of an atomic nucleus, a significant amount of heat is released, primarily from uranium isotopes. When another atom collides with the uranium isotope, the nucleus splits, releasing 2 or 4 neutrons. These neutrons interact with the nuclei of other atoms, causing a chain reaction. The energy released from the decay of just 5 grams of the isotope is equivalent to burning 100 megatons of TNT. According to the laws of energy conservation in the world of shield planes, Luo, the main character, created a nuclear warhead with 6 grams of uranium. Although the explosion was greater than 100 megatons of TNT, the Dyson sphere contained both the energy and radiation. However, Chiang Yi anticipated that the explosion alone wouldn't be enough to sufficiently harm Ren. In a world full of magic, there was nothing to counteract the effects of radiation on DNA. A vivid example of these effects, manifested in painful blisters and blood, was evident in Ren's suffering. Isabella was ready to rush to his aid, but Vasily Andrei cautioned her, explaining that excessive concern could be counterproductive and that Ren needed to endure this on his own. It was evident that the boy would not survive the next 5 minutes. Noting his suffering, Chiang suggested he surrender to give the rector a chance to heal him. Suddenly, the blisters on the boy's body began to burst, peeling away the skin and revealing the muscles underneath. The stadium fell into a hushed silence, broken only by the prince's screams. No one could have imagined that the capital's once beautiful and talented figure would deteriorate into a living corpse in less than an hour. Despite his condition, he still possessed a flicker of immense strength and stubborn pride. Summoning his remaining energy, he stood up and declared he could not lose. He then added that he could not be defeated by some insignificant figure. With these words, he charged at his opponent, but the boy barely felt the impact of his attack. Afterwards, Chiang remarked that the prince had vanished, still believing the world revolved around him, and then punched him in the face. It was easy to knock out someone who was already defeated. However, the spectators were silent. The teachers also arrived. Only a faint smile appeared on the surface of his face. Lord Guro descended into the arena to see if the match could be concluded. Once on the ground, he carefully avoided Rene's equipment and approached Chiang. When he reached him, the boy smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Then he took Chiang's hand and lifted it, declaring him the winner of the tournament. The crowd erupted in applause, and Vasily and Isabella moved towards the pit to attend to the dying Ren. The girl asked the rector to save her favorite student. Vasily replied that it wasn't straightforward, as the boy wasn't injured by magic but by something that had ravaged his body from within. Nevertheless, he placed the boy's body inside a protective shell and vowed to investigate and heal him. Meanwhile, Lord Guro turned to Chiang and admitted that he hadn't anticipated the boy gaining strength so rapidly and defeating a member of the royal family. Chiang thanked him and mentioned that he was somewhat lucky, but before he could finish, he began to collapse. However, he didn't reach the ground as Isabella caught him in her arms. She gently lowered him to the ground. For a brief moment, Chiang regained consciousness, recognized Isabella, and said he had fulfilled his promise. The girl, as usual, called him an idiot and mentioned they would need to talk, but the boy fell unconscious again, resting on her chest. Despite this, Isabella wasn't angry. She quietly thanked him. Meanwhile, the crowd continued to celebrate the victory. For some, however, there was no joy, as they had bet all their possessions on Ren. Teachers and students from the blacksmithing faculty descended into the pit. Martin created stairs as he went. As they descended, the teacher inquired if the boy was seriously injured. Isabella responded that he had merely fallen asleep. The teacher expressed delight, noting that the blacksmiths, after years of finishing last, had finally won the cup. The other students shared in his joy. However, Ashton had come down not just to congratulate the winner. Besides preparing the podium for the winner, he quickly set up everything. Soon, the king was walking on the white carpet. Holding a crystal cup, he stood and declared that this was the most thrilling final in history, and that no one deserved the award more than Chiang. Yet it was Isabella who bowed to the king, holding the winner in her arms instead of Chiang. The teacher Martin accepted the cup on behalf of the winner. He raised the cup high, and the king added that they would all serve the kingdom well in the future. However, not everyone was pleased. Penny Toll stood with a blank expression. Unable to bear the sight of the celebration, she abruptly turned and walked away. Meanwhile, the story transitions to that evening. Vasily Andrei and an icy Wadley stood over Rene's body. Despite all treatments, the boy still showed signs of life. Vasily, looking sadly at the student, remarked that his condition would only deteriorate, but then he produced a red stone radiating powerful magic. The girl asked if it was the same crystal he had once mentioned. The teacher confirmed it was the Stone of Development, the object that birthed their world and all living things. With that, he released the stone, and it floated to the center of the room. The stone hovered steadily above the prince lying on the ground. Suddenly, the crystal emitted a brilliant light, forming several layers of magic circles. Blood-like drops began to fall from the upper circle. These drops started to touch the boy's body. Wherever the drops touched, his flesh regenerated. However, the rector looked sad, knowing he could only revive the boy's body, and Ren would have to deal with the remaining consequences for the rest of his life. After a minute, the stone's brightness began to fade. The rector realized it was time to conceal it. The light dimmed, the crystal flew back to his hand, and then dematerialized. Seeing the crystal's power, Wadley asked why it was so potent. The rector promised to explain later. Reno, who was on the floor, immediately thought of Shangu. He began rushing around the room, demanding the boy show himself. Suddenly, the prince received a sharp slap from his teacher. She told him to pull himself together because the match was long over, and he had lost. Rene protested, saying it was impossible for him to lose. But Icy reminded him that if not for the rector, he would have already been dead by now. The boy fell to his knees. The rector explained that he couldn't control everything, and his injury brought many complications that he would have to live with. He expressed hope that Ren had learned his lesson. Hearing this, the boy bent to the ground and cried with blind eyes. Meanwhile, the rector's hand withered. Such was the price of using the development stone. Realizing all his losses, the boy cried out in an inhuman voice. At the same time, Chang regained consciousness on the East Campus. The first thing he felt was a wild pain in his back. Seeing his friends, he asked how he had ended up in the dormitory. Master Martin explained that they brought him here after the duel because they were concerned about him. The guy looked around and saw that all his friends were there, even Suffices. He felt a bit embarrassed that everyone had been taking care of him while he slept, but one of the boys reassured him, saying there was nothing to be embarrassed about because he was the champion, and they were all waiting to celebrate his victory. Moto was not the only one in high spirits. Suddenly, he burst out saying it was highly beneficial to be the champion, especially since Emery had taken care of Eli during their treatment, which annoyed him. But Xiang surpassed them all and received treatment from Master Priestess Yelena, whose best skill was healing hugs of the highest level of magic. While Moto felt neglected, receiving only injections in the buttocks from Dr. Emery, he went to mourn his plight in a corner. Meanwhile, Eli approached Chiang and offered to spar with him once he recovered. Shangu eagerly accepted the offer but asked his friend not to use the skill that had defeated Bruno Tolls. Hearing this, Master Martin said there was no need to worry about the boy since he was already planning fights. Chiang replied that he wouldn't have won without Martin's guidance and the pale moonstone. To this, the master responded that the sharpness of the sword didn't matter. Only true professionals could use its full potential. Suffices also ruffled Chiang's hair and said he shouldn't be too modest, adding that he could very well become a division commander one day. Suddenly, Isabella interrupted the visitors. She stood at the door of the ward, holding a bowl of soup on a tray. She requested that everyone leave for a while so she could rest and take care of him on her own. Upon hearing this, Aisha gave Chiang Yir a knowing wink and mentioned that his favorite soup was ready for him. Moto was moved to tears by these words. The boy expressed his desire to try Yibei soup too. Martin then assured him he would personally make the soup for him. Suffices was the last to leave, promising Chiang Yir that they would meet the king. The door closed, bringing silence to the room. Chiang Yir reflected quietly. Xiang couldn't fathom how the demon queen would prepare soup for him. Suddenly, the girl broke the silence, mentioning that the soup was still warm. The boy replied that he could take care of himself and suggested she rest before heading to the swordsman's wing. The girl responded that she wasn't leaving her own room. Xiang asked if that meant she had returned. Isabella told him to just stay still. Xiang remained silent, but then realized he was in clean clothes and wondered if Isabella had changed him. His next realization was that he was lying in her bed, and he couldn't resist inhaling the sweet scent of her blanket. Suddenly, he noticed Isabella looking at him with a puzzled expression. She already had a spoon in her hands. The girl awkwardly admitted that it was her first time making soup. Xiang Yir eagerly took the spoon. Suddenly, he turned green, then pale, and began to cough. Isabella questioned if it was really that bad and mentioned she wanted to try the dish herself. But he grabbed her hand and said he just choked. With that, he snatched the plate from her hands and drank it all in one gulp. After stopping for a moment, the boy cheerfully declared that the soup was delicious. And in response to Isabella's skeptical look, he asked her to cook for him every day. The girl lowered her eyes and agreed. Hearing this, Xiang Yir decided this was his chance and leaned towards Isabella. However, Yibei looked at him confused and asked what he was doing. This made the guy blush. The next moment, Chiang suddenly turned around and crawled under the blanket. Isabella asked what he was doing, saying she wanted to discuss important matters, and gave him a playful slap on the buttocks. After that, Xiang Yir remembered that he had won the tournament and had become a major. He then sat up and said it was time to come up with a plan. Isabella stated her plan was to return to the Demon Kingdom. Chungjia agreed, mentioning they had already spent 4 months among humans. The girl said that the demons were eagerly awaiting her return, but Xiang Yir questioned whether she would be recognized in her current form and if the two of them had enough strength to defeat the rebels. Isabella said it wouldn't be enough, so they needed to figure out how to restore her demon form. Xiang Yir responded that he had felt her immense power when she was in demon form, and also during the battle with the berry trolls. The girl explained that she had regained some strength from training under the waterfall, but it was only a fraction of what she once had. Isabella paused briefly and added that she could fully restore her strength if she activated her demonic core. He asked what that was and how to activate it. The girl explained that every living organism, even a blacksmith with a small test tube, is a source of power. Seeing the boy's confusion, she clarified that the source is a focal point of power, like a spark that ignites an aura into a flame. She asked if the source of a demon's power was the demonic core, but Isabella clarified that only the ruler herself possessed such a core. For instance, the royal power of the dragon is shared by the entire clan, whereas the demonic core is unique to her, making her power much stronger. Xiang Yir remarked that he now understood how she defeated Buri so easily, but the girl added that the secret was in the hollow wood sword he made for her. She continued, explaining that this distribution of power helped maintain a balance between forces. According to legend, the blood of the creator flows in the veins of demon rulers. She then added that when her demonic core was deactivated, she realized there was something else inside her. It was an evil and cruel entity that Shanggu had seen at the tournament, but instead the boy recalled only the moment of the kiss, which made him blush. Seeing him blush, the girl also turned a little red. There was a heavy silence for a few seconds before Shanggu broke it, asking if it was a split personality. Isabella replied that this had never happened to her before, so she thought it might be due to something Lillian used to take away her powers. Shanggu asked what it was, but the girl couldn't clearly remember the artifact's appearance in the dark, only its vague outline. The boy suggested that she could recreate the object's appearance by drawing what she remembered, and he handed her a piece of paper. The result of the girl's drawing exceeded all expectations. The next day's events took place at the blacksmithing faculty, where Master Martin was teaching his students how to draw. Suddenly, someone interrupted him. The teacher turned to see Shanggu and Yi Bei, who were esteemed guests. Hiding the stylus, Martin thanked Chiang Yir, saying the blacksmithing class had become very popular because of him, and asked the student what he planned to do next as an officer. The boy replied that he wanted to discuss future plans. He took out the drawing and asked the teacher if he had ever seen such an object. Although Martin had traveled to many places, he couldn't say for sure. He noted that the dagger had a unique design and asked if it was a new invention. Chiang Yer explained that he stumbled upon this object while enslaved by demons and wanted to study it further. Suddenly, Isabella joined the conversation, adding that the ruler of demons was killed with such a dagger. Hearing this, Chiang nearly choked on his coffee. The boy thought they were on the brink of failure, but Martin got up and retrieved a large black notebook containing notes he had copied 5 years ago from an ancient temple. The notebook contained information about gods and the weapons they once used. Among the records, Chiang Yer saw something resembling an airship. However, the teacher commented that he had always thought the illustration depicted a bird. After flipping through a few pages, they finally found what they were looking for. Upon seeing it, Isabella asked where exactly this ancient temple was located. Martin thought for a moment and replied that it was in the Eli mountain range. Chiang Yer questioned if the Eli Ridge had any connection to Eli. The man confirmed and began his story. 5 years ago, the kingdom received a request for help from the residents of the Eli Range. The local population was being terrorized by a giant lizard classified as a sea-level threat. Suddenly, Eli jumped out to confront it with a huge log in his hands. The boy smashed the log into the lizard and stood his ground to protect his family. Even though he was only, who knows how the battle would have ended, but Jaso and Martin came to help. While Master Mike destroyed the lizard's lair, Teacher Ashton helped rebuild the natives' homes. When Eli saw Master Jaso in action, he immediately asked to become his student. The teacher saw the boy's potential and took him under his wing. When they completed their mission, the local residents showed them the ruins of a 1,000-year-old temple, which, according to legend, was built by the gods themselves. It was there that Martin saw many inscriptions in an ancient language and fantastic drawings, which he transcribed when possible to study later. Listening to the story, Chung wondered if there could be other people from his dimension. When the master finished, the boy looked at Isabella. They understood each other without words. The next day, they prepared for an expedition. Fisher's guru and Ashton Martin were waiting for the 4 travelers in the yard. They had gathered there to reward the winner of the tournament. After proving himself, Shang knelt, and the White Dragon Division's commander awarded him the rank of a royal officer, making him an official soldier. Upon Chiang Jia's promotion, Lord Guro affixed an officer's medal to his uniform, granting him the privilege to enter and leave the kingdom freely. The man then cautioned him about the many dangers that awaited outside the kingdom, advising him to be careful despite his ability to handle them. Master Martin then approached the boy, proposing to take the pale moonstone with him. However, Shang declined, saying the crystal would be more useful for the kingdom's reconstruction. Once all farewells were exchanged, Chang retrieved the scroll, and the courtyard was illuminated by the light of forging. Even after observing the new invention, Sir Ephesus remained uncertain if it was superior to the 3-horse carriage. Nevertheless, Chang assured him that the improved cushioning would ensure a smooth ride. When the door closed, Moto asked his teacher to inform his mother that he would be away from the capital for a while. As the car departed, so Ephesus expressed gratitude to Martin for helping Chiang mature so quickly. In return, the teacher thanked the commander for placing the boy in the blacksmithing department and bowed. At that moment, a soldier approached and informed him that the regent had returned victorious and was heading to meet the king, with Lord Guru also invited. Sometime later, Lord Guru was ascending the steps of the royal palace. Suddenly, he sensed a strong, oppressive force. It was Regent Angus Tolles. Observing this, the officers bowed in greeting, but he ignored them. As the White Dragon commander passed by, he abruptly asked why his father, a loyal servant to the kingdom, had taken his own life. Without turning around, the regent answered that he had merely revealed the harsh truths of the world to Lord Guru. The man then remarked that Sir Ephesus would eventually understand him, regardless of the distance between them. He also shared his frustration with his own inept sons, and wondered aloud whether he should adopt new heirs. Lord Guru chose not to respond, acknowledging that the regent was still far more powerful than he was, but he vowed to avenge his father. The scene then shifts to the Eli Range, where an old man was strolling through the mountain forest. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a rotorcraft overhead. Immediately, he knelt and began to offer prayers to the gods. On board the helicopter, some passengers, including Xiang Ye, felt unwell. Moto was also feeling poorly, but Eli was pleased, noting that those who had mocked him for his discomfort during the car ride were now experiencing their own distress. After the rotorcraft landed, the blacksmith boys went to support themselves by leaning against trees and bushes. Xiang Ye wondered why he was suffering from motion sickness on this particular ridge. Meanwhile, the local villagers approached. Eli recognized the village headman and rushed to greet him. The villagers were captivated by the rotorcraft, treating it as a remarkable artifact. Eli introduced the young inventor of the helicopter, Yi, Be, and Moto, to the villagers. The villagers were so awestruck that they almost knelt before Xiang Ye, asking if he was a god or a divine messenger. Xiang Ye humbly explained that it was merely the result of blacksmithing. To welcome their guests, the local men decided to demonstrate their physical prowess. Eli eagerly wished to join them. However, the guests, particularly Younger and Moto, did not appreciate this welcome and were once again dragged into the bushes. Eli defended them by explaining that they were still adjusting to the local climate. After a while, the group arrived at the village. Changba was pleased to see Eli's hometown. The villagers welcomed them warmly, noting that Eli had arrived earlier than usual this year. The newcomers were immediately struck by the incredibly strong girls who seemed capable of any task. While Chang Yer observed the hardworking girls, Moto's attention was drawn to a girl engaged in an arm wrestling match with a muscular boy. The girl swiftly defeated her opponent, and Sheng Ye concluded that Eli's strength was a result of the extraordinary mountain climate. Two girls, Eli's sisters Leon and Yu, rushed to greet him. Behind them were a group of slightly older and younger siblings. Cheng Ye remarked to his friend about his popularity. Eli responded that they were family, and it was now time to relax. The friends then went to the old man's house for lunch, where they enjoyed a special soup made from local mushrooms known as mountain straw mushrooms. After the meal, the headman introduced himself as Gren, who managed both the village and the local orphanage. Gren expressed his admiration for the helicopter, noting that it resembled the divine relics from their temple. Chang explained that they had come to explore the temples and documents mentioned by Ashton Martin. Upon hearing Martin's name, Gren was even more pleased, as he had been involved in the rebuilding efforts under Martin's guidance. Gren still had many questions, but recognized the guests' fatigue from their journey and suggested they rest. As Chang Jia and Yi Bei entered the room, Isabella started to remove the blanket from the bed. The boy assumed Isabella was setting up a bed for him on the floor and mentioned he had his own blanket. However, it turned out she was arranging the floor bed for herself, as she needed a good rest. As he lay in bed, Chang asked if it was normal for the demon queen to sleep on the floor. In her dreams, the girl explained that caring for her subordinates was part of her responsibilities and advised him to be quiet and sleep. The following day, the group visited the temple ruins. Once a grand place of worship where gods resided, it had now become a site for coming-of-age ceremonies. The heroes approached a large stele inscribed with records. Isabella inquired if Xiang Ye could decipher any clues, but he noted that the inscriptions were in an ancient dialect. Suddenly, their rings began to glow. Moto pointed out that the inscriptions on the walls were also illuminated. As a result, the wall started moving upward, revealing a hidden passage to the heroes. Eli was about to enter, but Chiang stopped him. Chiang warned that ancient ruins could harbor dangerous surprises, like a lack of oxygen or toxic gases. To investigate, Chiang Jia deployed several sensor spiders into the passage. Moments later, the drones emerged at the cave entrance and Chiang Jia activated their vision mode. The cameras displayed the spiders traversing a long, dark corridor. As visibility diminished, Chiang turned on the flashlights, revealing a large chamber and initiating infrared analysis. After a while, Chiang confirmed that it was safe to proceed, and the mechanical spiders would continue to scan the area. Once inside, Chiang realized they would need some form of lighting. However, torches spontaneously ignited along the walls. Chiang noted that this must be magic, but speculated that the place might hold clues about the cause and nature of his teleportation. Suddenly, Moto asked if anyone else felt an influx of energy. Eli confirmed he felt it too. Chiang, however, didn't notice anything. He inquired about the girl's sensations, and she replied that the entire room was filled with immense power. Chiang was distracted by the spiders, which were transmitting a massive inscription on the wall. As they descended into the dungeon, Moto immediately pointed out a large painting. The inscriptions accompanying the artwork were in the same ancient language. Chiang realized he would have to decipher them himself. Moto and Eli examined the bas relief, noting the various races depicted: beasts, dwarves, humans, and demons. Above these figures were horned beings that were not demons. Eli identified them as representations of gods, while Moto pointed out that they were holding objects similar to the search item Chiang was looking for. Chiang speculated that the images illustrated the creation of humans by the gods. Eli asked if this meant that gods truly existed or still exist. Chiang clarified that it was only a theory at this stage. Meanwhile, the spiders relayed information about a vast dungeon. Chiang surmised that this was where the major secrets were likely kept and deployed another group of spiders to explore further. As they descended, they were awed by the dungeon's vastness, which resembled an underground city. Changba and his friends proceeded cautiously, with their descent slowed by Moto's fear of heights. Eli urged them to move quickly before monsters appeared. Unbeknownst to Eli, a dragon was stirring deep within the dungeon at that very moment. After descending 10 floors, the heroes hadn't found anything of value. The rooms started to look more like storage areas. While Xiang Ye reviewed the spider reports, which had detected something alive, a glob of slime fell onto his hand. The boy realized the slime was corrosive, so he dropped his glove and thanked the surface for its protective feature. Moto approached Zenga, noting that this slime closely resembled the type used by the grinders and Master Yalu. Meanwhile, Eli looked up and saw that the ceiling was covered in slime. At his signal, the slime began to detach and fall. Chiang quickly created a chemical-resistant shield and covered Isabella with it. Slime, both large and small, spread across the ground, classified as a threat level E. Seeing this, Eli activated his ultimate power and prepared to clear a path. He decided to use the Fist of Fire technique to disperse the slime like a spinning propeller. However, the slime masses quickly began to merge once more. Within seconds, all the slime on the platform reformed into a single entity, encircling the heroes. Assessing the situation, eBay explained that the slime's rapid regeneration was due to the unique energy in the area, though it remained a low-level threat. Upon hearing this, Eli realized he needed to destroy the enemy faster than it could regenerate and charged into the fray. Moto, trembling with fear while holding a flamethrower, inadvertently used the weapon's vibrations to intensify the flames on the slime. Eventually, the area was cleared, and Eli commented that the fire-breathing technique was impressively effective. However, Moto's confidence waned. He wondered how they would handle stronger foes if they struggled so much with the slime. Isabella cut him off, noting that stronger opponents were already present. Indeed, slimes from adjacent sections had already infiltrated their area. When Eli saw them, he exclaimed that it was the most impressive slime he had ever encountered. Shung disagreed, saying that slime and cool shouldn't be used together and suggested they escape. Subsequently, Chang checked the status of his mechanical spiders and directed his team towards one of the hall's doors. As everyone fled through the tunnel, Xiangyang sealed it behind them, allowing the group to catch their breath. Once they were safe, Moto inquired if they could return with reinforcements. Shung warned that the ruins might not permit their re-entry. Eli agreed and proposed moving forward, but then Chang noticed his mechanical spiders had lost communication after encountering a living creature. Isabella turned to the left, questioning if the living creature was what Chang meant. He had seen a Crimson Widow, a highly dangerous arachnid. Chang and Moto both reacted with distaste, while Eli, eager, commented that his siblings would craft strong garments from the spider's webs. Suddenly, the spiders parted, revealing another creature behind them. No one understood how such a creature could have appeared in the dungeon, but a dragon now stood before them. The dragon dispersed the spiders with a powerful roar. Isabella commented that she had encountered real dragons before, which had a distinctly different aura. Suddenly, the dragon spoke, declaring that vile individuals had no place there. Eli agreed that the creature before them wasn't a genuine dragon, as real dragons couldn't speak. Taking this into consideration, Chang addressed the dragon, explaining that they meant no harm and were only seeking one specific item. The dragon responded by claiming that everything in the area was his property and expressed his disdain for humans. The dragon then swung its tail, destroying several pillars. Eli and Yebei shielded their companions from the falling debris. The dragon deduced that only 2 of the 4 had ultimate strength, stating he did not engage in such negotiations, and launched another attack. In response, Chang set up a stone idol for protection. Although the dragon destroyed the idol, the intruders remained unharmed. The dragon then unleashed a double strike, leaving no time for anyone to evade or defend. When the dust cleared, the dragon saw only stone legs and realized he had been deceived. Meanwhile, Moto had positioned himself to shoot the dragon from the side. The dragon roared in frustration, but Isabella was already targeting its throat. Eli tightly gripped the dragon's tail. He anchored himself to the ground and shook the tail forcefully. However, as Eli attempted to stop, the dragon's tail continued to flail, dragging Eli along. With a powerful flick, the dragon launched Eli into the air, propelling him through the floor vault. As Moto and Xiang Ye considered the intellectual abilities of their friends, Isabella was already attacking the monster, declaring that it didn't deserve to be called a dragon. The infuriated monster fired several magical shots at her, but Isabella deflected them with her sword using a parrying technique. When the dragon protested against being called a liar, Isabella responded by saying she would test that claim and use the split technique. The split technique was extremely lethal, but the dragon managed to evade it, causing the magic blade to slice through the supporting columns of the ceiling. Realizing the danger, the dragon decided not to waste any more time and planned to collapse the ceiling on them. The heroes managed to dodge the falling stones and slabs, but the floor they stood on was weakening as well, and the large slabs began to sink. As his friends fell into the abyss, Chang Yan knew it was time for him to act. He activated the Magic Knight's mechanisms, used the Queen, and shot a laser at a large boulder that was hurtling towards them. Next, he tried to rescue Moto, but when an enormous asteroid-like block descended on them, he had to focus on dealing with that first. Despite his efforts, he couldn't alter the block's trajectory as it fell. Realizing the fall was unavoidable, he decided to try a different approach. When the block crashed onto the cliff's surface, a Dyson sphere emerged from the debris, and both Xiangya and Isabella found themselves inside it. The boy asked Yibei if she was okay, but she pointed out that their bigger issue was the fact they had fallen many stories. Despite the situation, Chang remained unfazed. His spider droids had collected enough data to create a detailed map of the dungeons and ruins. According to his calculations, the building's base covered over 2,000 square meters and extended almost 500 meters underground. Isabella wasn't worried about getting lost, but was concerned about the significant increase in magical aura. indicating they were near its source. Chiang remarked that the situation with the ruins, dragons, and magical sources felt like something out of a computer game. Noticing Yi Bei's surprised look, he quickly changed the subject. He then suggested they should rely on Isabella's senses to guide them to the magic source. Meanwhile, Eli and Moto were traversing a long corridor. Moto thanked Eli for creating a barrier and cushion that saved them. However, he mentioned that the long walk had made him hungry. In response, Moto offered him a small snack from his pouch. Moto tossed the bag to Eli, but a large bat snatched it midair. This disrupted Moto, who pulled out a bazooka to seek revenge. Eli stopped him, saying a lost snack wasn't worth causing another earthquake. Eli then reminded Moto that their main goal was to find Xiang Ya, but their conversation was interrupted by the screeching of a bat at the tunnel's end. Eli initially thought it was just a few bats, but Moto warned that it was actually a whole pack. Indeed, it was a pack of robber bats. While a single bat was a threat level E, a group elevated it to level C. Moto tried to flee, but Eli saw the situation as an opportunity for a good snack and some exercise. Meanwhile, Isabella and Chiang found themselves surrounded by monsters. Isabella observed that as they got closer to the magic source, more monsters appeared, likely because the magic was creating favorable conditions for them. Although the monsters were of low level, their sheer numbers made it risky to use powerful weapons, as it could cause excessive collateral damage. Suddenly, Isabella heard a voice suggesting that she should simply talk to the monsters. Isabella initially stayed silent, but the voice repeated the suggestion. Eventually, she agreed and allowed the interaction to proceed. Meanwhile, Chang was battling a mutant snake. Vines suddenly emerged from the snake's mouth, wrapping around it like a lasso. The vines then coalesced into a large ball. A moment later, the Queen of Thorns appeared before the floating monsters and inquired why they were so determined to stop them. The monsters halted and began to cough up something. The Queen assured them that they didn't wish to kill anyone and that a peaceful resolution was possible. Xiang Ya, surprised and pleased, realized that Yi Bei had been carrying the Queen all along, which she confirmed. Isabella then asked Xiang Ya to retrieve the drawing of the weapon they were seeking. Xiang Ya pulled out a piece of paper and began to explain it with a thoughtful expression. The result was surprising. The monsters roared in response. Without hesitation, Xiang Ya corrected the drawing to the accurate depiction and confirmed that it was indeed the item they needed. The monsters then vanished, and the Queen of Thorns explained that their survival was due to the magical aura of the object, which meant they couldn't part with it. In response, Isabella drew her sword, her aura infused with demonic power. In an instant, she transformed into a demon queen and declared fiercely that she would personally eliminate anyone who dared to defy her. Xiang Ya and the Queen of Thorns admired Isabella, noting that she had much better control over her demonic form this time. Despite Isabella's efforts, the monsters did not comply or deliver the artifact willingly. They simply fled, which was sufficient for their needs. The Queen of Thorns then asked Isabella to hide again, as the excess magic was detrimental to her. Isabella agreed, and her dryad transformed into a bracelet that she fastened to her wrist. Meanwhile, Changba thought it was impressive to always have an S-level monster with them, but soon realized that they had been accompanied by one even during the most private moments. Isabella complained about her clothes smelling like monsters, and Chiang Ya mentioned he had a spare outfit prepared for her. The news pleased Isabella, but she quickly realized she had no place to wash her clothes. Elsewhere, Eli was busy harvesting meat from the robber bats, trying to offer some to Moto while assuring him that there were no poisonous creatures in Eli Ridge. Despite Eli's assurances, the blacksmith declined the offer. Their conversation was cut short as they came upon a massive gate. Moto remarked that the gate was larger than the ones in the capital and suggested they should turn around, but Eli saw it as a challenge. Master Yeshua's best disciple applied his logic, stating that since a gate is meant for passage through walls, there must be a way to open it. Eli summoned all his strength, activated his ultimate power, focused on his goal, and thought of his mother's smile as he pushed against the gate, but it did not budge. Remembering his sensei's lesson that true victory is overcoming oneself, Eli strained even harder, but the gate remained unmoved. The wrestler recalled the tale of the two wolves. He consistently fed the good wolf and felt rejuvenated, yet the good wolf didn't provide any assistance. Eventually, Eli realized that while everyone sought excitement, family was the most crucial element. He named all his siblings and managed to move the gate from a standstill. Soon, a space opened in the gate, and Eli entered it with pride. Moto remarked that stepping into the unknown was illogical, but Eli countered that family made logic unnecessary. As the sincere family boy stepped inside, he landed on a disguised tile on the floor. This triggered two large channels to start filling with light around them. Moments later, illuminated sections of the wall became visible. The illuminated sections quickly began to form a massive mural. Meanwhile, the story shifted to Shauna and Isabella, who were entering a room marked by spiders as containing water. They were astonished by the room's vastness and its elaborate decoration. The room's furnishings, chairs, beds, and mirrors, were enormous, making Changba feel like a child again. Isabella moved to the adjacent room and discovered a giant bathtub embedded in the wall. She noticed several icons suggesting it was indeed a bathhouse. When she activated one of the icons, steaming water began to flow from the wall faucets. Dreaming of a future swim, she was startled when a boy suddenly appeared, eager to dive in. The boy started to undress, but the queen ordered him out, stating she didn't want to share the bath with him. When Xiangjia reached the door, he realized that the gaps in it were as enormous as the door itself. He grabbed onto one of the gaps and observed the girl preparing to bathe. He watched as she discarded items one by one, but then his conscience stirred. At a certain point, he quickly turned away, even though he had seen Isabella naked before. Overcome by temptation, he began pacing the corridor, trying to persuade Yi Bei to reveal herself willingly. Meanwhile, Isabella had finally settled into the tub and relaxed completely. As she enjoyed the warm water, Chang decided to stop thinking about her to avoid driving himself mad. To distract himself, he began inspecting the room. He wondered about the powerful creatures and why they had disappeared. He took out the ring and contemplated its potential and possible link to ancient gods. While lost in thought, Chang suddenly noticed movement in the room. Without delay, he dashed into the corridor and saw a figure in a dark cloak trying to hide behind a corner. It seemed the stranger had managed to slip away successfully. Suddenly, a small mechanical beetle flew past him. The beetle moved ahead of the fugitive by several meters, running along the corridor's perimeter and creating an energy barrier. The stranger was trapped, and Chang seized the opportunity to confront them. The boy inquired why the mysterious figure was concealing their identity. In response, the figure removed their hood, revealing Penny Tolls beneath the cloak. After the initial shock wore off, Penny began to assess her knowledge, realizing that, as the regent's daughter who had seen Yi Bai's true form in the arena, she had considerable insight. The boy cautiously inquired if the regent had sent her to spy, and Penny confirmed that it was true. When asked about what she knew, Penny remained silent. Xiang noted that as the tournament's winner, he would have to defend himself if she attacked. Smiling, Penny said he had misunderstood the situation and that it would be better for him to cooperate rather than fight her. With the sword at his throat, Xiang began to think more critically. Recalling Sophie's words, he concluded that Penny was not the regent's daughter, but a hired assassin. Since she hadn't killed him yet, Xiang suspected her mission was different. He cautiously asked what she was doing there. Penny explained that she had been observing them and wanted to know if Yi Bai was truly the demon Queen Isabella. Realizing he needed to act, Xiang began to carefully pull out the scroll to distract her, asking what she specifically needed from him. Penny's answer shifted his perspective. She revealed that her goal was to kill the regent. Confused, Xiang concealed the scroll and admitted he didn't understand the situation. Penny clarified that although the regent had sent her to spy, they were the only ones capable of overthrowing him. Xiang was perplexed and questioned why she was still spying on them if her intention was to kill her father. The girl explained that to get closer to him and gain his trust, she needed to perform various dirty tasks. When Xiang asked about her motivation, Penny dismissed his curiosity, stating it was none of his concern. She warned him that if they didn't cooperate, the truth about Isabella would become known throughout the kingdom. Penny then calmed down slightly and explained that the regent was waiting for a signal to start the war, which troubled her. She hoped for an opportunity to arise and relied on their help when the time was right. After revealing this, Penny vanished down the hallway, leaving Qiang deep in thought. Meanwhile, in another corridor, Moto was fleeing from someone. He rounded a corner, breathing heavily, and mentioned that Eli had already dealt with the second one, when suddenly a massive mechanical hand grabbed him. Moto found himself captured by a giant stone golem. Eli, however, was quickly pursuing the monster. He charged into the golem's head with great force, causing it to fall and release Moto. But immediately after, another pair of enormous creatures appeared around the corner. Seeing them, Eli's eyebrows flared with intensity. He noted that these golems were far stronger than those in the Valley of the Winds and would require extraordinary measures. As he spoke, flames enveloped his hands and hair. Eli declared that it was crucial to be stronger than he was the previous day and leaped high into the air. Meanwhile, Qiang walked down a different corridor, contemplating how to inform Isabella of the situation. Suddenly, red eyes glowed in the darkness above him. In an instant, Elena's long tail swept over the boy. Even Isabella sensed the powerful aura of the demon. To his surprise, Qiang saw a dragon pursuing them from several floors above. The dragon shook him and accused him of trying to steal its gem. In response, Qiang claimed he knew nothing about any stone, neither in his dreams nor his thoughts. The snake grew furious and told him not to underestimate its intelligence. With that, the dragon swallowed the boy. Suddenly, a massive magical slap struck the dragon's jaw. A similar force severed the creature's tail, causing Qiangba to fall. However, instead of hitting the ground, he landed directly in Isabella's arms, making him blush. As Xiang enjoyed his position, the dragon, enraged, roared in frustration. Isabella pushed Xiang aside and announced she would handle the dragon now. Her actions were somewhat hindered by the fact that she was only wearing a towel. Observing this, Chiang began forging special armor for her. Soon, pieces of the armored suit flew towards Isabella. She didn't immediately grasp the benefits of the new armor, so Chiang started explaining them. The armor, named Magic Core Armor, had no weak points due to reinforcement with stones from 3 elements. Isabella interrupted him, saying his explanations were distracting, though she was actually grateful. With that, Yibai accelerated and leapt onto the dragon in midair. She drew her sword and struck the dragon below its head. However, the sly snake grabbed her by the tail. Fortunately, Shang and the magic knight armor quickly came to her aid. Once she landed, Isabella mentioned that while the armor provided extra protection, she wasn't yet accustomed to it due to her different fighting style. Meanwhile, the snake hurried to hide in a corridor. In pursuit, Xiangyang released several lizards to track the source of the magic. Deep in the basement, the artifact they sought was activated. A wounded lizard approached it and pleaded with the stone to grant him the power to defeat the wicked. In response, the artifact filled the room with a blinding light. Chengha and Isabella, whose costume had been adjusted for greater mobility, entered the room after the lizard. Inside, they found a dragon that had evolved by absorbing the aura of the room. Cheng commented that the dragon had truly taken on a draconic form. Isabella directed his attention to a dagger on a pedestal at the back of the room, reminding him that their true objective was the artifact. The dragon immediately attacked them without hesitation. Xiang and Yibai dodged and jumped in different directions. The dragon focused on Isabella and launched a deceptive dragon sphere at her. She easily avoided it and counterattacked. The dragon, however, effortlessly blocked Isabella's sword strike from a hollow tree, which was supposed to be impossible. The dragon sent out another sphere, but Xiang had already charged at it with a plasma cannon from the other side. The snake countered with its tail. Xiang had anticipated this and used hydraulic anti-dragon pincers to grab the tail, claiming he had a gift for the dragon. The dragon howled in pain and remained still. Isabella leaped onto a mural that resembled a chip and prepared to use the instant curtain technique. The snake quickly positioned itself to block the attack by creating a barrier with its wings. Despite this, Isabella's strength, which had greatly increased since the tournament, easily pierced through the dragon's wing barrier. The dragon was knocked out, and Isabella landed, instructing Shang to retrieve the dagger. Shang approached the pedestal, took the artifact, and asked if it was the same weapon Lillian had used. Isabella confirmed this. Observing the artifact, Shang speculated that it might be capable of storing the energy it extracted. He also noticed that the stone on it resembled the ones in their rings. Suddenly, the dragon spoke, pleading not to take the stone. It explained that people had previously taken over its forest, beaten it, and driven it away, and the stone had given it strength. Realizing the dragon was the same lizard that had attacked Eli's village 5 years ago, Chiang made this connection. Following this, Isabella had an idea for testing the dagger. The basement shook with the dragon's scream. Within seconds, the giant dragon transformed into a large but entirely ordinary lizard that could no longer speak. Seeing the transformation, Chiang suggested Isabella try it too, but she declined, as the dagger was filled with the ultimate power of various creatures. Isabella was so surprised by the suggestion that she almost fell through the ground. But instead, it was the golem that fell through the ceiling. A fireball followed the golem into the room. Moto appeared next. Shang Yaya greeted them and asked Eli why he frequently used his fire skills, given that 80% of the damage was reflecting back on him. Eli responded that he only used it in critical situations, and this was one such instance. Eli recounted the events from 20 minutes earlier, explaining that despite his efforts, each blow became more difficult and less effective. The attacks weren't causing significant damage to the golem, so Eli decided to try a different skill. He used the Ascension Flame technique, enveloping the golem in lava within moments. Although the golem was immobilized, it quickly covered itself in ice to shield against the fire, revealing Eli's miscalculation. Realizing this, Eli pushed his limits once more, ascending to a great height. He transformed into a blazing comet and plunged downward. He landed on the lowest floor where 2 golems had just reactivated. Chang assessed the situation, understanding that Eli had exhausted his limits, but the golems remained intact and unharmed. He decided it was best to retreat. Meanwhile, the dagger on Shang's belt activated. Instantly, the golems were drawn to the artifact, which had given them a command. After a few seconds, they leapt. They landed in front of the door, causing the wall above it to collapse and block the exit. The heroes found themselves in front of the now closed door. Moments later, a massive portion of a golem sealed off their escape. Chang made the only sensible choice to retreat. Isabella said she would handle one of the golems and left the other one to the boys. Eli was the first to attack, using the flaming fist technique, but it was ineffective. He then attempted the shadow power practice, but it also didn't cause significant damage. The golem responded by freezing Eli's next flaming fist attack. To Eli's shock, the golem countered by using a flaming fist of its own, revealing that it had copied his skill. While Eli was occupied with the golem, Moto quickly constructed a combat robot. Abstract MK was designed for intelligence and enhanced jumping, which allowed Moto to dodge attacks with ease. However, Moto couldn't avoid the skill capture and the stone hand that detached from the golem's body. Shangu came to the rescue and used mounting foam to immobilize the golem's hand. Fixing the hand in place, Shangu flew higher and covered the golem with foam from head to toe. The robot groaned and froze. Meanwhile, Isabella was engaged with her golem opponent. Her attacks were not effective either. As she moved along its arm, the golem suddenly bent its elbow, almost trapping her. Isabella had previously sensed a strange aura, and it was clear these creatures were different from the previous monsters. She slashed the golem again and jumped back to prepare for another attack. This time, she used a new demonic skill called Darkening with her sword. The attack succeeded, and the shadow blade penetrated deeply into the golem's body. The damaged golem crashed into the wall. Isabella landed beside the boy. Shania quickly remarked that the monsters seemed more like man-made creations. Ibe added that she sensed a living energy from them. However, the worst part was that the golems didn't seem to take any damage. At that moment, the golem that Chiang had apparently blocked forever started to vibrate. The vibration, combined with the engine oil, helped him escape the foam trap. Soon after, the wounds from the blackout on the second golem expanded, and it began to rise, leaning against the wall. Their determined expressions showed they weren't about to give up, but Chiang recalled Isabella's comment about their aura being alive. He had an idea. In a flash, Chiang pulled out a blueprint of mechanical rats. The boy knelt down, took out a stylus, and brought the drawing to life. Shen split the rats into 2 groups and sent them to capture the targets. Seeing the boy standing still, one of the golems attacked him. However, it wasn't Chiang who was struck, but Eli, who had managed to lift the opponent off, though he admitted it was his toughest fight. After Eli's heated punch, the golem collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the mechanical rats scurried inside the golem's body. Isabella moved around the other golem. Climbing to the golem's head level, she summoned a magic circle and cast a water element sword trap spell. Instantly, half a dozen shadow swords appeared around the golem, restraining its movements. The rats ran over the swords, leaving long scratches. Isabella and Eli returned to Chiang. The girl urged him to hurry as their immobilization would be brief, but the boy assured her everything was set. The monster roared and readied itself for another attack. Although Eli was eager to join the fight, Chiang advised that it was time to apply the most fundamental blacksmith techniques. At the same time, the golem, marked with squares drawn by rats, swung its foot toward the blacksmith. Chiang, however, raised his stylus and activated the skill, causing the grooves on the golem to glow with light. In an instant, a splitting line appeared through them, and the massive stone golem shattered into orderly bricks. Isabella concealed her sword, realizing that Chiang had used both lifeless golems as materials for forging. Suddenly, amidst the bricks, Chiang spotted 2 red stones that were the source of the golem's power. The boy quickly flew up and seized one of the stones, but the lizard snatched the other with its long tongue. Chiang yelled at the creature to return the stone, but the lizard responded by launching a poisonous ball towards the wall. The poison immediately created a hole in the wall, allowing the lizard to escape unharmed. Eli was about to chase after the lizard, but Isabella stopped him, explaining that this action would help restore the balance of the forest's ecosystem. Instead of replying, the boy collapsed heavily to the ground. The fire extinguished and his burns reopened. Chiang reassured his friend, praising his bravery and suggesting they use the stone he had acquired to try and heal him. Changba further explained that the spy spiders had discovered how the lizard had been using him. He took a dagger and asked Chiang to heal the injured person. The stone embedded in the dagger glowed red, casting a light on Eli's face. Within moments, several fine hairs began to sprout on his head. Within a minute, Eli was standing before them, revitalized with a thick head of hair, looking cheerful and full of energy. Shangu pondered what might happen if he combined the immense power of the pale moonstone with the life force of the red stone. He speculated that this combination could create a living being. Isabella, standing behind him, reflected on the risk she was taking for the first time. She briefly considered that he might truly be the chosen one. As the boy realized the potential power they now wielded to execute their plans, he turned abruptly and announced they were ready to proceed, causing a blush to appear on Isabella's cheeks. The next day, Headman Gren gathered the entire village in the square. Chang was already there with the blueprint of the new school displayed on stone slabs. Gren patted Eli on the shoulder, noting that Chang's approach was very different from Ashton Martin's. Once everyone had assembled, Chang instructed them to step back and use the stylus to trace the drawing lines. In no time, a building began to rise from the ground. Chang's secret was that the pale moonstone allowed him to store the blueprint within the stylus. The new village school was completed in under a minute. The villagers were thrilled, as it looked even better than the Royal Honorary Academy. Once the excitement settled, Chiang, Yer, and Moto invited everyone inside. Chiang designed the school as a communal space for the entire village, with magical stones providing lighting and a dormitory on the second floor for Eli's siblings to move into. The school also featured a swimming pool and a gym, reflecting the villagers' love for sports. In this way, Chiang created a school, an orphanage, and a temporary home for Eli's relatives. Headman Gren shook his hand firmly in gratitude. Meanwhile, Eli's relatives prepared a special gift for him, a bouquet of beautiful white paper flowers. Chung was puzzled, having never received flowers before and wasn't sure how to handle them. He might have continued to feel awkward if Elias's sister hadn't pointed out Isabella, who was standing alone nearby. Spotting her, Chung approached and handed her the flowers, mentioning that such gifts were more appropriate for girls. This made Isabella uncomfortable, as it was unusual for demons to receive flowers, which surprised Eli's sisters. She wondered if they could be used to start a fire instead. Afterward, she went to assist Eli with the house, and day turned to night. In the middle of the night, the boy awoke to find the room empty. He stepped outside and saw Isabella sitting on the edge of a cliff, gazing up at the star-filled sky. Xiang joined her and remarked that the sky seemed closer in the mountains. Isabella responded that she had never seen such a sky before, as it was very different from what she was used to in the demon kingdom. As Qiang sat down beside her, she explained that in her homeland, the sky was always covered in fog, obscuring the stars. Qiang recalled Isabella's earlier comment about her homeland being hostile and only recognizing strength, and asked why she was so invested in their mission. Isabella replied that she needed to preserve her dynasty and protect her people. Qiang reflected that challenging situations and the people who depend on you can often prevent you from finding happiness and making changes. The girl responded that they were moving closer to their goal, and once achieved, he would fulfill his purpose and could return home. Qiang admitted that he sometimes missed his home planet, where his parents lived, along with fast food and video games. Curious, Isabella asked if there were people on his planet who depended on him. Qiang replied that Eli Ashton Martin was likely one of the people who mattered, but there was also someone very special to him personally. Just as Qiang was about to reveal who this special person was, Eli appeared on the screen, requesting that he forge a pair of scissors. Annoyed by the interruption, Qiang snapped at Eli, telling him to go to a barber instead, as he clearly couldn't cut hair himself. The romantic mood was completely ruined, and the scene shifted to the ruins of an ancient temple. From around a corner, the Stone Lord Lizard observed as an unknown mage froze the monsters one by one. Seeing this, the lizard tried to make its escape, but the mage declared that he had spotted it. In the next instant, an icy stalagmite pierced the lizard's body, causing a red stone to be ejected, which immediately landed in the mage's hands. Shortly after, the mage was approached by his servants, who reported that despite searching the area, the devastation from Princess Penny's battle had made it impossible to find what they were seeking. The servant asked if it was possible that Penny had taken it, but the mage dismissed this possibility, stating that the task was now complete. The story then moved to the capital, where the regent's sons rode in a carriage drawn by 4 horses. Bushi complained to his older brother about his constant hand position. Buri responded angrily, saying that without Dragon's blood, he would have lost his arm because of Yibei's foolishness, and that Eli Buna's continued hospital stay was further reason for vengeance. Stretching his arms behind his head, Bushi reminded his brother not to forget about Qiang, who was set to become a prominent figure at the academy. Suddenly, the carriage door opened, and their guard urged them to see for themselves. They were met by a crowd of townspeople and a group of enthusiastic cheerleaders. For a brief moment, the princes felt more upbeat when they thought the locals had come out to greet them. However, the girls who had begun dancing were abruptly halted by Kaiser, who told them they weren't the ones expected. The actual guests for the formal reception were arriving in a large truck. Suddenly, a massive mechanical arm extended from the truck. The device reached directly for the prince's carriage and seized it. In an instant, the carriage was detached from the horses and flung away. Qiang's property was spacious enough to allow this because it was on his private land. The person leaped out of the truck. Along with the cheerleaders, the leaders of the kingdom's trade union were waiting for him. Qiang and his companions entered the union's courtyard and saw a full-sized bronze statue of Qiang. Qiang felt deeply honored because the merchants and craftsmen of the union had significantly boosted their earnings, thanks to his ideas. The man asked Isabella to wait and went to attend the meeting. She sat to the side, reflecting. She had always thought Qiang's only talent was talking his way out of trouble, but lately, his significant changes made her feel oddly sad. Meanwhile, Qiang was presiding over the meeting at the head of the table. Kaiser stood by the blackboard, showing graphs of increased sales. The fast food line launched by Qiang had the highest sales. Kaiser praised Teacher Mao for creating many new recipes using seafood and monster essences. The least successful area was pharmacology. Master Drew had learned from the chief pharmacist that the relaunch of the cough syrup had failed due to skepticism about the changes. Nonetheless, Qiang believed the issue was with advertising. He inquired of Chi Min, who was in charge of entertainment, about the top-selling statuette of female teachers. She responded that the top-selling statuette was the Fiona model. Yelena Xiang immediately sketched a design for the new packaging, featuring a priestess and 3 sixes, a lucky number in his culture. The boy instructed Moto to put up new posters and then asked gunsmith Mohan about the progress on the new weapon development. Mohan reported that, according to Chiang's notes, everything was proceeding smoothly. Chief Architect Hans then reported that the multi-apartment buildings designed by Chiang allowed many people to live comfortably in a compact space. Chiang expressed his gratitude for everyone's efforts and asked Kaiser to present their future plans. Kaiser winked at Chiang and revealed a poster with the letter X, representing the new project, Chiang X Electricity. This development would address the labor shortage issue mentioned by Kai. The academy, despite its efforts, couldn't train enough personnel. Chiang found a solution by asking Moto to bring his latest inventions: a blacksmithing machine and an electrical box to aid in automating the process. Moto connected the machine to a power source, causing Kai to drop his cigar in surprise as the machine began operating on its own. Within minutes, a small tank model emerged from the machine. Many of Shanghai's business partners were puzzled. Gunsmith Mohan and cook Mao were concerned that the new technology might render their professions obsolete, while beautician Tofu asked if the machine had the ability to think. Shang Ye explained that the machine couldn't think, but only reproduced magical glyphs. It was an extension of Martin's technology, which used magic to animate drawings on scrolls. This technology was essential because craftsmen often lacked the ultimate strength and required large quantities of alloy. With eBay's help, Chang developed a technology that combined glyphs and alloy. Craftsmen had no reason to worry since the machine couldn't think or innovate creatively. After all, the creation of the glyphs still required human skill, so talented cooks, blacksmiths, and druids remained irreplaceable. Hans raised another concern about where to find enough crystals to power a large number of these machines. Tofu agreed, noting that she was reluctant to waste crystals on ordinary uses. Since gold crystal alloy stones were used in various fields and their natural reserves were finite, the need for an alternative energy source became apparent. Through trial and error, Chung, Moto, and Kaiser developed a new type of energy, electricity, and constructed the first stations capable of charging electrical boxes. The teachers were open to expanding production, but Chiang's plans were much more ambitious. He aimed to dismantle the regent magician's monopoly. The boys claimed that their world was filled with untapped power, accessible only to a select few, while ordinary citizens were excluded from magic. Electricity would enable people to cook without firewood, enjoy warm showers at any time, and have lighting in the evenings. Initially, it would be implemented in 2 houses, then a neighborhood, and eventually across the entire kingdom. Shang Ye concluded his revolutionary speech, but the room was met with silence. There was no applause or questions, only an eerie quiet. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him. It was Vasily Andrei, asking if he should address the boy as Boss Shang Ye or Big Boss Shang Ye. Chung awkwardly greeted the director and turned to gauge his partner's reactions, but they remained fixed on the wall, unresponsive. Rector Vasily then clarified the situation by stopping time and drawing Shang Ye into his own timeline for a private conversation. Chang was amazed by this ability, thinking it could be used to win wars, but the rector, casually reminding him of his mind-reading skills, advised against such thoughts. Vasily revealed that demons were planning a war against the dwarves, who were allies of humans, but the contract with the demons did not mention them. The man speculated that Isabella might be their target, as Lillian had dispatched spies throughout the lands. Chang took a moment to process this information before sharing his own discoveries from the village of Eli with the rector. After hearing Chang's account, Vasily grabbed him by the shoulders and instructed him to hand over the stone and the dagger. Chang was taken aback by the rector's reaction, but complied, giving over the artifacts. He then mentioned that the stone had healing properties and asked if it could create life. The headmaster sighed heavily and reminded Chang that Master Martin had forbidden students from creating living beings, questioning if he had forgotten this rule. Suddenly, the room was filled with a powerful aura from the rector, surrounded by floating geometric shapes in red and white. Vasily explained that true life is characterized by spirit and emotions, and such complexity cannot be generated simply by drawing geometric figures. The rector asked if Chiang believed that life in this world, which was unfamiliar to him, was without value. Chiang admitted he hadn't considered this, and his thoughts were in disarray. Just as abruptly as it had changed, everything returned to normal. The rector smiled again, stating that he recognized Chiang's pure intentions, but wanted to test his heart with ultimate power. As Vasily prepared to leave, Shangu requested an explanation for the rector's anger and asked about the reasons behind the prohibition on creating life. The rector replied that people from this world should not know the story, but someone from another dimension might be told. He then offered to let Chiang witness it firsthand. In the next moment, Chiang found himself in an illusion, in a place reminiscent of the battlefield with the golems. Vasily explained that there were many such locations, and this one was a specific place from his own memories. Suddenly, the device began to move, and the top hatch opened, revealing a group of people standing there. Shangu asked if they were ordinary citizens and if they knew where they had gone. The rector indicated that he would observe everything now. Meanwhile, 6 figures appeared around the people. These figures were the gods from the images Shangu had seen. The people fell to their knees, expressing gratitude for their gifts, magic, knowledge, life, and hope. Hearing this, Chiang mentioned a story he had heard about dragons granting people magical knowledge. The rector dismissed this as one of the most deceitful parts of human history. Suddenly, a young man entered the room with surprise. Shangu recognized him as Vasily Andrei. The rector confirmed this and explained that at that time, he had been a slave to the gods. Between the line of gods standing with bowed heads, a throne appeared, and the god emperor took his seat. None of those present, except the rector, saw or heard him. The supreme god questioned why the sacrificial offerings consisted only of the old and infirm. Vasily responded that the wars between tribes had taken all the strong individuals, so only the weak were left. The god expressed his displeasure, saying such sacrifices were an insult. Meanwhile, the jubilant people begged to be taken to Elysium and vowed to serve the gods forever. Suddenly, the gods produced daggers similar to the ones Shangu had found. He asked what they were doing. Moments later, red rays emanated from the daggers, forming a large sphere above the victims. The people looked up in joy as the sphere began to disintegrate their flesh and drain their energy. Shangu was about to intervene to save them, but the rector reminded him that they were within an illusion. The rector then confirmed that all the deceased were truly innocent bystanders. Shangu watched, entranced, as the energy from the human bodies collected at the center of the sphere. Eventually, the energy from the victims solidified into a red stone identical to the one Shangu had discovered. The stunned boy covered his mouth in disbelief. Vasily inquired if he still found the gem's power appealing. Shangu pulled out the ring and asked if these stones were also made by extracting life from living beings. The rector confirmed this and noted that the stones were made from a very pure substance. Meanwhile, the god emperor remarked that the purity of the bodies had diminished. If this trend persisted, he would have to personally conduct the purification ritual. Vasily quickly apologized and vowed to find souls of higher purity. The king accepted the apology and gave him the newly created stone, which he considered inferior. Shangu was both outraged and shocked, feeling betrayed by both the gods and the rector, who seemed to exploit victims for beings that were supposed to create life. The rector confirmed that the gods did indeed create life, and he was among the first beings they made, which made him somewhat related to Isabella. He explained that the gods possessed extraordinary powers, were the first to master elemental magic, and could forge objects merely with their thoughts. However, their sustenance came solely from divine stones, which did not replenish as their numbers grew. As a result, the god emperor learned to create life. The sole purpose of creating life was to convert it back into energy. Thus, the god emperor created 3 tribes: humans, beasts, and dwarves. Animals gathered resources, dwarves processed them, and humans, being the weakest, handled various tasks and menial work. This continued until the divine stones were completely depleted. Over the years, the human race, being the most diligent in following the gods' commands, began to grow stronger. They mastered ultimate strength and continued to thrive. Vasily concluded his explanation about the world's creation, revealing that he was personally involved as a slave who performed the menial tasks. Young questioned why the gods gave magic to people if they were merely sources of energy. He also inquired about the royal family and the significance of dragon blood. The rector explained that magic enhanced survival abilities, and that the royal lineage was from the first batch of created beings. Being mortal, they summoned dragons for protection. Young Year connected the suicide of Guru, the kidnapping of Sophia, the actions of his brother, and the senseless violence of the regents. The chancellor confirmed these suspicions but indicated there was more to the story. Within the illusion, the god emperor announced that the divine stones would soon be depleted and that it was time to enter sleep mode. The surrounding gods obeyed and transformed into massive cocoons, while the emperor gave Andrei instructions. He ordered Andrei to manage the human cattle and to provide victims while he was in hibernation. To ensure the task was completed successfully, the god emperor granted him 4 life stones. Chiang realized that these stones were the source of the rector's immortality. The rector added that beyond this, the stones turned every day into a form of torture for him. If people attempted to cross boundaries, he would be forced to demonstrate the god's wrath. At this point, the rector suggested a break, and the image of the emperor faded. They found themselves back in the trade union courtyard, but Chiang felt immediately unwell. The rector explained that this discomfort was normal for those emerging from an illusion. Once he recovered, Chiang asked if the true purpose of the school was to enhance the sacrifice conveyor for the benefit of the royal family. Without looking back, the rector mentioned that the conveyor was functioning well without further input. He then suddenly asked if the boy was aware of the true terms of the peace treaty negotiated by the regent. Changba admitted he was unaware, so Vasily explained that Lillian's proposal was for demons to sacrifice their own lives in place of human lives for a period of 5 years. The rector added that Angus's actions were aimed at protecting the human race, though he personally valued all living beings equally. Chiang wanted a more thorough explanation but was interrupted when Isabella called him, asking why he had left the meeting alone. He explained that while talking to the rector, he realized he should have stayed. Ultimately, he followed Isabella's request and returned to the hall. Meanwhile, a letter from the dwarves was read in the royal palace, reporting that a demon army was stationed 50 miles from their capital, preparing for battle. They requested assistance. The room fell silent for a moment, but then an officer spoke up, suggesting that since the dwarves were peaceful allies, sending reinforcements would be appropriate. The king agreed with Lord Goro's perspective, but also wanted to hear the regent's opinions. When asked, Angus Tullis argued that they should avoid involvement in the conflict, as they were already engaged in a war and had made peace with the demons. The hall erupted in support of Angus's stance, with attendees shouting that conflicts should be resolved by those directly involved. Considering the hall's mood, Suffices urged the king to deliberate further, but the king decided not to participate in the war, silencing the hall's applause. However, when Lord Goro reported the situation to Martin, Martin insisted on helping his allies. Suffices remarked that it was unlikely they could provide aid and warned that the king might view it as disobedience to his orders. Martin responded that he didn't fully understand his connection with the dwarves, but was willing to risk his life to help them. Xiangba offered to join Martin, but suggested that the decision needed careful consideration. Isabella interrupted, saying she had already packed his belongings. Xiangba quietly told Isabella that her actions were drawing too much attention, but she countered that demons and gnomes had historically lived in peace, implying that Lillian's actions were malevolent. Martin thanked the heroes for their loyalty, but insisted that this mission was his own responsibility, and he couldn't risk his students, especially someone like Chiang. Martin then mentioned that if he didn't return, Chiang would be the one to take over as head of the department, causing the students to burst into tears. Chiang took Martin's hand and acknowledged that his success was due to the pale moonstone, a symbol of friendship between humans and gnomes. Inspired by Chiang's words, even Moto's fighting spirit was stirred, and he expressed his desire to join the mission, surprising Martin, Xiang, and Yi Bei. However, Surfaces intervened, reminding them that the king had forbidden involvement in the conflict. Xiang Yang argued that as a major, he had the right to leave the kingdom's borders, but the White Dragon commander asserted that the king had revoked that right. Martin emphasized that he spoke only for himself, not the kingdom, and Ephesus firmly reiterated that no meant no. With that, he turned and exited the room. Chengba realized he faced challenging negotiations ahead. Later, Isabella and Shanghai left the academy and began discussing the situation, noting that Ephesus's restrictions were likely due to his excessive concern for Shang. The girl explained that these restrictions stemmed from the eternally serious albino's worry for Shang, prompting Changba to question her reasoning. The queen explained that Sophie wasn't simply preventing Martin from helping his friends out of pettiness. She wanted to protect Shang from harm. Noting Shang's troubled expression, the girl added that Lord Goro treated Shang like a younger brother and always looked out for him. When Sophie mentioned her brother and sister, the boy's frown deepened, clearly troubled by their fate. At that moment, the sounds of a fight were heard. The heroes approached and saw Buri and Bushi taunting Ren. Remembering Ren's former strength, the boys grew angry, while Ren reminded them of how they had once begged for mercy. In response, Buri slapped Ren forcefully. Isabella, observing the scene, commented that this was typical behavior. When the strong lose their power, the weak always seek retribution. However, when Chang Ye saw Bushi swinging a knife, he couldn't stand by. He rushed to intervene, blocking the blow with his shield. Bushi, seeing Chang, questioned why he would defend someone who had previously tried to kill him. Chang replied that he despised seeing others bullied. Bushi retorted that losers always band together. This made Chang remember that he had once used a microwave to fry one of them, and that another had nearly been cut down by his wife, making the question of who was the loser somewhat ambiguous. Just as Buri was about to start a new fight, Icy Wadley appeared across the square, causing the Tolles brothers to quickly retreat. Xiangyang then returned to Ren and asked how he was, but Ren suggested that Xiangyang should continue to hit him until Miss Wadley arrived. Shang Ye told Ren to stop acting like a fool and to pull himself together, while Ike matured and said Ren's rudeness was uncalled for. The teacher added that since Ren had wanted to kill Chiang himself, he should accept his defeat with dignity. The boy agreed with her and thanked Xiang Ye for her assistance. He admitted he had no right to be upset, as he had challenged them to a fight to the death. Tears welled up in his eyes. Afterward, Ren left, and the teacher told Shang Ye that it was her fault for spoiling Ren too much, which led him to become the way he was and face such a challenging test. Icy Wadley then shared that she had initially been angry with Chang Ye over the dolls, but had come to realize that he was a good person. Unexpectedly, the girl asked which doll sold better, hers or Drona's. Chang Ye, swallowing hard, admitted that hers was the better seller. The teacher smiled slyly. The scene then shifts to midnight, where Shang Ye and Yi Bei were sneaking through the academy courtyard. The heroes easily avoided the guards, who were animatedly discussing their experiences on Chang Ye's shopping street. They quickly reached the assembly point where Ashton, Martin, Moto, and Eli were waiting. The teacher said it was time to go, but Chiang Ye mentioned he had invited another reliable fighter to join them. Moments later, Nine Eye landed among them. Martin noted that the journey would be perilous, but Nine I reassured him that Master Mao had blessed him to explore the world beyond the confines of the kitchen. Martin advised Nine Eye to be cautious, as he wouldn't want to face his teacher's gaze if anything went wrong. Eli, however, was impressed by Nine Eye's physique and assured that there was nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, Chang Ye was about to unroll the teleportation scroll when Sophie appeared at the gate. She warned him that being friends with her wouldn't save him from the consequences of defying the order. She was accompanied by a large group of students and teachers from the academy. Martin quietly asked Chang Ye how they found out about the meeting's location and time, but Surfaces interrupted, saying he had organized their presence himself. Chiang and his friends, who were preparing for the arrest, felt relieved when Lord Guro stated that they needed more experienced individuals to travel to the Dwarf Kingdom. The boy inquired about the reason for his change of mind. Ephesus responded by recounting his evening discussion with the king. During their walk, the king noticed that his mentor seemed upset and asked if his mood was related to the war with the dwarves. The officers said they didn't want to upset the king's mood, but the king himself expressed a desire to talk about the conflict. Xiangyang discovered that the king had secretly authorized participation in the operation. Icy and Drona, who were with him at the time, were responsible for ensuring the king's safety during the guard commander's absence. The fencing instructor also had a special gift for Isabella, a restraining seal to help her control her dark side. Meanwhile, Ike informed Chiang Ye that Aisha Faley and the general would join him on the journey. He then whispered to Martin that she would wait for his return. Emery. Jiro approached Eli, expressing her disbelief at the opportunity to travel with him, though the boy seemed puzzled by her admission. Martin looked similarly confused when Ike took offense at being called her best friend. Despite their awkwardness, Moto envied them. Shanggu wasted no time crafting a large helicopter, while the trekkers boarded it. Shanggu sorted out details. IEC requested a letter for his 3 brothers, and promised to find a way to help Ren. She was surprised by the boy's kindness, but he explained that he didn't want to lose a powerful magician and the reputation of a beautiful teacher. After saying their goodbyes, Chang boarded the helicopter and took off. Drona and IC stayed behind, teasing each other about falling in love with Martin and acting like Sophie's girlfriend. As the helicopter departed, Drona noticed Penny Tolls flying behind it on a giant eagle. Meanwhile, inside the helicopter, the passengers were settling in when Eli noticed something unusual around his neck. The Lord smiled and mentioned that he had brought an assistant. Suddenly, a small copy of his servant Elena emerged from behind his shirt collar. This wasn't just any small copy. It was the real Elena. Her appearance greatly impressed the company of heroes, especially the young men. Introducing Elena, Ephesus explained that her magic would be highly useful, as she could enlarge and shrink objects in herself. Chiang then loaded a map into the helicopter's control system and activated autopilot mode. Meanwhile, the story shifts to dawn in a mountain range on the border of the Dwarven Kingdom, where a troop of dwarf soldiers led by Prince Bart Marvin was running through the forest. Suddenly, a deep ravine appeared in their path. The prince swung his crystal-encrusted hammer and struck the ground, activating his blacksmithing skill. Instantly, a bridge appeared over the chasm. The prince ordered his soldiers to cross to the other side, but he remained behind. Once everyone had crossed, he asked General Taboo to inform the king that his son Bart had upheld royal honor. He then destroyed the bridge and headed back into the forest. Upon hearing this, General Taboo cursed loudly and ordered reserves to be found to save the prince. Meanwhile, a helicopter carrying the volunteer corps of the human kingdom approached the ridge where these events were unfolding. Martin gazed nostalgically at the mountain peaks. Eli, looking through the porthole, remarked that these mountains reminded him of the Eli Range. Martin replied that it would be wonderful if it were truly as peaceful and calm there. The officers joined the conversation about the mountains, suggesting that the ridge would be an ideal location for an impregnable fortress. They wondered why the dwarves were preparing for a battle on the plain, where they were clearly at a disadvantage. Chiang agreed, noting that the plain could be used to their advantage. After all, they had 3 outstanding masters with them. Seeing Chiang, Aisha asked why he had left the helicopter's controls, but he explained that the helicopter was on autopilot and completely safe. Of course, right after he said this, the aircraft shook violently. The issue wasn't with the autopilot. Isabella and Ephesus simultaneously concluded that they were under attack. To confirm this, a huge dent appeared on the side of the helicopter. The Demon Army's vanguard, mounted on flying scouts with a threat level rated as A, had already gathered around the rotorcraft. The group commander ordered an attack, and a ball of energy began to form in the scout's mouth. However, the scout didn't have time to fire. Within seconds, the helicopter bristled with large-caliber machine guns and opened fire. The giant scout and its rider were instantly riddled with bullets. Other fighters, not wanting to meet the same fate, sought cover. One of them, a magician on a slope, cast a spell for hardened stone skin. The scouts covered themselves with armor, but it was ineffective against bullets. The demons decided to retreat. Meanwhile, Chiang quietly suggested something to Isabella, but she replied that they had no choice but to attack or be attacked, leaving little reason for joy. Sophie Sis shared this sentiment and ordered everyone to prepare, sensing a huge wave of evil spirits approaching. Suddenly, the onboard machine gun exploded. Sophie Sis ordered the cargo hatch to be opened. Despite Chiang's startled questions, he reassured them not to worry and that he would go first. Meanwhile, a new squadron of stingrays was approaching, led by the Royal Flying Stingray. Leading the Royal Stingray was the general of the Demon Army Puppet, who held the rank of the 12th Pillar and specialized in air combat. The general saw the cargo bay open and Sis emerge, asking what he was doing on the borders of the Dwarven Kingdom. The White Dragon commander replied that he was flying to make a trade agreement with the dwarves, and attacking him would be a grave mistake. The general assured him that he did not want to violate the terms of the truce, but added that they planned to take the dwarves in 3 days, so further negotiations would have to be with them. He suggested that Sis return home for now. Sophie, swallowing the threat, replied that the demon's plans had not eluded him, for he had orders from his own king. Hearing Goro's words, the general acknowledged the worthy response, but said it left him no choice but to attack. He sent the stingray forward towards the rotorcraft. Surfaces jumped to meet him in an instant. They engaged in close combat. The clash of their weapons sent shockwaves through the air. The helicopter swayed, but Shangu ordered everyone to hold on tighter. While the general fought surfaces on the back of the Royal Stingray, the rest of the demons pursued the rotorcraft. Papa wanted to prove his strength and power because in the last battle of the Demon War, Lord Goro had killed the other 3 pillars. However, Ephesus was adept at the windsword technique and used the circular dance cut to evade the attack. Realizing this, Papa nervously smiled, understanding why the demons feared the White Dragon commander so much. Meanwhile, jumping back from another blow, Surfaces glanced toward the helicopter flying in the distance. At that moment, the general approached him closely and said it was unwise to turn away from the column of air, while his loyal demon warriors chased the helicopter in a pack. The flying vehicle was constantly buffeted by turbulence from magical attacks, but Shangu had a few surprises in store for his enemies. A hail of combat missiles significantly thinned out the squadron, but the blast waves damaged the helicopter, causing it to be thrown from side to side again. During another jolt, Isabella hugged Shangu and asked if he was okay. He nodded and said he was going to board now. The officers watched as the helicopter began to drop sharply, and they, in turn, were closely monitored and did not forget to strike at the general's property. However, assessing Chang Yir's situation as critical, the commander decided to go to his aid and ensure that Papa would not interfere with him. He cast a spell from the windsword technique, Air Knight. The powerful wind and cloud knight knocked the royal stingray away with one blow, and with the second, he delivered a slashing strike. The general barely managed to restrain the blow, which, however, continued to press on him, while Ephesus had already rushed to Chang Yir's aid, leaving a pillar of air in his wake. Papa shouted after Lord Goro that they were not done yet, but at that moment his sword lost its resistance, and the royal stingray snapped in half. Meanwhile, Ephesus's sword was already cutting through the heads of the demons. The White Dragon commander moved between the demons like a ghost, and all his friends and subordinates could do was follow the trail of his sword, as almost everyone was seeing him in battle for the first time. Suddenly, Papa appeared in front of Ephesus. The general said that he had not yet warmed up and added that he was called an air pillar, not only because he controlled the stingrays. The boy asked the demon what it ultimately wanted. Bursting with laughter, the general replied that he just wanted a good fight, and therefore had to eliminate those who distracted his opponent. With that, the puppet punched the helicopter with the giant tentacles that now formed part of his arm. Ephesus was enraged and vowed to kill him, but the general blocked the boy's first attack with his tentacles. Seeing the anger and hatred on the young man's face, General Papa concluded that the killing was worth it. Meanwhile, the helicopter was falling apart. The heroes saved themselves as best they could. Eli caught the falling emery gyro. The girl asked how he managed to maneuver in the air. The boy replied that he owed this skill to the new invention of Shangu and Ephesus. However, he still didn't control it very well, so at one point he began to fall sharply. Fortunately, they landed on something soft. It was a giant owl nicknamed Hawkeye, but this time it was summoned by Fiona Yelena, not Gyro. 9 Iwakiri saved himself using the dumpling shell technique, which he had adapted into a prototype parachute. Suddenly, he saw Moto flying by and saved him with the noodle move. General and Fairly Moss were diving down not far from them. The cat, afraid of heights, clutched its owner with its paws. To their joy and salvation, the cat was picked up by Hawkeye by the scruff. Another demon appeared on the horizon, but was immediately defeated by Martin. Martin flew up to the owl. The passengers asked how they were doing and realized with horror that Zhang Ya was not among them, as his backpack was with the teacher. Meanwhile, the main character was falling, trying to solve his problems with a stylus. Suddenly, a flying stingray added to his troubles with some tentacles reaching out in his direction. However, instead of the monster's terrifying tentacles, It was ensnared by the vines of the Queen of Thorns. Both the stingray and its pilot were revealed to be under Isabella's control. The girl pulled him onto the stingray's back and asked if he was okay. He assured her that he was fine. Suddenly, a demon tried to attack them from behind, which Eli ignored. But before the demon could strike, two sharp vines ensnared it. The Queen of Thorns intervened to protect Isabella. Just as they dealt with one problem, another arose. With its rider lost, the stingray regained its senses and headed towards the shore. At this moment, they came into view of Ashton Martin's binoculars. Before he could fly over to help, he was attacked. Another stingray appeared on the horizon, ridden by a demon. However, while Martin was trying to figure out how to protect his friends, the monster seemed to explode on its own. Help arrived unexpectedly. Penny Tolles flew in on an eagle, approaching Martin. She assured him that she was safe as long as Yi Bei was with him and advised him to focus on his own landing. Meanwhile, the creature carrying the demon queen crashed in the middle of the desert. Looking around, they found themselves as if on the bed of a dry river, littered with monster corpses as though crushed by a massive vehicle. This alarmed the girl. She pulled Xiang yet away from the eerie scene, but the boy recalled Martin's words about the dwarven capital being constantly on the move and noted that it might have been taken literally. They decided to follow the likely direction of the dwarves' movement when several darts suddenly flew at them. Yi Bei fought them off with her sword. The attackers turned out to be small demons with long tails and a single eye, firing at them from air tubes. They didn't cause any issues for Isabella, but she had to ensure Qiang's safety. Therefore, she instructed the boy to remain behind. Even then, he wasn't entirely safe. Nevertheless, the girl was able to shield him, even from attacks from behind. After discharging several more bursts of fire, the assailants dove into the sand. Isabella carefully tracked their movements, and when they emerged from the sand, she was already there with her sword. They succeeded in stunning one of them, but the Cyclops still managed to slip into the sand. After forcing the attackers underground, the girl scanned for Qiang and saw him fleeing from his foes, whom he had already forgiven. Noticing Isabella, the boy halted and mentioned that they would soon be attacked again, as the attackers likely struggled to breathe under the sand and were using poisoned arrows. Suddenly, a thought struck the boy. Despite Yi Bei's doubtful comment about his ordinary stylus and cheap crystal, Qiang began drawing directly in the sand. The girl urged him to hurry, fearing that the attackers might return with reinforcements. Unfortunately, her concerns were realized before she could even agree. The attackers launched another barrage, but Yi Bei easily repelled them using the air sword technique. Assessing the situation, the Cyclops remarked that while the woman was formidable, the man was weak, so they decided to target the weaker one first. The comparison irritated Qiang quite a bit, but he was almost done with his task and anticipated that revenge was imminent. He soon commanded an attack, causing 3 enormous basketball-sized shields to rise from the ground directly in the Cyclops' path. Isabella responded immediately. With a single leap, she reached the spot where the demons rebounded off the shields like balls and took down all 3 with one strike. As the boy busily wiped his hands, he asked Yi Bei if he deserved praise. She told him not to get too comfortable, as there might still be pillars nearby. The 12 most formidable generals of the demon army were known as the Pillars, each of them stronger than Isabella in her current condition. Qiang, too, only had a basic stylus with him. Once again, Isabella's intuition proved correct. Suddenly, the ground around them quaked, giving the Cyclops a chance to squirm and hide underground. Yi Bei barely managed to pull Shanggu away from the epicenter of a massive stone's impact. The cost was a torn sleeve and a bruised arm, but worse things were still to come. Balian, the 3rd pillar of the demon army, also known as the Diamond Pillar, landed right in front of them. The demon roared wildly, but then started looking around like a lost child. To Qiang, it seemed as though Balian had no intention of attacking them. In response to this assumption, the girl warned that this impression was misleading and that Balian was one of the 3 most dangerous demons. She grabbed the boy's hand, but the demon had already spotted them. However, Balian was more interested in something else. He heard bones crunching under his feet and looked down to see his soldiers. This sight deeply troubled Balian. He asked why his warriors had been killed, but the boy replied that he had killed them himself. Tears then appeared on the general's face. Seeing this, Qiang suggested that it was time to leave, but suddenly the demon's mood shifted. He blamed the foreigner for forcing him to appear and for the deaths of his own soldiers. The demon then began to grow in size. Assessing the situation, Isabella decided to take the hit herself and pushed Qiang aside. She placed her sword in front of her and stepped towards the pillar, who was already charging at her. The powerful strike pushed the queen across the sand, but she managed to stay on her feet. However, defending against such an assault drained almost all of Isabella's strength. For a moment, she wondered if she should have released her demonic aura. Just as she had that thought, the amulet on the hilt of her sword, a gift from Drona, began to vibrate and absorb the initial traces of her dark aura. Meanwhile, Balian recognized the futility of using blunt force and altered his attack, propelling the girl sharply upwards. Changye reacted swiftly. Realizing the situation was deteriorating, he drew his stylus and intervened. In the next moment, a massive sand palm appeared behind Isabella, providing her with a gentle and secure landing. This action drew the demon's attention, which was exactly what the boy had been waiting for. He taunted the pillar with a poke from his middle finger, commenting that it was fine to mock the girl. However, Balian responded with less reaction than expected. He merely turned around and charged at Isabella once more. The girl was preparing to block another attack, when suddenly a stone wall several meters high appeared in front of her. It turned out to be a stone springboard that sent the pillar soaring into the heights safely. Moments later, Chang stood beside Isabella asking if she was all right. The answer was evident. The girl's hand needed a bandage. Despite this, Yibei refused to help and told Chang to escape while she distracted Balian. The demon general readied himself for battle again. At that moment, Isabella turned around and raised her sword to meet Balian's enormous fist. This time, the result was better. Yibei managed to cut the demon's fist open, but the pillar had more tricks up his sleeve and soon forced the heroes back several meters, while Shang managed to draw on the sandy surface as he flew over it. Thanks to this, the boy was able to create a sand cushion, giving them a soft landing. After landing, Isabella instructed the boy to flee and attempted to stand using her sword for support. However, the young man placed his hand on her shoulder and urged her to trust him. Despite only having a simple blacksmith's stylus, the boy shouted at Balian, claiming he would pay for the harm done to his wife. Meanwhile, Balian gazed at the scratches on his diamond-like skin in disbelief. Shengyang, taking advantage of the pause, began crafting something new. The sand became infused with a web of energy, and soon, a column of stone gates emerged from under his pen. The pillar had no trouble smashing the gates one by one. While Balian was occupied with the gates, Changye and Yibei narrowly escaped on a slab of forged stone, which allowed the boy to create directly on the sand. Seeing them, the demon accelerated and charged directly at them. The heroes barely managed to evade. Despite their efforts to escape, it was futile. The pillar moved at incredible speeds, making quick, powerful dashes. However, after a few dashes, Chang realized that once Balian chose a direction, he couldn't change it. With this knowledge, the boy opted for evasive tactics. And as the pillar darted from side to side, Xiangyang managed to cover the entire area with identical stone gates. This strategy worked for a few minutes, as Balian focused on destroying the gates. Once he finished, Chang Ye rode up on the slab and insulted the pillar, calling him an iron booger that could only wreck everything around him. This provoked the demon, causing his anger to surge to 70%, with the air around him pulsing red. He vowed to destroy the boy, but Chang Ye was far enough away, at a distance that allowed him to meet the pillar's charge with a massive stone spear, which collided with the demon's belly and halted him momentarily. However, Balian soon lifted his head and shattered the multi-ton stone circle as if it were mere glass. Almost immediately, he resumed his attack. But Shanggu was prepared and had set up a new trap of quicksand. Within seconds, the pillar was being pulled into the pit, while Chang Ye calmly fled on the slab. The boy knew this wouldn't kill the demon, but hoped it would give him enough time to escape. Suddenly, the slab was yanked back into the pit. At the bottom, Balian, who had been deceived, activated his powerful diamond crusher. This technique involved the demon spinning around, creating a vortex. Chang Ye soon realized that the vortex's speed far outpaced his forging ability, and decided to use the slab as a springboard to escape. However, this didn't resolve the issue. The radius of the vortex was expanding every second, so he had to resort to extreme measures, forging further along the funnel's slope. This allowed the boy to transform the sand into stone. A few seconds later, Balian found himself trapped not in sand, but in concrete. Meanwhile, Chang had already crafted a ladder and was climbing out of the pit. However, it came at a great cost. The stylus was only a third full of crystals afterward. Shang Ye recalled a conversation with Master Yalu in the grinding class when he had requested to turn 100 ordinary alloy stones into high-quality crystals. The teacher had been outraged, remembering how he had been disgraced and how his students had been harmed. Yet Chiang had persuaded him with the allure of gold coins. The weight of gold had proven to be a compelling argument. As Chiang ran on the new slab, he reflected on that conversation and began thinking about how to contain the demon. Given that sand was primarily silicon, the boy decided to alter its structural form and create a gate made of tempered glass. It worked. The demon walked straight into the glass wall. Balian looked at the barrier in surprise and asked what kind of magic it was. Chang responded that it wasn't magic, but tempered glass. The demon tried to break through again, but was unsuccessful. The boy taunted the pillar, accusing him of losing to someone without ultimate strength because he couldn't overcome the invention. This only fueled the demon's rage further. His anger level surged to 80%. The third pillar attacked the gate with a flurry of blows. Eventually, he created a crack that rapidly expanded and shattered the gate. Pleased with his achievement, the demon straightened up and saw half a dozen more gates of the same kind in front of him, with Chang Ye behind them, stating that the demon would only be victorious by smashing all the gates. Otherwise, he would have to admit defeat. At these words, The demon's anger reached 100%. His diamond-like growths expanded and became charged with immense power. Balian took a charge and used his Thunderstrike skill, but the colossal force was only enough to destroy one gate. The demon once again took flight and employed the Thunderfang technique. It spun around on its axis and moved through one gate after another. However, this was part of the man's strategy. Just as the demon's mouth was about to engulf Xiangyang, it began to forge ahead. In the next instant, Balian was blinded by a burst of energy, and something solid appeared before him. The pillar channeled its full strength into the Thunderspear technique. An explosion erupted over the desert. As the sand and dust cleared, the demon stared at its reflection in a transparent drop, unable to do anything about it. The drop was made of Rupert, a type of heated glass that was the strongest in the world. It could be broken with difficulty if its tip was damaged, but the demon was unaware of this. The demon pressed its horns against the drop with maximum force, but only ended up injuring itself. Eventually, Isabella ended the demon's torment with a sword crafted from Hollywood. The demon's head fell to the ground with the last remnants of its consciousness. It wondered when it had last faced defeat. Suddenly, the demon saw a girl, recognizing her as his queen, Isabella, and realized that his final defeat had been at her hands. Meanwhile, the exhausted girl nearly fainted, but Chiang Ya carried her in his arms. Yibei mentioned that after being injured twice in quick succession, she was somehow unable to use her ultimate power. As evening fell, Chiang Jia managed to take Isabella to a wooded foothill and conceal her in a cave before the rain began. The boy tended to her injuries, but the girl developed a fever. Unfortunately, he was running low on crystals for his stylus. The boy was troubled by his thoughts when suddenly the Queen of Thorns spoke to him. She instructed him to destroy the talisman that Drona had given the girl, as it was inhibiting her ultimate power. Hearing this, Chang Yes swung his hollow wood sword and broke the talisman. As he examined the fragments, Yibei regained some consciousness behind him. She was not fully conscious and not quite herself. Approaching the boy, she seized him by the throat and revealed that she was actually Queen Isabella. Excited, Shangu asked if she remembered him. Isabella did remember their kiss and released the boy. Leaning in, she declared that she was and would remain his queen and he must follow her orders. Chang yet realized that her demon queen alter ego had taken over her personality. However, this side of her could heal wounds rapidly, which was advantageous in this situation. After considering the situation, Shangu smiled and decided to obey the queen for the time being. Meanwhile, the queen expressed her desire for a bath. She dismissed any objections about the dwindling crystals. Within minutes, a bathtub filled with hot water appeared in the cave. Isabella slowly undressed and entered the bath. Chang yet disciplined himself, turning away and focusing on the fire level. Trying not to think about the girl, the young man carefully tended to the fire. Isabella complimented his efforts. Suddenly, she ordered him to stand up. The boy carefully got up, keeping his back turned to the bathroom. In the next moment, the girl draped her legs over his shoulders. The boy was unsure whether to stand or fall, but the queen instructed him to stay standing and not move. Isabella then reminded him that she could do as she pleased and would not tolerate any objections. After lying that way for a while, the girl removed her legs and the boy exhaled in relief. However, she immediately ordered him to turn around and give her a massage. The boy was conflicted. He had longed for something like this, yet he was unsure what was appropriate in the moment. He remained in place until Isabella explicitly told him to start, warning him that she would blind him if he peeked. The boy began to massage her back, reflecting that the demon queen had everything unlike ordinary people. The scene shifts to the next morning. Chang Ya was transporting Isabella on a wooden rickshaw since his crystals weren't powerful enough for anything more advanced. Suddenly, they heard a commotion. Behind the trees, a fight was taking place. The first combatant was the familiar dwarf, Prince Bart Marvin. He was being chased by a group of demons who vowed to take revenge. One of the demons shot him with sharp spikes. The dwarf managed to dodge. But after another swift move, he almost collided with the demon's blade. It seemed like the dwarf's death was imminent. But suddenly, he struck the ground with his hammer, creating a metal fist that deflected the attack and sent the attacker flying. After dealing with one enemy, Bart moved on to another. In a flash, 3 gears detached from the steel fist and were hurled at the demons. The gears sliced through the enemies. Panting heavily, the prince collapsed to the ground. His brief reprieve was cut short when a dart struck his back. A barrage of darts followed the first, but Bart managed to create a small shield. A group of demons emerged from the forest. Despite this, the prince wasn't ready to surrender. 2 cannons suddenly emerged from his shelter's wall. He swung his hammer and fired a barrage from the cannons. The explosion greatly reduced the number of attackers, but the survivors knew Marvin's strength was waning. To make matters worse, several black feathers fell from the sky. In an instant, his simple cover and weapons were destroyed by the magical attack. The prince was thrown against a tree. Within moments, the first and most powerful of the 12 Dark Shadow Warriors descended onto the battlefield. Chang Ya observed the scene carefully from the bushes. He recognized the pale moonstone among the dwarf's belongings. The boy suggested that Isabella help the dwarf since the stone could be beneficial, but she declined. saying she had not fully recovered her strength. The girl then mentioned that the dark figure was her father's top student. Changjia responded that with the stone, he wasn't afraid of the pillar. Isabella challenged Changjia to try confronting the threat himself if he was so confident. Meanwhile, Dark Willow was approaching the dwarf, who had resigned himself to his fate. Suddenly, a cloud of dust appeared between the dwarf and the pillar. In the next moment, a long wooden hand pulled Bart away from the tree, while another hand retrieved the stone. Moments later, the rescued items were placed on a wooden wheelbarrow. This was the first phase of the plan. The second phase was to escape. Suddenly, the trees above were swept away as if by a giant scythe. The wheelbarrow came to a halt. Xiang Ye ran out of stone supplies just as Dark Willow appeared above them. The appearance of Dark Willow caused trees to crash to the ground. A few seconds later, it seemed as though a giant blade sliced through the earth. All Qiang could do was watch. To his surprise, the blade missed him. He looked up to see Isabella blocking the pillar's attack. Dark Willow, caught off guard, touched his hat with 2 fingers, as if acknowledging a new adversary. Isabella deflected the attack and landed next to Qiang Ye. She reprimanded him for getting into trouble again, but he showed her the stone and asked for help retrieving it. Isabella turned away sharply at this request. She felt the pillar land behind her. The girl charged forward, regrettably not hearing Xiang Ya's plea to retrieve the stone first. Dark Willow deflected her attack with his side. The sudden strike made the demon look up for the first time. The area between them was charged with immense power. The other demons watched the duel with fascination, unable to comprehend who could challenge the pillar. They then noticed Xiang Ye by the wheelbarrow and decided to create a distraction and eliminate him. Isabella sensed their intent and cast a blinding spell in that direction. For a moment, the queen remembered Xiang Ye and used another technique from her repertoire, Moon Haze. Dark Willow responded with a dark, foreboding raven spell. The 2 spells collided in the sky, causing 2 explosions of light. Shockwaves radiated outwards, slicing through everything in their path. Shangu observed the approaching danger with growing despair. Just before the impact, Isabella appeared before him and halted the wave. A pillar landed behind the girl. The man complimented Isabella on her significant improvement compared to what he had seen in the swordsman classes. In response, Isabella remarked that she remembered Dark Willow as a proud warrior and was surprised he had resorted to serving Lillian. The surviving demons watched the exchange. Some began to murmur, recognizing Queen Isabella. Her appearance initially caused doubt because she looked human, but her aura dispelled any uncertainties about her identity. However, the situation was soon managed by an officer from the demon squad who declared that only the strongest could be queen, and that was Lillian, branding Isabella as a traitor. The officer then mentioned there was a bounty on their side and a reward for capturing the fugitive. The demon narrowed his eyes and moved forward cautiously. Seeing that the pillar was about to attack, Isabella instructed Xiang Ye to hold on tightly as they would be under attack from all directions. Dark Willow sprouted enormous wings from his back. The next moment, the scene darkened as the pillar struck the ground with his wings. Energized by the dramatic display, the demons surged forward to attack. They were eager to capture the girl and kill the young man. But just before the clash, the demons suddenly disintegrated into small fragments. Blood and pieces of flesh scattered across the square as Dark Willow began to retract his wings. After completing his task, the pillar touched his hat, turned, and walked away. The girl called after him, questioning what had happened. The pillar responded that he would await her return. Moments later, he leaped onto a flock of crows and flew off into the distance. Isabella sighed in relief, realizing this meant he was not loyal to Lillian and was on her side. She quickly dismissed her thoughts and politely told Xiang Ye to let her go. The boy hesitated, claiming he couldn't release her without explicit orders, until he noticed a stone lying freely on the ground. Chung mentioned they could now join forces with Martin, but there was an issue with the horn protruding above the girl's eyebrows. Isabella dismissed this as a problem and immediately dealt with it. The pale moonstone clicked into the stylus, and the boy was ready to set off. Xiang Yang offered to protect Isabella, but she ignored him and asked if they were taking the dwarf with them. The scene shifts to the battlefield where dwarves and demons are clashing. The winged officer led his troops into the fray. Suddenly, a massive mechanical fist came crashing down on his head. The brave commander was immediately flattened to the ground. A less courageous commander, still alive, instructed his troops to be wary of the cannons and mechanical fists. The fists were operated by dwarves from a specialized platform. The defenders caused significant damage to the attacking forces. But then, several magical projectiles struck the platform. The attack managed to disable a portion of their defenses. The repair dwarf shouted that the repair crystals were down to 30%, making further repairs impossible. Despite this, it hadn't yet significantly impacted the battle. The mobile fortress of the dwarves, their capital, continued its movement for now. Suddenly, hundreds of fireflies surrounded the largest cannon of the fortress. In an instant, the cannon exploded, revealing a new threat from above. General Killian, a pillar of insects and the fourth of the 12, hovered over the fortress. He was the elder brother of General Palpatine. He ejected a ball that resembled a human brain and dropped it onto the fortress. The ball released hundreds of insects that swarmed and attacked the defenders. The insects reached the walls, where they began to explode, causing damage to both cannons and dwarves. The defenders requested permission to alter their movements, but the problems persisted. The fortress suddenly slipped into green slime. This was the work of General Mucus, the pillar of slime in the ninth of the 12. After completing his task, Mucus ascended to join another pillar, General Sozo, the sixth, who was a pillar of needles. Sozo warned him not to handle the corpses with his hands or damage her dolls. Killian landed beside them and instructed Mucus not to bother Sozo. Killian gave the order to attack, and Sozo requested that some dwarves be taken alive for use in making dolls. The demons quickly breached the wall through a swift assault. Adjutants and messengers hurried from the walls to inform the king that the defenses had been breached. Upon hearing this, the dwarven king, Khan Marvin, rose from his throne, declared that the nation was not lost as long as he was king, and struck the floor with his staff. His youngest son, Roland, argued that he couldn't use his weapon because his health wouldn't allow it. The king responded that his life and the nation's were incomparable, and then activated the observation stone. Assessing the situation, he placed the end of his staff into a slot in the floor, initiating the royal forging. Instantly, the entire fortress shook. Within seconds, circular saws emerged from the walls, slicing through the demons. Massive mechanical hands swept the demons off the fortress walls, but the pillars remained unperturbed. After clearing the walls, the fortress fired a volley of cannonballs. This caused chaos among the demons, and the saws advanced towards the pillars. Killian and Sozo jumped back at the approach of the saws, while Mucus remained unmoved. The saw cut through Mucus, leaving him only fatigued. Meanwhile, the dwarven smiths had managed to restore 80% of their defensive capabilities. They worked tirelessly, knowing that the king's strength was not infinite. The king also realized that without the support and coordination of his eldest son, his power was significantly diminished. Additionally, King Marvin observed that one of the mechanical saws had become immobile. This was due to General Sozo's interference, which had entangled it. Millions of insects had crawled onto the saw's tangled threads. Killian detonated his insects, while Mucus coated the saw with massive amounts of slime. However, the dwarves were ready to replace the damaged saw with a fully functional mechanical arm. Upon learning this, the king seized his staff and launched an offensive. A new mechanical arm quickly replaced the damaged one. The king vowed to avenge Bart and began to scatter demons in all directions. Seeing the results, he intensified his attack, though his deteriorating condition worried his subjects. Unfortunately, only the king and his eldest son could use the pale moon stones, with only 2 available as Bart had the third. Suddenly, the king began to cough, his strength waning. The giant hand momentarily halted, but with his last reserves of strength, Khan Marvin activated it once more. The hand continued to drive away the demons, but they were soon ensnared by red threads. These threads were the work of General Sozo. The king struggled free and attempted to confront Sozo, but she was reinforced by a swarm of explosive mosquitoes from Killian. Meanwhile, General Mucus was coating the mechanical arm with slime. The battle with the 3 pillars was wearing the king down. After about half a minute of fighting, the mechanical arm ceased its movement, allowing the demon stormtroopers to launch a new assault. Winged demons joined the fray, bombarding the fortress with magical projectiles. The situation appeared dire. However, the defenders on the walls soon realized that their wounds were being magically healed. Both the defenders and attackers looked up. Warheads began to fall from the sky. The demons started to retreat. Suddenly, the king heard a familiar voice he hadn't heard in years. A strange creature, resembling both a bird and a lion, appeared. A flock of similar creatures landed on the ground. Instead of greeting their leader, Ashton Martin announced that his squad members were all volunteers and that the human kingdom had no involvement. Recognizing his friend, the king ordered that he and his squad be allowed inside. Martin entered and instructed Eli to handle the rest. When Eli stood up, General Mucus spat a glob of slime at him. The massive blob missed its target and fell to the ground, frozen. This was the work of Aisha and Yuri. Aisha was immediately besieged by a swarm of insects. However, the insects were quickly engulfed in flames. Eli's abilities had evolved after his experiences in the village temple, enabling him to direct fire with precision. Shortly after, one of the 3 pillars at hand began its attack, hurling a ball of threads towards the newcomers. Penny Toll's sword sliced through all the threads effortlessly, and she even disparaged the pillars as weaklings. The demon generals were momentarily thrown off. They realized there weren't many outsiders, but they were concerned about the repercussions of killing them. Meanwhile, as they debated, another figure emerged in the sky. The head of General Properties fell to the ground. Commanders and officers gathered as Guro landed behind them. The young man raised his sword and declared that anyone who wished to harm the Academy's students would first have to face him. Meanwhile, Killian picked up his brother's head, recalling his promise that he could only be killed by his own hand. As the column of insects burned, he gave the order to advance. The demons launched their attack, but the volunteer team was prepared to defend themselves. Ephesus quietly instructed Elena to get the girl ready. He then summoned an air knight. The maid immediately amplified it several dozen times. Sophia swung her sword. The knight mirrored her movement, slicing through the ranks of demons. The demon ranks quickly dwindled, leaving only the pillars unharmed, as Killian shielded them with a beetle shield. However, the shield soon cracked and fell apart. Soso advised Killian to be cautious, noting that despite his armor being as strong as billions of diamond pillars, Ephesus and Goro were extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, the column of insects grew enraged and launched an attack. Suddenly, the corpse of the dwarf blacksmith commanded them to retreat. Observing the stunned reaction, the dead dwarf reiterated that it was enough for today. Soso complied with the order, though Killian opposed it. Mucus advised Killian not to defy the corpse pillar. The demon army began their retreat. Seeing them flee, Elena smiled, noting that it was fortunate since she could only cast such powerful magic once a day. Meanwhile, inside the fortress, Master Martin took up the royal scepter and began his forging work. The castle's structural elements started to be repaired. After a few minutes, the master took his last breath and declared that the work was complete. The king praised Martin as the finest blacksmith of the human race. Martin replied that the forging had greatly exhausted him, and remarked on how challenging it must have been for the king to fend off the demon onslaught for months. Carmarvin noted that he had not faced the enemies alone, but with his son Bart, who had recently died. His second son, Roland, revealed that a few days prior, the demons had offered a truce, and Bart went to meet them, but none of his squad returned. Ephesus then interjected, asking if they had not found one more person. Upon receiving a negative response, he urged them to remember carefully, as that person was their partner. Suddenly, the king coughed and lost consciousness. Miss Fiona offered her assistance, but Roland firmly declined. Martin advised the prince not to let his emotions cloud his judgment, assuring him that they genuinely came to help. The boy apologized and promised to try and cure his father the following day. Roland then took the king to his chambers and did not leave until evening. Back in his room, he picked up a magic cup and called for someone to appear. Moments later, a cloud of mucus appeared on the table. Roland informed the entity that he had completed everything necessary. Lord Bart had weakened the king and exposed vulnerabilities in the defenses, but unexpected people had appeared. The entity advised him to be patient, as the prince was already dead and the king was nearing that fate. Roland, unwilling to wait, demanded to know the exact day he would become king. The entity replied that in 2 days, it would gather the strength of the corpses and command the pillars to attack. Roland then poured a green liquid over the slime, causing it to disappear with a hiss. The scene shifts to Raymond Sasso's palace. The column of corpses, the second of 12, had just spoken with Prince Roland. A pile of needles sat beside him, and he mentioned that he had gained significant power by consuming corpses, including a dead pillar. Meanwhile, morning arrived. The heroes assembled in the king's room, and Priestess Fiona performed a diagnostic prayer. After completing the ritual, she reported that the king's body showed no signs of external influence. Roland inquired if overuse of the limit force could have caused the condition. Martin denied this, stating that he had managed to recover overnight. The prince pointed out that the king had been forging daily for months, but Fiona suggested that the king might have been poisoned. This revelation shocked everyone, as all the royal kitchen's dishes had been inspected. Sophie then mentioned that the king had taken some medicine from Prince Roland daily. The prince asked Fiona to test the medicine, but she said she couldn't perform such an analysis. She suggested that someone else should be found to conduct the test. The other dwarves present argued that the throne couldn't remain vacant, so Roland should temporarily take over. The prince protested loudly, insisting that his father was still alive. Once everyone left the room, the prince smiled to himself. Meanwhile, Chang Yer sped through the desert in a massive SUV. They soon realized they were driving through a battlefield, and after getting out to assess the situation, they found signs of battle but no bodies. Isabella explained that these were signs of the corpse pillar's activity, which could turn the dead into puppets to gain power. Chang assumed that absorbing all the corpses from such a battle could make him stronger than a diamond pillar. Isabella doubted that was likely, noting that Chang seemed too relaxed about the conversation. She mentioned that her father had granted the pillars their powers, and that she could easily suppress them when she was queen. Chang asked if she could do it now, but Isabella said no and declined to answer further, feeling she had already revealed too much. Meanwhile, Barty approached the saloon door and inquired how they had saved him. Chang said it was a long story that he would explain on the way. The scene shifts to the throne room, where a group of influential dwarves and human volunteers had gathered. Everyone, especially the dwarves, was perplexed by the king's condition. Ephesus, however, had a clear strategy. He stated that the dwarves' internal matters were their own concern, and that Chiang must be located. Eli and Emery quickly offered to join the search, but their discussion was cut short when a messenger arrived, announcing the imminent approach of both a demon army and an unidentified high-speed flying object. Prince Roland questioned how the demons could have caught up so quickly. In response, Martin asked the prince what action to take, gesturing towards the ministers. The ministers then requested that the prince assume the throne and lead the dwarves. Despite Roland's lack of blacksmithing skills, Martin agreed with the suggestion and handed him his father's scepter. The prince nervously took his seat on the throne. He was overwhelmed by memories of his childhood aspirations for love and acclaim. He also felt a pang of jealousy towards his brother, who was a highly skilled blacksmith. The prince had harbored growing envy for a long time, and when General A Tabu arrived 2 days ago with a request for troops to aid his brother, the prince suggested they postpone the discussion until the following day. When the general began to protest, Roland commanded his trusted men to take action and shoot. The prince rose and lifted his staff, proclaiming that he would lead the kingdom out of its troubles and that his father, Khan, would be proud of his sons. Everyone present, particularly Master Martin, applauded in response. However, the new king then shocked everyone by issuing his first decree. He would surrender to the demons in exchange for 100 lives each month. The blacksmith was astonished and declared that Khan would never approve of this, and neither would he, Ashton Martin. The new king declared that anyone who opposed his commands would be imprisoned. Following this proclamation, several dozen dwarves encircled the group of people who had heard him. Ephesus reached for his saber upon hearing this, but Martin intervened to stop him. Suddenly, the wall of the throne room gave way, and a large object crashed through it. As the dust cleared, Chiang, Isabella, and a bandaged bard named Marvin emerged from the debris. The dwarves and Martin were relieved to see the prince safe and sound, but Sophie was the only one who rushed to embrace Chiang. This display of affection made Isabella feel uneasy. Moto and Elena were equally delighted. At the same time, Roland approached his brother with a genuine smile. However, Bart responded with a punch to the face. The newly crowned king fell to the ground, and his brother accused him of colluding with demons. Despite this, the dwarf nobles began to murmur that Prince Bart was losing his sanity and that perhaps the demons had manipulated him. The boy claimed that the demons had confessed to him that Roland had framed him and poisoned their father, but this only served to further convince the other dwarves of his madness. Roland subtly picked up on the atmosphere and suggested that the humans must have brainwashed Bart since the demons had just retreated. As soon as the human delegation arrived, Martin attempted to intervene, claiming that the demons were still at their gate, but Sophie stopped him, arguing that words alone wouldn't solve the situation. Chungba then spoke up, expressing his expectation for gratitude for the return of his brother rather than accusations of conspiracy, and requested an audience with the former king. Roland responded that such a meeting was not possible because his father was in a coma. Chung noted that the best human pharmacist had gone missing. Leon, his business partner, was also absent, but Roland suddenly stated that this was irrelevant because his dealings with the demons had been conducted with the regent's approval. This new information clarified things for him, and he began to piece everything together. The situation started to make sense to the ministers, who began to question whether they should reconsider their positions. Despite this, Roland allowed Young Year to examine his father, confident that no traces of poison would be found. Upon hearing this, Chang recalled his last conversation with Gong Leon, where the druid had expressed his high regard for him, unlike the regent, who valued only swordsmen and mages. The druid's honor had increased because his medicine healed people across the empire. As a gesture of gratitude, the master had given him a vial of universal antidote, a rare remedy with only 3 known copies in the world. Returning to the king's chambers, Chiang administered the antidote to the unconscious king. After the first sip, Khan Marvin jolted awake and vomited a stream of purple slime onto the blanket. Witnessing this, Roland accused Chiang of attempting to murder the king and ordered his banishment from the kingdom. Suddenly, the king emerged from under the blanket, instructing everyone to behave. But Young Year asked the king to return to bed until he regained his strength. Meanwhile, the king's servant pointed out that the slime on the blanket resembled the medicine prescribed by Prince Roland. Bart immediately seized his brother by the collar. The king was alarmed by this development and commanded Bart to release his brother and explain what was happening. Bart claimed he faked being injured during an ambush, which meant the pole took most of the impact. Roland, fed up with the situation, gave his brother a hard slap. He tightened his grip on his staff, adjusted his glasses, and declared himself the temporary rightful king of the dwarves. Bart, calling his brother a fool, was willing to sacrifice 100 dwarves each month. Afterward, Khan told his son to return the scepter. Roland, feeling overshadowed by his brother's natural blacksmithing talent and always being seen as merely an assistant, lamented that he had been pitied his entire life. He was tired of being pitied. He wanted to become king. Bart responded that everyone served the kingdom equally, and only he and his father could operate the machines. Suddenly, the staff in the younger prince's hands began to glow. Bart yelled for him to stop, unable to handle the mental strain. Roland, insisting he tried as hard as anyone, disregarded his brother's warnings. He started forging directly on the castle, a task reserved for the royal family, and a portal appeared behind him. The prince then turned and walked out the door. One of the ministers, who had previously kept his head down, made a suspicious noise. When he raised his head, his face was twisted into a grimace. Moments later, poisonous gas spewed from his mouth. The room was filled with smoke, but Moto retrieved a collection bag and began inhaling the smoke. The bag expanded rapidly as the boy continued to pull in the smoke. Emery admired him. Meanwhile, Roland stood proudly on the ledge, savoring his moment of triumph. He had created a medicine that transformed intellectual energy into mental power. At that moment, the room was filled with sharp spikes. The spikes were aimed at all living beings and also targeted Moto's bag. Martin pulled out his pen and instructed everyone to leave the room. Realizing this, Roland unleashed mental strength equivalent to that of 100 people. Martin experienced an immediate surge of power. Within seconds, he was thrown several meters away. The teacher landed on his back directly on the spikes. Chiang saw this and quickly took out a stylus. There was an explosion in the room whose nature puzzled the boy. The spikes and other strange phenomena disappeared. Martin inferred that it was field forging. The teacher approached the student and asked how he managed to use field forging. The king, smiling oddly, told Martin that he had an exceptional student. However, the conversation was interrupted by the sophists, who emphasized the need to address urgent issues first. Chiang requested the opportunity to speak and asked Ibe how she was doing. The girl curtly told him to address her as the queen. Xiang was worried that her identity might be exposed, but the other onlookers only viewed them with affectionate eyes, as if they were a content married couple, while only Penny gave them a skeptical look. Meanwhile, Roland noticed that his abilities had ceased functioning in the king's chamber. Suddenly, the prince experienced an overwhelming surge of mental power, surpassing what his father and brother were capable of. The boy then decided to harness the mental strength of 400 people, but Yaya confronted him on the platform, calling him a pitiful novice. In reply, the prince dismissed the opinion of the unknown youth as irrelevant. Following this, he began to summon and launch several massive storms towards Xiang, but Xiang responded by spinning the stylus, which, upon touching the building, halted all the storms. Roland realized that his adversary possessed the strength of 300 men. Burr was activated again. Suddenly, Chiang was shot in the back. Observing a smirk, the boy remarked that his lower back ached only because he had been working as a massage therapist for several days. The prince accused Chiang of using a strength-enhancing drug, but the boy retorted that he had only used a towel in his hands, and slyly added that his forging skills were solely due to his natural talent. Shanggu remained completely composed as a massive hand appeared behind him. In an instant, the hand came crashing down. The prince was shocked to discover that it was an exact replica of the royal forge used by his father and brother. He then soared upwards and was praised by Chiang for constructing a flying mechanism. However, the prince did not rise for compliments, but to demonstrate his power. With those words, he flew in another direction. Chiang tried to pursue him, positioning himself near the dome of the opposite building. The prince called upon a force of 600 men. Suddenly, Chiang's mechanical hand was caught by massive claws, and the building across the way transformed into a robot, a steam giant. Chiang was thrilled by the robot and thought it would make a cool figurine, but when the robot aimed its steam cannon, it was no longer a laughing matter. The guy quickly started forging, but moments later, there was an explosion where he had been standing. The prince approached closer, but suddenly the building began to move. Martin, Ephesus, and even Elena were all concerned for Chiang, recognizing the serious challenge that could provoke the region's ire. Within seconds, the entire building transformed into a giant robot, the lucky one of the fourth generation. Chiang said he would give the prince 2 chances to surrender. The residents and guests of the capital watched in awe as the giants approached each other. The prince accelerated and leapt towards Chiang. In midair, he deployed several circular saws. The prince envisioned himself shattering the upstart, but his robot was suddenly ensnared by a powerful magnetic field. However, Roland kept cursing until Chiang Jia interrupted him with an offer to surrender. Enraged by this, the prince activated another engine and charged into the attack. He fully opened the cauldron and fired the steam cannon. Chiang countered with a shield made of hollow rock tree. The shield deflected the shot effortlessly, but the boy was worried about harming the townspeople. Roland saw this as a sign of weakness and a cue to attack. But in the next moment, the prince's robot moved in the opposite direction. Chiang decided to relocate the duel outside the city limits. In seconds, another mechanical hand joined the one pulling the prince. The 2 fists pushed the prince out of the town. The prince landed on the ground with a thud, and the mechanical hands returned to Lucky One. Chiang thought that a few such robots would enable him to challenge the regent. Chiang bid farewell to his friends and flew off to confront Roland. Meanwhile, the robot survived the impact on the ground. The prince was breathing heavily inside, and Chiang was already hovering over him, offering a second chance to surrender. However, the prince still had a few tricks up his sleeve. He aimed his gun again. This time, the shot was a sarcoma injection developed by the prince, which, along with a column of corpses, began eating through Lucky One's hull. Chiang easily broke free from her bonds, calling the prince an idiot. But the sarcoma quickly regenerated. Suddenly, Lucky One burst into flames. Roland believed he had won, but the explosion unexpectedly flew towards the prince. A beam of fire started burning through the robot's armor. The steam giant was engulfed in an explosion. However, this did not solve Chiang's problems as he continued to be tormented by the sarcoma. He decided to use a thermal expansion technique. Lucky One's body heated up, burning away all the cancer cells. After that, Chiang looked around, thinking he had killed the prince. But the prince was protected by the robot's cabin. The boy reached for the cabin and announced he was arresting the prince. Suddenly, purple tentacles emerged from Roland's hand and covered the prince. Chiang tried to grab them, but they exploded. Chiang stared in amazement at the empty cabin and the purple cloth spread across the ground. The boy returned with nothing, but Isabella's anger was still ready to kiss him. Chiang approached the king and informed him that his son had escaped using corpse magic. The king frowned but said they needed to focus on the war with the demons and gathered everyone at the round table. Can Martin stated that now that Bart had returned and Chiang had appeared, there was nothing to fear. But Isabella sharply interrupted, asking if they understood their current situation. Chiang tried to make light of it, but they had critical information. The boy then spoke about the abilities of the Pillar of Corpses, which grew stronger with each battle by consuming the dead. Suffices mentioned that he had already encountered him, describing him as a truly dangerous opponent who could not be killed, even by beheading. Chiang Ba added that besides the demon army, they now faced an army of the dead. The king regretfully realized that many dwarves were among them. Martin asked Chiang if he should increase fire protection, and the guy agreed. Moto mentioned that there were now at least 100,000 dead, but Chiang replied that he also had some trump cards. Meanwhile, the story shifted to the land of demons, where a huge crowd of monstrosities stood beneath a rock. On the mountain stood pillars of demons led by Raymond Sasso, who declared that today they would destroy the kingdom of gnomes. The demons below roared with joy, while the pillars on the mountain noted the absence of their comrades for the decisive battle. Raymond stated that they were all dead by now. Killian asked about the Pillar of Darkness, and Raymond responded that they could manage without him. Afterward, he asked the demons below if they wanted to become stronger. The demons shouted yes. The pillar then activated the corpse call spell. Swarms of the living dead crawled out from the ground and began devouring the demons. Within half a minute, an army of living corpses stood under the rock. Stunned, Killian asked what on earth Raymond was doing. Raymond suggested he complain to Lillian or challenge him, as the corpses of other pillars, including Bellion and Papa, appeared beside him. The pillar turned to Killian, stating that his squad's fighters could have chosen a different path if they didn't want to become puppets. With these words, he turned them into cocoons. The column of insects had no further comments, so Raymond directed his troops to attack. Meanwhile, back in the Dwarven Kingdom, following Chiang's advice, they placed the capital near the mountain for rear protection. However, the boy believed their task was to eliminate all enemies quickly because the dwarves needed food, and they needed to return to the Empire's lands. So Ephesus confirmed that their prolonged absence might have angered the regent. Looking up at the mountain, Moto noted they would have nowhere to run if needed, but Isabella told him to listen to Chiang, assuring that such a need wouldn't arise. Meanwhile, Chiang asked the king to gather all the dwarven smiths. The guy's plan was focused on defense, leveraging the strength of tower defense. The events then shifted back to the army of the dead. Raymond Sasso led them into battle on a giant monster. Next to him was a piece of purple slime rolling Marvin. Hearing his name, the prince emerged from the mound of slime. Sanofi said he did everything for him, but he took it and lost. The prince accused the pillars of causing delays that prevented him from acting before the people appeared. These words angered Raymond greatly. He declared that Roland was no longer the prince of the dwarves and should abandon his pride. Considering his situation, the boy prostrated himself before the pillar. Raymond stood and assured him that he always kept his promises and would make him king. Then, he turned his attention to the pale moonstone and asked if the prince knew how to use it. Roland admitted that he had expended too much mental energy. The pillars suggested drawing strength from the corpses. Raymond pondered whether he would gain the prince's powers if he consumed him along with the stone. Meanwhile, the fortress noticed the approaching army of the dead. Chiang showed them to Isabella, which made her angry. She stated that according to demon laws, it was forbidden to kill one's own. The boy said the dead would arrive in 2 hours and began observing the blacksmith's preparations. Suddenly, Martin and Moto appeared next to them. The teacher noted that the boy's strength had greatly increased after training with Chiang, but he was still wary of Chiang's ideas. However, the boy wasn't concerned because they had a moonstone with them. Martin questioned whether he had the mental fortitude to wield such power. Chiang replied that he had never lacked mental strength, and Martin confirmed that the battles with Ren and in the temple required an incredible amount of energy. The boy grew serious and asked about the consequences of overusing mental energy. Martin, surprised, asked if he had forgotten. Chiang indeed had forgotten, and Martin reminded him that excessive consumption would make him bald. This surprised even Isabella, who immediately imagined a hairless boy. Chiang forbade her from imagining such a thing. Suddenly another person joined them, Prince Bart, who said he was a bit confused. After all, since entering the cave, he felt like a tiger in a cage and asked what tower defense meant. The boy replied that he had considered evacuation options, but it wouldn't come to that because the blacksmith's power was incredible. Soon an army of zombies appeared on the horizon. Killian expressed a desire to go scouting, but Raymond said he would handle it himself. A piece of matter extended from his hand. In an instant, it grew to normal monster size. But as it approached the fortress, it was riddled with machine gun fire. It was one of dozens of heavy machine guns positioned in front of the cave entrance. Suddenly, a huge screen appeared before the army of the dead, with King Khan inviting everyone to climb out quietly. In response, Raymond said he would agree if they sacrificed 100 lives as per their agreement. The king replied that trading human lives for peace was wishful thinking, but Raymond handed over to Roland, who said that the demons had allied with the regent of the empire, so it would be wise to join them as well. Upon hearing this, the king remarked that his fatherly love had turned into a mistake. Raymond commanded an attack on the undead. He advanced rapidly to the front-line positions of the defenders. Martin requested Changba to let him manage this section. The machine guns roared, incinerating the zombies with their firepower. However, some of the undead, who had been magicians in life, erected magical barriers that the machine guns couldn't penetrate. The strategy was adjusted, and one machine gun was chosen to fire a powerful shot. This barrage significantly thinned the ranks of the undead over a wide area. This display broke Killian's fighting spirit, making him realize that the dwarves' skills had greatly improved. Within a minute, a dozen more volleys joined the initial one. Raymond informed the prince that he hadn't been briefed about such technology. Roland explained that it was introduced by humans for fire resistance. He decided to unleash Balion's corpse. Chiang reluctantly acknowledged the pillar he had defeated on eBay. He threw his head up like a soccer ball. He charged towards it as if it were a ball. The head flew quickly, surprising the onlookers. Along the way, it collided with rows of machine guns. He rushed after it in Diamond Crusher mode. Another corpse appeared behind him, that of a ninja. This ninja used magic to support Balion. Martin countered the move and concentrated his fire on it. Even after his death, Bossman was still able to perform the evasion technique, and there were more surprises in store. The ninja then employed the Upanishad technique, which involved two enormous shurikens made of infernal fire. But then, he suddenly self-destructed. It was a spectacular display of missile fire. Raymond and Killian stared at the ninja's remains in astonishment. But their strength was waning. The instructor, Martin. Xiang had intended to assist him, but the king called him away for that purpose. Along with the master, they utilized the joint forging technique. The missile systems launched a powerful barrage. The shells bombarded the army of the undead. If the dead hadn't experienced hell before, they certainly had the opportunity now. The Belgian's corpse personally caught 2 rockets. Nevertheless, the diamond pillar endured and engaged jerk mode. This allowed him to travel a significant distance and approach the weapons, but the sensors in the ravine were triggered. In an instant, his corpse was killed once more. Raymond was taken by surprise. In reality, only Chiang had anticipated this. The army of the undead was already halfway annihilated. However, Isabella warned that it was too soon to celebrate, especially if the corpses hadn't been entirely obliterated. Chiang had questioned whether they could be resurrected, and suddenly, billions of corpses were reassembled right before his eyes. Therefore, it was crucial to find a method to completely eradicate them. The king and the blacksmith were prepared to continue the fight. Meanwhile, Belly breached the missile launchers and began to reposition them. The corpse seized 2 warheads and fired them at other missile launchers, causing their destruction as well. Changba needed to intervene. The boy pressed a button, creating an ice fort in front of the advancing monster. Several of these forts lined up to fortify the defense. As Balian neared them, the fort unleashed a stream of water. The monster was instantly subjected to the cold, turning into an icicle mid-air, and crashed into the fort's structure. The ice floe shattered. Soso claimed she wouldn't assist, but Raymond pointed out that the pillar had already fulfilled its role, and revived. The rockets launched another barrage. It was time for the mucus to join the battle. He expelled several slime bubbles, which intercepted some missiles. Meanwhile, a message on the screens reported the destruction of the first defense line, but Chiang noted it wasn't critical. At that moment, the ice forts were being turned into icicles by another wave of zombies, and the magical blades that had previously sliced through Belly now reduced icicles to sand with ease. Raymond decided to deploy another ace. A supercorpse emerged from 50,000 corpses. The supercorpse easily lifted a large rock and swung it, but Chiang remarked that it was just a prime target for a more powerful weapon. The corpse caught fire and fell into the crowd. Soso, sitting on Raymond's lap, asked him to demonstrate his true power. He agreed that the time had come. Subsequently, the supercorpse began to merge with the other undead. In no time, the corpse reappeared, emitting a horrifying breath from its throat. Martin and Khan exchanged glances and decided to act. They combined 3 streams of energy to halt the corpse, and other supercorpses joined in the breath assault. The forts began to fail one after another, and soon the king and Martin also lost their effectiveness. Supporting themselves heavily on their styluses, they admitted their exhaustion. Seeing this, Chang took out his own stylus. Moto suddenly interrupted him, saying he had been training for a long time and could no longer stay in the background. The boy proudly placed his hand over Martin's and Khan's, but that single touch drained his mental energy. Chang resumed forging with his stylus. At that moment, Isabella looked at him with pride, acknowledging that this was how her husband should be. Meanwhile, Raymond gazed at his work with satisfaction. Suddenly, magical blades pierced through the supercorpses. One by one, the massive corpses shattered into pieces. Raymond instructed Sozo to eliminate their sources. Gradually, they began to fail. Chiang initially thought it was a short circuit, but it turned out to be insects. These insects had been sent by Killian to destroy all the forged weapons. Meanwhile, Chiang identified the cause of the malfunction. Luckily, he had already activated the turret, but many weapons were indeed lost. At that moment, the turret had already entered the ranks of the zombie demon army. As the undead saw it, the turret began to spin. Suddenly, the dead started to be drawn towards it. They began to pile up on the turret, and soon a beam was activated, slicing through the demons with deadly precision. The machine spun like a massive meat grinder, clearing a wide radius. The droid switched to compass mode, emitting magnetic waves in all directions. Raymond realized the situation was critical and deployed living pillars into the fray, using corpse magic. He teleported them to the front line. They were accompanied by a super corpse made up of 200,000 bodies. Farley Moss questioned why Chiang had stopped forging. Chiang explained that he was recycling the destroyed blanks. Meanwhile, the undead army continued to advance. Eli suggested joining the battle personally, but Chiang assured him that everything was under control. The capital's residents held their breath in anticipation, watching the screen. As the monsters drew closer, Aisha and Fiona grew increasingly worried. Even Master Martin was left wondering what Chiang was planning. The demons continued to advance steadily. Even the surfaces warned that the proximity was perilous. But Isabella was the only one smiling. She encouraged everyone to stay strong and keep believing. As the demons neared the gorge, Chiang declared that the moment had arrived and struck the ground with his stylus. This triggered the remote bomb. A Dyson sphere began to form around the undead army. The pillars managed to escape, but most of the zombies, including the supercorpse, were trapped inside. The sphere soon enclosed the entire army and a large surrounding area. Chiang moved to the next phase. A gap opened at the mountain's peak. A nuclear warhead emerged from the opening. It ascended briefly before sharply changing direction to descend. Xiang Yaya took control of the warhead. The bomb plunged directly into the sphere. It penetrated the outer layer and continued downward. The stunned undead gazed in awe at their impending doom. Modules detached from the bomb, which displayed a cheerful blue smiley face. Within seconds, the friendly smile turned into a menacing red glare. The bomb hit the ground. An explosion erupted in a fraction of a second. Rays of light illuminated the interior of the sphere. The explosion's brilliance was visible for miles. It was so blinding that even the dwarves near the screen were affected. Within moments, a magnificent nuclear mushroom cloud rose from the explosion site. Despite this, Ephesus acknowledged that Chiang had become 10 times more powerful. And King Khan noted that such an explosion could obliterate an entire country. Lord Goro approached Chiang and noted that the enemy had not been fully vanquished yet, so action was needed. After this, Isabella grabbed her sword. Chiang tried to dissuade her, but she insisted that they couldn't counter the threat without her intervention. Therefore, she had to handle it herself. Meanwhile, the sphere began to contract. Within seconds, the scorched earth was revealed. At the same time, the demon pillars, overwhelmed by Chiang's power, emerged from their hiding spots. Suddenly, they sensed an equally formidable threat. It was an ancient general who had retired many centuries ago. Raymond teleported to the battleground and declared that the loss of several 100,000 puppets was insignificant and that he wasn't finished yet. At this moment, human volunteers emerged from the cave. Upon seeing the surfaces, Killian remarked that it should have been his. Raymond proposed they entertain themselves for 10 minutes until his absorption was complete, after which the humans would become their prey. He gathered another corpse from the radioactive ash and bio-waste. He also augmented his body with corpses, acquiring elegant tentacles. After evaluating the situation, surfaces commanded the groups to attack in unison. 9. I mentioned that he would be with Eli. Penny drew her sword. Chung activated his magical night suit. Meanwhile, the threads of the so-so pillar extended towards them for protection. Night, I now took out a frying pan. However, the needles struck her. The man was paralyzed, but Penny came to his aid and repelled the attack. Ephesus was the first to strike. Killian was already soaring to confront him. The Lord clearly identified the demon's weapon's weak spot. Killian needed to ascend quickly. He fired a magical projectile at the boy. At that instant, Elena screamed in terror. But soon after, Ephesus was already approaching the enemy, using a black reception like a true matador. He requested the maid's assistance for Chang. While he managed the pillar, the maid agreed. But soon she needed help herself as the mucus pillar began ejecting slime at everyone. Eli then intervened with his ancient punching technique. Using his explosive fist technique, he charged directly into the slime sphere, which broke into numerous small blobs that immediately shot towards the boy. Aisha came to his aid. She froze the mucus clumps. The boys sprang into action, using their fists to beat them down. Meanwhile, Xiangyang stayed in reserve as Isabella focused on eliminating the Pillar of Needles. Out of nowhere, Penny leaped in front of them, severing the threads that were approaching. The boy commended her for her swift response, which led to strong criticism from Isabella. Elena only made things worse by stepping forward and stating that Ephesus had instructed her to stay and assist Qiang. The skirmish was only halted when General Soso appeared above them. She employed the 1,000-needle magic technique. Elena contracted her body and began to evade the attacks. Qiang covered himself with a protective shield. Penny used her sword to deflect the needles. Only Isabella mounted a counteroffensive. The demoness observed the attacker closely. She understood that the girl was using a sword to link the threads together before slicing them. However, she couldn't recall where she had seen the girl before. In no time, Isabella had already pierced her thread shield with her sword. The girl realized that the pillar's power was diminishing. So withdrew because Isabella had even discovered the concealed needles. Suddenly, a projectile landed where she had been standing. Isabella, furious, turned to Chiang and stated that she should have handled the situation herself. To her further frustration, Penny showed up right behind her. Elena tossed a small pebble towards the pillar. As it flew, the pebble grew in size dramatically before landing on the pillar. Meanwhile, Aisha, Eli, and 99 were battling the mucus. The cook suggested waiting for Aisha to slow it down, but Eli decided to take action himself, using a lion meteor strike to smash through the pillar's core. Suddenly, Eli found himself stuck. Mucus hurled a massive slime ball at him. Eli thought he was trapped until he noticed the demon's side had frozen, allowing him to break free. As he jumped away, he saw 9 AI attacking the pillar with flour. Eli guessed that the flour might ignite. The flour caught fire, causing the pillar to explode. However, the smoke cleared to reveal that the general had escaped unharmed. Immediately after, numerous slime clots appeared behind the heroes. 99 smashed them with a frying pan. Suddenly, a pillar erupted from the ground beneath Aisha, trying to grab her. The pillar extended its grotesque appendages toward her. Furious, Eli challenged the monster to attack him instead of the girl. The demon retorted that with 3 of them against 1, fairness was irrelevant. Regardless, the demon attacked Eli, and a piece of slime adhered to Chiang. Slime clots began to animate and crawl up, similar slime pieces sticking to 99. Soon, the slime enveloped their heads. Aisha, alarmed, asked if everyone was okay. Meanwhile, the disgusting mucus licked her tongue. The girl was set on using magic to defeat it. But then the demon was suddenly thrown back. 9 AI had intervened, attacking the demon with flour. He recalled that flour was used by cooks to reduce stickiness, which helped clear the slime away. Meanwhile, on the mountain's summit, surfaces were battling the pillar. Killian bragged about his ability to summon millions of insects. He was indeed surrounded by swarms of insects, causing feces to form a protective circle around himself. As the insects closed in, he swung his sword. The 2 circles combined and shot towards the swarm like a circular saw. But soon he was enveloped by the swarm. It felt as though twilight had descended upon him, which he tried to disperse with his sword. He briefly managed to break free, but Killian sent multiple swarms of insects to confront him. They formed a whirlwind around him. The pillar was convinced the Lord was dead, but decided to explode it just in case. Suddenly, the explosion within the cloud was triggered by Feces himself. Killian was thrown off balance by the explosion's force. The pillar attempted to summon a new swarm of insects, but surfaces began launching their own attacks. The space around him began to solidify. Using the field, he eradicated the insects and cast spells on the ground. Suddenly, the insects started to burst from the acid rain. The Lord had concealed himself within a balloon, creating a vacuum around him. The pillar attacked, but it was ineffective. Previously, surfaces had used the vacuum strategy against 4 pillars simultaneously, destroying them all. Mention of these pillars and his brother Papa enraged the general, who transformed into a different form. But surfaces simply sliced him in half with a concentrated blast of air under immense pressure. Meanwhile, Isabella took a striking stance. It was now the pillar's turn to evade. Soso inquired about the sword's material, which threads couldn't defend against. At the same time, she faced another issue with the penny toll's whip. The whip's end pierced through the demons completely, but she managed to wrap it with threads. They approached Penny stealthily, but the girl swung the whip, causing all the threads to snap. Penny moved closer, but Isabella asked her to stay out of it, as the girl wasn't familiar with all of the general's weaknesses. Annoyed, Isabella was interrupted by Chiang and Eleanor, who suggested that teamwork would be more effective. Isabella retorted that they had forgotten her identity and that she shouldn't heed anyone's advice. Abruptly, she demanded the boy remove his mask. The boy gave a guilty smile and said he was merely concerned for her, but the girl accepted his concern with a kiss, releasing him and telling him not to worry about the queen, but to focus on his own duties. Meanwhile, threads from the demon pillar were already heading their way, but Isabella swiftly sliced them apart with her sword. She turned to Xiang, encouraging him to move forward because she had faith in him. Xiang left the pile of needles for Isabella and flew towards the pile of corpses. Throughout this time, Raymond had been inside the sarcophagus, drawing energy from the dead bodies. Beside him stood a solitary Roland. The dwarf greeted Shang, suggesting he return home and not meddle in the dwarves' affairs. The prince then tried to negotiate, offering the boy 2 pale moonstones in exchange, but Shang responded by launching missiles. Roland shielded himself, but the missiles were aimed at the pillar, which remained unaffected. Meanwhile, Chang produced a laser blade, which was designed to be more powerful than a magical shield. It proved effective. Just as the boy was gearing up for his next move, he was suddenly engulfed by a massive monster. The monster's mouth opened wide and swallowed him whole. But Chang quickly retaliated by slicing through the monster from the inside with the laser. The remnants of the creature fell to the ground but started to move towards each other. Chung realized they would regenerate if not completely destroyed, so he needed to eliminate them for good. Meanwhile, Roland understood that the pillar wouldn't offer him protection and decided to flee. Chiang called out, warning him not to escape with the pale moonstone. A pillar opposed this. A growth appeared on Roland's hand, indicating that the prince was still needed. Realizing he had fallen into a demon's trap, Roland didn't give up and took out a syringe with an antidote. However, after administering the injection, he lost control and fell. The demon's claws were already poised to seize him on the ground. Thus ended the fate of Prince Roland Marvin, unceremoniously. Meanwhile, the slime column continued to endure the attacks and beatings. Despite lacking special strength, it had remarkable endurance. It just needed to wait for the flower to deplete. Eli continued to strike with ancient boxing techniques, ignoring assurances that fire was ineffective. After another hit, the pillar cracked, and with a few more blows, the demon disintegrated into separate slime pieces. The pieces tried to merge, but Aisha immediately began casting a frost spell. The slime started to freeze, and 99 generously covered it with flour. Using the remaining flour, he made a dough sheet and rolled the frozen lumps into a massive dumpling. The boy observed Aisha and saw that her condition had worsened significantly. She explained that she had simply exhausted her strength. Unfortunately, they weren't able to gather all the slime. Some of it slid back to the pillar. The pillar was now missing an arm and half its body, but was still alive. Despite having lost its nose, the pillar managed to recover, as even a single remaining drop was enough for regeneration. Eli was joined by 9AI, but asked for a moment to focus. A magic circle formed around Lucas. Instantly, the circle transformed into a massive energy walk, trapping the mucus inside. 9AI asked Eli to ignite the fire. Eli jumped into the wok and transformed into a hot plate. The cook began his work. He stirred the slime column as if making scrambled eggs. The mucus tried to escape, but 9AI kept it restrained. 9AI then covered the top with another wok. The sealed vessel began spinning like a centrifuge. Within a minute, the pan started to swell. 9AI shouted for Eli to get away. Moments later, the centrifuge exploded, and the mucus, now larger than before, burst free. The boys, exhausted, lay on the ground, and Eli reached out to Aisha. The girl encased herself in an ice cube, which only intensified the demon's interest. Aisha commanded not to come near her. After a while, Eli stood up from the ground and declared that he wasn't defeated yet. He recalled his last conversation with his sensei, who had questioned why he hadn't returned to training. Eli had responded that after returning to his village with Chiang, he had many questions. They began sparring, trying out various techniques and strategies. Eventually, Eli admitted he was losing, but the teacher wanted to show him one final move. It was an immensely powerful strike, moving like a tiger. But Eli realized that when the teacher used a fire technique, he needed to counter with a water technique. Facing the teacher was incredibly challenging, but Eli managed to halt the teacher's fist just inches from his face. After stopping, the teacher praised Eli, noting that flexibility in combat could sometimes be more crucial than sheer force. Eli understood that he needed to adapt to the current battle as well. Aisha encouraged him, suggesting he could use iceboxing techniques. But Eli insisted that since fire hadn't worked on the demon, he would just raise the temperature until it did. The hope on Aisha and 9AI's faces faded. Even the mucus taunted him as an idiot. Despite this, Eli's punch was powerful enough to penetrate the magical shield and push the monster back several feet. Chung explained that he had concentrated all the heat into a single punch. In that moment, the mucus was left with a large hole in its stomach. Enraged, the mucus began attacking with long, slimy tentacles. Eli instructed 9AI to take Aisha to safety while he charged towards the demon. Getting close, Eli used the platinum strike technique. He unleashed a series of kicks. Ultimately, he drowned the demon in a powerful blow. After this hit, the demon's face caved in. The monster managed to regenerate in a few seconds, but its form was noticeably weakened, as its body couldn't produce enough secretion in time. Mucus attempted a counterattack, but Eli subdued him with a splitting wind technique. The demon's arm was severed. It couldn't fully regenerate this time. Meanwhile, Eli concentrated all his energy into one fist, declaring that he would finish the fight with a single blow. Mucus, however, had one last trick. With his remaining strength, he transformed again. He immediately launched an attack with his tentacles. Chung began to evade, but the demon realized that by focusing his power in his fist, Eli couldn't use other techniques. Suddenly, Eli stopped dodging and caught several tentacles with his palm. They simply evaporated. Eli declared it was time to end the fight and leapt towards his opponent. He delivered a platinum punch directly to the demon's jaw. The demon collapsed to the ground and exploded. Aisha shielded herself with an ice dome. When the smoke and ash cleared, Eli was seen standing motionless at the explosion's center. Suddenly, he collapsed. 9AI picked Eli up and concluded that he had overestimated his strength and fallen into a coma. The veins on his right hand were blue and swollen. Suddenly, the remnants of the mucus rose above the battlefield and declared victory. However, Aisha, using her last bit of strength, froze the remnants. The demon fell and broke into pieces. Meanwhile, Isabella and Penny were dealing with General Soso. The demon skillfully deflected all attacks with threads. At a critical moment, Penny outsmarted Soso and pierced her chest. But this only provided a temporary delay. Isabella appreciated the opportunity that the delay provided. Penny responded that she didn't need thanks, but was intrigued by Isabella's mention of orcs possibly existing in the demon country. Isabella, however, was not in the mood for such discussions at the moment. So also disliked the idle chatter and announced she would split her forces to hold them off. But an enlarged Elena appeared behind her, declaring she would deliver a decisive kick. Isabella barely managed to dodge the powerful kick. So was left with no chance. Isabella was the first to charge towards the base, slashing at the demons with her sword. Despite being cut in half, she declared it couldn't harm her. However, Penny was approaching from behind. Penny aimed her rapier, but her plans were suddenly interrupted. A massive fist struck her, knocking her away. Isabella had to evade another powerful kick. Elena screamed, saying she had lost control of her body, and So grinned, declaring that the odds were now even. The girls realized that Elena was bound by the ultimate force. The maid tried to alert them to a new attack, but So sewed her mouth shut. Elena began pounding the ground in frustration. Penny was already at her side. Penny suspected that cutting the bonds might free Elena, but instead of cutting them, she merely tickled Elena. Miss Tolles fell to the ground, realizing that breaking the ultimate strength bonds was not straightforward. Meanwhile, Isabella appeared behind So, but the demon managed to react in time. So turned around and countered with a web of threads. The Hollywood sword helped block the attack but couldn't sever the threads. Nevertheless, Isabella had her own strategies. She cut the threads and simultaneously attacked the demon's arms with a magic blade. So repositioned her hands and recognized that her opponent's power was demonic in nature. It turned out to be a trap. The threads Isabella had cut now controlled her. So began threatening her, but Isabella calmly asked if that was all. The threads tightened, causing Isabella's heart to race with her opponent's taunts. Despite this, So lifted Isabella with the threads and started to strangle her. The threads dug into Isabella's body, yet she remained motionless. Suddenly, Isabella exploded with immense force. This caused the threads to ignite and explode. She couldn't grasp how it happened or why she felt such intense fear. At the same time, Isabella soared up and struck her in the face. Meanwhile, Penny was poised to deliver the final strike to Elena. However, the maid ceased her assault and took up a defensive stance. Penny decided to pause the attack for now. Suddenly, the girl observed that the restraints were vanishing. Elena let out a cry of delight and began to rapidly shrink due to having expended too much energy. In no time, a tiny version of her was lying on the ground. Meanwhile, she was on the ground, clutching her eyes. An angry girl approached her. The demon looked at her opponent and sensed the queen's aura. Isabella revealed that the power Lily had given them actually belonged to her, and when she released it, she could overpower theirs. The queen remembered purchasing a girl at the slave market who had then betrayed her. The girl got up and admitted that Isabella had been very kind to her, but something more valuable than her own life had come into her world. After that, she transformed into a spider. Isabella called her a monster, but she responded that Raymond loved her for who she truly was. The girl explained that she was a monster on the inside, not on the outside, but she was told that someone of high birth would never comprehend what genuine care and admiration are. Suddenly, the demon sensed that her beloved was in trouble and hurried to his side. Isabella followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Shania fired at Raymond's sarcophagus. He increased the power to 500%, but could only manage to chip away at the top of the statue. The boy was suddenly distracted by a fierce blow from her. Despite this, he was primarily concerned with Yuba's whereabouts. Within moments, the queen arrived. She explained that she had defeated the pillar and taken on an extreme form, sacrificing her regenerative abilities. Spider-Woman embraced the sarcophagus, and Raymond promised from inside to protect her. Penny, having matured, declared that the only thing left was to destroy the coffin. Chang decided not to delay the action. She managed to fend off a volley of rockets, but could no longer block Isabella's blade. Penny couldn't avoid the 6 rapiers that were launched at her. Isabella asked if she understood she was merely a pawn, but she replied that she knew that well. Yet she was willing to endure it as long as she had some hope. Suddenly, she was struck again by the magic blade. It was the officers who had descended from the mountain. Chiang then charged at her. At that moment, the sarcophagus began to open. 2 shuriken of dark flame shot out, blinding everyone with their intense light. Raymond emerged in an enhanced form. He lifted Solo's hand, thanked her, and told her she would always be a part of him. With those words, the pillar crushed her head. Absorbing her body, it gained the ability to weave and grew even stronger. It now wielded the powers of nearly all the fallen pillars. Using ninja magic for the first time, it slowed time for him, allowing him to catch a rocket with his hands. Next, while deflecting an attack, he utilized the Diamond Pillar armor skills. Raymond swiftly counterattacked with a Thunder Fist, striking Lord Goro. But in his arrogance, he failed to notice how Dyson's sphere enclosed him. The Pillar of the Dead had already experienced her powers, so he leaped out of her grasp. And moments later, he appeared right in front of Chiang, declaring that human blacksmiths had limitless strength. He used his own power to crush the boy's heart. After saying this, Raymond swung his fist, but Penny stopped him from landing the blow, using a whip to shield the pillar's body. The demon claimed he wouldn't fall for such a trap, easily freeing himself and aiming his fist at the girl. Suddenly, Isabella severed his hand. This allowed her a few seconds to fly up to Shang and kiss him with intense power. Meanwhile, Raymond further distracted Penny, but he regenerated his arm and seized the whip. The girl didn't resist, but he lifted her off the ground, expressing a desire to consume her first. Penny, however, thwarted his plan by transforming the whip into a rapier, with which she deflected the stream of threads. Raymond recognized the weapon. It was crafted from orc bones, but several needles still pierced her arm. This triggered berserker mode in her, and Penny Tolls transformed her rapier back into a whip, lashing at the pillar's bare feet. Using a battle shawl, he captured her and remarked that she was too wild for a regent's daughter. However, the more he tightened his grip, the more malice she accumulated. Eventually, she broke free and fell into the shawl. The girl then leaped onto the pillar and clawed at its diamond skin. Raymond warned that she would become dangerous someday, so it was better to suppress her now. He seized the girl and pushed her to the ground. Chiang hoped she was still alive. Meanwhile, the pillar descended behind them, expressing a desire to use her in the game against the regent, and offered to spare them if they left quickly. He then took out a scepter with a pale moonstone and began to forge. Martin and the king realized that the pillar had swallowed Roland, and Raymond turned to Xiang, offering immortality in exchange for joining him, noting that the blacksmith had lost his army, making him very effective. To reinforce his offer, dozens of dead hands forged with the pillar appeared above them. But Shang seized the hammer and started forging with his own hand. Soon, a tower of light emerged, and its blade sliced through the giant dead hand's wrists. Raymond acknowledged that blacksmithing was very efficient, but also drained a lot of energy, causing him to lose the strength of dozens of corpses. Meanwhile, Shang was just getting into the excitement of the battle. The boy asked Yi Bei not to intervene yet, to which the girl advised him to be cautious himself. Indeed, Raymond had shrunk, but the aura of extreme power surrounding him had intensified. In no time, he had already prepared the Diamond Storm spell. Xiang covered himself and Yi Bei with a shield made of hollow rockwood, but the rays pierced through the shield. Meanwhile, the pillar continued to attack with magic. Shanghai's armor was failing, prompting Isabella to order a retreat since maintaining her incognito was no longer necessary. Suddenly, Sophie and her massive air knight rejoined the fight. He struck the pillar with his fist and dragged it into the air cage. The air pressure inside the cage was over 100 times the normal level. Surfaces commanded the pressure to increase. Under the immense pressure, the demon's face began to flatten, and the pillar's skull was compressed like an accordion. Suddenly, an explosion occurred in the air knight's palms. Moments later, Raymond was freed. The knight now had to defend, shielding the heroes. The pillar, meanwhile, used a skill to transplant damaged parts, strengthening his immunity and protection with the previously sustained damage. It then dawned on Chiang that Raymond had consumed hundreds of radioactive corpses. Isabella was eager to unleash her power and charge into battle, but the boy suggested a better idea, to blow up the pillar once more. This was quite fitting, as Raymond suddenly grew a diamond foot and stomped on surfaces. The knight absorbed the sword strike, but the explosion shook the surrounding area. Raymond continued his transformation, turning his skin into diamonds. He then delivered a powerful blow to Surface's head, known as the Judgment of Osiris, to save his friend Chiang, who forged and dropped through Rupert towards him. Raymond achieved the impossible by shattering the unbreakable object, scattering millions of glass fragments around. The boy dragged Surfaces to the edge of the ravine that had formed from the impact. Grateful for the rescue, the Lord ruffled Chiang's hair, saying he was increasingly like his brother. Meanwhile, Isabella attacked Raymond from behind, but it turned out to be a decoy. The real pillar was already attempting to trample them, so Ephesus and Chiang had time to react and prepared an airbag. However, it exploded within seconds. It was time for him to save a friend. He used the air sword technique, which allowed him to pull Chiang to safety. Isabella landed beside them quickly, but Chiang was in critical condition. Together with Surfaces, she turned decisively towards the pillar. In no time, the Lord slashed Raymond's face. The pillar instantly regenerated, but noticed that his vision was deteriorating after reincarnation. Distracted by this, he missed Isabella's punch. The blow was far more painful than Raymond had anticipated, creating a massive hole in his solar plexus. When Surfaces tried to cover it with the Wind Knight's massive hand, the pillar activated ninja mode and vanished. He managed to retreat, but not far enough. Moments later, Isabella's blade struck him again, and within seconds, the Air Knight held him in a powerful grip. The pillar threw out threats that he wouldn't be harmed, so Ephesus consented and nodded to Isabella, who was already moving towards the demon. Performing a demonic sword technique, Isabella crashed into Raymond once more. Raymond, horrified, realized that the stranger was suppressing his ultimate power and demanded to know who she was. Isabella responded that the queen forbade him from knowing. Despite this, Raymond was still able to retaliate and summoned a diamond hail. Sophie SAS absorbed the impact on the Air Knight. Meanwhile, Isabella continued to assault the pillar's body. Raymond sought new means of escape. He soon summoned a servant next to Chiang, armed with a ritual sword. The servant struck at the unconscious boy. Blood dripped onto Chiang's face. It was the blood of Surfaces, who had shielded the young man with his own body. Released from Lord Guru's pressure, Isabella easily pushed the pillar aside. The pillar then transferred into the servant's body, moving away from the queen, allowing him to once again unleash his full power. With great satisfaction, he withdrew the knife from the White Dragon commander's body. At this moment, Xiangyang regained consciousness and quickly activated medical assistance. He retrieved a universal antidote that could potentially save the knight from poison and magic. However, Raymond kicked surfaces away and swung his sword at Chang. Suddenly, he was thrown back several meters, and an explosion of demonic power destroyed even the copter transmitting the footage to the fortress screens. Raymond felt his strength diminishing. He looked up and saw Queen Isabella in all her might. The girl instructed Chang to attend to surfaces while she faced the treacherous foe herself. Lord Guro was already unconscious on the ground. The boy took out the antidote ampule again and poured it directly onto the wound. Although he didn't expect a miracle, the gaping hole in the knight's chest began to close. Meanwhile, Raymond mustered the courage to shout at Isabella that Lillian was the rightful queen. In response, the girl simply blew off half of his skull. The demon's regeneration slowed, so he had to regenerate his face from the surrounding corpses. The demon smugly declared that the queen's power was waning since she should have been able to kill him earlier. Hearing this, Isabella raised an eyebrow, pierced his ribcage, and extracted the core of demonic power. Without the core, the demon collapsed to the ground. The girl experienced familiar sensations. Although she had hoped for more power, she crushed the core and absorbed its power back. This allowed her to regain 20% of the demon queen's strength. Meanwhile, Raymond took refuge in his inner world, a cave filled with absorbed corpses, including pillars. With her next attack, Isabella stripped away the power of Bellion, the diamond pillar. The queen commanded Raymond to leave his inner world and, to expedite the process, decided to electrocute him. The pillar, enraged, did not surrender. The girl increased the power to its maximum. Raymond materialized behind her and attempted a strike, but Isabella severed his hand with her tail. The demon then tried to breathe fire on her. However, Isabella emerged from the flames, calmly stating that even if he meekly surrendered, she would still condemn him to eternal torment. She then attacked the demon with a red beam. Moments later, Raymond exploded. His consciousness shifted to the lower part of his body, but Isabella also seized the opportunity to drain his remaining strength. After obtaining the demonic core, the queen demanded more tricks. Raymond, using ninja power, extracted a flesh capsule from his leg, moved into it, and tried to escape to Lillian. However, Isabella extracted the core of this power from his remains, causing Raymond to crash heavily to the ground. With only his own strength and the so-so core left, he transformed into a bird and flew away. After traveling a few miles, Raymond felt safe. Suddenly, his beak collided with Chang's knee. The boy insisted he wouldn't let go of anyone who knew the true name of his eBay. Nevertheless, Raymond remained resolute and summoned several puppets to launch a counterattack. The tick-like minions quickly ensnared Chang with their threads. However, Raymond ended up being the one trapped. Moments later, Xiangyang activated his laser and freed himself from the restraints. A few seconds after that, the boy was pursuing him once more. Abruptly, the pillar rotated and transformed, revealing a huge, eerie face on its surface. Despite this, Changba bravely flew inside. Raymond triumphantly declared that the boy was now definitely trapped. In reality, it was the demon who was caught. The boy pulled out a stylus and began crafting. Soon, trains, planes, and trucks emerged from within the pillar's belly. Realizing he was about to be torn apart, Raymond opened his stomach and emptied its contents, including Chiang. The boy quickly reshaped part of his suit into a massive boot and slammed it into the demon's head. The bird fell between the trees. Chiang immediately covered the spot where it had fallen with laser napalm. But as the boy thought he had turned half the forest into a Vietnamese-style settlement, sharp teeth rose up in a large circle around the affected area. Chiang? Yes, he accelerated rapidly. Moments later, enormous jaws clamped down on the spot where he had just been. As Xiang evaluated the number of corpses, something began to stir beneath the surface of the mouth. In the next moment, enormous toothy tadpoles burst forth. Xiang let out a groan again, but within a few seconds, dozens of similar creatures emerged from each tadpole. The guy used his laser to destroy a few, but there were too many of them. One of the tadpoles seized his mask, obstructing his view. The tadpole dragged him down, right into the green maw. A dozen of these leeches attached themselves to each of his limbs. They pulled off his mask and left boot. Although Chiang managed to free himself from the grip, he lost control. The boy fell but managed to break his fall against a tree. After a while, Raymond appeared before him. The demon declared that he understood his significance to Isabella, so he planned to capture him, tear off his arms and legs, but keep him alive. Chiang challenged him to try, asking him not to run away again. Raymond started to threaten him again, but then noticed something wrong with his hand. The boy smiled. It was the first sign of radiation sickness. Soon, the demon began to vomit blood while reaching out to the boy. He commanded the boy to come closer, but at that moment, his elbow joint gave way. Chiang continued to taunt him, holding him in place. But the weakened Raymond suddenly recalled his servants and summoned a dozen corpses, though they too turned out to be infected. The demon decided to explore his inner world. There he was met with the screams and coughs of corpses, though most of them were completely silent. They were dead, with some having met a particularly brutal end inside him. Nonetheless, Raymond found a solution. He needed a new body vault. Meanwhile, Shang continued to fire lasers at him, which had serious repercussions for the boy. The suit couldn't absorb the recoil, causing him to clearly overstrain his leg. After 15 minutes of bombardment, Raymond dropped his hands and began to vomit. Chang thought this was the next phase of radiation's effects, but the demon's belly swelled dramatically. The bullet inside him moved up to his throat and tore it open. Moments later, the demon expelled a cocoon containing a partially preserved body onto the ground. And gasping for breath, Raymond told the boy he had destroyed a decade's worth of corpses. In an instant, the enraged pillar charged towards Xiang. The boy realized he couldn't escape in his damaged suit, but Isabella came to his aid, pulling him close and declaring that no one had the right to harm her people. She then held Chiang's cheeks and warned him that if he continued to take such risks, he would be punished. The boy acknowledged her words. Hearing this, Isabella smiled and said she appreciated his understanding and would consider how to reward him. Meanwhile, the nearly lifeless demon clung to the rock. His entire life from when he was a slave flashed before his eyes. He had worked diligently until the Qing finally decided to reward him. However, instead of feeling gratitude when he held the royal gift, his heart was consumed by a desire for revenge. He aimed to destroy all his enemies and become the ultimate ruler. But just before his victory, he lost everything. Filled with rage, he tore open his chest. And from the gash in his chest, several devouring bullets emerged from his inner world. Moments later, the orbs opened and emitted beams of absorbing energy. This power quickly reached Isabella and Changba. To defend themselves, the boy quickly crafted a sand palm, but it was soon shattered. Isabella told Chang that she would send him to a safe place. The boy refused, believing he could be of help. The girl reminded him of his promise to obey her. Chang responded that while he was present, she shouldn't have to face everything alone. Meanwhile, Raymond felt he wasn't absorbing at full capacity. The demon intensified his absorption efforts. Isabella and Chiang sensed the change. The girl urged the boy to hold on and attacked with the Demon Queen's claw technique. Suddenly, the demon increased his force, causing the boy to fall from her grasp. But he maintained his composure and began to prepare for forging. The boy appeared to have entered a different realm, similar to the one he experienced while trying to rescue Isabella and Martin in the royal palace. Time seemed to stand still around him, but Shang began to consider his options. He dismissed the idea of using an atomic bomb, as Raymond could absorb it before it detonated. The gravitational field wouldn't have enough time to take effect either. Only one alternative remained, though it was untried: a black hole. Xiang took out a stylus and started to create it. He generated a tiny point in space, which grew in mass as it approached Raymond. Meanwhile, in the physical world, Isabella embraced the boy, and Raymond ended up getting hit in the face by a black hole. After absorbing the demon, the black hole spiraled out of control, wreaking havoc on everything around it. A sense of impending disaster filled the air. Isabella grabbed Chiang and tried to pull him away, but she was dragged back instead. Sheng began to create new solutions. He attempted to build a Dyson sphere, but it shattered almost immediately. He then tried constructing Dyson's triple sphere, but it proved ineffective. Isabella inquired if the boy had any new ideas. He responded that they needed to think. She instructed him to stay put and think while she leaped beyond the event horizon. The girl transformed into her full queen form and approached the black hole closely. Shang couldn't see what was happening in the aura stream, but realized that Isabella had gained control of the black hole. The queen attempted to touch the dark star with her hands. She then tried to compress it like a balloon. Suddenly, everything around them erupted in an explosion of light, blinding Qiangba. When he looked up, he saw Isabella. He flew towards her and asked about her condition. She answered that to destroy his creation, all the world's magic was needed. However, she privately reflected that Chiang's presence had elevated her to this level of power, suggesting he might truly be the chosen one. She also realized she could have destroyed the pillar herself, but had given him a chance to prove himself. However, the girl suddenly lost consciousness. Instantly, she began to revert from her demon form, losing her clothes in the process. Within seconds, Qiangjia was left holding not a demon queen, but an entirely naked, ordinary human girl. The boy gently lowered himself to the ground, quickly constructed a bed, and placed Isabella on it. He made sure not to intrude and carefully covered her with a blanket. He cast a fleeting glance at her leg, but restrained himself, pulling the blanket over her. Despite the strong temptation, he even considered using the excuse of needing to check for injuries. But his mental struggle was resolved when Isabella herself stirred. As she opened her eyes, the boy asked how long she had been awake. She replied that it was since he started looking at her leg and asked if it was really all right. Xiang mechanically confirmed that her leg was fine, but quickly realized his mistake. He first blurted out that her leg was beautiful, and then insisted that he hadn't seen anything at all. The boy turned away and mentioned they needed to return to the dwarven castle. The girl instructed him to turn back around. He closed his eyes and complied with her request. The girl, displeased, demanded he open his eyes. Xiang obeyed. Isabella commented that he had made a mistake. The boy knelt and begged for forgiveness, promising to forget everything he had seen. However, the girl lifted his face with her leg and explained that due to the peculiar thing he had created, she had to use all her power. Isabella leaned in, cupped his chin, and admitted that he had demonstrated significant power by being the first to force her into her full queen form. She then mentioned that someone with such power could be her husband, but her expression changed, and she warned him that she would kick him if he ever disregarded her. The boy prostrated himself once more, vowing complete loyalty. The girl smiled, thinking that while Changba was a bit foolish, he was endearing. She then commanded that a bath be created for her immediately. Afterward, they caught up with the dwarves and went to the officers' chambers, where Fiona Yelena was trying to heal the Lord. Elena inquired if the teacher thought her master had serious issues. Fiona responded that while the Lord's body was intact and healthy, his soul was elsewhere, and he had exhausted all his ultimate power. She sadly noted that with such conditions, he might not survive the evening since a healer's magic only worked if the soul remained in the body. However, Shang proposed that there was another way. He requested everyone except Elena leave the room and keep the events that had occurred a secret. Once they were alone, Shang Yi took out his ring and expressed his gratitude for saving his life. Isabella acknowledged the sentiment and extended her hand. Their rings touched. The room was enveloped in light. A magic circle materialized on the ceiling. The heroes looked up in awe. Blood droplets began to fall from the ceiling onto the surfaces below. Elena sensed a warm, familiar aura. He and Chiang held hands gently, but the magical effect faded within half a minute. The surfaces started to shift. The boy released the girl's hand and rushed to the commander. A romantic ambience lingered. Within seconds, the Lord Guru closed his eyes and then stood up abruptly. He embraced the boy, vowing that he would always protect him. Hearing the Lord's voice, the others rushed into the room. Elena threw her arms around the Lord in a hug. Fiona performed a diagnosis and confirmed that the commander was fully healthy. She inquired about what had been done. The boy explained that nothing supernatural had occurred, but requested that everyone keep it a secret. Only Penny Toll didn't show overt joy, as she noticed the ring on her finger. Meanwhile, King Khan mentioned that he had prepared splendid rooms for all the guests to rest. Upon entering the room, Shang Yi remarked that he would finally be able to rest. However, Isabella said she would be able to rest, while he still had the task of creating comfortable clothes for her and bringing some books on gnome history. After trying on a nightgown from Chang, the girl was pleased, though she found its style a bit odd. As Isabella read through the book, Chang set up his bed on the floor. Suddenly, the girl closed the book and declared that she hadn't permitted him to sleep on the ground. The young man, surprised, said he was used to sleeping there, but Isabella silently gestured for him to join her on the bed. The lights went out, but the hero and Isabella slept at opposite ends of the bed. Shang debated whether he should take the initiative or if simply being allowed on the bed was enough, but ultimately he just turned over. Out of the blue, Isabella asked him to scratch her back. He gently touched her shoulder blades, but she directed him to lower his hand. He moved his hand down further. He asked if she was comfortable. She replied that everything was fine. Suddenly, she turned sharply and seized his hands. He asked what was wrong. The girl leaned over him and said she wanted to give him the promised reward. Then she kissed him. At that moment, Isabella was conversing with her alter ego, Queen Isabella, about granting Chiang 1% of the Demon Queen's power. Isabella noted that if she did that, she would no longer be able to communicate with her alter ego. Isabella responded that once they regained their strength, they would merge into one self again. They both shared the desire to protect Chiang from immensely powerful creatures. Isabella mentioned she was expecting a more significant thank you for everything she had done for their relationship. And in the end, they both had developed a liking for the boy. Following this, the two versions of the girl combined into one. The same percentage of the queen's power was transferred to Shang Yi's body. Having completed her task, the girl got up and instructed him to sleep. Chang remained blissfully lying on his back, not noticing the changes to his torso. The next day, the king welcomed the heroes in the central square of the city. All the dwarves, including the royal family, bowed deeply. Martin also knelt and shook the king's hand firmly, expressing that without the dwarves' help, he would not have become a blacksmith. Bart Marvin announced that from now on, this day would be known as Memorial Day to honor each volunteer. The prince then presented a monument to the heroes. The king invited them to stay for another day and visit the valley with hot springs. The general was not pleased with this suggestion. Chang told Eli that it was a good idea for everyone to recover. However, Sophie insisted they needed to return home to save their own kingdom. He said they needed to promptly report the situation to the king since they had come on his orders. But when the commanders began questioning Chiang, he couldn't refuse and agreed to stay. After the festivities, King Kong, Master Martin, and Chang Ye made their way to the royal laboratory. On the way, Martin mentioned he would stay with the dwarves, as someone needed to take responsibility for defying the regent's orders. He then recalled his promise and declared that from now on, Chiang would become the teacher of the blacksmithing department. But that wasn't all. Martin challenged Chiang to a duel. The boy was confused, but Martin explained that he wanted to pass on knowledge about a special area of blacksmithing through the duel. This didn't convince Chiang, who still believed the duel was unnecessary. When they reached a large, spacious hall, Martin instructed the boy to get a stylus. While Chiang hesitated, Martin equipped the area with large crossbows. The crossbows fired a volley, and Chiang defended himself with a wall. Martin commented that the students should have been more serious and suggested reforging the crossbows into machine guns. Chiang's wall was shattered, revealing a Dyson sphere behind it. Seeing this, Martin told the king that Chiang should be made to give his all. The king took out his hammer and stood beside the blacksmith. Together, they transformed the room into a blacksmith's dimension. The Dyson sphere vanished on its own. Several heavy guns were immediately aimed at the boy. Martin instructed him to observe the changes in the space, noting that this was his final exam, with no further leniency. The king explained that this was the same space Chiang had accidentally entered during his first fight with Prince Roland, a space that had taken years for him and Martin to enter. Martin noted that Chiang seemed to have conserved his mental strength, showing no fatigue from blacksmithing. Additionally, the boy had managed to access the blacksmith dimension on his own. Combining this with other factors, it was assumed he could forge without any tools. The king asked Chiang to recall the sensation that had made him enter the dimension. Chiang contemplated this, and Martin urged him to refresh his memory by firing another volley of cannons. The boy quickly created a shield from a hollow tree, but suddenly the shield went slack and hung limply like a deflated balloon. He was immediately pushed back by another volley. Realizing his power was being controlled, he reached for the stylus. Seeing his confusion, Martin shouted for him to remember how he had previously accessed the blacksmith's dimension. The boy started recalling various moments related to Isabella, as she had always been present. He wondered why he was thinking of her specifically, but then realized he cared about her more than anyone else. It was this realization, and as time seemed to freeze for him, he looked around and began to transform, making a subtle gesture with his hand that shattered the standing column into pieces. He declared that this was the power of the dimension. It was an incredible strength and a remarkable sensation. His eyes brightened, and he felt a sense of divine power. The men kneeling beside him mentioned that he must have been experiencing that feeling already. Perplexed, the boy inquired about the well-being of the teacher and the king. Martin wondered if he had activated the forging space during the defense, and noted that during the fight against the Pillar of Corpses, his space was activated at the last possible moment, requiring him to replicate that sensation. As a teacher, he aimed for the parquet to be capable of utilizing the forging space at any time, not only in dire situations. The boy then realized that possessing a great deal of strength was his unique talent, which was why they were so surprised initially. The king initially found it hard to believe, as he couldn't fathom someone possessing such intense spiritual power. During the forging with wood, they lost their hair and regretted their previous look. The boy offered to create comfortable chairs for them as a reward for their hard work. When they sat down, the boy was puzzled because nothing seemed to come from him. But Chiang only needed to solidify his success to achieve his goals. His teacher was confident that he would soon fully master this ability. Martin reassured him that he wouldn't need to worry for much longer. He could remain in the kingdom with peace of mind, and with the diminishing likelihood of future encounters, the threat of demons attacking was lessening. As long as his and the king's powers remained united, there was nothing to fear. The boy noted that since returning to the people, he had received help at every turn. Mr. Martin had been an excellent mentor, imparting valuable knowledge to him. He knelt down, expressing his gratitude to the teacher for all their help. The teacher responded with a smile, saying it was a privilege. At the same time, they were nearing the Hot Springs Mountain. The king was impressed by Shang, acknowledging the artifacts. Martin mentioned that he had also given him something called a maker. Everyone remained seated. Suddenly, the cat complained about the abundance of water, which it disliked. Faley commented that the springs were refreshing and worth experiencing. However, the general's aversion to water was so strong that nothing could be done to alleviate it. Aisha inquired whether the water was excessively hot. Emery, however, didn't respond and instead turned red. Observing this, the girl questioned what was wrong. Meanwhile, Emery was focused on the boys talking about dwarven training. He was contemplating the nature of the hot springs, while Eli visualized Eli's bare body, as though he were standing there, reaching out his hand to her. She was in the process of discarding her robe. However, she snapped out of her daydream and covered her face with her hands. Her friend was puzzled by her sudden shift in behavior. Fiona mentioned to Yi Bei that she seldom had the opportunity to visit the hot springs and suggested she might need to be more outgoing. The girl responded that she wasn't accustomed to bathing in the presence of others. Fiona reassured herself that she could always use a towel for coverage. It was the first time Shang had overheard a conversation among the girls. Yi addressed Yi Bei, informing her that he had arranged a swimsuit for her. He also made several additional swimsuits for everyone. Everyone was free to select their preferred option. He directed them to the closet, noting that there should be swimsuits in all sizes. Fiona commented to Yi Bei that her husband was very considerate. Shang agreed, mentioning that Aisha needed a swimsuit too, so Yi Bei wouldn't feel awkward. The boys in the back thought it was only possible to relax without wearing a swimsuit. Aisha gave them a few slaps, advising them not to have such thoughts. The boys felt frustrated, believing they were always misunderstood. Chiang then told Elena that he had prepared everything she needed as well. The girl leaned against the surfaces, expressing a desire to go there with him. The guy was taken aback and unsure of how to respond. Eventually, they arrived and everyone stepped out into the fresh air. The atmosphere was breathtaking. They stood right in front of their hot springs area. The hot springs were positioned higher, with the source slightly lower on the mountain slope. The general mentioned that the water didn't cause him any irritation. An elderly couple gave them a warm welcome. They had prepared everything for the arrival of the king and his companions, with ladies on the left and men on the right. The girl asked if it was an option for everyone to go together, to which she was told that there were specific rules. Emery was also disappointed, believing that this time things would be different. The men and women went in separate directions. Shengjia entered the water alongside Moto. Even though he swam frequently, he had never felt so at ease. It was quite unusual for the general to not resist the water. Moto was reluctant to remove his glasses as they felt like a part of him. He noticed his comrade leaping over him while riding the general. The general mentioned that he didn't mind the water in this location. The boys started speculating whether the girls had begun their swim. Chang was advised to be cautious with the horses as they might be in danger. Yi Bei entered the water, noting that the temperature was quite pleasant. She settled into the water, finding it very relaxing. Suddenly, a rubber duck appeared right in front of her. She wondered if someone had intended to surprise her, calling it her little yellow duck. She apologized for any disturbance to her calm. Emery also joined the water, wearing a stunning bikini. Aisha complimented her, saying it was a new look for her. They were surprised by her figure, as they hadn't expected her to look like that. She had changed significantly since becoming close to Eli. Emery mentioned she wished to look that way in front of him. She turned to Mrs. Shang and expressed her envy of her figure. The girl recalled that in the demon class, everyone was addressed by their last name. Emery mentioned that if she had that kind of figure, she would attract attention everywhere. They glanced at Aisha, who was fully immersed in the water. They had come here to disperse, and there were no boys present. She didn't understand why they were dressed that way. Eventually, the other girls joined them. They were finally given the chance to settle in. Elena and the teacher didn't wear swimsuits because there were no boys around. It seemed pointless since there weren't many of them. Wearing a swimsuit in the bathhouse was uncomfortable for them. They preferred a more natural approach. Aisha had a nosebleed and questioned why she had come there. The girl mentioned she would be leaving for a while. The others were puzzled by her sudden departure. Emery recalled what Elena had shared with her. Elena had mentioned that she was still growing and needed to rub them occasionally. Emery only now fully understood this. The water in the springs not only had healing properties, but also enriched the blood and improved the skin's condition. Yi-Bei decided that it was time to stop. The boys exchanged glances and admired their own physiques. Each of them was in excellent shape, and they took turns flexing, showcasing their abilities. Even the king displayed his strength, revealing his impressive muscles. The teacher remarked that their effort was insufficient. He commented that they should have been shining with their display. The boys, observing their muscles, found it puzzling. Moto questioned if a pile of muscles made one a man. With a swift motion, he removed the towel. He declared that a real man should look like this. The other boys quickly turned away, pretending to be occupied with something important. Moto thought they were merely envious. It was disheartening to see his face brimming with naive self-assurance. Moto couldn't understand why Chiang had the audacity to compare them. Moto concluded that he was envious of Chiang. Suddenly, Chiang noticed some officers behind him. They mentioned that he was a bit late. Moto looked at him, confused about what had happened. He then spotted their commander as well. Ephesus inquired about what Moto was comparing, noting his energetic appearance. Moto was alarmed when he saw a colossal giant. The giant seemed as massive as an elephant compared to his own slender physique. The healing properties of the water suggested he should stay in longer to heal his wounds. The commander expressed gratitude for the care Moto had shown. He acknowledged their camaraderie as both friends and comrades. Moto agreed that they were indeed brothers, but emphasized that they were also simply friends. Chiang was surprised and confused about what was expected of him. The boys were puzzled by the commander's friendliness towards Chiang. Faley suggested that their relationship was unique. They realized that their relationship differed from the usual kind. Chiang, on the other hand, tried to show them that he needed their support. The teacher approached and mentioned that their relationship was not a secret, hoping they could strengthen it. The king also grasped the situation. Sweating, Chiang tried to explain everything to them. The officers wanted to share something that Chiang had kept to himself for a long time. He feared he might not get another chance to speak. He approached and said he would reveal everything. Chiang mentioned that he already had Yi-Bei and that things wouldn't work out between them. Eli couldn't understand how Chiang could ignore Surface's feelings for him. He realized that they were deliberately pushing him towards an unfavorable outcome. The teacher advised him to understand and respect the commander's feelings. Chiang was astonished because even the teacher seemed to misunderstand the situation. Now it seemed everyone was aware of it. After all, Chiang was his long-lost brother, which was a revelation. Chiang looked at them in shock. The boys merely laughed mockingly. Lord Guru gave him the name Ephesus. When he embraced him, he said that this was his true name. He inherited his mother's hair color, while Chiang took after their father's hair color. Chiang was astonished, realizing they might indeed be related. He recalled graduating from school ahead of many others. He was always alone when he returned home. His only activities were playing games and drawing, which he did to add variety to his life. However, when he stopped, he felt a sense of loneliness. He was so lost in thought that he didn't immediately respond when called. His brother understood that he was not yet ready to accept this name. Although this truth was difficult to come to terms with, they could still interact as before. Shangu apologized, explaining that he had misunderstood, and didn't intend to cause any upset. Even the teacher mentioned that Ephesis's treatment was not negative, but Shangu realized it was wrong since he had taken over his brother's body. Therefore, Ephesus suggested Martin find something to do, and requested that others not focus too much on the statements made. When he emerged from the water, everyone gazed at him in astonishment. He was allowing Chiang time to come to terms with the situation. For now, it was time to relax and enjoy the break. The boy agreed, thinking it wasn't too bad. Meanwhile, Penny Tullis chose to simply soak her feet in a basin of water. The hostess inquired why she wasn't bathing with the others, and why she had food set aside for her. The girl responded that if she needed anything, she should just ask, and mentioned enjoying 8 watermelons with pleasure. The hostess bade her farewell and departed. The girl quietly relished the warmth of the water. By nightfall, everyone was in their beds. Chang was once again sharing a bed with Yebe. He was awake and asked if Yebe was asleep. The girl answered sleepily, confirming that she was. He wanted to discuss some topics, but the girl interrupted, suggesting he should stay away. The boy thought she might not fully understand everything, and gently touched her shoulder, relieved that she didn't seem upset. He continued by saying that he recognized her as a brother figure. Ever since he saw her, he felt she resembled a younger sister. Did Chang feel that she was kind to him? The girl gave an ambiguous response, making Chang worry that he might have upset her somehow. The young man went on to say that the captain must have given it a lot of thought. But Yibei realized that it was all fabricated and that he couldn't be his brother. The girl remarked that having such a brother would be fine. Why not have one like that? However, she was concerned that he might suddenly discover he wasn't his brother. He didn't want him to give him the affection reserved for a brother, but IB thought that he was missing something. It was not worth claiming that his emotions were genuine. Xiang Ye inquired if she knew what happened to those who fell into the clutches of demons during the war. Yibei had seen such a scene when she was younger, as the prisoner was bound to the cart, which charged directly towards the crowd of soldiers. Furthermore, the destiny of those who had been enslaved by them was sorrowful. Xiang considered that a brother so cruel could be. He was presumed dead when he vanished. By then, she had become queen and prohibited the mistreatment. However, this didn't imply that their lives improved. The tribe still had a rigid hierarchy. Slaves were assigned the most grueling tasks. Even their food differed from what was given to those of higher status. On the other hand, Chang realized that his comments about the slave were not credible. Ibe also couldn't comprehend how a slave could have such delicate skin. After all, an adult would hardly survive in that situation, much less a child. Yet many elements didn't add up. He was always on the lookout for his brother, filled with suspicion. After all these years, and the constant disappointments had deeply hurt him, the appearance of Chang that year might have given him some hope, especially since their stories bore a resemblance to each other. Everything seemed to align, leading him to believe he had finally found what he had been searching for, and he was the only relative he had been missing. In that scenario, he might be his last chance. Yibei would acknowledge him as her brother if she were in his place. Chang wasn't sure what to do yet. If his brother had died, then he had become his brother. Conversely, if his brother returned, he was still his brother. Since he had risked his life for him, he wanted to be his last hope, and help find his brother in the future. The girl agreed and went to sleep. Xiang Ye felt a surge of energy as he prepared to start the FATV production the next day, aiming to build an army through blacksmithing, and then he would assist Ibe in reclaiming the throne. The next morning, Chang asked if Moto really didn't want to join them, to which Moto responded that he preferred to stay and learn blacksmithing from the teacher. The teacher had said that if the king started criticizing, Moto should shift the blame to him. Chang couldn't allow him to bear all the responsibility. The girls were completely on board with his plan, and the group of boxers also expressed their support. The teacher was perplexed and at a loss for words. Ephesus reassured him that His Majesty would not blame anyone. If the demon invasion succeeded, it would make the situation even more unstable for people. The teacher left the forging class to Chiang. The boy accepted the responsibility, saying that his brothers would assist him, and then they settled in and took off. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the sand, and Roland Marvin climbed out, having sacrificed himself for the demon queen, and spilled his blood for her to use, to open the crossroads gate so he could return to serve her. Where his blood dripped, pentagram patterns appeared on the ground. A green light descended from the sky, striking the pentagram, and the outline of a massive door materialized. The boy was pleased that the blood in his veins had become the blood of a pillar of corpses. With the demon gate responding to his call, the door opened and he realized it was all he could hope for. He took a step forward, ready to enter, but suddenly a massive hand emerged from the gate. The boy was stunned, not understanding who it was. Weapons began raining down on him from the portal. The boy raised a shield to block the attack. The force of the blow was so intense that it sent him flying several meters away. He declared himself the second prince of the Dwarven Kingdom, here to submit to the mercy of Her Majesty, the Demon Queen. A massive monster, stepping onto the ground, questioned why he smelled like a heap of corpses. He was in a state between life and death. The gatekeeper of the demon kingdom believed that an outsider should not be allowed into the demon tribe's territory. The boy realized he couldn't explain the corpse-like condition, but he stated that Her Majesty Lillian needed to assist in reclaiming the throne, and that the Pillar of Corpses had been destroyed by Chiang. The guardian was skeptical, suspecting that he had been killed. The prince realized that this guardian didn't even want to let him through. The guardian attempted to strike him again. The boy suspected the guardian intended to take away his power. A dark force began to gather in the guardian's hands. The guardian declared it was time to end the resistance. Suddenly, Her Majesty Lillian herself summoned the guardian, instructing him to let the boy pass, and the guardian respectfully directed him to the portal. The prince smirked, commenting that servants are always just servants. After a while, he arrived at the demon's palace. He bowed before the demon queen, but the Pillar of Magic Library criticized him as a damned fanatic for not prostrating himself in her presence. Beside her was a pillar of calamity, and also a sword, which was being muttered about. The boy retorted that he was also of royal blood and not required to be excessively courteous, claiming he understood etiquette better than the girl. The girl noticed he had some capability. Libby then asked him why, if he was abandoned, he still considered himself part of the royal family. The girl observed that he carried the scent of corpses from those who had been killed. He responded that it was from the blacksmith Xiang. He also mentioned a girl named Isabella, who had used memory magic, showing a girl who wielded magic through his memories. Additionally, he mentioned Shang, who had defeated the Pillar of Corpses. Someone in the hall remarked on how wonderful it was that she had regained her strength. Libby inquired if she was referring to the former demon queen. Queen Lillian said Isabella was just as beautiful, and that seeing her had aroused her interest. The boy was pleasantly surprised that he had been defeated by the former demon queen. Lillian said that since he had made an effort, he could become a new pillar. Tentacles emerged from her hand. They extended and entered his body. The prince then levitated, vowing to kill Chiang and declaring that Lillian could consider him her right-hand man. He knelt and promised to serve her faithfully. Lillian commanded that forces advance to the borders of the empire. She wanted to personally greet her queen and ordered that the boy be captured alive to thank him for taking care of the queen. The group finally returned home, and Xiangyang invited them to his office where he could entertain them. No one knew where Penny suddenly went. She stopped and explained that it was better for them not to be seen together. They continued walking until Chiang stopped, upset that his statue and all the merchants had disappeared. They noticed soldiers who seemed to be coming after them. The leader of the group read an order stating that Martin and Xiang Yaya were inciting teachers and students to break the human-demon alliance, so they were to be detained. Xiang Yaya was confused about how they could be accused of collaborating with the enemy and committing treason, as the dwarves were also allies of the empire. The soldier couldn't explain but mentioned that His Majesty had ordered them to go to the hall for explanations. Fiona didn't believe it and suspected someone had set them up. Sophie said it was important because he was there. The king and all his subjects were waiting for them in the hall for explanations. The heroes, escorted by guards, went to the king. Master Yalu shouted, questioning how house officers could dare to accuse him when his job was to protect His Majesty, accusing him of collaborating with traitors like Martin. Xiangyang was puzzled, asserting his loyalty to His Majesty and that the forging class hadn't harmed anyone. Yalu responded that they had helped the palace destroy demons and now demanded compensation. Ephesus interjected, arguing that while they had violated the imperial edict, allowing demons to occupy the kingdom would pose a more serious threat to their tribe. The regent intervened, stating that the captain should have realized his mistake because he and the blacksmiths had meddled in matters they shouldn't have. So Ephesus fell to his knees, insisting it was his order alone, and that the scholars were merely following his instructions. Suddenly, Chiang shouted that he was the mastermind behind everything, accusing the others of wrongdoing, and claiming he had destroyed all the pillars of the demon race. Each member of their group then tried to take the blame upon themselves. Eli also claimed their class was responsible. And at that moment, the strongest individuals from all the classes in the empire arrived. Icy Wadley said they were the ones who had spurred them to action, and if blame was to be assigned, it should be on them. Mumu remarked that the king had grown up on his food, but now others would have to take over. With that, he suddenly collapsed to the floor. The king ordered a doctor to be summoned. Suddenly, Lao Mumu began snoring. Meanwhile, IEC approached the king and suggested that the empire should join forces with the dwarves against the demons. Could they not consider acting together? And if His Majesty wanted to accuse them, he should also imprison their teachers, as they were responsible. After hearing everyone, the regent declared that teachers should not be hindered if they wanted to defend their own. However, he added that Sothesis Guru had left his post without notice, and therefore had to resign as White Dragon commander. So Ephesus drew his sword and stated he had no objections. Additionally, the regent wanted to clarify something with Chiang, as many people claimed Chiang controlled the main economic artery. Chiang Ye responded that it was merely a small business. The regent was furious because a slave from the demonic tribe had returned and monopolized the empire's markets. But Ephesus defended Chiang, saying his talent in Quan made it unsurprising. The king acknowledged Chiang's talent, but did not want a foreigner threatening the empire. Shang suggested that if the king didn't trust him, he could revoke his Chamber of Commerce membership. The king insisted that the subject wouldn't change, as everyone knew Chiang collaborated with demons. Ibe realized that the worst had happened. At that moment, the regent pointed at her and called her Isabella, the former demon queen. Ephesus asked what he was implying. Moss also said it was impossible because the general was perceptive and would have sensed if she was a demon. The general replied that he did sense a trace of a demonic spirit but dismissed it. Shang shouted that the regent had no evidence. Angus laughed, saying evidence wasn't needed. He then summoned soldiers and ordered the capture of Chiang and the demon queen. A fight seemed imminent, but Ibe began to transform, revealing herself as the demon queen Isabella Osa. This revelation surprised the teachers, as they realized they had been training the queen. The regent assured the king not to worry. Yabe asked everyone not to interfere, stating that it concerned only her. So Ephesus asked Chiang if he knew that his actions were punishable by death and began to draw his sword. Ephesus rushed forward with his sword, seemingly aiming at the boy, but he actually deflected an arrow heading for him. The arrow came from a master archer who declared that Ephesus wouldn't stop them. The commander defended Chiang and Yabe, threatening to kill anyone who touched them. Chiang transformed into a magic knight and asked Isabella to stay by his side. Lord Sato ordered the arrest of the traitors, but Akil stopped the rushing knights, asserting that he didn't give the order. Some still attacked, so Ephesus moved to intercept them, deflecting their attacks. Yalu formed a mucus clot in his hands, but Ganglion detained him. Using his power, he created an obstacle of plants to block the hero's path. Isabella, Chiang, and Ephesus began to retreat. However, Lord Sato managed to break through the barrier. Gong Leon, in his way, splashed liquid from a small flask, causing huge ice blocks to form in front of him. But in a moment, the boy was already jumping through the ice and over the old man. Fiona tended to the wounded teacher, Mumu, while the student decided to catch up with the heroes. Eli wanted to ask the teacher something, but the teacher replied that he was no longer his teacher and that his actions were unrelated to the martial class. Eli smiled, understanding everything immediately. Emery asked if she could go with him. Eli questioned how she could protect herself. Fiona suggested she accompany him as a shepherd, able to help in times of need and heal him if he got injured. So Ephesus and the others encountered archers on their way. Isabella used her power to create a protective shield. A master archer attacked them from behind, but was thwarted by the protective shield that appeared in front of him. Icy Wadley created the shield, reminding her that she acted on her own and that it had nothing to do with the school. The regent asked how she would explain all this to the headmaster. The girl said there was no need to explain anything. Isabella intended to go to the demon territory to ascend the throne. The captain believed that Xiong couldn't stay in the empire and should help Isabella. Ibe realized that Suffices had betrayed the empire for her sake. The captain considered her family and couldn't leave her in trouble. Suddenly, chains began to wrap around her, and in the next moment she and Shang were restrained. There was something strange about these chains, as they couldn't break free. They were stopped by Lord Sato, the head of the Black Dragon Regiment, who challenged them to a fight. So Ephesus became angry, as he had told them not to touch them. Sato laughed, saying he had waited for this moment for a long time and could finally fight. But a fiery Eli rushed at him, demanding he let go of his friend. Nine Eyes suddenly appeared, stating that all the troops were already moving in and they needed to hurry. Sheng asked the teacher what happened to the Union. The teacher replied that all the forging students were imprisoned and the Union's property was confiscated. They hurried on. Master Mumu said it was an honor to serve the Demon Queen. Eli mentioned that no one knew if the Demon Queen was alive and didn't expect her to be on their side all this time. 9 Iron Mumu stayed behind to cover them, but a detachment of soldiers was waiting ahead. So Ephesus used his swordsmanship, and his assistant used magical augmentation. The knight was far superior to the nearest enemies, and when he swung his sword, the whole army fled. The rest finally reached their transport. So Ephesus planned to return to the palace, as he couldn't leave due to his promise to protect his highness. He had fought many battles, surviving only because of a sense of incompleteness. But now, he had no more doubts since he found his brother. Now Shangu had someone to protect, and would use all his strength to safeguard her. Taking her hand, they headed to the helicopter. So Ephesus ordered the assistant to go with them, but she wanted to stay with the master. Approaching her, he kissed her and said everything would be fine. They were confronted by Lord Sato, who declared that they were destined to fight. They prepared for battle, but she suddenly called him brother and shouted that when he returned, they would go home together and start anew. Watching the departing helicopter, Sato said they wouldn't get far and that he and Sophie Sis were in for a good fight. But he threw his sword down, saying he had already achieved his goal, and if they wanted to kill him, they should just do it. Meanwhile, on the helicopter, Isabella approached the upset Qiangya and said that once she reclaimed the throne, she would negotiate with the empire. Suddenly, the helicopter wobbled. Had they caught up so quickly? Surveillance cameras activated, and they saw the air force of the demonic tribe. They were also met by Liberty, who ordered them to come out and accept Isabella's death. Emery noticed that Liberty was the same as Yuba. Isabella's powerful essence of the demon queen emanated from her body. Meanwhile, their attacks grew more ferocious. She decided to shoot them down. Rockets were flying towards them. But the pillar anyway said that wouldn't happen to her. Eli saw that they had a powerful mage who neutralized their attacks. Chang decided to hit him with a laser. But Yibei realized they didn't have air superiority. She boosted the helicopter's energy, and they sped forward at breakneck speed. The demons didn't understand how they were supposed to pursue them. The plane was on autopilot mode, allowing them to rest. Isabella noticed something ahead. A huge demonic monster appeared right in front of them. Yibei understood that although the monster was weaker than her, it was still quite strong. Suddenly, the demon spewed out a huge lump of power. But in an instant, the plane disappeared. By any thought, they had teleported. Only one person in the world could have done it, but they still lost them. The plane reappeared, but now in the director's library. He said he shouldn't have interfered in the Empire's affairs, but if he hadn't, they wouldn't have ended up in the demon's territory. The headmaster was sure that Chang was already stronger than before and wanted to know their plans. Isabella hoped her subordinate, the Pillar of Darkness, was waiting and still devoted to her. All her friends agreed to do everything to help her. The headmaster said he could have sent them inside, but someone had cast a spell preventing that. So without a good plan, they could just die there. But now he was obliged to help them. He gave them 2 books that contained the substitution technique. One was for Emery, but she had to put in a lot of effort, and it would be good for Isabella to fully master human magic. Ye wanted to ask him to protect surfaces, but the director replied that the regent wasn't interested in the death of the Empire's best swordsman. The headmaster opened a portal for them to enter the demon territory. Next, he called Shang Ye and Eli to him, placed special magic on them that should work in a critical situation, and also asked them to protect the girls. They entered the demon territory, which had a very peculiar landscape. They arrived at a market where every demon was selling something. Chang thought that the demon tribe was dangerous and didn't realize it was not much different from the Empire. Suddenly, a little boy bumped into him. A woman pulled the boy by a chain, saying she was late for the party. Chang grabbed the boy, saying it was just a child. The woman claimed he was her slave, and she could even kill him if she wanted. But Yi Bei said that Her Majesty Isabella had abolished slavery, so they were breaking the law. The woman replied that it had been legalized again under Lillian's rule, so even giving him to the dogs would be legal. Shang wanted to save him, but Elena stopped him, reminding him how hard it had been to get there. Suddenly, Eli rushed past them, holding 2 boys in his arms. They all had to flee. After a while, they finally got away. Eli wanted to examine their wounds, when suddenly the boys said they wanted to be turned back. As Eli stepped back, they ran away. Yibei said there was no need to chase them because they wouldn't follow. They were marked with magic that tracked their location. They needed to run to reach the upper floor of the demon palace. Suddenly, an incomprehensible substance appeared under their feet. In a moment, they had fallen somewhere, but Yibei calmed everyone down, saying it was her subordinate. They were met by the Pillar of Darkness, Dark, who said the Dark Ravens were always ready to fight for her, but he needed an answer first. Suddenly, everyone except Shang and Isabella disappeared. The girl asked what all this meant, but Dark Hollow assured her that everything was fine. They just didn't need to hear the next conversation. He said he wasn't going to bet on 2 sides, but was ready to do anything for the sake of his people. Isabella reminded him that the Dark Ravens were always under their protection. Changba asked about the relationship between demons and Dark Ravens. The Pillar explained that the demons were made up of many nationalities. The Ravens originally lived in human territory, but after the forest area was occupied, they moved to the land of demons. The Pillar added that if something went wrong, his people could become a sacrifice to the gods. Changba was angry, saying he had an arrangement with her and didn't care about other races. Isabella was confused about what was going on. The guy tried to wriggle out of the situation. The Pillar was surprised that the queen didn't know about the sacrificial offering. Isabella grabbed Xiang by the shoulders and asked why he was hiding something from her again. Dark Julio came to help and said that everything shouldn't be explained so quickly because it was complicated. Xiang said that when they were at the ruins, there was a weapon there that he handed over to the rector and told him everything he learned from him. The girl was upset and couldn't believe it was possible. It turned out that the Pillar was familiar with the director. Raven asked if the director didn't tell her why the war between demons and humans broke out. It was revealed that the gods controlled everything except the Asa family, and the king wanted to avoid awakening the god. The girl understood that the war could reduce population growth and prevent the awakening of the god, and she wanted to stop it. The Pillar informed her that this was why Lillian started the invasion of the Dwarven Kingdom, and that was why he went to war. He then pleaded with Isabella not to let him offer his people as a sacrifice to the gods. The girl responded by saying she couldn't accept his request because she couldn't prioritize just the Dark Ravens clan. All her subjects were her people. He retorted that she had no concept of the god's cruelty, and if she opposed him, she could end up being the last of her family. She took Sheena's hand and assured her that the Asa lineage would continue to thrive, and her descendants would be able to keep fighting the gods. Darklaw was taken aback by this response. He vanished, leaving them behind. They found themselves back in the midst of their friends on the street, but they appeared untroubled. Xiang agreed, stating that they needed to head directly to the Demon Palace. In the palace library, she instructed Lillian not to pause while she administered the punishment. Libby requested to be punished, asserting that she couldn't allow Lillian to approach her. She mentioned that since Lillian had dared to dishonor the queen, she should have been made to beg for death and should not forget their initial encounter. Did she really want to experience that again? Libby responded that it would be wonderful. Lillian regretted turning her into a submissive servant. However, she agreed to forgive Libby because she wanted to keep the queen's favor, as only the queen could offer her protection. Libby pointed out that there were others who protected her. Lillian responded that if that were the case, Libby should have killed them all. Libby was confused, questioning if she was truly worse than Lillian. The queen questioned how Libby could compare herself to her. The queen was so extraordinary. Her charisma always captivated others, but all Libby could do was watch from the sidelines. She knew she wouldn't be able to attain such greatness. That's why she decided to bring it down from the heavens to the earth, because that was the only way she could truly grasp it and hold it firmly in her hands. When the rebellion occurred, she lost it. Liberty was merely a substitute. She had hoped to find solace in liberty, but now she realized her mistake. Liberty was nothing like what she had imagined. Library, however, placed all the blame on Isabella and was determined not to let her escape the consequences. Thanks to a magical book, Emery learned how to become invisible, allowing them to fly unseen. Isabella remarked that having such a talent was invaluable. Without invisibility, they would have faced significant obstacles. They needed to create a tunnel under the palace to make their way up. The palace was protected by wizards from the clan. The hall was the only area without a barrier, and there were secret passages leading to it. Suddenly, everything trembled. At the tunnel's end, a monster appeared, demanding to know who had intruded on its territory. The girl announced that the queen had returned. The monster detected the queen's scent, but suspected it was someone impersonating her. The monster couldn't understand how she could pretend to be the queen and cursed her. The monster extended its arm toward them, but Isabella used her magic to create a similar barrier and stopped it. She questioned why he continued to attack. The monster believed she was an imposter, not the real queen. The girl instructed everyone to step back. Eli charged straight at the monster. The monster withstood the blow and retaliated with an even more forceful strike. The magicians noticed that the large beetle was burrowing again, but decided he had enough reason to vent his frustration. Isabella was puzzled by the monster's behavior. The monster, named Shao Kong, was a hollow worm that could chew through rocks like they were butter. Her father had asked Shao Kong to make the land suitable for the Raven clan. The worm initially fulfilled the task easily, but became disobedient, leading Isabella to discipline him. Xiang realized that the worm had mistaken her for a pillar it had seen before, so Yibei went to the cave to refresh its memory. Shao Kong wanted to pursue her, but recognized her voice when she began to sing. Her friends were also captivated by her beautiful singing. She revealed a new, unexpected side of herself. Soon they were inside, but the area was heavily patrolled. She sent Shao Kong back underground, promising to find him when she reclaimed the throne. Isabella gathered everyone around her. Using a demonic spell, she projected a map of the demonic palace into everyone's minds through a combination of telepathy and magic. Elena commented that the rector was right, and both students were truly exceptional. Ibe asked Emery to cast an invisibility spell, as she needed to find a powerful dagger to defeat Lillian. She only knew of 3 possible locations for it. Eli and Emery were assigned to search for the dagger in the demon temple. She and Elena were set to inspect her father's vault. She was on her way to her old bedroom. Since the spell lasted 15 minutes, they would need to return to the rendezvous point afterward. Emery and Eli searched the whole hall but found nothing. Eli proposed checking Lillian's bedroom, but Emery thought it would be better to return to the original location. As Isabella had mentioned, every corridor was guarded. Isabella's father had a rich collection of various items, and Elena was still unsure how to locate the dagger. With no time left to search thoroughly, Changba was inclined to take whatever was available. Suddenly, both guards at Lillian's bedroom door were struck. Isabella was relieved Lillian wasn't present since she was unsure of the dagger's location, and Elena were rushing because the magic was about to fade, and they needed to hurry. But then Elena sensed a patrol ahead and knew they needed to hide. They waited until the patrol led by Motoko passed by before moving forward. However, a sword suddenly flew through his back. Elena pushed Chungha aside, shielding him with her own body as the sword impaled her hand. She needed to endure until Emery could heal her. Motoko returned, noting that he couldn't hide the scent of a person. Eli encountered Prince Roland, who realized that if they were there, the Queen of Shangri-La must also be nearby, and capturing Eli and Emery could force their surrender. By capturing them, he could return to the kingdom and reclaim the throne. Eli used his powers to push the prince away, restraining him. Emery could only admire Eli's strength. The boy mentioned he would handle the dirty work for the dwarves. Isabella realized that there was apparently no dagger there. The place showed no signs of recent habitation. Even the portrait of her parents was gone. She wondered if Lillian had left everything intentionally, Isabella felt guilty for failing to protect her country. Suddenly, she stepped on something. She thought she had triggered a trap, but a dagger unexpectedly appeared on the wall. Shania placed Elena in an iron box, saying she would be safe there for the moment. The demon didn't sense any magic and asked who he was. The boy claimed he was part of the blacksmithing trade, the most powerful in the empire. The demon thought he was referring to those who built houses, but Xiangyang clarified that builders didn't deal with corpse pillars. Motoko noted that the boy's power was comparable to demons. The boy replied that he was Motoko's younger brother. This is why he referred to Motoko's vengeance, as the demon wanted revenge for his brother's death. Shangu, who preferred close combat, activated a wall of bulletproof glass, which the demon crashed into. After donning his suit, the boy mentioned he didn't have time to deal with the demon, and that his brother Master Mocha had been killed not by demons, but by Lord Sato. Prince Roland, while battling Eli, felt his strength exceeded that of his brother, but he couldn't dwell on it because he needed to find Lillian. However, Eli didn't allow him any opportunity to flee. The prince attempted to retaliate using the power Lillian had bestowed upon him, but the snakes he unleashed burned before they could get close, and Eli launched a column of fire at him. Lillian noticed something happening in the square and realized the queen had returned. The prince felt as though his insides were on fire, but his regenerative abilities made him believe he still had a chance. Eli told him his only chance was to return to the kingdom of gnomes with repentance, or he would be burned alive. He saw white flames emanating from Eli. Roland considered surrendering, but then changed his mind and asked if Eli had ever seen a king kneeling before his people. Eli had no choice but to use his own power, and white flames erupted everywhere. Chang suddenly appeared, activating a shield in front of Emery, urging her to heal Elena quickly. The entire square was engulfed in flames and smoke. Chang sent small robots toward Eli, equipped with a cooling aerosol that had healing properties. He had prepared this specially for Eli after every self-inflicted injury, but now the boy just fell asleep. The guards began advancing as the smoke cleared, fearing for their lives if Her Majesty witnessed the scene. Suddenly, they noticed dwarven cannons positioned around the perimeter. Everyone was ordered to evacuate, but it was too late as gunshots echoed continuously. Meanwhile, Emery healed Elena and Eli, who were lying on the ground. Chiang instructed them to board the ship and continue their efforts there. However, the girl noticed that Isabella had not yet returned. Chiang thought Isabella should have arrived by now. Lillian, observing the scene, realized that the queen had returned, though she hadn't anticipated her appearance. Two pillars stood beside her. Lillian asked about the nature of the relationship between him and Isabella. The security personnel requested help in dealing with them, but she silenced them, stating she was speaking. Chang didn't understand why all the soldiers were being torn apart. Lillian insisted on getting an answer to her question. The guy responded that Isabella was his wife, and declared they would have to fight right there. Lillian asked if they were truly married. The guy questioned if it concerned her. Emery shouted for him to be more cautious. Lillian, standing nearby, remarked that it meant Isabella wasn't his wife, and she couldn't understand how he dared to tarnish the queen's reputation. Chung then used powerful thunder magic to create distance between them. Lillian yelled that the queen belonged to her and that she could kill him. Chiang retorted, accusing her of taking away her home. The guy was bewildered by her monstrous strength, as his powerful magic didn't even leave a scratch on her, and she shattered his armor with her bare hands. Wei informed Lillian that she had found traces of Isabella, and she was on her way. Lillian hurried there, not wanting to keep Isabella waiting. Chung attempted to stop her. However, Liberty appeared, outraged that all the queen's attention was on that whore, Isabella. Chang realized that the others were injured and needed protection, so he used a supervised prison spell, saying it would at least give him some respite. Liberty declared that Chang belonged to her, and if he hadn't intervened, she could have enjoyed the queen's love. Now she intended to vent all her resentment on him. Chang responded that he hadn't expected such malice from her, and ordered Emery to take everyone away so he could handle the situation. Wei tried to hold Liberty back, but the girl lifted Eli and Elena into the air, declaring that it was now her duty to protect everyone. A magic wand appeared in her hands. Seeing the pillar, he asked if she was a priest. Anne-Marie didn't understand how she knew this, and invoked the power of ancient beasts. She noticed that Emery had also joined the battle, and he needed to sort everything out to assist her. Liberty was astonished at how he found the time to care for others. She needed to experience the power of modern technologies. Since she was already so powerful, it would be impossible for her to withstand his attack, and he unleashed a surge of power towards her. The girl responded that it was futile against her, but she didn't realize how it affected her until she was covered in blood. Meanwhile, Isabella was rushing because of the commotion around her, as Lillian appeared before her. What joy did their reunion bring? Isabella, furious, used her power to attack Lillian, bewildered by her audacity. After all, she had been waiting for this day for a long time. Lillian was pleased that the queen could miss someone, and she agreed to hand over the throne immediately. Isabella laughed and attempted to attack her again. Lillian, with a hint of sadness, asked if she was still angry with her, but she didn't understand all that Lillian had done. Their goal had been to negotiate with people, but she and the regent's subordinate had not only betrayed her, they had nearly killed her, robbing her of her strength. She never imagined that she would betray her. All of her guards had been slaughtered. The priest who had accompanied her since childhood was also killed, and yet she had the nerve to pretend she was grieving. It was revolting. Lillian couldn't understand why Isabella didn't love her as much as she loved her. Isabella pleaded for all this to stop. She found her utterly disgusting, and enraged, charged at her. Lillian tried to explain that she hadn't expected things to spiral out of control. Isabella struck her hard, sending Lillian flying into a wall, sealing her in it. The girl was pleased that the queen was still so powerful. As the fight continued, Lillian realized Isabella's strength hadn't waned, and once more, Isabella slammed her into the wall, to which Lillian only smiled maniacally and began to use her powers. She said it was her pleasure to be Her Majesty's punching bag. Isabella cut off the heads of all the snakes with her weapon, bewildered by her inability to kill her, as more and more gigantic snakes lunged at her, which she destroyed every time. For Lillian, this sensation was exhilarating. Isabella demanded that Lillian get up, insisting it wasn't over yet. As she rose, Lillian remarked that apparently Isabella wasn't aware of how King Osa had recruited her. Isabella recalled her father mentioning that Lillian was the strongest general, but she hadn't seen her in battle and thus didn't know her true strength. Lillian was amazed that even with her magic sealed away, it remained so potent, and she hadn't used her true form so they could be together, pleading for Isabella to stay with her forever. Meanwhile, Emery awaited the result of the spell, hoping it would summon the strongest beast. Suddenly, a massive beast appeared in the middle of the square. It was the Thunderwolf King, ranked second among the 12. The beast asked if she wanted him to defeat the one standing before her, to which the girl affirmed. The wolf replied that he would not act this time, but cautioned her to be more careful next time. Her technique wasn't refined, which is why she had summoned him randomly. The girl pleaded with the Wolf King to help her so she could start healing her friends. The wolf agreed, demanding 20 cows as a reward, and charged to attack the pillar, using his thunder justice. Suddenly, with a single word, she halted him. The wolf, recognizing her, bowed before her, and Emery was puzzled by his actions. The pillar mentioned she should have heard about the first priest. The girl realized she was in the way. Libby didn't understand why she sang. Yes, the magic could injure her. But this wasn't magic, it was a physical attack. He intended to demonstrate the power of progress once more, so she could experience the strength of his techniques, and he launched small robots in her direction. The girl mentioned that there was only a drop of magic involved. Chang wanted to see how she would fare against them. Each robot used light waves, and the girl hoped to dodge them all, rolling as swiftly as she could, avoiding each directional laser. Although the attacks were dangerous, none could hit her. At that moment, she sent several lasers back, making contact. She remarked that she was somewhat like Isabella, but upon seeing her form, the giant realized he couldn't show mercy. Barely standing, the girl angrily asked who she resembled. Chiang responded with a compliment while fending off the massive limb. Despite numerous tricks, the girl managed to catch him. She slipped out of the armor, leaving it behind as a reminder of him, and it immediately began to melt in her hands. The girl couldn't understand why she couldn't rid herself of him. He explained that as long as she was marked as a mecha, she wouldn't be able to escape him. He suggested that if she still didn't understand, they should test something at the nuclear level. The girl was furious that he was trying to restrain her, and he took pleasure in seeing her upset. Completely immobilized, the girl demanded to be let go, vowing to tear them all apart. Chiang realized that if she had Isabella's power, he could easily catch her, but she attempted to transform into a giant again, forcing him to resort to using weapons to destroy her with a single shot. The pillar informed Emery that she and the 12 beasts had conquered the entire continent, and they all pledged their allegiance to her. Additionally, many other beings who were her students were also eager to aid her. This revelation shocked the girl because only priests could summon beasts, and the pillar commanded the wolf to return. Anne-Marie was ready to fight but encountered the Grandmaster. Stover thought everything was wonderful, and since she was already her superior, there was no point in harming her. Since she obeyed Her Majesty's orders, she was allowed to leave, but her friends had to stay behind. The girl cast a werewolf spell. Did she truly want to become her enemy? But she couldn't just abandon them. Despite her strength, she had to fight, and used advanced level spells. But the pole was thrown by a weak human body and used reflection, leaving the girl with broken limbs. She realized she wasn't on the same level and couldn't counter anything, while the pillar began creating a massive funnel in the sky, offering to make the girl her student. The girl accused her of abusing her power and said if she wanted to imprison her, she should do it. Starvup agreed that it was fair, and if she wanted to become her student, she was willing to teach her everything she knew, including showing her beasts that were on par with dragons. She should have heard his name by now. After all, it was the Golden Shaker. The girl was astonished because this was a beast that advanced the world, and she recalled the class where Fiona had spoken about the Golden Shaker, an ancient creature who possessed divine power and was the most extraordinary creature on the continent. Emery was puzzled as to why such a remarkable being was being subdued by someone so vile. Lillian wasn't entirely evil for a pillar, as there was a mistress she obeyed, and she wielded the magic of the Golden Shaker. She mentally apologized, feeling she had done all she could. The pillar used magic to take all three friends with her, commanding the beast to return, and looked back to see if she had completed her task. Meanwhile, Chiang prepared a deadly weapon against her, launching a missile directly at the monster. It struck right into the open mouth of the demon, already inside the Dyson sphere, and a moment later, an explosion blasted Shangu away. Wei was baffled by the magic that produced such intense heat, and a brilliant light enveloped the entire square. Lillian asked if the queen would also renounce her love for her. The girl couldn't even comprehend what she was referring to. Lillian, on the other hand, wondered if the man was actually human, as she barely managed to deflect the queen's attack. Yaka declared that he was the man she loved and that they would both destroy her. The girl couldn't understand how someone so weak could be deserving of her. Did she not recall how she had shattered her heart back then? After all, the Demon King was invincible on the battlefield. Yet one troubling thing remained. All his children had died one after another. He began to believe that the royal blood was cursed. He also knew that his time was running out. Lillian witnessed this but felt powerless to intervene. Meanwhile, Isabella's mother, the concubine, was about to give birth. The Demon King asked for her care and for Lillian to guard her. She even guessed that they were expecting a girl. The concubine suggested that Lillian touch her stomach, and the girl's affection was evident. As the king cherished the newborn when she arrived, the concubine suffered severe bleeding after childbirth, and on her deathbed, she asked Lillian to look after the princess, naming her Isabella. When the king passed away, Isabella ascended as the Queen of Demons. At one event, she had overindulged in drink, and Lillian offered to escort her to her bedroom, though entering her room was a breach of etiquette. However, Isabella personally invited her in, and as she entered the room, she saw a portrait of Isabella's parents. Isabella then asked her to join her in taking a bath. Already in the bathroom, as she dried her off, the girl noted that she was different from the previous king. Unlike him, who had commanded absolute fear and respect, she spoke to others with kindness and trust. The queen asked if she thought the king had not fulfilled his duties properly, but she was only joking. Lillian struggled to discern when Isabella was joking. Isabella mentioned that she shouldn't be so formal around her. Although her status intimidated many, she sought a true friend, as the high priest was merely a mentor to her. Lillian was her only friend. On another day in the hall, Isabella spoke to a demon who had killed several people. She reminded him that harming people was against the rules. Raymond was among the listeners. Sasso. The queen stated that the war had lasted over 10 years, so a truce was imminent. Isabella ordered him to cease killing prisoners. Lillian struck him for daring to interrupt Her Majesty. She questioned if he missed the days when he was a slave, and was about to strike him again. But Isabella stopped her, saying there would be no punishment this time. However, if it happened again, she would strip him of his abilities. The prisoners he had killed were high-ranking warriors and mages. Everyone knew he enjoyed tearing out the hearts of his enemies. Did he think she wasn't aware of his methods? He used brutal magic to enhance his power. The demon was unsure if she could condemn him for this. Given the insignificant human prisoners, the queen knew that if given the chance, he would have taken her heart, which made her angry. Harnessing her power, Raymond was instructed to control himself, and she commanded Darklaw to take him to death row and execute him later, where he was immediately restrained. They begged for forgiveness and mercy. She decreed that no harm should come to people from this day forward. Lillian realized that they were becoming increasingly defiant, but Isabella responded that she had no right to punish anyone. The girl was merely trying to assert her authority. The queen told her that her actions were no better than those she condemned. Reflecting on this, the girl felt helpless, and was surprised that the queen was upset with her because of others, though she was not actually angry with her. It was clear that she was at fault. She shouldn't have made decisions on behalf of Her Majesty, and fell to her knees, begging for forgiveness. The queen assured her she was not angry but had simply moved her spirit. She expressed gratitude for Lillian's protection, but reminded her of the need to follow etiquette. Lillian chose to give her a massage, believing that Her Majesty was the most beautiful woman in the world. The queen was reading the documents sent by the people, but noticed something odd in them. Lillian couldn't understand why the queen seemed so troubled. It turned out that the terms proposed by the people were excessively harsh. If she wanted the war to persist, she should have accepted them. However, she was not prepared to agree to the prince's demands. If it weren't for the sake of her people, she wouldn't be concerned at all. Thus, negotiations seemed to be the best course of action. Lillian understood why Her Majesty wanted to treat people well. Only by ending the war could they hope to advance their race's economy, just as Lillian was considered the most precious relative. But Lillian felt she should be more important than the general populace. The queen responded that both Lillian and the people were equally valuable to her. Lillian didn't understand why she couldn't be loved above all others, but the queen had to always consider her subjects. Suddenly, Lillian remembered some urgent matters. The queen asked if they were truly so pressing. Lillian replied that she needed to handle everything personally, and Her Majesty decided to return to the palace. Tears streamed from Lillian's eyes, and in the basement, she lashed out at the girl with a whip. She couldn't comprehend why Her Majesty showed her the same affection as others. She began to strangle the girl, insisting that she alone deserved Her Majesty's love, And when she pushed the girl aside, she declared that she was merely a substitute. A column of corpses followed behind, and Lillian believed it was deliberately aimed at killing Her Majesty. The column of corpses quietly approached the human Angus, and she apprehended him. Initially, she intended to report this to Her Majesty, but she discovered that they possessed an artifact capable of absorbing her magic. Consequently, she decided to join them, though Isabella still couldn't grasp her motivation. Lillian confessed that she never realized when she hurt others' feelings. She said that being a queen required thinking about the subjects, and perhaps only then could she be freed from her status, allowing her to love only Lillian. Isabella was taken aback by the true reason behind her actions, and Lillian hoped she would understand her feelings. Isabella didn't understand why she hadn't seen earlier how troubled Lillian was, as she had always considered her a loyal companion. However, it was no longer important. Everything from the past had to end today. Xiangyang opted to use Dyson's double sphere for safety reasons, and after destroying it, the remnants of Liberty fell out. Liberty was puzzled by the damage caused by this magic, but she believed that it wouldn't be fatal. She extended her limb towards him, but she began to melt, and it was remarkable that she was still alive. However, the radioactive radiation made her existence a torment, and despite the victory seeming assured, he remained vigilant. She then observed his new armor, and she anticipated receiving her gift. Stove witnessed the torment Liberty was enduring. The child was quite intelligent, and if there was time, she would have liked to converse with him. She used a laser to pierce the monster that was bearing the pillar, realizing that if she was present, something must have happened to Emery and the others, and she inquired about their fate. The pillar saw that he had transformed the magic attack into another form of magic and sent her back. Xiangyang understood that she had no business with the imitator, Isabella. Meanwhile, Liberty was covered in burns, and she simply melted away. After a while, only a damp area remained in her mouth. Who screamed out, "Who did this and killed him?" Xiang could see the repulsiveness of her true form. However, he should have addressed the issue with the pillar. She inquired if he was concerned that she might have harmed his allies. The death of Liberty indicated he had certain skills, but he was neither a warrior nor a mage. Xiang realized that he had piqued her interest in something. She appeared as though she had no intention of attacking him. Stuff realized that such a formidable weapon couldn't have been made by an ordinary human. Xiang knew that another battle was imminent. When she referred to creation, she meant science, something beyond comprehension. She mentioned that if Lillian didn't control her, she wanted to understand what it was. On the other hand, Xiang explained that science wasn't that complex. It involved combining two properties to forge something powerful. Combining fire and earth produced lava. With enough time, science had limitless possibilities. He would be able to elevate civilization to unprecedented heights. The pillar realized he was the prophesied son mentioned by God. This was the one who could challenge God and dismantle the divine order. The guy was curious if she was familiar with the director. It turned out she knew Andre. They had once been close friends. Changba recognized that she was more than just an ordinary person. She was reluctant to follow Lillian's orders, though she wasn't particularly significant. She had once served God. Did she, like the director, serve God? Lillian continued to fight Isabella. Both were intent on causing maximum damage. Lillian was astonished by Isabella's strength, even after she had activated her second form, as there was nothing she could do to counter it. Isabella attempted to punch her, but Lillian blocked it. When something lodged in Lillian's stomach, she realized that Isabella was indeed using the people's swordsmanship style. Isabella expressed gratitude, as if she hadn't taken away her magic. She wouldn't have had the opportunity to live among the people in the Empire and gain such valuable experience. Yet the girl only wanted her to love her alone. Isabella used her most powerful technique, which she had not taught to her students. It was because it was too potent and required too much magical energy. Once she realized her magical power exceeded that of ordinary people, her teacher acknowledged her as the strongest student, though she promised not to use it except in urgent situations. Isabella understood that missing shots was irrelevant, as she would always return to the starting point. Lillian remarked that Isabella still wouldn't have managed to kill her. Isabella decided to employ her most powerful technique. Every inch of the continent was infused with magical energy. The key was to harness this energy and merge it with your own to create a potent sword energy. Lillian couldn't comprehend why she was feeling waves of magical energy. A massive sword materialized in the sky. The guard observed it and was unsure of its nature. She, upon seeing this, was uncertain whether it was Isabella's or Lillian's doing. The pillar recognized it as the work of the former Queen of Demons. She moved towards it, determined not to let Lillian be harmed. She inquired about the nature of her relationship with the rector, but was told that if Lillian were to die, she would perish as well. On the other hand, Chang Yi saw an opportunity to win her over to their side. Lillian observed the magical power. Isabella asked if she was ready to face her wrath, but Lillian couldn't allow her to use this technique. However, it was already too late. Lillian warned that using this sword could end their friendship. The girl employed the eternal sword style. Everything around her was bathed in red light. The style was also recognized as a lost art. Stop understood that it was already too late. Isabella bade farewell to Lillian. Lillian, observing at least 10,000 swords, questioned if she truly intended to punish her. The girl explained that she had to ensure each sword pierced her heart, grinding it into powder, and aimed all the swords directly at Lillian. Realizing it was too late, she could only rely on her defense. Thousands of swords struck the shield she created, but she still struggled to manage such immense power, and sent additional swords to breach her final line of defense. Lillian recognized that the power was overwhelming and beyond her control, and she could only hope that it would eventually deplete. She noticed her defenses were compromised. The swords began to penetrate her body. Isabella commanded them to target her heart. Lillian knew she needed to avoid being hit. Despite her speed, the technology couldn't keep pace with her. Yet the queen somehow anticipated her movements, and she was once again bombarded with attacks. The girl collapsed, and the sword was left embedded in the ground where she fell. The technique exhausted Isabella's strength in a single use, and she realized she couldn't survive. As she fell, she glanced around. Suddenly, she appeared there. The girl reverted to her human form as she had expended all her energy. The boy was momentarily stunned. The girl recognized that she was attractive, but the boy handed her the armor for the approaching pillar. Unsure if there was enough time, she managed to block most of the swords and let the shield disperse. After inquiring if Lillian was all right, she found that Lillian was alive but pinned to the ground by swords. Anyone else in her place would have died by now. Rockets were heading towards them. The pillar thought it would be simple to stop them, but they struck and caused an explosion. The explosion resembled something created by gnomes. Shangu appeared, declaring that the battle was over, and she needed to surrender. Lillian responded that despite his efforts, he had failed to kill her. Isabella explained that she did not have a physical body. She was merely a soul encased in a shell of clothing. The pillar was puzzled as to why she had become human again. Shangu was surprised she wasn't a ghost. And since Lillian had lost everything, the throne now belonged to Isabella. Isabella declared herself their new queen. The pillar questioned if she truly believed she would obey Lillian. She wanted to introduce herself, but it was a farewell anyway. God selected 3 servants. She was one of them and a colleague of the director. It was because of him that she ended up like this. If her claims were true, her power should be comparable to the headmaster's. But her power was under Lillian's control. Shangu mentioned that if they defeated Lillian, she could join their side. However, she had extensive knowledge and they could follow her lead. After all, she had witnessed everything that man did to the descendants of God. Isabella asked her to share all the information she had. Lillian reached out to them, trying to convey something. Chang Yi remembered that as long as Lillian was alive, the pillar was on the opposing side. Lillian pleaded for a way to be saved. Shangu felt his arms and legs were no longer under his control. It was a curse that disrupted the coordination of his limbs. His legs felt like arms and his arms felt like legs. Shangu remarked that meeting her had brought them misfortune. She was unsure if everything had been in vain. Lillian inquired about Liberty's whereabouts. She learned that Liberty was seriously injured, had returned to her original form, and released a small sphere containing her remains. Lillian asked why she had become like this, and she answered that it was due to that person's actions. She couldn't use magic because her body couldn't handle it. Lillian believed they had a chance. Then, Isabella's strength was contained within that small girl. Lillian, frustrated, covered his mouth, and they both vowed to kill him. Liberty screamed that they would be killed and they were torn to pieces. Immediately, Lillian consumed the remains of Liberty. She wanted to absorb her magical power. Liberty had said she gave her everything and thought she was loved. It turned out she was merely fulfilling wishes. Swallowing, Lillian remarked that Her Majesty's magic was delightful, and she felt as if she had been reborn. Every part of her body was now infused with magic. Qiangba couldn't believe she had devoured her subordinate, but soon she could share in her sorrow. Lillian closed this person's mouth, declaring that they would see how beautiful she had become. She spread her demonic wings, boasting that she was now dozens of times stronger than before. Lillian reveled in the sensation of her own beauty and perfection. She touched her delicate skin, similar to Isabella's. But her moment of triumph was short-lived as dark spots began to appear on her smooth skin. In shock, the girl clutched her head, but the situation worsened as her hair began to fall out. Soon her whole body writhed in pain, as if it were on fire. Initially confused, she thought it was the effect of magical forces, similar to what nearly affected Libra. So, Lillian had to endure. The pillar asked Qiangba what had happened to Lillian. The boy responded that her subordinate had been exposed to an immense dose of nuclear radiation. He added that consuming Liberty was akin to ingesting an atomic bomb. Meanwhile, Lillian's body was rapidly disintegrating from the radiation, and she was in so much pain she felt like tearing her eyes out. She ordered to kill the young one. She pleaded with him to revert Lillian to her previous state to save her from her desperate condition. But the boy said it was impossible due to the irreversible damage caused by the radiation. He bowed his head and said it was the end, that Lillian couldn't be saved by either science or magic, and his voice was tinged with panic. She said her own life was tied to Lillian's, so if Lillian perished, her life would end as well. She declared that she was willing to take extreme measures unless Shangu used all his knowledge to save Lillian. Meanwhile, Lillian begged the pillar to kill her, hoping it would free her from her dire situation. She urged him to act quickly as her condition deteriorated by the minute. But if he was indeed the prophesied son, he had to find a way to rescue her from this cursed predicament. However, Lillian didn't want him to force her to kill. She preferred peace over enduring suffering. If she continued to delay, she might end up killing him, taking on a huge responsibility for her future. Had she forgotten the mark on her arm that symbolized her duty and purpose in the world? Shangu realized she obeyed because of the mark on her arm. Lillian wished for his death. Stove gathered his strength, assuring her that he wouldn't blame her, displaying remarkable patience and understanding in the situation. The rector was absorbed in a book on verbal magic, which revealed new possibilities to him. When he realized his spell had worked, he felt an energy surge that altered the course of events. He recognized it was embodying the wisdom and power of ancient wizards. Suddenly, the pillar sensed Andre's magic, which filled the air with a tense aura. She understood they shouldn't have been left alive, as it threatened the safety of the world. Shangu recalled the spell cast by the director and his role in the unfolding mystery. Clearly, the spell had worked, capturing everyone's attention and shifting the circumstances. Isabella suddenly regained her ability to move and rushed over to help. This unexpected development left the pillar baffled at how she managed to break the spell. The girl had simply adjusted her limb coordination, using her hands as legs and her legs as hands, showcasing her unusual flexibility and combat skill. Shangu realized she could still wield the sword, discovering her abilities were much greater than he had initially thought. The pillar noted the importance of the bracelet on the ground, which was crucial for controlling Lillian. Without it, Lillian could become uncontrollable, leading to potentially dangerous consequences. As the girl reached for the bracelet, it began to be pulled into a vortex, causing fear and uncertainty. The staff didn't anticipate such a turn of events and watched in confusion as things unfolded. The bodies of all three friends appeared on the ground. Shangu recognized them as Eli and the others. The pillar was drawn into the vortex, and then vanished, leaving behind only bewildered thoughts and questions. Chungha and Isabella were confused and felt lost in a situation beyond their comprehension. But she recalled her previous observation of everything that man had done to the descendants of the gods, and realized that it was vassal Andre Chung. Chung needed to focus on treating his exhausted friends. The throne was now hers, but not all of Lillian's subordinates had been dealt with. Moat arrived and demanded that Her Majesty be surrendered to them. Chung questioned if Moat was in his right mind, noting that Lillian was unable to resist, and they should accept the rightful queen. The demon couldn't understand why a person would interfere in their affairs, but Shangu suggested that Moat could try his luck by battling him. Darklaw appeared and declared Lillian's defeat, proclaiming the inevitable victory of his Dark Lord. He claimed that the rightful queen could restore justice, establish order, and save the world from darkness. Shangu noted that Darklaw's arrival was timely, recognizing that his presence could alter the course of events. Isabella empathized with Moat's suffering, understanding that his flame had been marred by humans and sympathized with his pain. Yet she had no choice but to live among people who had committed terrible atrocities, condemning herself to this life. It would be wiser for them to pledge allegiance to her now, acknowledging her as the rightful ruler. The Dark Raven clan had already demonstrated their loyalty and support. If Moat remained fixated on his grievances, she would need to take measures to persuade him to change his stance. Many demons accepted Isabella as their true queen. However, Motoko struggled to trust anyone who had dealings with humans, and he could not recognize such a queen. At that moment, Dark Willow charged at him. A fierce battle ensued between them, with both sides showcasing their power through magic and combat skills. The other demons were pushed aside momentarily to prevent interference with the decisive duel. Chungba observed that Darklaw was quite strong, noting his strength, potential, and confidence, and thought it would be advantageous to sway him to their side, making him an ally in their quest for victory. Chung instructed them to cease fighting, which surprised and intrigued those witnessing his decisive action. The destruction of his tribe had been carried out with the regent's support, and once Isabella ascended the throne, they would seek revenge. Chiang promised to clarify all the details regarding this tragedy, but Motoko felt that people were inherently untrustworthy, and believed this was the end for them. Chung felt powerless and despondent in this dire situation. Behind the boy stood a demon queen exuding an overwhelming, indescribable power. The circumstances were clearly not in his favor, and he felt that acutely. He claimed he was fortunate this time, trying to mask his vulnerability. However, he vowed to make them pay in blood until their defeats were forgotten. Isabella chose to delay her decision on the matter, opting to address it in the future. Darklaw and the other demons greeted the queen, recognizing her authority and strength. She ordered all the ministers to assemble, preparing for significant changes in her realm. She was pleased to reclaim her throne, seeing it as an opportunity for a fresh start and hoping for a brighter future. Isabella wanted to communicate something to him. The girl stepped closer, leaned in, and kissed him. Onlookers sensed they might be witnessing the emergence of a new king. He and Shang had endured many trials together. She resolved that one day she would regain control of the country. She then addressed the demons, announcing that the inauguration ceremony would take place in 3 days, and she would become their new demon queen. He and Shang were expected to marry before the ceremony. The boy, still processing the news, awkwardly asked for clarification. Overwhelmed with emotion at finally winning her heart, he embraced her tightly. Gazing into her eyes, he declared his love, and she reciprocated. At that moment, the rest of Lillian's followers shouted at the boy to step away from the queen immediately. Lillian then began protesting the marriage, claiming it would ruin her status. The entire demon army watched in awe, while Dark Willow didn't instruct them to disperse. Shang pulled away from his bride and questioned how Lillian could still be alive after such intense radiation exposure. Isabella explained that removing her ex-girlfriend was not easy. Raven Dark Willow added that Lillian was an ancient entity, so even the gods could not end her life. She was both invincible and eternal. Isabella inquired about potential actions to take against her. Then, Chang suggested treating her like a hazardous object by burying or hiding her far away. They transported her body to the demonic race's mausoleum. Chang Yaya was the first person the girl had brought there in many years. The boy wondered if Lillian was counted among them. She was confined in a box where she would remain. There was a magnificent statue, created shortly before her father's death. All the remains of the demon kings were interred there. The burial chamber was located just behind the statue. Her father had promised that he would protect them even after his death. It seemed that her father was more of a warrior than a king. Lillian then spoke up. She remarked that one could not judge a king so easily. Did they really believe this box could contain her, despite its obvious flaws and limitations? The radiation lingering in her body would persist for centuries, highlighting the inadequacy and limited effectiveness of such a solution. As they placed the box down, Lillian began pleading not to be left there, expressing her wish to remain free and independent. However, her actions had made rejection inevitable. The girl simply wanted to stay with Her Majesty and was prepared to do anything to remain by her side. She appeared sincere to Isabella, who considered letting her go. But Shang insisted that individuals like her only brought misfortune. Isabella wanted to hear everything she had to say. She asked why she had obeyed her. The girl began her tale, recounting ancient times when forests were overrun by monsters that devastated ordinary animals and instilled fear among the inhabitants. To locate these monsters, she had to make an extraordinary effort, spending countless hours deep in the forest searching for signs of their presence. She encountered numerous dangers and challenges, but persisted, gripping her sword tightly with the resolve to protect her kingdom. Once she captured them, she returned to the palace, delivering the captured evil spirits to her master. She worked diligently, defeating all the beasts that posed a threat to others. She also had to teach how to use spells and tame animals. At that time, the future rector instructed them in magic, swordsmanship, and various spells. The girls struggled to choose a name for her students, and Andre suggested calling them priests, thus marking a new chapter in the city's history. The girl, her eyes shining with joy, accepted the proposal, feeling a deep calling to a noble cause. Within just a few days, the city was preparing for its final peaceful slumber, and the gods were entering hibernation, readying themselves for a new phase of existence. Andre was set to take on a leadership role, shouldering great responsibility for the community and its future. During this period, Lillian encountered new possibilities and prospects that had previously eluded her. Later, she was taken to a garden of rare animals, where she was imprisoned, subjected to the influence of unknown forces. Shangu noticed an unfamiliar servant in the surroundings, and Isabella, despite discussing various topics with her interlocutors, had never heard of Vivica, which surprised her. The girl inquired about what happened next, eager to know the developments that followed her imprisonment and loss of contact with the outside world. Much time had passed since her confinement, and she was anxious and uncertain about what had changed during that period. One day, the cage in the basement broke, granting her the long-awaited chance to escape from captivity. She managed to break free, savoring the sense of liberation after enduring days of imprisonment. She soon discovered that the entire city had been buried in a cave, uncovering another secret of her complex kingdom. Despite her newfound freedom, she was determined to escape, driven by her desire to return to her true home. When she encountered Andre, she felt that a new adventure was beginning, and she began to anticipate what lay ahead for her future. The girl asked why he had betrayed their master. He responded that she shouldn't have been so stubborn, and that not everything should be taken to heart. The girl reminded him that they had promised Mister to transform the continent, but Andre had betrayed them. A god appeared behind her, revealing that she had helped the rebels create a weapon to kill the gods. She expressed no regret for her actions, feeling that her decision was just, even if it meant facing death. Andre intervened, claiming that she had been deceived. He expressed his support and sympathy, pleading for leniency from the authorities and trying to save her from an unjust punishment. However, it was not his place to decide. The gods had the final authority and their will was supreme, capable of even eliminating their own offspring, demonstrating the undeniable power and authority of higher forces. The god wanted her to understand the consequences of her betrayal, and presented a dagger as a symbol of punishment for her actions. The girl began to dissolve, losing her physical form under divine intervention and punishment. Andre watched in tears as this occurred. Only a pebble remained of her, symbolizing her past and the intersection of her fate with divine will, along with the bracelet that had signified her power and control. Now it served as a witness to her punishment. The god fused the bracelet with the stone, creating a single artifact that represented the girl's punishment and imprisonment, declaring that he had confined her so she could only reflect on her actions and repent for eternity. Deprived of physical form and ability to act in the world, she could do nothing more. It was the first time Lillian had witnessed the god's terrifying power, revealing the immense authority of higher forces. She had attempted to steal the bracelet, hoping to reclaim some semblance of control over her fate. Chang was struck by how the god had turned her into stone, leaving her as a symbol of punishment and stripping her of any influence in the world. It seemed she had only received the bracelet to follow orders. Otherwise, she would not have been able to become an important minister. Meanwhile, the director and others were in conflict. They debated whether the director could be trusted. Lillian, on the other hand, was prepared to disclose everything she knew, recounting past incidents and the secrets she had kept. The boy drew the same dagger that had come to symbolize power and justice, showing his readiness to take responsibility and make amends for his errors. He declared his intent to return what wasn't his, acknowledging his wrongdoing and attempting to make reparations by restoring Lillian's belongings. Due to her exposure to radiation, he couldn't let his wife handle this task as it might jeopardize her health and safety. He should have employed a forging technique to find ways to destroy and recycle materials that could pose a risk to Lillian. Channeling all his strength, he came to the conclusion that evidently it hadn't been effective. Lillian, on the other hand, laughed, dismissing him as a mere fraud. It seemed he lacked the magical ability to wield it. He inquired about how long it would take his wife to regain her strength. The girl would require a century to recover. However, if she directly drew upon her power, she would also absorb the radiation. Given this, he decided to attempt a different spell. His power radiated throughout the mausoleum, which proved to be a tremendous source of energy that filled the surrounding space. He leveraged the energy field around him, activating his abilities and magical knowledge to his advantage. This allowed him to detect Isabella's magic, revealing and tapping into its potential. The power had once been granted to him for his own use and tasks. Using the power of the blade, he attempted to seize it from her. The stone there absorbed all the magical energy from Lillian. She felt incredibly weak. He brought the magically infused stone closer to Isabella. As she began to absorb the magic, she tapped into her inner reserves and activated her abilities. He was pleased to see that his method worked, taking satisfaction in the results of his efforts. Her magical power was restored, granting her the abilities she had previously lost. The girl was able to transform into her second form once more, feeling renewed and powerful. She had regained all her strength. Shang fulfilled her promises. Lillian revealed everything she wanted to know. She requested to be allowed to follow them. Ignoring her, the girl walked towards the exit, hand in hand with Chang. Lillian screamed and pleaded with Her Majesty to come back. Chang asked for 3 days to assemble a high-tech army before returning to the Empire. She agreed to save the surfaces, but had other matters she wanted to discuss. The guy, feeling embarrassed, made sense of his feelings and decided on his actions. He swiftly lifted the girl in his arms, demonstrating his determination and readiness to support her. When the topic of marriage came up, he proposed to her, expressing his desire to build a future together. She asked him not to tease her in front of others, wishing to maintain her dignity and privacy in public. In prison, people yelled at him to improve his fighting skills. Many were silenced because of him, and they never expected he would end up in that situation. The chained captain was eventually beaten by Saito. He had declined to fight Saito, and Saito was merely interested in assessing his abilities. The boy complied, asking where he should take the holy sword now that he had already captured it. However, he continued to assault him, insisting that he was different, in an attempt to showcase his own superiority and strength. That arrogant swordsman was too overconfident, failing to grasp the true essence of combat and the significance of perfecting one's swordsmanship. In contrast, he was a seasoned swordsman, adept at perceiving and responding to every move and step of his opponent. Only by defeating him could he discover the meaning of life, experiencing a profound sense of inner victory and fulfillment of his goal. The journey involved battling the strongest adversaries to demonstrate his endurance, bravery, and commitment to the principles that defined him as a swordsman. He simply laughed, recalling Shang and stating that he had already found his purpose. Sato, however, grew more furious as he observed his calm demeanor. Suddenly, someone called out to him, suggesting that he should have aligned himself with their banners, indicating his readiness to join their squad and his dedication to their cause. After all, his allegiance was loyal and patriotic, much like his father's, continuing the traditions and values of his family. Yet the captain understood his true intentions and motives. He declared that his loyalty was solely to His Majesty, emphasizing his devotion to his leader and the ideals they represented. He also asserted that if he was faithful to His Majesty, then they were both loyal to him. To the boy, this was nothing more than a humorous joke. After all, no one else would dare challenge His Majesty, invade the territory of another race in the name of the Empire. or commit malevolent acts without His Majesty's approval. The man realized that his intentions had been anticipated, and a surge of magical power emanated from him, affecting the entire prison's energy, intertwining with every dark corner of the place. He was astonished at how accurately everything was understood, sensing the power of his intuition and subconscious. The boy revealed that Chiang had treated him with a divine stone, disclosing the mystery and magic of the artifact. When he was at the brink, visions came to him, and he learned the full truth, understanding why his father had become what he did. He had brought him there to witness how a person could transform into a divine stone, and the burden of his father's death weighed heavily on him, filling him with guilt and despair. He fought alongside his father and was in awe of their unity and shared struggle, longing for them to be on the same side and dreaming of uniting their efforts for a common cause. Meanwhile, Sato understood that this agreement had shattered his father's hopes, witnessing the collapse of his old dreams and ambitions. Did he remain a symbol of the Empire's wind? By seeing the true face and understanding the real values and priorities, the boy affirmed their readiness for a joint future struggle. But his oath of allegiance did not align with the Empire's control. He hoped that His Majesty could lead people in a fight against the tyranny of the gods. The man merely laughed at the idea of overthrowing the gods. With such power, he had committed terrible deeds on behalf of the gods. The man mocked his naivety, and the boy observed numerous divine stones on his hand. Realizing how many he had lost, he felt the weight of his losses and the helplessness in the face of fate's power. He was left to ponder the terrifying nature of the gods, overwhelmed by their immense magical power. More and more magical power began to manifest above him, forming a dim, fiery cloud, and several majestic, enormous snakes with an ominous presence. He could conjure such a beast with mere willpower, feeling his own energy merge with the divine stone's immense power. This was the true magic of the divine stone, unparalleled and revealing new horizons in his understanding of the world and himself. And this was only a small fraction of its capabilities. He could also easily destroy it at will, and with a clenched fist, everything vanished, and a newborn baby appeared in its place. He could create any living creature at his command. This was the origin of all intelligent beings, their shared root, and the source of wisdom. He had learned all this from the gods, absorbing their teachings and secrets. With another shake of his hand, the child began to mature, transforming into a young adult before their eyes. In an instant, he was an adult who grasped his power and responsibility. Then he appeared as an exhausted old man, showcasing the weariness of age and the passage of time. Afterward, he simply vanished, disappearing like a fleeting thought. Only a lifeless stone remained, unchanged and symbolizing the past. The gods could easily destroy him and all mortals, possessing boundless power. Did he still believe he could defeat a god while remaining true to his ideals and hopes? Was the war he initiated necessary to reduce the population size? After all, if the gods knew there were sufficient resources, they might awaken from hibernation. They needed to annihilate other races to avoid worrying about the gods awakening. A certain number of lives was needed to keep them restrained. Soto inquired if Sato understood the prince's predicament, since if he did not continue, the gods might target another race, disrupting their well-being. It was better to exert control than to allow his race to be annihilated. The prince left him to contemplate the situation, hoping he wouldn't crumble like his father had. All the regimental commanders were prepared, as the long-awaited moment for decisive action had finally arrived. The prince commanded the attack on the demonic race, rallying his army for battle. A massive army advanced across mountains and plains, determined to secure victory. As they approached the borders of the demonic realm, they braced for the greatest battle of their lives. The people were no longer willing to hold back, eager to liberate their lands from the demonic overlord. The girl ordered everything to be entrusted to Her Majesty, assigning him the command of the troops. He was astonished that Isabella had reclaimed the throne but felt proud of her achievement. He wanted to support the regent and assist her in the fight. Beth suddenly descended from the sky in front of him, ready for battle. Though they hadn't seen him for a long time, they now faced each other in combat. He sought revenge, as his hands were stained with blood, and he couldn't simply walk away from it. However, he struggled to understand why, as they had once been generals together under the King of Beasts. The queen, Rock Hill, was approaching, who had believed they would never capture him. Had the tribe not been destroyed by people, they would not have allowed him to live for so long. Rock Hill and Mezzo had to deal with the traitors themselves, delivering the punishment they deserved. Beth intended to raise the heads of the fallen comrades to honor their heroism and ensure they were remembered. A grand celebration was held in the palace, marking the return of Queen Isabella and the preparations for the wedding. Everyone rejoiced at Isabella's return, as she was seen as a blessing to their kingdom. The wedding was about to commence, and anticipation was high. Chiang, a gentleman who understood and cherished Isabella, ascended the stairs. Despite her origins from a different race, everyone observed the human betrothed with surprise. He felt anxious, but tried to maintain his composure and confidence in front of the crowd. Everyone greeted the new master, showing respect for his new role. He was momentarily displaced from his position, but quickly adjusted to stand beside Isabella. Next, the Grand Demon Queen was to appear, dazzling everyone with her majesty and splendor. A carriage with snow-white horses descended from the sky, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. Upon stopping, the queen emerged, captivating the audience with her beauty and grace. Isabella's beauty was breathtaking, especially in her splendid blood-red dress. The magnificent blood-red dress highlighted her majesty and grandeur. Chiang could scarcely believe the moment had arrived. Overwhelmed with a sense of pride and awe, she approached him, and only a few steps remained between them as they moved to unite. He took her hand, feeling their hearts beat in sync. The girl apologized for making him wait, but he was willing to wait for her for the rest of his life. The priest inquired if she was prepared to accept the honor of ruling the demons. The boy eagerly agreed, feeling joy and gratitude for the moment. Isabella was then asked the same question, and she also consented, believing it was the right decision for both of them. She gave her approval. They were declared husband and wife. This announcement made the moment even more significant and meaningful for them, as they hoped to lead their race towards a brighter future and felt a deep sense of responsibility. She took his hand, reminding him that it was too late for regrets and that they should move forward together, confident in their path. The boy was truly happy, feeling they had made a crucial step in their life and future. They hoped to receive the blessings of all dynasties, sensing the support and acknowledgement of their union. They exchanged wedding rings, symbolizing their commitment and loyalty to each other. With the exchange complete, they felt even more united, and the groom kissed the bride, conveying his love and passion. Holding her close, he kissed her deeply, pouring all his emotions into the kiss. The spectators cheered and applauded loudly, sharing in their joyous moment. Meanwhile, Darklaw played the piano, creating enchanting music that filled the air around them. The melody spread throughout the courtyard, enhancing the atmosphere of the wedding and celebration. Girls danced in the sky above, creating a breathtaking sight and adding even more enchantment to the occasion. Elena envied them and wondered if she would look as beautiful on her own wedding day. Emery's wedding was meant to be as beautiful as Isabella's. She and Eli debated over who should design her dress, both eager to make the day special. Isabella and Chiang were set to be co-rulers of the demonic race, ready to elevate their kingdom to new heights. Everyone welcomed the new rulers, showing their respect and support. Chiang had never imagined becoming a demon king, but he now felt worthy and capable of leading his people. That evening, Chiang carried Isabella to the palace in his arms, feeling joyful and moved by his beloved. They went to their bedroom, where they could enjoy rest and the joy of their time together. Finally alone, they reveled in their mutual affection and closeness. Chiang felt as though he were dreaming, having a wife he cherished, yet it was reality. The girl reminded him that he was the first man brave enough to embrace her, and he felt fortunate to be chosen. The boy recalled his first experience riding a horse, which had been an accident, but she had never blamed him for it. Due to her status, few people had approached her. Her former role as queen had defined her. She had never given much thought to the world beyond her immediate surroundings, until she met him and his friends, and only then did she realize the world was full of possibilities. He was the first person to treat her as an equal, which brought her a sense of peace. The boy felt embarrassed and thought he didn't deserve such praise. They reminisced about that night in the village. When she mentioned that once the throne was reclaimed, his mission would be complete, but he interrupted her while lying on the bed, suggesting they discuss it later. For now, there were no more words needed, and he kissed her. After some time, the boy found himself in a strange place, confused about why he wasn't with Isabella, and suddenly he saw a deity before him. He was unsure of what the deity intended to do. But as the hood was removed, he leaned closer. The boy noticed that the deity resembled Isabella. He asked who the deity was and what it wanted. The deity simply opened its mouth wide. He feared it might want to devour him, and he woke up from the nightmare. Realizing why the dream felt so real, he looked at his hand, puzzled by its appearance. Isabella, who was there, wished him good morning. The girl changed once more. This happened because she had transferred 80% of the devil's power to him. He was puzzled by her action, but it turned out that all the American girls had given their powers to him after the first encounter, making him the genuine demon king from that point on. He was astonished when he looked at himself in the mirror, and suddenly found himself leaping out of bed. He couldn't comprehend how he had done it, and the girl told him not to act so childish. She then inquired about the content of his dream. The man mentioned a colossal deity that resembled her. The girl realized he was referring to the first ruler, and noted that it was the first instance ever of someone dreaming about their ancestor. They were positioned near the roots of the Asa lineage. This signified that he had been chosen by the Wasp's ancestors. He already understood his impending duty. He was tasked with safeguarding the demon race alongside her. They received an urgent message, indicating that humanity was gearing up for an assault, and that the attack could reach the demon race's borders by the next day. It was surprising that the regent was personally commanding the forces. This confirmed that they were now officially at war. The girl could only discover that Lillian had formed a blood pact with him. To bolster their power, she had sacrificed entire clans. Only the Black Crows had managed to survive, which is why he wanted to speak with them. She only knew that 25 years ago, The regent had been defeated and had fled in disgrace. However, he had returned even more powerful. Still, she was confident that under Chiang's leadership, the demon race could prevail. She had faith in him. Chiang? Yeah. She was unsure if Sophie Sis was okay at that time. Meanwhile, the human forces were on the move. Bucky, the commander of the Purple Dragon Regiment, was present, along with the commanders of the Green and Fiery Dragons, Jack and Herbie. The regent was resting in a litter. He had heard that the women there were more alluring than theirs. Barry wanted to find the woman who had become the queen. His brother promised to handle that woman personally, and Bruno aimed to eliminate Eli from the boxer class. Emery observed from the air on a beast that all the dragon regiments were present. They needed to alert everyone immediately. The demon army was on high alert, and communication systems were set up. All soldiers were receiving messages from the central command. They were instructed to check their readiness and prepare for battle. Sheng Yen knew that winning required starting with accurate information. Isabella was concerned because Lillian had weakened their army compared to before. Their friends confirmed that as long as they were present, the human army posed no threat. Elena worried that the regent might use the master's life as leverage against him, but given the regent's nature, she doubted he would resort to such tactics. The girl hoped everything was okay with him. They received word that the enemy was 5 miles away, and that all the dragon regiments vastly outnumbered them, with technological advantages. Chiang had projected his image before them, ordering them to halt, as any further advance would mean war with the demon race. Sato recognized Chiang but was puzzled by his newly grown horns. Chiang, however, preferred to resolve the situation through negotiation rather than direct conflict. Sato dismissed the possibility of negotiations, noting their superior army. Consequently, the demons felt no need to show them any courtesy. They were prepared for anything to defend their territory. As the image vanished, planes appeared in the sky. The onlookers mistook them for flying fish. The planes initiated a rocket attack. The army was poised to defend itself. They noticed that these birds were equipped with muskets. Yalu protected them, and Sato ascended into the air, using an insect-crushing technique, causing the planes to disintegrate, prompting Jack to deploy their regiment for aerial combat. Suddenly, something appeared directly in their path. These were ground forces. Massive tanks were advancing towards them. Dark Willow was astonished that the king could produce so many war machines overnight, and speculated that, given more time, he could have assembled a force capable of destroying the Empire. Their presence instilled terror in the Empire. Chiang was able to control these machines from a distance. He didn't need to be at the front to lead his army. Isabella believed that with such power, victory in this battle was within their grasp. Sato mocked the soldiers who were intimidated by what he considered mere toys, and commanded all the armies to launch their attack. Chiang found a target. A launch was executed, and rockets and projectiles struck deep into the enemy forces. Sheng's weapons were devastating, and the Imperial troops were nearing their breaking point. Jack was then instructed to alter the formation. The Flame and Purple Dragons were to assault from 2 flanks. The design was altered. Their plan was to encircle them and thus prevent direct assaults. Darklaw hoped His Majesty had anticipated this. Chang enabled the default settings, and a chasm suddenly appeared before the soldiers, causing them to fall in. Traps were set up everywhere around them. Orders were given to halt the advance and stay calm. Falling into the chasm meant certain death. The soldiers were unsure of their next move. Suddenly, the traps began to close, and Captain Herb found himself caught in one. Bucky cleared the way, and delivered a powerful strike to the closing trap, but saw that it remained unscathed. His iron fist proved completely ineffective, and there was no point worrying about those who had fallen. It was better to press on with the attack. Bucky was amazed that wood was being used on the battlefield, but there was no time to ponder. They needed to attack the center. More serious resistance was expected there, and only through cannon fodder tactics could they penetrate the enemy's defenses. Those who fell tried to comprehend their location. Herbie ordered them to open fire and urgently find an escape route. The soldiers lit a fire and saw a gigantic monster in front of them. Herbie commanded everyone to stop panicking, and he started pulling the soldiers in one by one. The enemy was concealed in the darkness, leaving them unsure of what to do. Herbie used his power to push all the demons away. However, the demons received an order to retreat. The soldiers were instructed to capture them and find the exit. Shao appeared, along with Kong, who mentioned he could feast on those who hated Her Majesty. The soldiers realized it was a massive beetle. Herbie was puzzled. If all demons were like monsters, the troops would once again move to the center. The 3 princes showed no concern for the soldiers' lives. Jack couldn't fathom what they were thinking, and then a huge projectile flew straight at him. Their only option was to keep moving forward. Shangu instructed Eli and Darklaw to refrain from taking any action. As they got closer, he started to edge forward. Bucky ordered everyone to stay close to him. The tanks actually engaged the enemy. Barry mentioned that they were all his father's soldiers. The tank began firing lasers, leaving Jack bewildered by the magic and its destructive power. The soldiers seemed to vanish into thin air. Chiang recalled Isabella's request to defeat the human troops, but he hesitated to use nuclear warheads unless absolutely necessary. Given the chance, he would prefer negotiations over war, but they had nothing to offer during negotiations. In such a case, he had no choice but to protect the demonic race. In his world, many cruel people waged relentless wars. They treated the population inhumanely and invaded mercilessly. Although the 2 atomic bombs killed many, they forced people to restrain their aggression. But this situation was different because the people in the Empire did not desire war. The girl realized she was not wrong about him. He was not terrible. He was a king willing to do anything for his people. The guy understood her point and promised to consider it. If they didn't listen, he was ready, and then he apologized to the surfaces. Now he simply asked people to cease fighting. The ensuing explosion obliterated half of the force. No one knew what happened to the generals as they charged forward. Barry Tolles rushed ahead, ordering to find Chiang and the Queen. Eli was beside himself, seeing so many lives erased in an instant. After all, they were all living beings. On Darklaw, he noticed generals using their power above the tank. Eli charged at them, intending to engage one-on-one. He couldn't tell if he was truly human, as his fists were as formidable as his teacher's style. The boy hurled Bucky away with all his strength, so Jack prepared to confront Darklaw, while Eli charged at the prince again, wielding a storm and fire-infused punch. However, at that moment, someone suddenly attacked him. Dark Willow observed that the attacker didn't appear human, but rather the prince of the Empire, who, like his brothers, could transform into a dragon. They were simply the sons of Angus Tolles. The boys took on dragon forms and accused him of betraying the teacher and the Empire. Betraying the Empire was considered the gravest sin. Eli instructed Bruno to evacuate everyone to avoid further casualties. Any misunderstandings could be resolved with the new Demon King. However, they refused to listen, labeling him a traitor. He shouldn't have assumed that the demonic race could impose its terms on the Empire. The Griffins needed to handle the situation. The army was relieved that the Griffin Regiment had arrived. Darklaw had never heard of such a unit before. In the conflict between demons and humans, they had often caused great suffering. The Griffin Regiment was comprised of the strongest fighters in the Empire. The Griffins and their riders had already arrived. The brothers were thrilled that the war had finally commenced. They aimed to attack, eliminate those 2, and annihilate the Kush. Dark Willow decided to face them all by himself. To accomplish this, Queen Isabella placed him by their side. In an instant, he transformed into a massive black raven. Toll's brothers were astonished by such powerful magic. He attempted to trap them all. He created a gigantic black sphere encompassing them. Eli couldn't see anything in the encompassing darkness. He was instructed not to move as the hunt commenced. The brothers couldn't see, but they realized they might be attacked. Unexpectedly, injured Bushy. They were confused by the unfamiliar magic and felt they wouldn't escape easily. They soon heard the voice of their third brother, calling out for help. When they saw him, they were baffled by who could have done this to him. He was injured, with his wings torn off and blinded, and he had no idea who the attacker was. Suddenly, Bruno was seized by dark hands. He pleaded with his brothers for help, but Barry and Bushy abandoned him. Meanwhile, Master Blacksmith's riding griffins began to destroy the chariots and tanks. Shanker redirected the cannons and rocket launchers towards them. Alongside the griffins, a priest was present on the battlefield. He shielded himself from the explosion with a barrier of light, while the griffins charged forward. Suddenly, they were being struck by lasers that bypassed the magic shields. The bombardment came from above, Isabella and her air fleet. Mages on griffins counterattacked. But demon mages, particularly Emery, had their own protective shields. The girl was under Queen Isabella's protection, who immediately moved to defend her. The demons were already advancing into battle. Elena realized that until the regent joined the fray, she aimed to secure victory without any losses. The mood among the human army was grim as they witnessed their elite griffins plummet from the sky, and their troubles were just beginning. Demons started launching catapult shells soaked in kerosene. Elena suddenly surged forward. Meanwhile, Yalu asked the regent why he was inactive. Angus replied that he was waiting for the boy's arrival. Suddenly, the Demon King and Queen appeared above the regent's carriage, seeking a parley. The people saw a scene where 3 commanders of dragon regiments were kneeling, declaring their capture but expressing their willingness to die for the sake of their assault. They were baffled by how boldly the general spoke. Dark explained that they were alive because the Demon King had requested their lives be spared, or else they would have met the same fate as the 3 brothers. Qiangba mentioned that the prince had witnessed his most powerful weapon and had to envision the resulting casualties. Yalu realized that Qiangba was referring to the superweapon used against Rennie in the Imperial Cup and ordered Sato to eliminate him immediately. Sato and the prince ascended into the air, while Chiang watched to see their intentions. Angus went up there so their conversation would remain private. Chiang assumed that Angus intended to reveal the truth about the world. Angus took out the Stone of Creation and declared that the time for jokes was over. Asserting that he had taken everything he owned in the Empire, he dismissed his former classmates, granted them new titles, and planned to transfer his business schemes to them. Chiang was puzzled by this. Angus explained that he and his associates were rare talents and that he was not young. If the 2 brothers wanted to stay loyal to the Empire, he could adopt them as sons, making them heirs to Prince Chiang's positions. On the other hand, the boy only laughed, saying Angus should have interrupted him sooner to avoid hearing all this. Isabella remarked that her husband was already a demon king and didn't need to inherit any prince's position. The boy clarified that the regent wanted to be king and that he and his allies could inherit the throne. Angus remarked that he didn't expect to be considered as foolish as the others, as he never desired to be king. However, Qiangyan understood what people like him typically envisioned, having spent his life reaching the pinnacle of power while only pursuing his own interests. The current king was merely a puppet, and with the backing of a god, he had ascended to the top of the empire's hierarchy. The regent confirmed this, stating that it didn't matter to him whether he was a king or not. He had witnessed the horror in the god king's eyes and grasped the full truth about the continent. The empire's rise was marked by the god's rule. The god king did not annihilate all living beings because they had to repay their debt. But living beings had thoughts and feelings, and to the king, they were nothing more than ants. No one felt pity for ants, nor did they accept the reality. They could build their civilizations, but that didn't alter the fact that they were still ants. They could be completely exterminated if necessary. Population control allowed the God King to remain dormant without having to sacrifice intelligent life forms. Isabella said she could understand him. If given the choice to sacrifice demons or other races, she would choose others. But now the choice was Chiang. Yes, he was the prophesied son. Angus acknowledged that the boy had hidden strengths, but if he believed he had the power to challenge the divine, he was mistaken. Angus had spent too much time preparing and was ready to reveal the full terror of divine power. If he couldn't defeat Chiang, then he certainly wouldn't be able to defeat God. Chiang barely managed to conjure a shield to protect them from Angus's power. In the past, Chiang would have been devastated by such an aura. Angus, however, was preparing to strike again, ensuring they remained undistracted, and felt the Demon King's power. This force propelled him several meters, evoking memories of his youth. Yet the battle with the Demon King continued. Chiang managed to forge new armor that merged technology with demonic power. It was the finest armor he had ever possessed. He instructed his wife to deploy everyone into battle and to stay with him. The girl was concerned, as he had just begun mastering new powers, and Angus recognized him as a formidable opponent. Underestimating him would lead to certain defeat. Chiang wanted to witness the full might of the Empire, and directed several robots armed with lasers at Angus. However, the prince quickly generated a protective shield. Chiang was astonished that the lasers had ceased to affect him, and he found himself unable to move. Angus struck him to bring him back to his senses. He thought that even the Demon King OSA was struggling within the realm of the gods. Shang, on the other hand, couldn't fathom why he was unable to move, and he was unsure of his next move. However, he found a gap due to the weakening of the magic, which allowed him to move. He decided to take the chance, and charged at Angus, declaring that it was his turn. Angus couldn't believe the amount of power Chiang wielded, but he had no idea how much he could unleash and was close to tearing his hands apart. Angus activated nuclear energy, converting it into pure power. The color of the battlefield shifted once more. He realized his power had significantly increased. Within the divine domain, Angus's strength had multiplied 20-fold, and he delivered a powerful blow that sent Chiang flying. Changba sensed the weakening of the magic and decided it was time for a counterattack, launching a nuclear laser directly at Angus. Suddenly, the color of the field changed again. The golden hue seemed to enhance defenses and diminish the impact of attacks. Although his magic was formidable, it wasn't without vulnerabilities. He attempted to distance himself from close combat. He broke free, but the color remained unchanged. Then he realized that this area might be able to track targets. Angus questioned if he thought he could escape so easily, and the color shifted again. For a moment, Chiang was confused about what had occurred. His armor suddenly began to dissolve within the area. His armor had merely been a piece of metal. Despite this, Chiang remained confident in his ability to defeat Angus. He knew that all his abilities were currently unusable. At the same time, he understood that each color of the magic had a distinct effect. Blue stopped time, red increased combat power, gold provided absolute protection, and purple caused corrosion. Each effect lasted about 20 seconds, during which the field would influence the target. But these effects could not be combined, and each use of magic consumed one divine stone. He was uncertain if it was possible to recharge these abilities. Only a few seconds remained of the purple field. He needed to destroy it before the color changed, so he fired a nuclear warhead directly at it. The onlookers were unsure whether the battle was still ongoing. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted in the sky. Sato initially thought it was the result of the superweapon, but realized this power was not significant for Mr. None of them understood what had transpired. The sky turned red. Isabella grew concerned for Chiang. Everyone saw something descending towards them. It was a massive capsule, from which Chiang emerged, addressing the soldiers of the Empire. He informed them that his commander was impressed with him and that there was no need for further fighting. People were in disbelief that the regent had been killed. Eli was astonished that he had defeated the regent. The boy commented that no one could escape the power of nuclear energy. Suddenly, snow began to fall from the sky, and people's bodies started to dissolve. Dark Willow recognized it as a regent's technique. and used his powers to rise into the air. Eli was confused by his actions. Dark Willow created a protective dome above them. Sato then halted all the soldiers, advising them not to worry about Mr. Sato observed carefully ahead. Soldiers seemed to dissolve into the air, turning to ashes. The same fate befell the technology around them. Shangu ordered the demons to retreat and avoid the snowy area, while he watched Angus descend from the sky. He questioned if Angus truly believed he could defeat him. Shangu inquired of Darklaw if he understood what was happening. Darklaw confirmed that it was his technique. He had first witnessed it during the peak of the war. They had believed the demon race was vulnerable. OSA appeared at that time. The regent had resorted to this technique because he could not compete with the king. Then he could escape with the soldiers of the human race. Shangu stated that they needed to work together to confront him. Eli's flame was already prepared. They saw him advancing directly towards them, attempting to breach their protective dome. Takuto flew out to attack him, but the regent dismissed him, saying he was too young, and his side was reduced to ashes. It was Eli's turn to strike, but he managed to dodge the attack, and the regent pushed him aside, calling him a weakling. Xiang launched a missile at him, which the regent destroyed with a single move. Shangu was baffled by how his nuclear bomb was turned to ash. Darklaw had been anticipating this moment for a long time, ever since he had witnessed the regent's fight with the former king. He saw him as an adversary he needed to defeat in his lifetime. For Angus, it was a great honor to be targeted, but sadly, he would never surpass him. He then cleaved Dark Willow in half. His final words were that he was stronger than the previous king, Chiang. Witnesses could hardly believe what they saw, and remained concerned about others. Using his power, Angus pulled the boy towards him. He remarked that he had noticed him a long time ago, but didn't expect him to grow so quickly. Chengyan realized he only had one divine stone left. He had previously used one stone to perform 4 techniques, but now 3 had disappeared at once. Shangu activated his full power. He was unable to move again in the blue divine area, but managed to break free, experiencing the effects of the purple area. He began to understand what was happening, and at that moment, he could rely only on this understanding. With the strength of a demon king as his driving force, he requested the field to be opened. Angus was surprised by such a powerful field. Shangu aimed to make him experience the full horror of modern technology, and used unnecessary wood to construct walls around him. Yalu realized that Shangu was using this strategy again. Angus was intrigued because he could forge from scrap wood. He questioned if Shangu intended to stop him with this junk. Angus attempted to break through. However, he soon realized there were multiple layers. He tried again but was unsuccessful. He understood that there were few divine stones left, and the transparent area was absorbing a lot, making it difficult to manage. He then noticed a bomb lying on the ground. Everyone was instructed to withdraw 10 miles immediately. Shangu was eager to see how determinedly he would evade his attack, so he activated the Tsar bomb to obliterate him. Moments later, it detonated. A massive explosion shook the area for miles around. The Imperial Army was baffled by the explosion and the resulting shockwave. Even Eli was thrown back by the force of the blast. Everything around them was engulfed in red flames, with a towering column of fire and smoke rising into the sky. Isabella commanded a swift retreat, but she was concerned for Chiang, as this blast was much more powerful than before. The tremor was even felt in the demonic cities. The mages were confused, initially thinking it might be a human attack, but some realized it was the Demon King's technique, an attack not directly wielded by the Demon King himself. The men on the griffins watched in disbelief, unsure where such overwhelming force had come from. They were left wondering about their master's fate. They were all being pursued by demons in the sky. Isabella ordered the continued assault and the destruction of the enemy army. Many were casualties of the intense flames and explosion. Master Yalu was covered in debris. The shockwave was overwhelming. The soldiers were unsure if they had entered hell. Sato stared at the explosion's epicenter in disbelief, trying to make sense of it. Had the gentleman truly been defeated this time? Panic spread among the soldiers, who were confused and terrified. Many considered fleeing to return home, but were ordered to stay. Chiang emerged from beneath the rubble. He hadn't anticipated the king's power to be so immense, and realized it was not to be underestimated. Even 30 layers of wood could not contain the effects of the blast. Darklaw approached him, and Chiang feared he was dead. But Darklaw explained that only his real body had been destroyed, and he would recover in a month. Eli had fainted from the impact of Angus's attack, and Darklaw had carried him to a safe place away from the blast. Now, however, he couldn't detect Angus's breath due to the severity of the attack. With the human race's spirit dwindling, all seemed well. But first, they needed to clear the radiation. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the explosion's epicenter. It was Angus, still alive. He acknowledged Chiang as a formidable opponent. The soldiers rejoiced to see their master was still alive. Sato was particularly thrilled and relieved. Angus had initially considered bringing Chiang under his command, but after the recent attack, he decided that it was necessary to eliminate him. Chiang was perplexed by Angus's immense strength and could not fathom how he withstood the nuclear explosion. He saw no sign of radiation affecting Angus, which made him wonder how such a powerful being could endure the blast. Angus mentioned that cooperation would have been beneficial for Chiang. Now, however, Chiang was left with no options but to face annihilation. He lunged at Angus, delivering a powerful strike. Shanggu was hurled into the air by the force of the blow. He landed, confused about how the regent remained unscathed from such a powerful attack. He suspected that some form of magic was at play. The regent charged at him once more, filled with rage. Chiang realized that using the colorless field would cost him 3 more divine stones. But since the bomb couldn't destroy Angus, he decided to try again. The boy began constructing a wooden dome around himself. The regent, however, saw through this tactic and was unimpressed. He believed that such tricks would not be enough to trap him. Angus emerged from the dome, chastising Chiang for his naivety, and grabbed Chiang, beginning to strangle him. Angus could not allow Chiang to disrupt his plans any further. Chiang saw no difference between Angus and the gods he despised, but managed to free himself by tearing Angus's arm away from his neck. Angus, conversely, felt confident in his ability to safeguard humanity so that it could continue to thrive and function. Chiang inquired if there was anything more he could do beyond merely discussing peace and justice. Since destiny had led him there, he felt compelled to do everything in his power to make a difference. He channeled his fury and strength as he tried to drive the sword into his anger. He questioned why he hadn't utilized a colorless area. Angus noticed that the boy had observed this. Chiang responded that using regular magic required consuming 1 stone each time. However, using the colorless area consumed 3 stones at once. Having already used 7 stones, it meant that he could only afford to use the colorless area a few more times. Angus increasingly wanted to ensure the boy's demise, but he wasn't willing to spend the 3 stones merely to protect against the damage. Instead, he aimed to reverse all the boy's injuries. The boy was left astonished. Isabella arrived to offer assistance. She arrived soaring through the air with a massive sword. Saito noticed this, but was unsure whether she intended to secretly attack Mr. Just then,